Chapter 1. Sky Island, Sacred Domain Appiato, Divine Palace. Divine Lord, have you awakened? The dawn has arrived, and the angels have prepared the morning feast. A soft, dulcet voice suddenly resonated. Qin Yun stirred awake in response, contentedly opening his eyes to glance aside. Soon after, a tender, enchanting visage came into view, her large eyes blinking playfully as she gazed at him. Her countenance was both adorable and exquisite, with lustrous golden hair styled into exuberant twin braids, the ends deliberately fashioned into spherical shapes. "Good morning, Conis," Qin Yun greeted, stroking her golden tresses. "Good morning to you as well, Divine Lord," Conis replied, her eyes curving into crescent moons with delight as she gently tapped a nearby golden bell. The melodious chime filled the air as 6 angelic attendants filed in, adorning the dining table with a sumptuous array of delicacies. After assisting Qin Yun in donning his attire, Conis was embraced by him and led to the table. The angels stood at his side, taking turns to feed him, eliciting a look of satisfaction upon his face. This imperial indulgence was something he had long grown accustomed to. Yet as he observed the divine consort Conis savoring her meal, he found himself lost in contemplation. Indeed, Qin Yun was a traveler from another world, still clad in his original form. This distinction set him apart from those who had transmigrated. His physical constitution differed from that of the denizens of the pirate realm. This implied that his efficiency in enhancing his physical strength through training paled in comparison to that of the indigenous inhabitants. Fortunately, he possessed the thunder fruit, allowing him to cultivate his body through the mastery of lightning. However, Qin Yun found himself in a state of anticipation, waiting for the system to emit its familiar notification sound, yet it remained silent. In the midst of his futile endeavors to establish dominion over the Sky Island, he formed a profound bond with the lovely Conis, whose companionship brought him unexpected joy as he sensed his physique slowly growing stronger. Through his research, he discovered that only Conis possessed such a capability, leading him to surmise that this ability was triggered solely by acquaintance with the female protagonist or supporting characters. Thus far, with Conis' assistance, he had managed to wield the basics of armament hockey. Yet, the power of his hockey was inferior to that of the thunder fruit, albeit it could catch other elemental users off guard during combat. One might inquire about the reason for his transmigration. Please observe the VCR. Just after Qin Yun had slaughtered billions of lives, concluding his career as the king of assassins, he sat contentedly in his gaming chair at home, watching Luffy engage in battle against Kaido and Wano, repeatedly performing sit-ups until he ultimately transformed into Nika, the sun god. Upon witnessing this, he could no longer contain himself. Awakened, the sun god Nika, the rubber boy, just vanished. At that moment, as he lamented the destruction of another cherished childhood creation, a melodious female voice echoed in his ear. "Qin Yun, do you wish to revel in the world of pirates?" At first, he believed himself to be hallucinating, yet the very next moment, he felt an irresistible force pulling him into a vortex that had appeared beside him. He vaguely perceived 3 beams of light penetrating his body before he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a sealed chamber, with something round pressing beneath him, causing him discomfort, while a white jade table in the distance held an abundance of apples. As he crawled aside to glimpse his original position, he discovered that the round object was, in fact, the head of a young man. The young man wore a white headscarf, donned lantern pants, had long earlobes, and was bare from the waist up, with a thunder drum affixed to his back. With such a distinctive appearance, it was clear to Qin Yun that he had inadvertently killed Enel. The residual temporal energy from his transmigration negated elemental transformation. But that was not the end of it soon. Qin Yun discovered he could unleash lightning and transform into it. Undoubtedly, he had also usurped Enel's thunder fruit ability. Though somewhat bewildered, having read numerous transmigration novels, he quickly adapted. In the Sky Island, no one wielded armament hockey, making this an almost dreamlike beginning for him. Thus, leveraging the invincible prowess of the thunder fruit, he effortlessly brought the Sky Island under his dominion. However, the old god gone full resisted his rule, seeking to unite the populace of the Sky Island in rebellion during this transitional period of divine leadership. Qin Yun would not tolerate such insolence. He promptly sent Gon Full to meet Enel. After incapacitating Gon Full's steed, Pierre, with a jolt of electricity, he pondered his newfound ability to usurp powers and incessantly tested whether he could indeed seize fruits. Ultimately, he succeeded, using a white lightning to claim the mare fruit and storing it within a fruit in his collection. Once he had successfully courted Conis, allowing her to guide him, he tentatively immersed his body in a bath filled with white sea water, discovering that he did not feel weakened. This led him to speculate that his body was not of this world, thus free from the constraints of the devil fruit's drawbacks. After 2 years of ruling the Sky Island, the Arc Maxim had yet to be constructed, indicating that Luffy's arrival was still some time away. These 2 years were primarily dedicated to familiarizing himself with and developing his fruit abilities, as well as diligently enhancing his physical condition. Noticing Qin Yun's waning appetite, an angel respectfully remarked, "Divine Lord, the Sandians submitted a letter of allegiance yesterday, and they are currently awaiting your directive. Inform Shura to have them come to the palace to see me." Shura, Satiri, Om, and Gadaz had once served as the 4 high priests under Enel, suffering greatly under his tyranny, which had left them somewhat mentally unstable. However, with Enel's demise, their conditions had improved considerably. Qin Yun, possessing diverse interests and extensive knowledge, also understood the ways of subjugation under his superior governance. The 4 high priests willingly pledged their loyalty and began serving him diligently. The inhabitants of the Sky Island were largely gentle in nature. They could not dictate the change of deities and merely prayed for mercy from the new god to lead a better life, thus submissively yielding. The Sandians, however, were more obstinate as long as they refrained from forcefully attacking Appiato. Qin Yun had no time to concern himself with them, as he was focused on his own training to grow stronger. Moreover, whether they were inhabitants of the Sky Island or Sandians, to him, they represented valuable labor resources capable of dedicating their lives to him, and the loss of even one would be detrimental. He merely needed to concentrate on developing his forces, and without the need for any military action, the Sandians would inevitably covet the treatment afforded to the Sky Islanders, ultimately succumbing to his rule. And indeed they came. Appiato, the royal palace. The chief of the Sandians stood quietly at the foot of the Grand Hall alongside the warrior Vipa, awaiting the emperor of the Divine Kingdom. Indeed, Qin Yun was both the deity and the emperor of the celestial realm. Conis, an angelic maiden, gentle and charming. Future illustrations will be posted at the end of the chapter in the comments of the segment featuring the female protagonist, and readers are welcome to share their preferred images. If the images do not appear, try refreshing. If they still do not show, it may indicate censorship, and the author can supplement them. If you enjoy this tale, be sure to add it to your bookshelf. Under Qin Yun's governance, the Divine Kingdom diverged significantly from Enel's reign. Here, the people regarded the soil as an incredibly precious resource, leading to a protracted conflict of 400 years between the Sandians and the Sky Islanders. Respecting the local culture and customs, Qin Yun decreed that any citizen of the Divine Kingdom could pay a substantial rent to lease a small plot of land on the outskirts of Appiato, enabling them to reside there. The Sky Islanders rejoiced, further endorsing his rule. The Sandians remained obstinate, believing that Appiato was their homeland and resenting the notion of sharing it with others. Yet, for the time being, they acquiesced. As a flash of lightning illuminated the throne room, Qin Yun's figure materialized upon the throne, observing the bowed elder with a faint smile. "Your Majesty, we have resolved to submit to the rule of the Divine Kingdom. The young adults of our tribe will seek employment as divine soldiers, in the Divine Guard, or as cloud harvesters." Upon seeing Qin Yun's arrival, the Sandian chief hastily spoke with respect, his aged visage growing increasingly somber as he finished his statement. "You should have done so long ago. Why persist in stubbornness? I am not like Enel, who ruled with brutality. As long as you contribute earnestly in your designated roles and coexist peacefully, how delightful it would be to live in harmony." Qin Yun's voice was calm, suggesting that early submission would lead to earlier enjoyment. "Your Majesty, this is the list of divine servants from the Sandian tribe." At that moment, Shura presented a list, placing it upon a sandalwood platter. An attendant angel tenderly held the platter, while another angel retrieved the list and unfurled it for Qin Yun to see. Lucky. Indeed, her appearance was striking, with a cold beauty that exuded an aura of a domineering woman. As Qin Yun gazed at the names and images on the list, memories of her surged in his mind. It seemed he had yet another opportunity to grow stronger. Why? Is there only one person? In the name of the great warrior, Karlgra, we would never dare to be dismissive of your Majesty. Chief Sandia replied hastily, "The young women of our tribe are exceedingly few, and those who meet your Majesty's requirements are even rarer. Only Raki can fulfill your expectations. She is the paragon of our younger generation and will undoubtedly satisfy your Majesty." He found himself in a predicament. Qin Yun's demands were exceedingly high. Were it not for the fortunate presence of a beauty like Raki, he would have had no means to report back. "Very well. According to the conditions I previously proposed, you shall henceforth be citizens of the divine nation. Subsequently, akin to the Sky Island people, you may select a designated area on the periphery of Appiato to establish an office for the Sandia tribe. The remaining details can be discussed with the Divine Decision Committee." The Divine Decision Committee comprised individuals selected by Qin Yun from among his ranks, all of whom possessed considerable talent for handling affairs of state. Qin Yun was present to revel in his power, not to manage bureaucratic matters with strength at his disposal. Who would dare entertain treacherous thoughts? His observation haki was no mere ornament. Influenced by the rumble fruit, Qin Yun believed that his observation haki not only encompassed an extensive range, covering the entirety of the divine nation, but also enabled him to read the hearts of men and foresee brief glimpses of the Futurian achievement that Enel had failed to attain even after years of developing the rumble fruit. The ability to comprehend thoughts and predict fleeting futures stemmed from Qin Yun's transcendence across time and space, where his body and soul were affected by temporal forces, yielding such results. Furthermore, the ability to read thoughts could only be employed against those lacking special observation haki or defenses against mind reading. He merely needed to steer the overarching direction of the divine nation. The rest of the affairs would be deftly managed by professionals. "Thank you, your Majesty." Chief Sandia bowed in gratitude. Throughout this exchange, Weepa maintained an expressionless demeanor. He was but a battle fanatic with the larger scheme now settled. He was left with no choice but to serve Qin Yun. Days later, within the divine palace, flashes of lightning danced incessantly. Qin Yun reclined upon a soft couch, honing his fruit abilities while contemplating the future's trajectory. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed from outside the palace. "My lord, Raki has been brought forth." The lightning dissipated, and Qin Yun spoke indifferently. "Bring her in." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Qin Yun beheld a strikingly aloof and statuesque woman approaching with measured steps. Her long, jet-black hair was tied high in a ponytail, cascading gracefully to her waist, and her form-fitting lavender attire accentuated her exquisite figure. "Your Majesty, I am Raki, a warrior of the Sandia tribe, here to serve as your divine attendant." Upon coming to a halt, Raki knelt on the ground, biting her lower lip, her resolute words tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Very good. If you can obediently heed my commands and satisfy me, you may one day become my divine consort." "Yes." Raki felt a sense of helplessness. Behind her stood the entirety of the Sandia people. Should she provoke Qin Yun, his wrath would incinerate them all. She could only strive to please him, yielding to his every whim and desire. "Moreover, you may only address me as your Majesty within the palace. Elsewhere, you shall refer to me as my lord." "Understood," Raki exclaimed. Startled, her nervousness had led her to misjudge the occasion. Qin Yun waved his hand dismissively, and the attendants understood, escorting Raki to the side hall to don the attire of a divine attendant. The attendants were clad in uniform white palace gowns and wings, while the divine attendants vying for the position of consort had a variety of styles to choose from. The divine choices available to the goddess are rather abundant, as long as they align with Qin Yun's desires. Soon, Laki donned her new attire and presented herself before Qin Yun. She too opted for a delicate shade of lavender. yet it transformed into a cheongsam, exuding an air of elegance. However, she appeared somewhat bewildered and at a loss. After all, she had been a warrior, and as a member of the Sandian tribe, she found herself in a foreign land. Steeped in poverty, naturally unaccustomed to such opulent garments, fearing that any sudden movement might tear the fabric of her cheongsam, the soft, bashful voice of the divine Laki caught Qin Yun's attention, sparking intrigue. "Why did you choose this outfit? Are they playing tricks on you? It was the angelic sister who recommended this to me, saying it would suit you beautifully and that the divine lord would surely appreciate it." Laki, her head bowed, stammered as she spoke, having recently joined Qin Yun's grand family and still unfamiliar with everyone, obediently adhering to the various suggestions and arrangements that I truly appreciated. "Come, let us converse for a while, and I shall offer you my guidance," Qin Yun remarked, admiring her exquisite beauty without averting his gaze. Seeking to discern whether Laki possessed abilities akin to those of Conis. Laki gasped, taken aback by the divine lord's unexpected approach. She instinctively lifted her head, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Qin Yun, only to be momentarily spellbound. Before her stood Qin Yun, with a prominent nose and eyes that sparkled like brilliant stars. His tousled black hair cascading freely, emanating an aura of carefree charisma, a quintessential representation of a blue star individual. If one were to encapsulate his appearance in mere words, it would be handsome. Alas, the readers are captivated by his striking looks, and to facilitate their immersion, the protagonist must be rendered appealing. Laki mused. The angelic elder sister, coldly stunning. She had never encountered a man of such striking handsomeness before. The men of the Sandian and Sky Island tribes bore a more rugged appearance. This stark contrast led her to feel that her sacrifices for her tribe had not been in vain. Rather, she had stumbled upon an opportunity for great fortune. It was no wonder she was so taken aback. Most men in the pirate world possessed peculiar and unkempt appearances, often appearing rather casual, rendering her momentarily speechless. Noticing Laki's hesitation, which bordered on daze, Qin Yun's gaze flickered, and he gently prompted, "Yes." Laki quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed as she opened her mouth, seemingly searching for an excuse for her earlier lapse. However, she soon sensed Qin Yun's growing impatience. Thus, she refrained from further words and promptly moved to a side of the soft couch, initiating a conversation with Qin Yun about her past in the Sandian tribe. The following morning, Qin Yun was awakened early by Conis's habitual morning greeting. Yet today, he had no desire to rise too early, so he reached out and pulled Conis, who had wandered to the side, into his embrace. "Divine Lord, the angels outside are still waiting for us," Conis exclaimed, reminding him. Yet, Qin Yun paid her no heed, continuing to indulge in his slumber. In this scenario, even if White Star were to arrive, she would be subdued by his domineering presence and would have to obediently lie in his arms, awaiting his command. After some time, Qin Yun, having dressed with the assistance of the two women, enjoyed breakfast. That moment, he clenched his right hand, observing the armament-infused hockey enveloping it, nodding in satisfaction. Very good, he mused. Through his relentless training, his physique had improved, and his hockey had become more solid. He was now capable of hockey hardening, the volume sufficient to cover his hands. It was not a matter of lack of effort. After all, human bodies are inherently different. The fact that he could resist the drawbacks of the devil fruit's inability to swim and the inhibiting effects of sea prism stone was already commendable. However, he was uncertain if he could manifest multiple devil fruit abilities. The fear of explosive demise made him hesitant to indulge. He could only wait for opportunities to experiment on pirates and attempt it once he had acquired some means of self-preservation. "Divine Lord, the arc little proverb has been completed. When shall you inspect it?" Conis's gentle voice interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. Now, Conis was no longer merely a music-loving girl who enjoyed playing the harp. She was currently the sole divine consort of Qin Yun, diligently studying various knowledge that would benefit him. This included how to better fulfill his divine responsibilities, or rather, enhance her managerial skills and ability to handle affairs. Since I have nothing pressing, let us go directly. Laki, you should accompany us. Learn as much as you can, for you will assist Conis in the future, and working together shall not be overly burdensome. Laki had only recently joined the Divine Palace family and needed to find tasks to better integrate herself. In a certain cave within Skypiea, the incessant sound of clanging echoed throughout. In the heart of the cave, a massive flying vessel stood majestically. It was the Ark proverb, judging by its appearance, It seemed that its construction would require considerable time. Not far from the proverb, a smaller ship had already been completed. This was the Little Proverb, and the functional differences were minimal. The Little Proverb could generate a lesser amount of thunderclouds. Primarily designed to facilitate Qin Yun's mobility at that moment, as lightning flickered, Qin Yun appeared with Conis and Loki. The captain of the Divine Army, Martins, who was overseeing the construction, quickly approached Qin Yun, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Divine Lord." The busy divine team echoed his greeting in unison. Qin Yun nodded slightly and followed Martins to the center of the cave. "Divine Lord, the Little Proverb has been completed and is ready for your use at any time." The Proverb was specifically designed as a mode of transportation for those with the Thunderfruit ability. The ship featured 3 propellers on each side and a massive propeller at the rear. It could harness the inexhaustible power provided by the Thunderfruit to fly, even reaching outer space in the legendary limitless moon. In the pirate world, Enel had utilized the proverb to reach the moon, marking him as the first pirate to set foot there. "You have worked hard, continue to labor diligently, and I shall not neglect your efforts. After the proverb's construction, even more projects await you, so do not worry about a lack of work." Qin Yun casually painted a bright future, motivating their resolve. "Yes, we shall not betray the Divine Lord's trust." Martins, agitated, gazed at him, believing himself to be the most grateful for Qin Yun's presence. He had long realized that Enel would seek to eliminate them once the proverb was completed. But fortunately, Qin Yun had descended like a savior, becoming the new god and rescuing them from a tragic fate. Qin Yun approached the Little Proverb, contemplating. "The time has come. It is time to intercept." Qin Yun never concealed his true nature, nor did he restrain his desires. He was greedy for wealth and beauty, relishing the pursuit of power and privilege. This inclination had become evident from the moment he arrived in the pirate world and claimed Conis for himself. Having traversed realms, he intended to live life to the fullest. He would savor the finest wines, indulge in the highest quality services, seize the utmost power, spend untold riches, and embrace the most beautiful women. This was the principle he intended to uphold in the pirate realm. To Qin Yun, the world of pirates was already decaying. The righteous navy, merely the lapdogs of celestial dragons, incapable of upholding true justice. The nefarious pirates? Indeed, they were wicked, but do not dare to suggest that there are good people among pirates. A thief is a thief. Nonetheless, whether it be justice or evil, the so-called positions and reputations held no significance. His allegiance lay solely with himself. As for reputation, merely the clumsy opinions of others. He aspired to become a god, an omnipotent deity, the ruler of all. Having arrived in this world with such a splendid beginning, how could he refrain from indulging in its pleasures? As for Nami, Robin, Boa Hancock, White Star, and the myriad of paper doll wives from before his crossing, they could only be gazed upon through their figurines. Lost in daydreams. Now that he had the opportunity to embrace them, he must seize it wholeheartedly, gathering them all into his embrace. Even if it became challenging to focus, he would first ensure his own comfort. After all, a forcibly plucked fruit is both sweet and satisfying. Whether for the sake of strength or his own selfish desires, Qin Yun would not let them slip from his grasp at that moment. Conis and Raki flanked him on either side. The 2 women gazed at him with gentle eyes, softly murmuring, "Oh, Divine One." Qin Yun smiled knowingly. The ultimate aim of any stratagem is to yield the desired outcome. Now, with 2 enchanting ladies by his side and possessing the means to achieve his goals, he realized that by employing tailored methods for each prospective divine consort, he could assuredly attain the results he sought. In the next instant, with a flash of lightning, he embraced Conis and Raki and ascended aboard the Little Admonition. As Qin Yun stepped onto the deck, he quietly activated his abilities, with the currents coursing through the vessel. The propellers of the Little Admonition began to turn gradually. Soon after, the ship burst forth from the cave, soaring toward the horizon, leaving behind a group of astonished celestial beings and a swirling cloud of dust. On board the Little Admonition, laughter and joy resonated. "Oh, Divine One, how swiftly we fly. Please slow down. We can hardly bear it." Conis and Raki, taken by surprise at Qin Yun's rapid pace, quickly buried their heads in his embrace, fearing that the fierce winds might scatter their delicate features. Qin Yun chuckled heartily and slightly reduced the speed of the Little Admonition. This too much to handle. It seems you both need to strengthen your bodies. With such feeble resilience, you won't fare well in this world." He refrained from admitting that it was his first time piloting a ship, and he struggled somewhat to manage the speed. "Divine One, Now that the little admonition is complete, are you truly leaving the divine kingdom? Conis, sensing Qin Yun's elation, hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and voicing her concern. Qin Yun paused, gazing down at her enchanting expression, slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her keen perception. He had not disclosed his intentions, yet she had divined them. Indeed, I must attend to matters in Qinghai, as it pertains to our future. His tone softened, soothing Conis's anxieties. Upon realizing that Qin Yun was genuinely departing, Conis's large eyes dulled, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "Will you return to the divine kingdom? If you do not come back, please do not abandon me. I promise to be obedient and to remain your little angel." After discovering Qin Yun's intentions to leave, she had spent many sleepless nights, clinging to him, yearning to be by his side. At that time, he had only laughed and remarked that she seemed a bit overly excited these past few days. The ability to read thoughts and foresee fleeting futures were active skills, employed only when necessary. Raki, still somewhat bewildered, wondered how their previous merriment had suddenly turned emotional. Not wanting to remain an outsider, she timidly chimed in, "But I'm here too. Conis, do not be disheartened. How could I ever forsake you? You shall never leave the palm of my hand." Qin Yun's expression softened. Their union was something he had orchestrated single-handedly, and to call it a forced conscription of divine consorts would not be an exaggeration. Her current demeanor, undoubtedly, was intertwined with him. Faced with such unabashed affection, he felt gratified. Conis, who had been whisked away to become a divine consort without a hint of resistance, thought of the greater good for the inhabitants of Sky Island. Hoping to stabilize the new deity and prevent tyranny, the planet we inhabit is not vast. With my speed, I can reach any destination within a day, at most as the embodiment of lightning. He could, theoretically, encircle the pirate planet in mere seconds. However, considering the speed of light at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, he had never exhibited a velocity of even 30 kilometers per second. Thus, in the realm of pirates, one could not be too stringent with scientific principles, leading to a broad definition. Qin Yun was exceedingly fast. Star planet? Conis steadied herself, though her eyes still sparkled with confusion. The planet refers to our world. Only then did Conis grasp that Qin Yun would not let her go, and upon receiving reassurance, her countenance bloomed with joy. One could only marvel at her youthful exuberance, as her mood shifted with startling rapidity. My time away from the divine kingdom will be brief, no more than a few dozen days at most. Should you miss me or require assistance, feel free to contact me directly using the snail phone. He continued, "You are now in charge of overseeing the development of the divine kingdom. It cannot do without you." As he spoke, Qin Yun retrieved 2 remote controls from his pocket and handed one to each of Conis and Raki. "If an urgent matter arises that necessitates my immediate return to the divine kingdom, simply press this remote, and I will sense it instantly, arriving by your side to protect you. Remember, this device must never leave your possession." The other end of these remotes, unbeknownst to them, was attached to explosives, which were bound to some adorable little white mice. However, they had been preserved in a nutrient chamber through special means, devoid of consciousness, maintaining only basic life functions. Qin Yun had instructed his people to create life cards for them. Should they meet their demise, he would be alerted immediately. Little white mouse. "So? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Are you at ease now?" A smile graced Qin Yun's lips, exuding an air of strategic mastery. "Yes, I am reassured," Conis responded with conviction, her eyes suddenly darting with mischief as she sweetly requested, "Dear Divine One, may I?" Although her cheeks flushed crimson with shyness, she gazed at Qin Yun with eager anticipation. Raki, tugged by her, quickly mirrored the same expression, observing the captivating interplay of a mature woman and a youthful girl before him. Qin Yun resolutely acquiesced to their request. Of course, he gently caressed their lovely faces, inwardly praising, "Conis is truly a treasure. Her perceptiveness and ability to read the room are remarkable. She quietly accompanies me during my contemplations. And when I am joyful, she eagerly engages in conversation, exchanging love and providing immense emotional value." Though Raki had been compelled to become a divine attendant, she was remarkably obedient, never refusing his requests. Of course, she dared not. Perhaps in a few days, he could elevate her to the status of divine consort. The following afternoon, in the distance above Whiskey Peak, the little admonition floated leisurely. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened as his observation hockey detected Vivi's presence. Without hesitation, he piloted the little admonition toward a certain location on Whiskey Peak. In a nearby forest, 3 figures revealed themselves. The uniquely coiled-haired Icolum was sharing roasted fish with Vivi and the black duck Karu. Vivi, strikingly beautiful with a curvaceous figure, sported light blue hair tied in a high ponytail, with 2 long strands cascading past her shoulders. Yet, at that moment, she stared blankly at the roasted fish in her hands. Struggling to swallow. Icolum, tell me this isn't real. Crocodile has always been aiding Alabasta, has he? How could he? Vivi's voice brimmed with disbelief, were it not for Icolum's unwavering loyalty as the captain of Alabasta's royal guard. Having watched her grow, she might have suspected him of betrayal. Lady Vivi, though I too find it hard to believe, it is indeed the truth. That woman is an associate of Mr. Zero. The information she provided cannot be doubted. Icolum's expression turned grave. The puppeteer behind Baroque works, Mr. Zero, was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In a state of utter disbelief, Vivi lowered her head, her hands weakly grasping her hair. Her face awash with despair, even dropping the grilled fish she had been holding unconsciously to the ground. Her incredulity stemmed from the fact that Crocodile was a revered hero among the people of Alabasta. Having valiantly repelled marauding pirates on numerous occasions, To discover that such a figure could be the true instigator of chaos was beyond her comprehension. At that moment, Vivi suddenly noticed the ground before her darkening. While the distant terrain remained illuminated, instinctively, she and Icolum gazed skyward, only to behold a colossal airship soaring through the sky, hurtling directly towards them, just as she was about to rise in shock. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended suddenly, enlarging in her vision. Before Icolum could react, he was struck, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. As the current dissipated, he gaped widely, exhaling a plume of black smoke. His golden hair, singed and stiff, fell lifelessly to the ground as he lost consciousness. Karu, who had been blissfully munching on the grilled fish, now lay on his back, plunged into a deep slumber. Icolum, Karu. Vivi's eyes widened in alarm as she gazed at them with concern. Rest assured, they are not dead. They have merely fainted, came the calm voice of Qin Yun, capturing Vivi's attention. He directed the small divine saying to land nearby, and with a flash of lightning, it materialized before Vivi, simultaneously releasing an aura of observation hockey to delve into her heart's thoughts. What do you intend to do? Why attack us? Vivi stammered, fear evident in her eyes as she retreated. Miss Wednesday, or rather, Nefertari Vivi, I have come here solely to propose a contract with you. Those 2 are unworthy of overhearing our conversation. The contract proposed by Qin Yun would undoubtedly meet with resistance from Icolum and that black duck, who might even resort to death to compel Vivi to reject him. To enhance the likelihood of Vivi's acquiescence, let them sleep for a while. After all, in a situation where one could calm the heart, there was no need for forceful coercion. You know my name. A flicker of surprise crossed Vivi's eyes. She mused that she had never encountered him before, yet he had unveiled her true name, implying that he was aware of her real identity. What contract? Qin Yun replied with an air of undeniable authority. If you become my divine consort, I will assist you in overcoming all the predicaments and troubles that beset you. You even eavesdropped on our conversation. Vivi felt a surge of indignation, yet she dared not voice too many accusations, harboring doubts about his capabilities. Divine consort, to call oneself a deity, such an audacious entrance. Can he truly aid me? If mind reading is involved, it will appear in double square brackets from now on. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned throughout the world. I do not even know your name. Why should I trust you? God Qin Yun, that is my true name. My title is celebrated in the realm of the divine. How could mere mortals from the blue sea comprehend? As for my capabilities, Qin Yun chuckled lightly, raising his right hand, palm facing downward, slightly curling his fingers before abruptly pressing down. Divine judgment. In the next instant, a massive, thick bolt of lightning plummeted from the heavens, crashing down into the nearby forest, creating an unfathomable pit and enveloping the air in searing heat. Qin Yun's control was remarkable. The impact of the lightning struck just enough to affect Vivi that a gust of hot wind brushed against her face, causing her hair to frizz from the static charge. Vivi stood there, dumbfounded, her mouth agape, questioning whether she had yet to awaken from a dream. She pinched her arm sharply and winced at the pain. This overwhelming power was no dream. Perhaps he truly could assist me. Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, merely a bunch of insignificant fowl. As she listened to his dismissive words, Vivi snapped back to reality, staring at him in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved that if sacrificing herself could save Alabasta, she would unflinchingly agree. This was her determination as the princess of Alabasta. The nation could not endure such internal strife. My sacrifice for peace and stability is indeed meaningful. With that thought, Vivi fixed her steadfast gaze upon Qin Yun and resolutely inquired, "If I become your divine consort, can you truly help me drive out crocodile in the Baroque works?" "To quell the turmoil in Alabasta, certainly, my words carry weight," Qin Yun affirmed. "Now, make your choice." I agree. Vivi's tone was filled with resolve, yet she added, "You must first assist Alabasta in escaping its plight. Only then can I confidently become your divine consort." Nefertari Vivi, the adorable princess, with a heart as vast as the ocean, got a friendly reminder. You can take notes by pressing and holding to highlight. Then, in the directory, Notes, you can quickly access the image location. Thus, when you forget the protagonist's appearance in the future, you can swiftly recall it. Afterward, simply tap the center of the screen and select the option below, Return to last reading position, to continue reading. Seeing her expression as if she were sacrificing herself to feed the demon, Qin Yun chuckled reassuringly. "There is no need for such sorrow. Although I am known for my decisive actions, I treat my divine consorts well." Vivi nodded. Words were insignificant, and true action was the crux. "There's no time to waste. I shall take you to eliminate crocodile." "Wait, I have already agreed to you. Can you awaken them?" Vivi glanced at the two who lay unconscious nearby, feeling unable to abandon them. "Once they awaken, I believe you know how to explain to." "I understand," Qin Yun replied, raising his hand to unleash several bolts of white lightning, connecting to Icolum and Keru. Electrotherapy. Ga. Keru was the first to regain consciousness, his eyes wide with shock as he questioned in confusion, "Who is this man?" Qin Yun shot at a cold glance, causing it to tremble and fall silent. Shortly after, Icolum stirred awake, gazing at the two before him, bewildered as he queried, "What happened? What is going on?" "Just now, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, striking you and Keru. Thankfully, you are both unharmed. I have urgent matters to attend to in Alabasta. So let us keep this brief." Vivi feigned urgency as she spoke. "This is a deity from the heavens. He has come to assist me and will take me back to quell the internal strife in Alabasta, eliminating the true instigator, Crocodile. Icolum, once you finish here, return to Alabasta. I will leave with him first." "A deity? Are you serious?" "Yes, Lady Vivi." Despite Icolum's lingering doubts, he complied with her directive. Seeing her anxious expression, Vivi observed Keru's trembling form, a flicker of hesitation crossing her mind, fearing that Qin Yun might be displeased, but ultimately she decided against bringing it along. "Qin Yun, I am ready." Qin Yun smiled slightly. Pleased with her demeanor, he stepped forward and embraced Vivi. With a flash of lightning, he transported her onto the divine, saying, its propellers whirring, and together they vanished into the horizon. On their journey to Alabasta, Vivi's expression was fraught with worry, still viewing the situation from a position of weakness. "Qin Yun, Crocodile is, after all, a great hero of Alabasta. We need to gather more evidence of his treachery against the nation to expose his crimes and prevent the populace from rising in rebellion." Vivi awkwardly shifted on Qin Yun's lap, feeling unaccustomed to such intimacy. "Why?" Qin Yun scoffed, unconsciously caressing her slender waist. "What? There is no need for such considerations. In this world, only the strong determine everything." Qin Yun's fingertips crackled with lightning, illuminating Vivi's captivated visage. "Moreover, he is merely a false hero, while you are a true princess, as long as you attribute all his crimes to him and inform your citizens of his misdeeds. With the absence of evidence and the pressure of my divine strength, they will have no choice but to believe your words." Vivi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her thoughts indeed seemed somewhat naive. If the domestic crisis could be quelled, what necessity was there to seek evidence? At that moment, Qin Yun suddenly inquired, "When did you start tracking the vice president of the Baroque works? Do you know her whereabouts?" "Just a couple of days ago, we intercepted some news in the waters between Magnetic Drum Island and the Little Garden, but fearing she might discover us, we slipped away unnoticed," Vivi responded swiftly, as the incident was too vivid in her memory, leaving her somewhat dazed. Even now, Magnetic Drum Island. Qin Yun retrieved several permanent pointers from his pocket, locating the one inscribed with Magnetic Drum Island. Observing the indicated direction, his expression hardened, and he subtly adjusted the course of the small vessel, accelerating forward. Presently, the entire ship was enveloped in a layer of low-intensity lightning veil, shielding it from the onslaught of fierce winds. In a nearby stretch of ocean not far from Magnetic Drum Island, a dramatic chase was unfolding. Boom, boom, boom. A naval warship relentlessly bombarded the small boat ahead, but such attacks only hindered their pursuit. Tino was elated, declaring, "Nicole Robin, surrender now. You cannot escape." The speaker was tall, clad in a fuchsia professional outfit, draped in a naval justice cloak, her striking light pink hair styled in a chic center part. Complemented by sunglasses that exuded an alluring charm, she was none other than Colonel Tina of the Navy. The surging waves lashed against the fleeing small boat, yet they could not disturb Robin's composed demeanor. She calmly commanded the Sea King Turtle, propelling the small vessel onward. Just ahead lay an archipelago. If she could navigate into its embrace, the massive warship would be unable to follow, granting her a chance to evade capture. At that moment, a colossal pillar of lightning descended with a thunderous roar, striking the warship with precision and creating a gaping hole. Many pirates imprisoned in the ship's hold met their unfortunate demise beneath the lightning's wrath. The warship trembled violently, the sea roiling fiercely. The naval personnel were thrown into disarray, desperately clutching onto anything within reach to avoid plunging into the tumultuous waters. With calm precision, Tina launched 2 iron grapples that latched onto the mast. Raising her gaze to survey the surroundings in search of the culprit, Tina was furious. The consequences would be severe. Robin, hearing the commotion, turned to glance back, seeing them obstructed and a massive wave crashing toward her. She quickly pivoted to command the Sea King Turtle to seize the opportunity to flee. However, this turn elicited a startled gasp. Nicole Robin. Qin Yun had mysteriously appeared at the bow of her ship. His voice laced with a quiet confidence. Double flower throat lock. Robin gasped, attempting to strike first, but was suddenly jolted by a shock, her trembling hands revealing her fear. The man before her was indeed a user of the Thunder Fruit, a power she regarded as one of the invincible abilities among the myriad of devil fruit powers. Feeling a tickle at his neck, Qin Yun was relieved that Robin lacked the ability to wield Busashoka Haki, rendering her unable to grasp him. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Robin, now subdued by the shock, dared not act recklessly, silently praying for mercy. I am the divine Qin Yun, here expressly for you. Nicole Robin, become my divine consort. Qin Yun understood that dealing with someone like Robin, who had long evaded the world government's pursuit, required straightforwardness, simple and direct, without any convoluted approaches, was the key to achieving an efficient conquest. Tina, the alluring pink-haired goddess of the Navy. Robin, knowledgeable, mature, and sensuous. Robin was momentarily dumbfounded. Upon seeing Qin Yun, she initially thought it was CP0, only to realize he had come for her beauty. She paused for a moment, a spark of inspiration igniting a plan. Let him engage the Navy first, then find a way to have him confront Crocodile. That a smile suddenly graced her lips, a bewitching charm dancing at the corners. Very well, but I am currently being pursued by the Navy behind us. Let us first deal with them before discussing our matters. Qin Yun discerned her inner thoughts, fully aware of her intentions. However, he remained unhurried, preferring to eliminate the Navy first. Robin had already fallen into his grasp. Under the broad reach of his Kinbunshiku, escape was impossible. You stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Qin Yun casually instructed, the electric currents crackling around him, dispersing and vaporizing the waves that surged toward Robin. Observing the smile on her face, he smirked, extending his right hand, fingers splayed, as lightning flickered and intertwined to form a colossal cage. 30 million volts, lightning cage. Is this your attitude towards making me your divine consort? If you do not trust me, then why come seeking me? Robin remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction etched upon her face as she surveyed the dangerous aura emanating from the lightning. Attitude? My attitude is one of absolute possession. No one can hinder me, Robin. Once you truly become my divine consort, I shall bestow upon you ample trust. With that, Qin Yun allowed the lightning to dissipate. Converging once more at the bow of the naval ship, Black Grapple, Tina, you are quite impressive. I have heard of your righteous name. The beleaguered naval personnel stared at the suddenly appeared figure, momentarily rendered vigilant. Weapons raised in anticipation of orders. Lightning? Thunder? You are a natural type thunder fruit user. Tina was astonished, intrigued by the man before her. I have yet to see your bounty notice, if you are not a pirate. Then why attack the Navy? Do you seek to harbor the wanted Nicole Robin? You may think of it that way. Not only that, Tina, but I also intend to abduct you to become my divine consort. Qin Yun boldly admitted. What? Despicable. Do not even think about laying a hand on Colonel Tina. We shall not permit you to abduct Colonel Tina. Colonel Tina, we will ensure your safety. To approach Colonel Tina, you will have to step over our corpses. The naval personnel, incensed by Qin Yun's declarations, glared at him with murderous intent. If glares could kill, he would have died 100 times over in their eyes. You, Tina, may be pleased by your attention, but she is quite dissatisfied with your attitude." Tina's face flushed with indignation, but she quickly regained her composure, luring him with her words. "However, if you were to join the Navy for my sake, I could grant you a chance to pursue me." "Hey, did you not hear me? I said I would abduct you and make you my divine consort. This is not a matter for your consent." Qin Yun dismissed the naval personnel's remarks, his gaze fixed intently on Tina's graceful form. "I am notifying you. Your acceptance will bring joy to all. If you decline, well, aside from you, every naval officer present shall sink to the depths of the sea along with this warship. I believe my lovely and intelligent divine consort Tina will make the right choice." "Yes?" As he spoke, arcs of lightning danced at his fingertips, the crackling sound causing the naval officers to wear expressions of grave concern. "You dare threaten Tina?" Tina, taken aback by his undeniable tone, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She glanced back at the furious faces of her men, her heart heavy with helplessness on one hand. They exalted her sense of justice. Yet on the other, he uttered these threatening words, but she could not ignore it. She could never stand by and watch her comrades perish. They asked their commander. She had an obligation to ensure their safe return. Her heart for justice was not solely for the common folk, but also for those loyal Navy subordinates who fought alongside her on the Grand Line. With this thought, she shut her eyes in anguish, her luscious lips quivering, about to utter words of submission when a furious shout interrupted her. "Colonel Tina, please do not agree to his demands. We would rather die than see you sacrifice yourself for our lives." Tina opened her eyes, eager to identify the speaker and chastise him. However, Qin Yun's reaction was too swift. "Humph, such a loquacious individual. Perhaps you should just perish. 30 million volts. Thunderbird." With a disdainful huff, Qin Yun raised his hand and waved it. A colossal bird wrought from thunder swiftly materialized, unleashing a ferocious cry as it electrified the loquacious Navy officer, reducing him to a charred husk, lifeless on the spot. "No." Tina hastily threw out an iron cage in an attempt to intervene. But she was a moment too late. Clenching her fists, her teeth ground together audibly, her eyes ablaze with fury as if she wished to incinerate Qin Yun. Qin Yun paid no heed to her reaction, his motions unceasing. "I am not jesting. My time is limited, and I have no leisure for your Navy's nonsense. 10 million volts. Thunder chain." As the words left his lips, the Thunderbird, swirling in the air, dispersed into a narrow, elongated chain of lightning, ensnaring all the Navy personnel except Tina. Their agonized screams and muffled groans echoed relentlessly as they ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, entwined and bound together by the thunder chain. "Did you just kill them all?" Tina, unable to bear the sight of her comrade's plight, turned her head away in distress, glaring at Qin Yun with unbridled animosity. Were it not for her lack of hockey, she would have rushed at him in a desperate bid for vengeance. "Fear not. They have merely lost consciousness. Killing them serves no benefit to me. In fact, keeping them alive might persuade you to willingly become my divine consort, which is far preferable to a future of feudal resistance." Qin Yun waved his hand dismissively, urging her with a glance. "Colonel Tina, make your choice. I trust you do not wish to follow in the footsteps of Admiral Zephyr." Upon hearing this, Tina's mind instantly conjured the image of her mentor, Zephyr. Several years prior, the marine training ship he commanded was besieged by pirates, and all his beloved students, save for Ein and Benz, were slaughtered, leaving him with a grievous injury to his right arm. Reflecting on Zephyr's tragic fate, Tina sighed deeply before lifting her head and resolutely declaring, "I will become your divine consort. However, you must not harm my subordinates any further, nor damage the ship. Otherwise, what difference would it make if they were dead? Rest assured, they are presently in a state of oblivion, with no one to provoke me, and I have no desire for further bloodshed." Qin Yun chuckled heartily, readily acquiescing. He then vanished in a flash, appearing beside the Navy personnel. "What are you doing?" Tina questioned, her heart tightening as she raised her voice. "Do not fret. I merely need to take some necessary precautions to prevent you from reneging after I depart with you and resorting to self-harm." As he explained, Qin Yun placed his hands before him, fingers splayed like claws, dark lightning flickering between them. Once the lightning reached a critical intensity, he released his grip, sending the dark energy mercilessly toward the Navy personnel. Dark art, dark thunder seed. The dark lightning enveloped the Navy officers, accompanied by chaotic hissing sounds as it infiltrated their hearts, sealing their fates within his grasp. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, knowing this would ensnare Tina in his control. ultimately leading her to develop feelings over time, making it impossible for her to escape. Having already agreed to be your divine consort, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Tina's expression soured. Her thoughts racing with the realization that she might indeed be trapped in his grasp. It seemed her only recourse was to await rescue from the Marine headquarters. You should consider this. My elaborate measures demonstrate my genuine interest and affection for you. Tina was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Qin Yun's cunning rhetoric. It struck her that the only individuals who had ever cared for her this deeply were her parents. Lightning transformation, electric magnetism, magnetic attraction. Ah. Qin Yun raised his hand toward Tina. Drawing her into his embrace, he gently caressed her delicate features, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "See, our powers complement each other so perfectly. At my beck and call, you instinctively draw closer." After a brief moment of panic, Tina closed her eyes, remaining silent, her flushed cheeks and pink-tinted ears betraying her inner turmoil. Qin Yun found her reaction amusing, satisfaction swelling within him. Yet, he chose not to pursue further intimacy. There would be ample time for that in the future. He released his hold on Tina, allowing her to sit quietly on the ground. His observation hockey had already detected several unconscious pirates within the ship's hold, and one pirate's appearance struck him as familiar. It seems you captured quite a number of pirates during this voyage. Tina steadied herself, rising to retrieve a cigarette from her pocket with a crackling sound. She lit it up, taking a deep drag. She exhaled a thick cloud of smoke toward Qin Yun's back. Noticing his lack of response, she replied somewhat disheartened, "Just some fledgling pirates. They are members of the Foxy Pirates. Unfortunately, their captain, Silver Fox Foxy, is too cunning, allowing him to escape." Qin Yun nodded slightly, a flash of lightning illuminating his surroundings as he entered through the breach created by his previous lightning strike. Emerging outside the prison, Tina swiftly followed, anxious to prevent any destructive actions against the warship. Some unfortunate pirates had already met their demise beneath his lightning, while others remained unconscious, having been rendered silent by the Marine's use of a narcotic. Qin Yun strolled deeper into the ship, arriving at the cell housing the pirate who seemed familiar. "This is Portia." Portia was a girl clad in a pink naval uniform, with a pure appearance and indigo hair. Even in unconsciousness, a confident smile graced her lips. The flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yun's eyes. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous find, or rather, it was a buy one, Robin, get two, Tina. Portia, deal, lightning technique, lightning melting iron. The iron bars melted into a viscous black liquid, cascading to the ground as Qin Yun stepped through. Tina gazed at his retreating figure with a complex expression, still grappling with the sudden upheaval in her life. Qin Yun tucked Portia's hair behind her ear, then lifted her limp body from the cell. "Is this what it means to scavenge corpses in another world?" Tina wondered. "Oh, you know this pirate?" she asked, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed his focused demeanor. "That I know her, though she does not know me." Tina understood, so she was also his target. These pirates were meant to be transported to Impel Down. Why bother with these worthless pirates who lack any devil fruit abilities? Is there even a need to send them to Impel Down? As Qin Yun spoke, he casually unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending the unconscious pirates on their way to reincarnation. By the way, when did you capture these foxy pirates?" Tina trailed behind him, exhaling wisps of smoke. Instinctively responding, "Just this morning." "Why do you ask?" "I see, no wonder a pirate ship was trailing behind you Marines." "What?" Tina gasped, realizing she might be abducted by Qin Yun, leaving her remaining Navy comrades utterly defenseless. Tina cannot abandon her subordinates like this. Silver Fox Foxy possesses the power of the slow fruit. Once we leave, he will undoubtedly slaughter my subordinates. Qin Yun's eyes flickered at the mention of the slow fruit. What a remarkable ability, one worth seizing for himself, he responded nonchalantly. "Oh, you want me to intervene? That would require additional compensation." "Humph, just allow Tina to resolve the foxy pirates, and that will suffice, no need, as long as you obediently comply in the future. I shall take care of them myself shortly." As Qin Yun spoke, he cradled Portia in one arm while wrapping the other around Tina's slender waist, a flash of lightning propelling them toward the hovering vessel above. In the distance, Robin observed as he brought two women onto the airborne ship, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. It seemed Qin Yun had quite a few divine consorts. Moments later, Qin Yun reappeared before Robin, dispersing the lightning cage with a wave of his hand. "Come, my divine consort Robin." "Divine Qin Yun, Shouldn't you introduce yourself before whisking me away? Robin replied calmly, setting her book down elegantly, her chin resting on her hand, her gaze captivating. Have you ever heard of Sky Island? I am both its deity and emperor, Qin Yun explained in a subdued tone. Sky Island. To my astonishment, you hail from there. Robin's eyes sparkled, clearly recognizing the Sky Island. However, I am a wanted criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries, relentlessly pursued by the world government. If you desire me to become your divine consort, rest assured that the world government will undoubtedly set their sights on you. Do you still dare to accept me? The world government? Qin Yun scoffed, non-committal in his response. Such trivial matters need not concern us. All I desire is for you to become my divine consort, and these obstacles are hardly deterrents. Borki, with a pure and innocent appearance, playful and prone to jealousy, her speech is exceedingly sweet, often beginning her sentences with how annoying. Her nose may be whisked away by the slippery fruit, restoring her to a normal state. Upon hearing his tone laced with disdain for the world government, Robin inwardly sighed. If he was unafraid of them, it seemed Crocodile would not intimidate him either. Yet, she could not simply depart with him. There remained the historical texts of Alabasta, and she could not relinquish this opportunity. With this thought, she offered a wry smile, stating that her dream was to decode all historical texts and uncover the truth behind the century of history obscured by the world government. If he could agree to assist her in realizing this dream, she would become his divine consort. Not a problem, Robin nodded. Yet Qin Yun's swift reply did not instill her with confidence. You likely remain unaware that the president of the Baroque works is none other than the warlord of the sea. Crocodile T seeks to usurp the Alabasta kingdom and desires me to decipher its historical texts, after which it is highly probable that I would be killed by him. Qin Yun listened impassively. Perhaps he could leverage this information gap to ensure Robin's compliance and obedience to his actions. Thus, before I become your divine consort, I must read the historical texts here that if you genuinely wish for me to assume that role. You may come to rescue me later. I believe the divine should not refuse my small act of willfulness, for if you deny me access to the historical texts that are nearly within my grasp, I cannot trust your assurances that there's no need for such complications. Qin Yun appeared confident. We shall directly travel to Alabasta and eliminate Crocodile. The members of Baroque works are unaware of his identity as their president. At that time, this deity will personally escort you to read the historical texts. Robin had no objections. She suddenly smirked and teased. Just now, I saw you take 2 women aboard your ship. They too must be destined to become your divine consorts. Does it mean that even a deity cannot escape worldly desires, so infatuated with mortal beauty? The desires of deities are far more intense than those of mortals. Furthermore, every divine consort chosen by me can provide me with the assistance needed for cultivation, enabling me to grow stronger. They can make you stronger. This is the marvelous utility of the thunder fruit. Once we develop our abilities together, you shall understand. Qin Yun calmly explained, attributing any outrageous skill to the thunder fruit. Asserting, don't ask. Just know that this deity is formidable, and my fruit's abilities are well-honed. Robin's face flushed as she turned to place several books into her satchel, then casually gestured for Qin Yun to proceed. Understanding her cue, he lifted her from the small boat and returned to the vessel. Sea King Turtle. What about me? Meanwhile, far from Qin Yun and the others, the foxy pirates were speeding through the ocean. They delighted in the absurd pirate game known as Davy Back Fight, where crews competed to capture each other's members. In this world dominated by strength, only Luffy and his crew would lower themselves to play such games. At that moment, a startled cry erupted from Meticulous, who was peering through a telescope. Captain, it seems the Navy has come under attack. The sailors on deck are lying on the ground, presumably dead. What? Foxy exclaimed, snatching the telescope from him and peering through it. Sure enough, he beheld a group of Navy personnel collapse together, their fates uncertain. Captain, should we go over? Given the circumstances, that female colonel has likely been taken. If they are nearby, we would be walking into our doom. Damn it. Foxy pounded the railing in frustration, unsure of the fates of Baikupin and Borki. Captain, your life is paramount. Those pirates were merely taken. We can abandon them, Meticulous hastily advised, fearing the captain would seek trouble. Boom. Suddenly, a flash of lightning expanded in Foxy's vision. He had no time to utilize his slow fruit ability before a colossal foot made of thunder descended upon him, driving him deep into the deck. The slow fruit user, Silver Fox Foxy. Qin Yun gazed down at the grotesque, now bloodied form of Foxy, a smile creeping across his lips. The slow fruit, I shall claim it. Captain, the pirates erupted into panic. Realizing Foxy had been swiftly defeated, leaving them utterly powerless. Yet, stranded upon the ocean, where could they flee? Qin Yun's eyes crackled with lightning as he focused on the crowd aboard the pirate ship. Guided by his observation haki, lightning technique, thunderbolt eyes, in the next instant, 2 bolts of slicing lightning erupted from Qin Yun's eyes. As his gaze swept across the scene, the pirates fell into an eternal silence. Their screams of terror echoing in the air. The power of the lightning was fearsome, igniting the remnants of the pirate ship. Those unfortunate pirates who did not perish immediately would be scorched by the flames. Qin Yun's control was precise. Foxy was merely gravely injured, not instantly dead. He extended his right hand. A peculiar white lightning surged forth, striking Foxy with great force. In a realm invisible to the naked eye. A pale pink energy, encapsulated by the white lightning, was extracted. This was the essence of the slowfruit's power. Taking his time, Qin Yun retrieved an apple from his pocket, placing the slowfruit's ability within it. Observing the apple's transformation, he smiled in satisfaction. It was time to head to Alabasta, divine judgment. With that proclamation, Qin Yun transformed into a flash of lightning and departed, for a true man never looks back at the explosion. As for the berries aboard the pirate ship, Qin Yun had no shortage of berries, and given Foxy's poverty, his observation haki had detected only a few million berries, which he could only lament as a missed opportunity. When he acquired spatial abilities, such as by seizing the Dorador fruit, he would be able to conveniently retrieve his spoils. 3 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, wearing a pair of frog spectacles, his long beard braided, was deeply engrossed in the documents before him. Across from him, Akiji, draped in a laid-back manner, lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed atop the coffee table. Clearly enjoying an unauthorized leave, suddenly, a high-pitched, urgent ringing from a transponder snail interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. Frowning, he swiftly picked up the intercom. Snap! Sengoku Admiral, urgent intelligence. The user of the Thunderfruit has appeared. He has abducted Colonel Tina. The transponder snail mimicked the frantic expression of the intelligence officer, causing Sengoku's pupils to dilate. The Thunderfruit? Sengoku's brow furrowed. This fruit could rival the Goro Goro no Mi. Even a mediocre user of the Thunderfruit would possess at least Vice Admiral level strength. Akiji, disturbed by the exclamation, lifted his eye patch slightly, half awake, casting a glance at Sengoku. Why did he abduct Tina? Survivors claimed they discovered Nico Robin's whereabouts and were pursuing her, only to be intercepted and halted by the Thunderfruit user. Upon boarding, he proclaimed himself as this deity, intending to make Colonel Tina his divine consort. Nico Robin, Akiji's eyes sharpened, and he discreetly continued to listen. A deity. Such audacity. It seems yet another lawless pirate has emerged. Sengoku scoffed, his tone rife with displeasure. Why is it that such desirable fruits end up in the hands of pirates? Has the intelligence department failed to ascertain his identity once the Navy personnel return? We shall have them describe the man's appearance, ultimately creating a likeness for your review. The intelligence officer spoke as he passed along the image of Qin Yun. The image worm beside the table of Admiral Sengoku narrowed its gaze, and an image of Qin Yun was projected onto the screen on the adjacent wall. Observing the projection, he sighed softly at the gentle countenance displayed, no matter how one looked at it. He did not resemble the reckless pirates. How could he have strayed onto the nefarious path of plundering female Navy officers? Admiral Sengoku, we are still diligently investigating his identity, but thus far, we have not uncovered a single shred of information about him. He seems to have appeared out of thin air, with no records of him in our database. We are dispatching the Navy to investigate his whereabouts in the surrounding seas of the incident. A flicker of memory crossed Sengoku's eyes. It had been many years since he had heard of the Thunderfruit. Was its user also a figure that had materialized from nowhere? Admiral Sengoku. After discussions within the intelligence team, considering the uniqueness of the Thunderfruit user and his malicious actions against the Navy upon his emergence, we have unanimously decided to set his bounty at 100 million berries. 100 million berries, that seems rather low for a user of the Thunderfruit, Sengoku murmured. He pondered for a moment before slowly responding. First, let's investigate his background. Do not issue his bounty notice just yet. I will provide further instructions later. Understood. With a languid voice, Akiji remarked, another troublesome individual. It seems, as he closed his eye patch. Sengoku sighed. Feeling somewhat helpless, in the past 2 years, numerous new pirates have emerged. I can only wonder what kind of troubles this Thunderfruit will stir. Speaking of which, didn't T-Garp just return to the East Blue a couple of days ago? I wonder if he'll encounter him. Who can say? The implications of the thunder fruit were significant. It seemed I must pay a visit to the Gorosei. Sengoku crumpled the papers on the table and handed them to a nearby goat, which gobbled them up happily, chewing away. His expression turned stern as he stood and walked toward the door. In Mary Geos, the realm of power, the thunder fruit. Saint Vacheli, sporting a distinct pair of mustaches, exclaimed. Indeed, he appeared out of nowhere and abducted a female navy colonel, after which he vanished without a trace. The Gorosei exchanged glances, and St. Peter, with golden hair, stated calmly, the speed of a thunder fruit user is unparalleled. Even sending Borsellino to capture him would merely be a waste of time. What does it matter to capture a navy colonel? Let us disregard him for now. We can address him if he becomes a threat to the world government later. Saint Nasuger, wiping his hands on the first-generation sword, could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Perhaps it's a case of lusting after beauty. Before Saint Maz could finish, he was interrupted by Saint Satan, who wore a wide-brimmed hat. That will not do. The Science Defense Force needs to study the thunder fruit. If we can obtain his bloodline factor, the strength of the Seraphim will surely reach new heights. Then let us recruit him and have him join the 7 warlords. But isn't the 7 warlords already at full capacity? Not a problem. We can simply transform the 7 warlords into the 8 warlords. Amidst the Gorosei's incessant chatter, a final decision was reached in that case. Let the Navy make contact with him. Isn't he a man of exquisite beauty? Send a few CP spies or Navy officers to entice him into joining the 7 warlords under the pretense of offering beauty. This, Sengoku's expression darkened. What about the Navy colonel that had been abducted? Just a Navy colonel. Sengoku, remember your position. Sengoku's face turned ashen, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Then I shall proceed to issue the orders. With that, he turned to leave, his expression growing even darker and more ominous. On the Grand Line, in Alabasta, Crocodile was another character doomed by the plot. He had fought Douglas Bullet to a standstill in his earlier years and managed to escape after being defeated by Whitebeard. His strength shrouded in mystery, he had emerged too early, lacking even the basic mastery of hockey. For Qin Yun, this was undoubtedly a novice-level challenge. Ahead lay the Rain Dinners, where Crocodile was located. Robin stood at the bow of the ship, guiding Qin Yun in the right direction. Thanks to Qin Yun's strong mediation, she had reconciled with Vivi. After all, they were to live together as sisters, and Robin had no intention of harming Alabasta. Vivi, kind-hearted and reasonable, naturally would not hold a grudge against Robin that I've spotted him. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. Robin teased, need any assistance, my divine lord? No need for that. With that, Qin Yun rose and walked to the bow. Gazing ahead at the Rain Dinners, be careful, Qin Yun, Vivi said with concern. At this point, Qin Yun had become her last hope. Qin Yun nodded, casting a glance at Tina, who was secretly watching him, and grinned mischievously. Tina shot him a glare. Currently, she was in a state of captivity, yet Qin Yun confidently did not restrict her freedom of movement. Embarrassed by her captivity, she wrapped the shawl emblazoned with justice around her waist, shielding her last bastion of purity. Little did she know, such actions only piqued Qin Yun's interest further. Just stay on the ship. I'll go have some fun with Crocodile, Qin Yun declared, raising his arm and gesturing forcefully upwards. Now, it was time to make an introduction. Judgment of the gods. In the next moment, a colossal bolt of lightning crashed down, piercing through the roof of the Rain Dinners, shaped like a crocodile. It thundering. Is it going to rain? The people wandering the streets gazed at the immense pillar of lightning, caught in a stupor. Crocodile lay on a soft sofa, plotting his envisioned utopia, when suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind. What? The lightning pillar expanded ominously above him, blinding him momentarily. Instinctively, he transformed into his elemental form, dodging to the side. However, his speed was insufficient. The lightning pillar struck him fiercely, propelling him downward and creating an unfathomably deep pit. As a Sansan fruit user, Crocodile was immune to electric shocks, yet he could not ignore the impact and searing heat of the lightning. Hiss! In the depths of the pit, Crocodile groaned in agony. At that moment, he felt as if his insides had been shattered by the lightning, his already disfigured face and body scorched beyond recognition. His willpower was remarkable. Even in such circumstances, he managed to struggle to his feet. He then transformed his lower body into sand and flew out of the vast pit. Who is it? Crocodile gritted his teeth, swinging his hand with the golden hook from left to right, only to discover that the hook had morphed, revealing a bloodied and mangled hand beneath. The people in the rain dinners were jolted awake by the thunderous roar, and upon seeing Crocodile, they realized the gravity of the situation. Hastily fleeing to escape this perilous place in an instant, screams and sounds of struggle rose, creating a cacophony of chaos. Crocodile, the Sand Croc, why do you not strive to enhance your strength and seek revenge against Whitebeard? Instead of playing the scheming fool in this tiny nation, Qin Yun stood suspended in the air, a powerful electromagnetic field suddenly emanating from him, quickly enveloping the entire rain dinners field, electromagnetic domain. Consequently, all electronic devices in the rain dinners suffered irreversible damage. Not only that, but with a mere thought, Qin Yun could teleport to any location within the electromagnetic field that I don't believe we've met. Have we? You bear no grudge against me. Why trouble yourself to seek me out? Crocodile's face turned a deep shade of anger at Qin Yun's contemptuous words. He looked at the unfamiliar face in the sky, clenched his fists, and fought against the urge to retaliate. He was in no position to engage in a fight, having been ambushed and left severely injured. I simply sought some amusement. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. A flash of lightning illuminating the air as he appeared behind Crocodile. He executed a side kick, enveloping his leg in hockey, the force of which was formidable as it aimed for Crocodile's back. Have you ever been struck by lightning? Clockter was taken aback, a sharp pain coursing through his waist as his body was propelled into the air, crashing violently into walls along the way. He rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt, utterly defenseless. Damn it! The thunderfruit. Clockter coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He never imagined he would have such a disastrous day. Encountering such a formidable foe in paradise, erosion reincarnation, he pressed both hands against the ground, and the surrounding structures began to gradually turn to sand, sinking as if lifeless, transforming the earth into a cracked wasteland. His complexion improved slightly as moisture was absorbed. However, the people in the rain were suffering. Those who could not escape were forced to sink into the sand, facing imminent death. Clockter glared fiercely at Qin Yun, and suddenly his body began to spin violently. Super heavy sandstorm. The sand around him surged towards Clockter, attempting to form a colossal sandstorm. But this was not a turn-based game. Qin Yun would not foolishly wait for him to strike. Too slow. Taking advantage of Clockter's wind-up, Qin Yun had already amassed a significant amount of thunder in his hands. He thrust his hands forward, and a thunder Qilin, with its hooves stepping upon the void, charged towards Clockter. Thunder Law, Jade Qilin. The hard-won sandstorm was effortlessly shattered by the thunder Qilin, and Clockter was seized and hurled towards the ground, culminating in an explosive clash. Were there any true contenders in the rain? Only Clockter. His casino, Rain Banquet, had lured countless criminals and gambling addicts. In this moment, they were all obliterated by the aftermath of the battle between Qin Yun and Clockter, leaving no survivors. As the thunderstorm subsided, Qin Yun gathered the residual lightning and appeared before Clockter. Wahaha, my ideal paradise. Clockter's consciousness was fading, teetering on the brink of death. Regrettably, he never comprehended why he had become a target, hunted in the desolate desert. With an expressionless face, Qin Yun rubbed white lightning between his hands and struck Clockter, stripping him of his sand fruit and placing it into a nearby pineapple he had prepared earlier. The pineapple swiftly transformed, ultimately resembling a cactus with outstretched hands, rather endearing in appearance. This is the sand fruit. It would indeed be a fine choice for Desert Princess Vivi to possess such power, though the time is not yet ripe. Qin Yun's gaze flickered. He required more devil fruits for his experiments. This moment, Clockter's body appeared even more frail and desiccated due to the removal of the devil fruit. Qin Yun raised his hand, grasping at nothing, sparks of electricity flickering continuously, forming a ball of flame. With a casual toss, he reduced Clockter's corpse to ashes. Qin Yun. Upon his return, Vivi rushed into his embrace, which he caught with steadiness. Inhaling the masculine scent emanating from him, she felt immensely fortunate. Qin Yun. Thank you. Qin Yun smiled faintly, replying that it was still too early for gratitude. Once they returned to the palace, she would have ample opportunity to express her thanks. Vivi's face flushed, and she shyly murmured, Qin Yun gently stroked her light blue hair, his gaze shifting to the crowd. Robin, Clockter is dead. Inform all the chief commanders of Baroque works to converge at Alyabarna within 5 days. Understood, Lord God. Robin's teasing voice chimed in. Katlia, the rebel army's stronghold. Kosha, we're out of water again. That wretched king. When will we rescue everyone? Not yet. Kosh's face was grave. His father still held trust in the king, urging him not to resort to violence. However, as the leader of the rebel army, he had to consider his subordinates. Yet, Alabasta was a member nation recognized by the world government. Even if he succeeded in rebellion, he could not gain their acknowledgement that in a few days he would be annihilated, which was why he had yet to act. That detestable king. If it weren't for his dancing powder, how could we have fallen to such depths? Divine judgment. Kosha was startled. Why did the entire world suddenly illuminate? It was nighttime after all. Instinctively, he followed the light, witnessing a lightning pillar descending from the heavens, growing larger in his sight. How beautiful! Boom! The tremendous thunder and roaring sound drew the attention of the entire rebel army, and they stared in horror at the gaping pit left behind by the vanishing lightning pillar, dumbfounded. All rebel forces emerge. At that moment, a chillingly indifferent voice resonated from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a flying ship descending slowly. It's Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi. What is she doing here? Is she here to kill us? The rebels gasped in disbelief, their whispers swirling amidst the tension, yet all eyes were fixated on her. Everyone, I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of this nation, the culprit behind Alabasta's drought, the warlord of the sea Cloctor, has fallen. Soon, rain will grace us once more, and we shall no longer suffer from water scarcity. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, none daring to speak out, their gazes filled with skepticism. Observing this, Vivi raised her voice once more. Who is the leader here? The rebel army began to stir restlessly. Where is the leader? I don't know. With such a commotion, where has Kosha gone? Could it be? Those with sharper wits glanced at the enormous pit nearby, the scorching air carrying a hint of char, yet they dared not voice their suspicions. Kosha's demise was undoubtedly orchestrated by Qin Yun. How could his divine judgment possibly miss? As the leader of the resistance, he organized large-scale rebellion whenever the nation faced turmoil. Such a rebellious figure posed an extremely unstable factor for the entire country. Others might live, but someone with treasonous intent must perish if the leader is absent. Select someone to speak on your behalf. Qin Yun's calm voice echoed, sending a chill through the hearts of the crowd, compelling them to comply. Soon, the rebels elected Farafura as their representative, though he appeared somewhat dim-witted. Princess Vivi, Cloctor was a hero of the nation. How could he be the cause of our drought? He secretly used dancing powder to curse our country. This is what I discovered after joining his ranks. Farafura was momentarily speechless. Mere words would surely fail to convince the rebel army. I have no time to waste with you if it weren't for Vivi kneeling before me, pleading earnestly, which delighted me. I wouldn't have spared your unstable lot. Remember, it was Vivi who granted you a chance at life. Of course, the words in parentheses were merely his thoughts, unvoiced as his speech concluded. The sky erupted with rampant lightning, a lightning dragon hurtling towards the crowd. Yet, at the last moment, it veered back into the sky. The rebel army felt their scalps tingle from the electric energy. Paralyzed by fear, how could mere mortals contend with the terrifying might of lightning? They realized Qin Yun could extinguish their lives with a mere wave of his hand. Lord God of Thunder. Princess Vivi, we believe. Yet, Farafura clenched his teeth, summoning his courage to speak. But could you please bring rain for us now? We haven't had fresh water in ages. I understand your thirst. Thus, we shall have a brief reign here. When I return today, I will discuss with my father. For the following month, Alabasta will be shrouded in clouds, enjoying the cleansing embrace of rain. Vivi readily agreed to their request. Observing this, Qin Yun gathered some clouds to envelop the area. The lightning dragon plunged into them, thunder rumbling, and soon the rebel army was drenched in a torrential downpour. Princess Vivi, Lord God of Thunder. The rebel army expressed their gratitude in unison, as the saying goes. Those who provide sustenance are akin to mothers. Kosha, truly unfamiliar. Who, in their right mind, would seek out trouble and incite rebellion when they can live in peace and stability? Thus, the rebel forces disbanded and returned to civilian life. Wei Wei and Qin Yun played their parts, one as the benevolent figure and the other as the stern enforcer, one offering sweet dates and the other wielding a stick, swiftly persuading the rebels to surrender. Their arduous journey to the heart of the rebel camp stemmed from two motivations: concern for Wei Wei's feelings and, from Qin Yun's perspective, the belief that Alabasta was already his for the taking. These insurgents would become his future inexpensive labor force, contributing to the building of his nation. Naturally, it was preferable for them to suffer fewer casualties. only targeting the primary sources of instability. In the royal capital of Alyabarna. The palace stood resplendent under the enchanting night sky. Upon her return, Wei Wei naturally sought an audience with Ko Bula at that moment. Ko Bula held a document in his hand, his expression clouded with worry. His thoughts lingering on the headstrong Wei Wei who had ventured abroad. Father, who within the palace did not recognize Princess Wei Wei, Qin Yun and Wei Wei made their way to the grand hall of the palace without obstruction. Ko Bula was taken aback, raising his gaze to behold the joyful figure of Wei Wei. Before he could manage a smile, he noticed her hand clasped with that of a young man beside her. The nature of their relationship was all too apparent, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wei Wei, you still remember to come back? Ko Bula regained his composure and feigned anger. Father, the source of the drought has been dealt with. It's crocodile. Wei Wei remained unperturbed, acknowledging her prior recklessness. What? It was him all along. Ko Bula naturally believed Wei Wei's words unconditionally. However, his focus was not on this revelation. You mean to say, he is someone I met while undercover? Qin Yun is my destined partner. Our feelings for each other are mutual, and we have declared our love, becoming companions. Wei Wei smiled shyly, tightly gripping Qin Yun's hand and leaning gently against him. She wished to spare Ko Bula any worry by withholding the details of her contract with Qin Yun, knowing it would surely provoke him. Ko Bula was momentarily bewildered, though he could discern their romantic connection. Yet, upon hearing Wei Wei's declaration, he felt a twinge of discomfort. How long had he ruled as king? He had become astute over the years, quickly recognizing the underlying issues. While he could see the genuine joy on Wei Wei's face and the love reflected in her gaze towards Qin Yun, the suddenness of it all left him filled with doubts. Perhaps he could only grasp the broader truth upon Wei Wei's return from By then. However, all would have been set in motion. Qin Yun nodded slightly, stating, Wei Wei is kind-hearted and charming. We fell in love at first sight. Upon learning of her predicament, I will proactively assist her in overcoming Alabasta's troubles. Father, Qin Yun has the ability to bring rain. Wei Wei added rain. Ko Bula was overjoyed. This truly was their lifeline. Father, you should announce to the citizens tomorrow that all blame falls on Crocodile. By noon tomorrow, Qin Yun will summon a month-long deluge. This way, we need not worry about water resources for quite some time. As Wei Wei spoke, she yawned. We should return to rest now. You take your time. Without waiting for Ko Bula's consent, she eagerly tugged Qin Yun's hand, leading him out of the palace. Ko Bula nodded in agreement. Still basking in the relief that their nation was saved, it took him a moment to process. Rest? Wait, they won Tiev already. The thought gripped him with anxiety, as he felt his beloved daughter, whom he had raised with such care, was about to be taken from him in the royal palace. Within Wei Wei's chamber, Qin Yun had paused in the courtyard of her palace, while Robin and the others had been arranged to stay in the adjacent quarters. Today, the spotlight was undoubtedly on the kind-hearted Princess Wei Wei. Qin Yun had long planned to share a beautiful moment with her in her royal abode. Discussing marriage to him, it held significant sentimental value for Wei Wei, while also providing an intriguing experience for him, fulfilling his desire to engage with a princess. This moment, Wei Wei lay nestled in Qin Yun's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Why did you choose me, coming from so far to assist me? Wei Wei suddenly lifted her head, her innocent eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed into Qin Yun's. Of course, I was drawn to you. Otherwise, why would I have forged a contract under the pretext of helping you to make you my divine consort? Humph, you really have no sense of romance for not pursuing me. Oh, have I not pursued you? Hee. Wei Wei smiled coyly, remaining silent. Qin Yun smirked, burying his head in her silky hair. His thoughts were clear, given the unique ability to grow stronger through interaction with female characters. His intentions were evident. As long as they aligned with his aesthetic and garnered his approval, he would welcome them into his fold. Now, as both a deity of the divine nation and its emperor, the notion of having a harem of 3,000 beauties was not merely a fanciful notion. Those who were amenable, like Wei Wei and Robin, would be welcomed with open arms. For those more challenging to win over, such as Tina or the future Dasky, Peach, and others, he would first bind them to him before employing various methods to win their hearts later. Dio not question whether Qin Yun might grow weary of accumulating so many divine consorts. In a world of the extraordinary, he was undoubtedly striving towards immortality, employing every means necessary to achieve it. According to his plans, Perhaps he might truly attain eternal life, should he find himself with too few divine consorts to foster meaningful relationships, thus impeding his journey towards immortality. He would undoubtedly regret it. The following morning, Wei Wei awoke languidly, her eyes fluttering open to meet Qin Yun's gentle gaze. She smiled shyly, offering him her cherry lips. After an eternity, Qin Yun finally released her from their embrace, and she felt an unparalleled joy, as if her entire being was filled with vigor. The two assisted each other in tidying up, lingering for some time before Qin Yun finally stepped out of the room. Still nestled against Wei Wei. Ah, our lovely princess has awakened. I wonder what time you two chatted until last night. Robin, ever the mischievous one, teased upon seeing the unmistakable delight on Wei Wei's face. Humph, Sister Robin, you are too wicked. Wei Wei retorted weakly, not backing down. All right, I won't tease you any further, Robin replied with a charming smile, sparing the bashful Wei Wei. Qin Yun, without missing a beat, led her to the dining table, playfully teasing Balky, who was happily indulging in delicious food nearby. Stop it, I still want to eat. Balky pouted, but rather than retaliate, she took the initiative to feed Qin Yun. Together, they enjoyed the meal, prompting a flurry of affectionate complaints from her that I'm so sleepy. Tina, whose room was next door, could hardly contain her grievances. All right, I'll make sure you wake up in a bit, Qin Yun teased upon hearing her complaint. Tina, however, was not about to concede easily, her expression defiant, though her tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. You have no say in this, Qin Yun grinned, already plotting how to playfully torment the adorable Tina at noon. The heat of the day was palpable, and Kobula's efficiency was remarkable. He had already informed the citizens overnight. However, this also meant that the journalists from the World Economic News Agency had caught wind of the news. In a few days, the disappearance of the warlord crocodile would circulate throughout the world, rumored to be dead. Returning to the main topic, Qin Yun summoned a thick blanket of dark clouds, enveloping the entirety of Alabasta. Soon, a torrential downpour began, one that could last a month under Qin Yun's fruit abilities. Of course, with his fruit awakened, he could permanently alter the environment, trapping the region in an eternal state of rain or thunder. Yet, no populace could endure an unending deluge. It was not mentioned in the pirate world that natural abilities could awaken. However, both the Superman and Zoan types can awaken, and since they are all devil fruits, it stands to reason that the Logia type should also be capable of awakening. For instance, Akainu and Akiji have permanently altered their environment to create the Ice and Fire Island. Presently, Vivi has truly become his divine consort, and Alabasta has fallen under his command as the sole heir of Cobra. Following his demise, Vivi, or her child with Qin Yun, is destined to ascend as queen. Vivi has consistently fulfilled her responsibilities as queen, seeking reign and prosperity for Alabasta while quelling internal strife. Now, she simply needs to attend to Qin Yun, requesting more rainfall from him. However, Qin Yun has numerous matters to consider. Alabasta is vast, and decisions such as when to unleash lightning or release water require his meticulous maneuvering and keen observational skills. Fortunately, Qin Yun does not find this burdensome. In fact, he relishes it, as it brings him joy. The royal mausoleum to the west of the palace. Qin Yun led Robin to discover the second piece of historical text. Previously, he had utilized his observation hockey to locate another piece of historical text and had shown it to Robin. Robin, with a stoic expression, read the historical text before her, yet internally, a tempest was brewing. How could this be? This piece of historical text detailed the location of the ancient weapon, the king of the underworld, which was not the history she wished to uncover. No need to rush, Robin, Qin Yun reassured, holding up the image transmitting shell. I've already captured the text. You can take your time to review it later. Robin turned, curiosity piqued, and asked, Aren't you at all interested in what the historical text says? I'm not an archaeologist like you. Qin Yun replied with a light smile, dismissively waving his hand. History is penned by the victors. The contents here are merely remnants of the vanquished. I have no interest in them. Speak if you wish. If not, it matters not, for my purpose has always been you, not these trifles. Robin was taken aback. She couldn't comprehend why Qin Yun, who was not lacking in female companionship, had fixated on her. Was she truly that captivating? After pondering, she let out a soft laugh. You are unaware of what is written in there. If you did, you might not speak so nonchalantly. Don't keep me in suspense. If you wish to test me, simply mention a few keywords. Qin Yun was well aware of the contents of the text. His actions were merely a ploy to further win Robin's heart. Robin's expression hardened as she fixed her gaze on Qin Yun, searching for any signs of deceit. The text detailed the location of the ancient weapon. The king of the underworld. As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Yun scoffed. Is that all? You truly are not interested? Surprised by his apparent sincerity, Robin was taken aback. Legend has it that the king of the underworld could obliterate an island with a single blast. Crocodile had schemed for years for its sake. If the legendary power is so feeble, one can only imagine the true king of the underworld is no greater. With my strength, I could easily accomplish such feats. Do you think I covet the power of the king of the underworld? Qin Yun was merely posturing. The king of the underworld had never made an appearance, and he was unaware of its true power. He certainly had the opportunity to seize it. He knew both the location of the king of the underworld and its blueprint, and he could simply go and retrieve it later. Robin was momentarily stunned, realizing that the man before her was a thunderfruit user, and the terrifying level of his fruit's development left her in awe each time he displayed his abilities. Compared to Akiji and Akainu, she couldn't discern who had developed their powers better. To her, they were all top tier. Since you've read enough, let us depart. It is time for you to fulfill your duties as divine consort. Noticing that she had ceased reading the historical text, Qin Yun proposed a joint operation. Robin's expression froze. She had thought that Qin Yun would also be driven to violence due to the king of the underworld. To her surprise, he not only showed disinterest in her recounting the historical text, but also reminded her of her responsibilities as divine consort, urging her to return to her previous pursuits. There's no escaping this, Robin thought bitterly. Under the world government's bounty, she had skillfully evaded one assassination attempt after another. She remained an inexperienced maiden, having believed her fate would remain unchanged. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered someone as domineering as Qin Yun, who had forcibly summoned her as divine consort upon their first meeting. While she jested about Borchi and Vivi, when it came to her own turn, she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and embarrassment. She questioned her feelings toward Qin Yun, finding little animosity. After all, he was assertive yet respectful towards her. It was only after he had shown her several pieces of historical text that he attempted to extend his influence over her. He seemed remarkably restrained. Now, escape was certainly out of the question. She knew not where to go, and could only obediently accept Qin Yun's arrangement and become his divine consort. What? Have you not prepared yourself after all these days together? Robin snapped back to reality, responding with a complex expression. I am prepared. I merely found myself momentarily reflective. That's good to hear. Qin Yun had successfully gained the opportunity to interact with one of the two leading women among pirates. If he were to evaluate it, he would say, this was far better than issuing orders in the court of Skypiea. Robin understood why Qin Yun would go to such lengths to summon a divine consort, and comprehended his urgent desire. The following morning, Qin Yun, yawning while having breakfast, assessed the capacity of his armament hockey. Previously, he could only cover both hands, but now he had progressed to enveloping both arms. Moreover, he felt as if his stomach were as vast as a bowl, with his body's digestive capabilities having significantly improved. While he could not compare to Luffy, the glutton, his appetite had certainly reached a level befitting a strong warrior. In the East Blue, at Logue Town, Navy headquarters. What? Smoker's face flushed as he slammed 3 cigars against the table, shouting in rage, questioning what the higher-ups were doing. Tina had been inexplicably abducted, and they were still contemplating recruiting her into the warlords of the sea. Smoker had repeatedly defied orders without facing expulsion, partly due to his formidable smoke fruit powers and partly due to his strong connections within the Navy. Colonel Smoker, please calm down. Anger will not resolve anything. What you need to do now is remain composed and locate the person who kidnapped Colonel Tina. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Smoker reluctantly issued orders. Jem, you are right. Have the men keep a close watch for any news. Notify me immediately if there is any sign of Tina. Tragically, by the time he next encountered Tina, it would be too late. Once hailed as the Navy Academy's recognized goddess, she had now become Qin Yun's cherished treasure, tenderly cared for by him. Not only that, but even his adorable and somewhat scatterbrained subordinate, Dashki, had caught Qin Yun's eye and would soon drift away from him. Meanwhile, Zifa at the Navy Academy furrowed his brow, silently resolving to take action that if the one who kidnapped Tina were to become a warlord of the sea, he would have no choice but to assert his independence. With a determined expression, he called out, Bins, investigate Tina's whereabouts. Yes, teacher. Meanwhile, in a conference hall somewhere in the capital of Alabasta, a colossal meeting table was positioned at the center, flanked by the chief commanders of the Baroque works. Seated in order of their code names, At the head of the table sat a primary and a secondary seat, with Robin occupying the latter. Her interest piqued as she observed the assembly. Her mindset had transformed from a stagnant pool of despondency to a vibrant wellspring of energy, invigorated by the presence of Qin Yun. To her left, seated in succession, were Mr. 1 Das Bonus, Mr. 2 Fonquilii, Mr. Point 3 Galdino, Mr. 4 Bibu, and Mr. 5 Jiati. To her right sat Miss Shuang Shouji Bora, Miss Wang Jin Zhou Mariano, Miss Sheng Danjidaluo Fei, and Miss Qing Rin Jiamiki Ta. They had been summoned to heed the orders of the vice president and to catch a glimpse of the president who remained concealed behind her. Indeed, they were only aware of the vice president, oblivious to the identity of the president. The commands of Crocodile were conveyed through Robin, facilitating Qin Yun's grasp over the Baroque work's influence. Mr. 1 Das Bonus was equally unaware of the president's identity. Anyone could check the comments here for verification. Ah, Vice President, how is it that you appear even more radiant than the last time we met? Spoke Miki Ta, a tall figure with a head of golden short hair and enchanting light green eyes. Always adorned with a smile. You flatter me. Robin chuckled softly, fully aware of her transformation. The somewhat dull complexion she had acquired from her time in Alabasta had been rejuvenated by Qin Yun. Now, her skin was fair and alluring, reminiscent of her appearance 2 years post the war atop the summit. I'm being serious. Vice President, do not keep your treasures hidden. We must share. Miki Ta insisted, eager to delve deeper. If you wish to enhance your beauty, I could paint you, the impassive little Marianu offered, adhering to her own pace, unaffected by the surrounding chatter. Not a chance. Robin scrutinized her with a peculiar tone. Rest assured, I shall share with you, but not at this moment. Soon enough, you shall partake. Is that so? Ahahaha. Miki Ta, reassured by Robin's words, shifted the conversation. Vice President, what sort of person is the president? After a moment's contemplation, Robin replied, he should not be present right now. He is rather domineering. You all must acquiesce to him, lest he becomes displeased, which could lead to grave consequences. Hey, Robin, speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming of a secretary. A voice boomed just as the primary seat erupted with brilliance, revealing a robust figure. Upon his arrival, he immediately enveloped the smiling Robin in his embrace. President? Gasped the assembly in unison, their astonishment palpable. They were no mere novices and recognized the power of the thunder fruit as soon as Qin Yun appeared. Raising his hand to quell their alarm, Qin Yun assured them, indeed, I am the clandestine boss of the Baroque works. Mr. Point Zero, Robin elucidated appropriately as Qin Yun surveyed the room. He internally lamented the meager resources of Crocodile, who lacked even a single devil fruit in his collection. The abilities of the many chief commanders present were decidedly unimpressive. Wow, I can't believe our president possesses the powers of the thunder fruit. Our patron is truly formidable, Fonquilii exclaimed, leaping joyfully into a dance. The president resolved to unveil his identity, allowing everyone to recognize who the true leader was. Robin extricated herself from Qin Yun's embrace and spoke with confidence. Of course, the purpose of this gathering transcends mere introductions. I trust you have all formed impressions of one another. In the future, when executing tasks, we must avoid causing chaos. Now, I will outline the future course of action for the Baroque works. First and foremost, in terms of operational coordination, Miki Ta and Marianu shall accompany me and the president. Adhering to our commands, the rest shall diligently gather wealth and devil fruits along the first half of the Grand Line. In the near future, the president's divine realm will envelop the new world, where we shall seize the territories of the 4 emperors. Divine realm? Galdino inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice upon hearing Robin's declaration that I am the emperor and deity of this divine realm. When the time is ripe, you shall be privy to all. Bonus nodded, his characteristic silence betraying an unwavering loyalty to execute orders. After Robin elaborated on further details, the assembly's confusion dissipated, and they clearly understood their responsibilities. Finally, Fonquilii passionately proclaimed, then let us spring into action and turn this world upside down. A smirk played on Qin Yun's lips. The Baroque works in Alabasta were merely the beginning of his ambitions in the Qinghai. His aspirations soared beyond mere dominion over the Sky Islands or the acquisition of Alabasta. He yearned for more territories and greater power. He sought to become the god of the entire world, usurping or marrying Emu to attain supreme authority, achieving immortality and unrestrained indulgence, with matters in Alabasta settled. It was time for Qin Yun to embark on his quest to captivate the divine consort. However, one vexing issue remained. The diminutive ship, the little proverb, was still too small, comparable in size to the Mary. Belonging to Luffy and his crew, crafted by Qin Yun's divine guard, the vessel was far from the expertise of the shipwrights of Water 7. Presently, there were 6 divine consorts aboard, making a total of 7 individuals. Including Qin Yun, aside from the conference room, kitchen, bathroom, helm, and storage, there were merely 2 rooms, with 7 individuals resting together. The ship was at full capacity. Adding more would render it cramped. Yet, Qin Yun swiftly devised a solution. Let us all rest on the deck. When the deck is full, the surplus divine consorts may retreat to the cabin. The little proverb boasted a sliding cover and lights. Once closed, the deck transformed into an indoor space. As the vessel soared through the skies, it remained undisturbed and safe for respite. The avaricious capitalist Qin Yun, instead of contemplating the expansion of the little proverb, subjected the lovely maidens to endure discomfort on the deck. Miki Ta, tall, with golden short hair, captivatingly beautiful, perpetually smiling, and possessing a unique laugh. Marianu, the wise one, perpetually expressionless, munching on sunbae, a hypnotist in her own right. These 2 newly inducted maidens had yet to undergo Qin Yun's transformation to become true divine consorts. Still evidently holding back, though persuaded by Robin to accept their identities as divine consorts, they were content to remain unbothered as long as Qin Yun refrained from extending his magical touch. Before long, under Qin Yun's guidance, the group traversed the doldrums and arrived at the East Blue. However, a question lingered. How had Creek returned from the Grand Line to the East Blue? He had been pursued back by Mihawk. A conundrum that had troubled Qin Yun for quite some time. The only explanation he could conjure was that Creek had experienced a stroke of extraordinary luck, entering the doldrums without delay, and then being benevolently ferried to the East Blue by the Sea Kings. The upside-down mountain featured 5 waterways, forming a shape, with a turbulent current that made it impossible to traverse back due to the perennial storms and extreme altitude. Yet, what Qin Yun had not anticipated was that mere moments after their departure, the Navy would arrive in Alabasta in search of his whereabouts, in the royal palace of Alyabarna, Your Majesty Cobra. Have you seen this individual? A Navy Vice Admiral, the Weasel, asked solemnly, pointing to an image. Not at all, Cobra affirmed with utmost certainty. The Weasel furrowed his brow, his small mustache quivering as a user of the thunder fruit. He speculated, if I am not mistaken, the incessant downpour in Alabasta is due to his doing the dough. I see. Cobra, a cunning fox, was not intimidated by the Weasel's authority. I am truly grateful to him. Too bad he did not meet me in person. Otherwise, I would have surely rewarded him. The flying squirrel, witnessing his obstinate demeanor, found himself utterly at a loss. He had traversed the expanse of Alabasta, yet his observation hockey had failed to reveal the presence of Qin Yun. He now harbored grave suspicions that Qin Yun, accompanied by Tina, was soaring through the skies, perhaps utilizing some aerial mode of transportation. Otherwise, amidst the vast ocean and with the Navy's intelligence network, it was inconceivable that not a single trace could be uncovered. Alas, Your Majesty Cobra, we are not in pursuit. Otherwise, we would have long since issued a bounty decree for him. The Grand Marshal of the Warring States had spoken, hoping to enlist him among the 7 warlords of the sea. Should he acquiesce, there would even be a beautiful maiden as a reward. If you happen to know him, kindly relay this message. Should he express a willingness to join, let him provide us with a location, and we shall personally seek him out to formalize the agreement. With that, the flying squirrel departed the palace in disappointment, accompanied by the Navy, after a few days of waiting in Alabasta without receiving any news from Cobra. They set off once more in search of him. Cobra, of course, dared not contact Qin Yun, fearing that the Navy might be monitoring him. Only after a considerable time had passed did he finally muster the courage to inform Qin Yun that the world government sought to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the East Blue, on the Konomi Islands, Qin Yun had already received Cobra's message. Join the 7 warlords of the sea. The legitimacy of sanctioned piracy held little allure for Qin Yun, as he could pillage at will. Aside from the Admiral Kazuru, whose speed could rival his own, who could possibly keep pace with him? He ceased his contemplations and continued to utilize his observation hockey to scan the islands. Now hovering high above the vicinity of Cocoa Village, with Robin, the versatile talent, navigating was a challenge they would not face. As the undisputed leading lady among pirates, Nami was naturally his first target upon arriving in the East Blue. Moreover, she was easily swayed. All he needed to do was rescue her from Arlong's brutal rule, and he could effortlessly win her heart. Yet, why had his observation hockey failed to locate Nami? Qin Yun felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared Nami had ventured out to earn money. Before long, he arrived at Nami's home, landing the small vessel beside an open space adjacent to the orange grove. This area was under the dominion of a gang of fishmen. Yet their strength was rather mediocre, and his own prowess was more than sufficient to contend with them. After explaining the situation, he departed, setting off to find Nojiko, who was diligently tending to another orange grove. The women aboard the ship did not disembark, each preoccupied with their own interests. Alas, the wretched Arlong, when would such a life come to an end? Nojiko lamented inwardly, her character bold and kind-hearted, having endured unimaginable hardships from an early age. Yet, for the sake of her sister Nami, she had persistently sought a glimmer of hope, caring for and supporting her sibling, Nojiko. Nojiko instinctively turned her head, a formidable aura unlike anything she had ever experienced pressing down upon her, making it difficult to widen her eyes. Such a grand entrance could only belong to someone extraordinary. Who are you? I am the divine Qin Yun, here specifically for you and Nami, he stated with his customary candor. Divine? For Nami and me? Nojiko was taken aback. Having seldom ventured beyond her home, how could anyone possibly know her? Was he perhaps someone seeking retribution for money stolen by Nami? Where had Nami gone? Why had she not been spotted on the Konomi Islands? Indeed, Nojiko let out a bitter laugh. She had foreseen this day would come. One who frequents the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. Nami's dubious dealings had evidently led to someone discovering their lair. Nami has gone out to work. This elder brother, how much did Nami take from you? We shall certainly repay you. Repay? Qin Yun chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. Very well, instead of monetary compensation, how about you and Nami become my divine consorts? Nojiko regarded him with confusion. Divine consorts. It felt absurd that he, appearing more noble than Arlong's self-proclaimed fishman lineage, would take an interest in her and Nami. Elder brother, please do not jest, she replied awkwardly, considering herself merely a girl tending to orange trees, her skin bronzed from years of hard labor under the oppressive sun. In stark contrast, the man before her radiated an air of wealth and privilege. It was inconceivable that he would desire someone like her or Nami. I am quite serious. Qin Yun's tone brooked no argument. If you agree, I can help you eradicate the fishmen here. What? Nojiko gasped, quickly scanning her surroundings. Upon realizing that no one was within earshot, she leaned in closer to Qin Yun, whispering, Elder brother, please keep your voice down. It would not do for anyone to overhear. Before she could finish her sentence, she was struck silent by Qin Yun's indifferent gaze, only then recognizing that he was not jesting. Regaining her composure, she thought of the oppressed townsfolk, of herself, of Nami, and of their foster mother, Belmir. A flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes as she murmured, Can you truly kill the fishman Arlong and his ilk? Piece of cake, Qin Yun replied, extending his right hand, lightning crackling and dancing within his palm, emitting a sizzling sound. What is this? Nojiko stared in astonishment at his hand. Instinctively taking a step back, Nojiko, independent and resilient, nurturing Nami, a sanctuary for her sister's spirit, the geographical map of the Grand Line featured windless zones on either side, forming a belt. As for the abilities of the devil fruit, you need not concern yourself with that. Simply understand that my strength is formidable enough to effortlessly obliterate the fishmen. Nojiko nodded, contemplating for a moment, realizing she stood at a pivotal juncture in her life. Though the man before her was shrouded in mystery, she had no alternative but to trust him, agreeing to his proposal to spare Nami the despair of paying Arlong 100 million berries. With that thought, her gaze sharpened as she fixed it upon Qin Yun, responding, I apologize, but I cannot decide for Nami. I can only do my utmost to persuade her. Should you agree, I would be willing to become your divine consort. The words tumbled from her lips, yet she felt a pang of embarrassment within her heart. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Nojiko's heart fluttered with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Then it is settled. Qin Yun chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace. Amid her startled exclamation, The lightning flickered, and they arrived at Arlong Park. That As Nojiko marveled at his extraordinary powers. She heard his commanding voice. Allow me to show you how these wretched fishmen meet their demise. Without further ado, he commenced a ruthless slaughter. Who are you? Wretched human. Ah, Nojiko, she is Nami's sister. I recognize her. The fishmen lackeys present were powerless to resist Qin Yun's relentless advance, unable to utter a word before being incinerated into ash by a fierce bolt of lightning. Am I dreaming? Nojiko gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She had only dared to dream of the Navy coming to their rescue, for her foster mother had once been a Navy officer. She could hardly fathom the existence of someone so powerful. No, he was a deity, her savior, the divine being who would redeem her and Nami. Six-sword style, six-sword waltz, Fishman Hachi, witnessing his companions fall one after another, furiously unleashed his most potent sword technique. Yet, what met him was a bolt of lightning the size of an infant's arm. Why? He was too weak. Qin Yun paid him no heed, and he was swiftly consumed by the self-targeting lightning. At that moment, Arlong, disturbed by the sounds of screams and thunder from outside, emerged from his abode, only to be confronted with a scene of utter carnage. His jaw clenched in rage as he bellowed. Who is this lowly human? Qin Yun chuckled coldly. What a foolish and ignorant fishman you are, a stark contrast to your half-sister, Madame Charlotte. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. He raised his hand in a mock grasp. A sphere of lightning rapidly forming, which he flicked toward Arlong with a gentle motion. Lightning technique. Lightning sphere. Ugh. Arlong writhed in agony as the electric currents tormented him, causing his massive saw blade, chopping peak, to clatter to the ground. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Struggling to remain upright, he glared at Qin Yun, threatening in a low voice, Human, my elder brother is none other than the warlord of the Seven Seas, the fishman Jinbei. You should carefully consider the consequences of taking action against me. Hee, Qin Yun scoffed, unfazed by the foolish Arlong. You may walk away without concern, for I shall shower your mature and voluptuous sister, Nami, with affection, ensuring she finds happiness and joy in my embrace for the rest of her days. You? Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this man possibly know about his sister? Yet, there was no time for contemplation that he saw the opponent's hand mimicking a gun, seemingly ready to fire, and in a fit of impotent rage, shouted, Fishmen are nobler than humans. Lightning spear. In the next instant, a sharp bolt of electricity erupted from Qin Yun's fingertips, piercing through Arlong's skull in the blink of an eye, sending him into eternal slumber to meet Fisher Tiger. The fishmen around them had either perished or fled. Some overly clever fishmen, taking advantage of the moment, had already plunged into the water, unaware that water conducts electricity far more effectively than air. Thunderous water. Soon, the fishmen met their demise from the electric shock, floating belly up to the surface. Even the sea beast, Moo, could not survive in the electrified waters, perhaps by the time it is discovered. It will grace the tables of the villagers of Kokoyashi as a delicacy. Qin Yun turned to Noki Gao, only to find her in tears that it was only natural. The architect of her foster mother's murder lay before her, tortured to death, prompting anyone to weep freely. She remained silent, likely fearing to provoke his displeasure. With this thought, he gently caressed Noki Gao's sky-blue hair and softly reassured her, Let your tears flow. Do not mind me. Upon hearing this, Noki Gao cast a grateful glance at him before bursting into tears, calling out, Belmare, did you see that? Arlong is finally dead. Nami, you no longer need to endure humiliation for us by stealing from the sea. We are free. Qin Yun suddenly recalled the unresolved matter of Colonel Mouse. Once she had shed enough tears, he reminded her, This is not enough. There is still a mastermind behind it all. Huh? Noki Gao was taken aback, quickly inquiring, Who is it? It is Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division, who conspired with Arlong, preventing your situation from reaching the outside world. Rest assured, I have already seen him. As he spoke, Qin Yun raised his hand in the direction of the 16th Division of the Navy, firmly locking onto Mouse's presence, unleashing a colossal thunderbolt, divine judgment. The thunderclap was deafening, even reaching the ears of Kokoyashi village. Undoubtedly, Colonel Mouse was dead, and the building he occupied had been replaced by a massive crater, with only a few fortunate Navy personnel surviving outside. Qin Yun's observation hockey extended far, and given the small size of Kokoyashi village, It was evident that as soon as Nami returned, Mouse had arrived on the scene to dig for her treasure. It was clear that the 16th Division was not far from Kokoyashi village. Come, I shall take you home. Qin Yun extended his hand to her. Noki Gao instinctively responded, suddenly remembering that she had yet to inform the villagers of this good news. That I will go inform the villagers. They are still unaware that the fishmen are dead. There is no need for that. Wouldn't it be more delightful for them to discover it themselves? Qin Yun had no desire to immerse himself among a crowd of wailing villagers. That makes sense, Noki Gao conceded, finding some logic in his words, not daring to defy him. She moved closer to his outstretched hand, satisfied. Qin Yun enveloped her in a flash of lightning, transporting them back to her home. Kokoyashi village, Nami's residence. Noki Gao, now you can tell me where Nami has gone. Qin Yun gently swirled the orange juice in his hand, reclining against the soft cushion, relishing the attentive service of Machida. Upon hearing this, Noki Gao paused her busy actions and softly replied, Nami departed towards the Kotwo Islands over 10 days ago. She should have been there for several days now. Kotwo Islands? Qin Yun recognized the name, recalling that after playing with Robin, she had shared tales of the islands in the East Sea. The Kotwo Islands lie to the northeast of Kokoyashi village. The country of Kokia is also there. A nation that once battled Germa 66. Sanji was released by Reiju during the early stages of the war. This means Nami's return to Kokoyashi village is uncertain, and if I go to find her, I might end up empty-handed. After all, who knows when she will return from which direction? Yes, Noki Gao stuttered. Qin Yun pondered for a moment. Formulating a plan, he retrieved a den mushi and placed it on the table. Palji, Tina, Marianu, you three will stay here to protect Noki Gao. Upon receiving news of Nami, inform me immediately. Vivi, Machida, and Robin will accompany me to search for Nami at the Kotwo Islands. Yes, Lord Divine, the others responded, either vocally or with nods of agreement. Tina had already succumbed to his assistance. She was now capable of utilizing both types of Hakai in the East Sea, which is weak and peaceful. She was practically invincible. Furthermore, with the presence of Palji and Marianu, the two unexpected reinforcements who not only possessed commendable combat abilities, but could also perform hypnosis, Qin Yun felt assured. Another objective was to separate Machida from Marianu to seize the opportunity to make Machida yield to his influence. Kotwo Islands, Prowess Island. This was the territory of the treasure hunter, Treeged at this moment. In a dense forest, Little Thief Nami was hurriedly fleeing alongside Little Fox Karina. Little Fox, if this continues, we will surely be captured. Nami felt a sense of despair. She and Karina were both adversaries and allies. They had come to Prowess Island intending to steal from Treeged's pirate crew's treasury, but had unwittingly been caught red-handed. Thankfully, their quick wits had allowed them to escape into the forest. However, Treeged and his subordinates had lived here for many years, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree, and how long could they possibly evade capture? The little thief never anticipated that Karina, after so many years of success, would falter today. Karina sighed, yet her feet did not falter. Stop joking. You're only 2 years older than me. Besides, we will definitely escape. Nami retorted, displeased. However, just as she spoke, she suddenly tripped over a vine beneath her feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Little thief, Karina exclaimed, quickly halting her steps and rushing to help Nami up. Hurry. This way. Over here. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer, and the expressions of the two women changed drastically. Run. Karina supported Nami as they hurried forward, using the natural cover of the trees to shield their figures. I'm sorry, Karina. I'm holding you back. You should go. Nami realized that if this continued, they would undoubtedly be caught and resolutely uttered her farewell. What nonsense are you spouting? I, the phantom thief Karina, would never abandon my companions. How touching. Just then, a burly man with a wild shock of red hair stepped forward. It was Treeged. I say, you too, having stolen some of my treasures, are you not satisfied and wish to return to steal my treasury? You are truly audacious and unaware of your folly. He wielded a long iron chain, the clinking sound echoing as he swung it. Don't be agitated. Let's talk this over. We won't run. Karina chuckled awkwardly, shielding Nami behind her. Not running? I see you two can't escape now. A throng of dark-skinned primitive natives surrounded them, and seeing his subordinates arrive, Treeged smiled ominously, raising the iron chain to strike the two women, intending to teach them a lesson first. Divine judgment. White thunder. At that critical moment, A massive bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky above. Nami instinctively closed her eyes as the iron chain swung towards her. Yet, to her surprise, she felt no pain whatsoever. Curiously, she opened her eyes, only to find herself and Karina surrounded by a blinding white light, while Karina looked around in terror, firmly holding her in place to prevent any movement. What on earth is happening? Nami exclaimed in surprise, still trying to grasp the situation. No sooner had her words left her lips than the lightning pillar vanished, along with Treege and his subordinates, leaving behind only a vast ring of craters and the earth pillar beneath them. How could they escape this perilous predicament? Jumping over the chasms was impossible. The distance was too great, and should they fail to grasp the opposite earthen wall, they would meet a gruesome fate. It seemed their only recourse was to slide down the earth pillar to its base, and then crawl up the surrounding walls. Karina, regaining her senses, noticed her back was drenched in cold sweat, and gravely explained. It thundered, thunder. Nami questioned her own hearing. Two lost little lambs. Were you frightened? The voice was unmistakably confident. It had arrived just in time to intercept Nami and Karina before they were captured in the original timeline. It would not do for misunderstandings to arise between them. A flash of blue light flickered in the void ahead of Nami and Karina, and Qin Yun appeared, sitting cross-legged, observing them with keen interest. In truth, he had already discerned Nami's presence, but chose to wait for the opportune moment to make his entrance, ready to stage a heroic rescue. Nami was the first to react, realizing the attack had been launched by him, eliminating Treege and his men. Oh no. Big brother, are you here to save us? Thank you so much, she said playfully, her eyes gleaming with gratitude towards Qin Yun. Karina, standing beside her, echoed the sentiment with a smile, her voice sweetly chiming. Big brother, you are both handsome and strong, and so kind-hearted. Could you perhaps take us away from here? There are nothing but deep pits around us, and we two young ladies are stuck. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile in return. He could tell that their expressions of gratitude were feigned. Their bodies trembled slightly from sheer terror, and they were likely unaware of just how frightened they truly were. Oh, why is it that as soon as I rescue you, you both start making requests? That simply won't do. Upon sensing no malice from him, Nami breathed a sigh of relief and mustered the courage to pout. Then how can you possibly take us out of here, if it's treasure you seek? Here, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. Being a lover of wealth, she found it hard to let go of the idea. But Karina was not so fixated on riches. Nami, intelligent, lively, capable, exceptionally gifted, and fond of money. The little thief, FJ, Karina, beautiful with purple flowers, possessing a melodious voice, sharp-witted, skilled in thievery and information gathering, the charming little fox. A delightful sight to behold. Of course, treasure would not be lacking for the big brother. As Karina took over the conversation, she gently nudged Nami, signaling her to comprehend the situation. Treasure? That is something I lack not. I am Qin Yun, the deity and emperor of the divine realm, and within my palace lies an abundance of glittering gold and countless jewels. The divine realm? A deity? An emperor? Nami and Karina were taken aback. He did not seem to be boasting. Could he truly possess such a remarkable background? If he lacked treasures, was it possible he had his sights set on one of them? Ah, no, it must be Nami, or Karina, he was interested in. No need to speculate. I have my eye on both of you. Become my divine consorts. Qin Yun, noticing their hesitance, decided to be forthright once more. The two women were startled. Had their thoughts been read? Surely he couldn't be capable of such a thing. No, that was impossible. It had to be a mere coincidence. Nami thought. Wait, I could agree to him. Using his strength to drive off those fishmen. 100 million berries seem a distant dream. I might as well take advantage of this handsome big brother. Sacrificing myself to save the entire village would be worth it. Karina considered. The situation seems inescapable, in the face of his overwhelming power. My wits seem insufficient to free me from this predicament. Perhaps I should agree. If his claims are true, he could offer me a secure and prosperous life, thus allowing me to live the future I desire. In a flash, both women's thoughts raced, and within moments, they had devised a plan. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That I can agree, as long as you assist me in driving a band of fishmen from my hometown. Nami bit her lip, her tone resolute. She remained kind-hearted, even after the humiliation her village had suffered at the hands of Arlong and his ilk, and even the murder of her adoptive mother had not driven her to seek revenge. Karina, Seeing her determination, added, I can agree as well, but you must prove you truly are the emperor of a nation, capable of providing Nami and me with a life free from financial woes. As Qin Yun had anticipated, given the current circumstances and their individual experiences, it was unlikely they would refuse unless they were utterly unhinged. None of that poses an issue. So it is settled. Qin Yun declared with satisfaction, straightening up and extending his arms. Come now, I shall take you away from this place. Your sisters await above. Wait, we still have treasures to collect. The two little treasure seekers were reluctant to forget the valuables. How much can you carry? How do you plan to take it all? Qin Yun asked, unconcerned. Isn't it obvious? Qin Gu, please, just take us along with the treasures. They are what we painstakingly acquired. Nami and Karina pleaded, tugging at his arm and shaking it. Qin Yun, unable to resist the charms of the two young ladies, feigned reluctance for a moment before finally relenting. All right, you two little tormentors, let's head back to the ship first. And then you can lead the way. The two women beamed with joy. The thought of abandoning their hard-earned riches felt akin to a death sentence. Ouch, that hurts. Nami winced as she took a step, suddenly reminded of her sprained ankle. Qin Yun noticed her discomfort and approached to inspect her injured foot with concern. Nami's cheeks flushed crimson under his gaze, sensing he intended to help. Thus, she refrained from speaking. Enduring the peculiar sensation in her ankle, nodding, Qin Yun gently lifted her foot and massaged it for a while, employing electricity to stimulate her skin and promote healing. The tingling sensation made Nami bite her lip. But she understood he was treating her injury. All right, how does it feel now? At last, Qin Yun completed the treatment. Nami let out a relieved sigh. Noticing the teasing glint in Karina's eyes, she shot a fierce glare at her, then tentatively took a couple of steps, discovering the pain had subsided. Impressive. I didn't realize Qin Gu was also skilled in medicine, Nami exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment, initially fearing he intended to take advantage of her under the guise of healing. Naturally, I am a deity, so I possess knowledge of many things. Qin Yun inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Nami, reminiscent of citrus and sunflowers. Seeing the two women ready to go, he embraced them and returned to the ship amidst their delighted cries. The three women aboard greeted him with familiarity, introducing themselves though. So you are Noki Gao's sister. You are so beautiful. No wonder Qin Yun can't stop thinking about you. Robin complimented Nami with a playful smile. How can that be? Sister, you are much prettier than me. Noki Gao? How do you know my sister's name? Nami felt a little shy from the compliment, but quickly realized they had mentioned Noki Gao. Oh, did Qin Yun not tell you? He truly has a wicked sense of humor. Robin paused, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yun. Could it be? Nami turned incredulously to Qin Yun, whispering in disbelief. Indeed, the fishmen of Kokoyashi village have all been slain by me. Our agreement has been fulfilled ahead of schedule. Qin Yun confirmed her unspoken thoughts with a nod. What? Nami was momentarily stunned by the unexpected revelation, and after a while, she managed to respond, her eyes brimming with tears. The fishmen who brought us pain are all dead. As her words hung in the air, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she turned to collapse into Karina's embrace. Nami, Karina's expression shifted with emotion. At that moment, Qin Yun's gaze sharpened. In the southeastern sky, fragments of earth, varying in size, began to rain down until they plummeted into the sea. Who could be throwing objects from such heights? Are there sky islands in the East Sea? Qin Yun pondered, realizing this was not without foundation. There were indeed multiple sky islands among pirates, including at least 4, his own divine realm included. Although the East Sea had never been mentioned as having sky islands, one could not simply conclude their absence. Sky islands. Wait a moment. Could it be Shiki the Golden Lion? Qin Yun recalled that after Shiki's escape from Impel Down, he discovered an island named Vermal. There he encountered numerous ferocious creatures that had consumed plants containing IQ components, and he, along with his subordinate Dr. Indigo, was concocting a scheme for revenge in the skies of the East Sea. Adoniai-chan, what's wrong? Vivi worriedly inched closer, her heart already set on Qin Yun. Quickly noticing his subtle changes, Qin Yun smiled gently, drawing her into his embrace, realizing he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity, perhaps to encounter an extraordinary individual. I see. Vivi did not resist, quietly waiting for Nami to regain her composure. I'm sorry. Nami choked out. I was just so overwhelmed with joy. Understanding that she needed rest, Qin Yun instructed, Makita, assist Nami to the cabin for some rest. All right. Thus, under Karina's guidance, Qin Yun led them along with Savage's treasure aboard the Little Maxim. He then gazed towards the southeastern sky, steering the ship forward gently to an altitude of 50,000 meters. Qin Yun stood suspended in the air, his observation hockey scanning the floating islands below. It truly was Shiki's stronghold. His heart raced with astonishment. This location was in the northwest of the East Sea, perilously close to Red Line. Carrying the risk of being discovered by CP0 when he arrived in the East Sea, he had anticipated Shiki would be pillaging the smaller nations in the northeast. Never expecting to encounter him here, his certainty stemmed from the multitude of unusual creatures thriving on those islands, products of the IQ enhancement. Since he had found Shiki, he would not squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He contemplated briefly, gathering information about Shiki. The Golden Lion commanded 50 pirate captains and 2,000 crew members, a daunting number, yet they were merely minor players. Before his thunderous might, numbers had never posed a challenge. With a single strike of lightning, how many would remain alive? He intended to create a favorable environment before confronting Shiki. In his thoughts, thick clouds gathered around him, conjuring a cataclysmic scene of impending doom. At that moment, within the monitoring room on the central island, a group of pirates clad in uniforms stared perplexedly at the images on their screens. Their monitoring system utilized an automatic transponder snail for video feed. Why had it been clear just moments ago, only to be suddenly engulfed by dark clouds? The weather forecast had predicted a sunny day. After all, what's there to fear? We are members of the flying pirate crew. We've faced storms countless times. Unfortunately, their captain could not utilize hockey. Otherwise, a burst of Conqueror's hockey would have dispersed the clouds instantly. Divine judgment. Boom. The bolt of lightning unleashed by Qin Yun surged directly towards Shiki, illuminating the darkened sky with a dazzling brilliance. This was decidedly abnormal. Astute pirates began preparing to flee, seeking refuge in a secure location. What is happening? Shiki was in the laboratory with Indigo, observing a newly cultivated species, a blue rabbit capable of spewing flames. Clack, clack. This was a great masterpiece. Unfortunately, its lifespan was tragically short, only surviving 3 days before perishing. Puffed, 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 puffed. Don't misunderstand. The sound resembling flatulence was merely Indigo's footsteps, as he exclaimed. Mika, breathe fire. Thunderous roars erupted, yet Mika remained still, producing a tremendous noise. This was not right. Was it still supposed to breathe fire? Although Shiki's mind was consumed by thoughts of the ship's helm, he retained some common sense. Captain, behind you! Indigo shouted, instantly turning to flee. Shiki glanced back, his jaw dropping in shock. The room they occupied was now overshadowed by a colossal fortress, a creation of his flap-flap fruit abilities, which could withstand lightning without leaving a trace. To his astonishment, a massive hole had formed above, revealing the magnificent spectacle of dark clouds encroaching upon the land. Without pausing, he deftly dodged falling debris and squeezed through the aperture, gazing up at the dense clouds. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. In a flash, he soared towards the storm. Lion's roar. 1,000 cuts. Shiki spun and unleashed brutal kicks into the clouds with his feet, Sakuju and Kuroki. With astonishing speed, he executed a flurry of kicks, sending dozens of sword strikes soaring towards the thunderstorm. However, a sudden transformation occurred. Thunderlaw. Myriad thunder. Qin Yun had long been accumulating energy, releasing the full force of his lightning to collide with Shiki's sword strikes, resulting in a deafening explosion of energy. In the next instant, the clash of sword energy and thunder erupted, generating intense shockwaves that devastated numerous structures on the islands. Shiki squinted, perplexed. How could such a coincidence occur? It seemed someone was covertly sabotaging his efforts to disperse the thunderclouds. Once unleashed, the myriad thunder would wreak unrelenting havoc, yet they were not chaotic. Under Qin Yun's control, they preferentially targeted charged objects. With Sakuju and Kuroki present and flying at such heights, Shiki became a prime target for the lightning strikes. He quickly realized this, but had no opportunity to ponder physics, mistakenly believing he was being tracked by the thunderclouds controller. He could only continue to unleash slashes against the relentless onslaught of thunder, shouting in rage. Damn it! Who dares to disrupt me from the shadows? If you have the guts, show yourself. Sneaking attacks are no mark of a true hero. Qin Yun remained silent, chuckling at Shiki's desperate attempts to evade the lightning. This was merely an appetizer before the main course, a way to temper Shiki's spirit. Once the real battle began, he would have greater odds of success. He had never underestimated Shiki. Had the helm not been atop the golden lion's head, he would have fled at the first opportunity. However, Shiki, in his current state, had been thoroughly diminished, not to mention Conqueror's Haki. Even basic armament and observation Haki were beyond his reach. Nevertheless, even in this weakened state, the presence of the flap fruit made Shiki a formidable opponent. Kikikikek, you've managed to anger me, and if you dare not show yourself, I swear I will tear you limb from limb. Shiki cackled in fury, stretching his arms wide in the distance. A massive island rapidly ascended, propelled by the flap fruit's abilities, surging towards the thunderclouds with a resounding roar that echoed across the sky. Qin Yun's expression hardened. What a formidable move by Shiki. This truly posed a dilemma. Though lightning was swift, the thunderclouds could not evade the impending collision. It seemed both would be destined for mutual destruction. No, Admiral, the pirates atop the giant island, witnessing the thunderclouds loom larger in their vision, instantly grasped Shiki's intentions. They were swept into the storm alongside the massive island, facing certain peril if that were the case. Myriad thunder, convergence. Qin Yun gazed indifferently at the golden lion below, raising his hand with a flourish, causing the thunderclouds to erupt in a dazzling display of lightning. Countless bolts of thunder converged, ultimately coalescing into a massive, buzzing sphere of lightning. The giant island surged forward, and with a piercing shriek, the colossal lightning sphere engulfed the very clouds that birthed it, expanding even further in the next moment. The island collided with the lightning sphere, enveloping the entire world in blinding white light, followed by an unceasing cacophony of explosions that rippled outward. Qin Yun's expression shifted, and he swiftly ascended into the sky. The golden lion mirrored his actions, having activated his lion's might to bury his body deep within the earth. The sound was so overwhelming that the pirates could only perceive a deafening roar. Hastily covering their ears, some pirates, slow to react, suffered ruptured eardrums, writhing in agony on the ground. Time became indistinct as the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. The giant island transformed into a cloud of dust, vanishing from sight, while the pirates and creatures that had ingested IQ perished on the spot, leaving surrounding islands battered and scarred by the residual shockwaves. Boom! The golden lion swept aside the debris before him and soared into the sky. At that moment, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was devoid of clouds, revealing an unobstructed horizon. Thus, he quickly spotted Qin Yun high above. The golden lion abruptly waved his hand, igniting the cigar in his grasp through rapid friction. Inhaling deeply before bursting into laughter. Kikikik. Boy, where will you hide this time? In a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared not far above him, chuckling lightly. I must say, I am quite fortunate to encounter you here. Sky Pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Kekekek. So, you are a user of the Thunder Fruit. Where do you hail from, little brat? Knowing my name yet choosing not to flee, you dare approach me. The golden lion's face was a mask of arrogance. For in his eyes, only Roger could be considered a worthy opponent. I relished the thrill of the hunt. If you were to join my crew, I could overlook your earlier attack. Qin Yun's gaze was fixed on the floating fruit adorning the golden lion and his years of treasured possessions. How could he possibly agree? Oh, golden lion, even at this juncture, you remain so Navi? No wonder Joaldita Roger looks down upon you and refuses to ally with you. As soon as his words fell, he raised his left hand and pulled, his right arm crackling with thunder as he propelled it forward, emitting an almost imperceptible magnetic explosion. Thunder turn, magnetic pull, divine judgment. You, such a sharp-tongued little brat. When I ruled the seas, you were but a babe. The golden lion's dual sword legs were drawn toward him by the electromagnetic force, flying uncontrollably in his direction. Faced with the rapidly approaching colossal column of lightning, he summoned all his strength to break free. Narrowly avoiding the strike, though his cigar was utterly incinerated. Impressive, little one. Is this still the thunder fruit? How can it generate such a pull? The golden lion exclaimed in disbelief. Yet he was met with an unrelenting barrage of lightning. For Qin Yun would not waste time explaining the physics of electricity and magnetism. Thunder law, thunderbird, lion's might, mountain strike. The numerous floating islands had converged under the golden lion's command. Countless rocks and soil surged upward, forming 8 towering mountains shaped like lion heads, launching an assault toward Qin Yun. Another portion encircled him, creating a protective wall. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun effortlessly teleported away, possessing the speed of a bolt. Even as the net of attacks descended upon him, he remained confident in his ability to evade unscathed. Thunder Law. Thunder Dragon. The Golden Lion found himself in a precarious situation, experiencing firsthand the feeling his previous adversaries had endured. This sensation of being toyed with was utterly frustrating. Observing the defensive wall being obliterated into dust by the Thunderbird and Thunder Dragon, he realized he could not continue like this. Is this all you can muster, Golden Lion? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being compared to the Pirate King, Roger? Surely, with a ship's helm stuck in your head, you have forgotten the meaning of hockey? Qin Yun taunted, watching the Golden Lion's frustrated expression with nonchalance. Unable to bear being deemed inferior to Roger, the Golden Lion glared fiercely, unleashing a powerful, sweeping strike. Wave slash. Futile. Your speed is far too sluggish. Qin Yun evaded effortlessly as the Golden Lion's slash cleaved through the sea surface for hundreds of kilometers. Qin Yun gathered his hands, coalescing a sword of lightning, and with a few deft swings, unleashed sharp sword energy that clashed against the Golden Lion's blade, numbing his thigh. Startled, the Golden Lion did not expect his foe to be a master swordsman. He steadied himself and bellowed, "Boy, I acknowledge your prowess. State your name." "I, Golden Lion, do not strike at nameless foes that I in truth." Qin Yun could merely unleash sword energy. As long as he did not engage in close combat, none would discern the mediocrity of his swordsmanship. "There is no need for that, Golden Lion. You have grown old. Allow this stranger to herald the dawn of a new era. Kekekek, a boastful little brat. Let me show you why the Navy fears me." The Golden Lion roared as surrounding rocks and soil rapidly converged toward him, and distant islands surged forward, transforming into a torrential flow of mud and stone that enveloped him, amidst the pirates' anguished cries from the islands. The Golden Lion was ultimately cocooned by a towering rock giant, standing 70 meters tall. Such a colossal figure would surely terrify ordinary pirates into a state of panic. Even the ancient giant, Oars, was a mere 67 meters in height. "Little brat, do you still dare claim you can keep me here?" The Golden Lion's voice had deepened, yet his tone remained unwaveringly arrogant. Qin Yun merely chuckled disdainfully. With an increase in size came a corresponding decrease in speed, making him all the more vulnerable to attack. "What is there to fear? Golden Lion, today marks your demise. Divine form. Thunder God." An unbounded torrent of thunder erupted from Qin Yun, surging outward and causing the very air to shimmer from the extreme heat. In the next instant, the blue lightning morphed into a more ferocious purple, as if tainted by some indescribable force. Crackling, crackling, the arcs of electricity rampaged as thunder roared. The Golden Lion's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded the rock giant to raise its massive hand to strike at Qin Yun. Boom! Beyond the Golden Lion's imagination, the rock giant's arm was obliterated into dust, the electric arcs consuming it entirely. As the smoke cleared, a 10-meter-tall figure of the Thunder God materialized in the arena. This height was not the limit of the Thunder God, but rather his most concentrated form. In this state, his speed, attack power, and defensive capabilities were all elevated to their zenith. Even should Kaido arrive, he was confident he could pierce through the beast with a single, full-powered strike. With a flash of purple light, Qin Yun commanded the Thunder God to appear atop the rock giant's head, his wrist forming the shape of a cannon's mouth, unleashing a devastating purple lightning cannon. Fast, too fast. Time seemed to freeze as the Golden Lion stared wide-eyed at the rapidly enlarging purple lightning, replaying his life in his mind. He could not react in time and was forced to endure the blow as the rock giant was violently pierced through. "Has my era come to an end? The sea without Roger is so dull. Roger." At this moment, despair engulfed him entirely. He could only vent his emotions through silent cries in the fleeting moments, after which his consciousness faded away. Suddenly, all the floating islands seemed to lose their support and began their descent into the ocean. As the purple light dissipated, the Thunder God vanished, and Qin Yun appeared beside the Golden Lion. Gasping for breath as he shackled him with seastone cuffs, Qin Yun understood that donning seastone would not strip the user of their abilities. Rather, it would render them powerless, unable to actively utilize their powers. Furthermore, it could temporarily transform the user into an ordinary person. For instance, a user of natural type abilities would find themselves unable to elementalize, whether actively or passively, upon contact with seastone. Nevertheless, abilities that fundamentally altered the user's human essence could still be retained. Thus, he still needed to employ certain measures to ensure that the golden lion could not resist. Subsequently, Qin Yun grasped the golden lion's bloodied head with one hand, releasing a surge of electricity that jolted him from his unconscious state. He had not yet extracted the golden lion's value, and he could not afford to let such power slip away so easily. As the golden lion regained consciousness, the islands ceased their descent and resumed floating. The golden lion slowly awakened, wishing to open his eyes and speak, only to find himself overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, unable to control his own body. "Little brat, you have won," he could only murmur inwardly. This was undoubtedly the work of Qin Yun. He had struck the golden lion's vital points with electricity, rendering him a mere shell of consciousness, incapable of controlling his body to ta. Qin Yun inhaled deeply. Calming his breath, the thunder god stayed awakened by the fruit was immensely exhausting. He felt he could barely withstand it for much longer. However, the power it wielded was undeniably gratifying. From now on, the skies above would be shrouded in dark clouds, relentlessly unleashing thunder upon the ocean below. Numerous pirates, navy personnel, and even merchant vessels would find themselves ensnared in this maritime tempest, subjected to the baptism of thunder. After a brief moment to regain his composure, Qin Yun grasped the golden lion's neck, and with a flash of lightning, he reappeared at the heart of the central island. By this time, the golden lion's subordinates had suffered substantial casualties, with some less astute pirates even leaping from the floating islands, believing they could survive by plunging into the sea. Yet at a height of 50,000 meters, no matter their posture, death was inevitable. Next, Qin Yun imprisoned the remaining pirates in the dungeons of their respective islands. Under his expansive observation haki, none could escape his control. Nami and the others had already been placed on a deserted island, awaiting him, shrouded in an electric barrier. Even the Sea Kings would find themselves thwarted there. Whether he could become a wielder of multiple fruits hinged upon the success of his forthcoming experiments. Qin Yun was acutely aware that relying solely on the thunder fruit would never allow him to become the singular true god of this world. Even with the advantage of his experiences from the Blue Star, it was unattainable, setting aside the myriad of mythical Zoan fruits. Even if Kizaru's light fruit and his thunder fruit were both developed to their zenith, they would merely result in a stalemate. He had to conduct various experiments on the guinea pigs to have any chance of becoming a wielder of multiple fruits. Testing on himself was out of the question. The body was the foundation of revolution, and any misstep would leave him with no room for regret. In truth, he himself was unsure whether the white lightning he used to plunder fruits was a gift from his crossing or a development of his thunder fruit abilities. The pirate world resembled a realm of idealism. The strength of one's heart and the breadth of one's imagination determine the heights one could achieve. The power system of haki substantiates this, particularly with the emergence of Conqueror's haki. Perhaps it was his intense desire for the ability to plunder fruits that led to the development of white lightning through continuous experimentation. Who could definitively say? Regardless, he must fully leverage this ability. Once the potential for becoming a wielder of multiple fruits emerged, it would be his moment to hunt. The cat fruit, tabby shape, the dog fruit, big tongue dog shape, the rabbit fruit, the pudding fruit. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. These fruits totaled 8, not all of which he recognized, coupled with the 3 trophies in his possession and the yet-to-be-extracted floating fruit. He was undeniably wealthy. Employing his observation haki, he read the minds of the golden lion and his subordinates, collecting all of the golden lion's devil fruits and treasures into his possession. Yet, he had a thought for the golden lion. Isn't it rather obstinate of you to hoard so many devil fruits? With 50 pirate captains and 2,000 crew members under your command, yet possess not a single ability user. Isn't that a bit too shabby? Next came the experimental phase. Qin Yun brought several pirates to the golden lion's fortress, white lightning crackling in his hands, and with a tug, he absorbed the power of the dog fruit into his grasp. The dog fruit, having lost its power, quickly withered before his eyes, eventually becoming a mere shadow of its former self. When he attempted to return the ability, the dog fruit remained unresponsive. He then tried placing it onto a nearby fruit, which effortlessly transformed into the shape of the dog fruit. It appeared that the absorbed ability could not be restored to its original fruit. Qin Yun then extracted the dog fruit's power and transferred it to pirate number 1, allowing him to utilize the fruit's abilities without issue. Even with sea stone handcuffs, there was no impact. he could still wield his powers. When he jumped into the sea, there was no hindrance. With Pirate Number One's cooperation, he rapidly reached an astonishing conclusion. The ability he plundered with white lightning would not be affected by the drawbacks of devil fruits. He also discovered that Pirate Number One could not perceive the white lightning in his hands. Qin Yun speculated that within devil fruits resided a devil, whose nemeses were Pyrobrine and the sea. Sea stone contained this essence, exerting energy akin to that of the ocean. Upon contact, the devil would act out, suppressing the user. As his white lightning plundered the abilities, it simultaneously purged the devil, allowing this pirate to remain unaffected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit. This suggested that the limitation of one person possessing multiple abilities might be overridden. The experiment was far from over. Qin Yun casually sent Pirate Number One soaring into the sky. White lightning enveloped him. He attuned himself to the abilities of Pirate Number One. After approximately 3 minutes, he sensed the powers of the dog fruit beginning to dissipate from Pirate Number One, prompting him to swiftly extract the ability and transfer it to Pirate Number Two. 3 minutes, indeed. After repeating the aforementioned experiment with Pirate Number Two, the results mirrored those of the first. Qin Yun remained relentless, extracting the power of the cat fruit and bestowing it upon Pirate Number Two. No explosion occurred. Observing Pirate Number Two with a cat's head, dog body, dog paws, and tail, Qin Yun instantly realized he could wield 2 devil fruits simultaneously. After having Pirate Number Two switch forms several times, he grew even more certain. Once he knocked out Pirate Number Two, Qin Yun attempted to extract the powers, succeeding effortlessly. 2 devil fruits manifested beside him. Pirate Number Two did not perish. However, upon regaining consciousness, he felt utterly drained, an overwhelming weakness enveloping him. As for how long he could survive, Qin Yun could not ascertain. After returning the dog fruit to him, he returned to normal, with 2 fruits posing no issue. What about 3? After multiple transfers, Pirate Number Two achieved the remarkable feat of wielding 8 fruit abilities. However, with only 8 fruits in hand, he could not immediately conclude the upper limit of abilities one could possess. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Most of the 8 fruits collected by the Golden Lion were of little value, with only the dragon fruit, ancient type, spiked dragon form, and the natural type, cloud fruit, proving to be of significant utility. After sending Pirate Number Two to meet with Pirate Number One, Qin Yun approached the Golden Lion. "Farewell, Golden Lion. Go meet Roger." There was no response, nor could he respond. Qin Yun, expressionless, sent him away, then with a flicker of white lightning in his hands, he plundered his abilities. This is the floating fruit. Under the Golden Lion's demonstration, the floating fruit resembled the power of object manipulation. Anything he had ever touched that was non-living could be controlled, flying, transforming, flowing, and even commanding seawater. Its functionality and potency were unparalleled. It should be noted that the floating fruit's abilities consumed virtually no stamina. Otherwise, how could he effortlessly suspend countless massive islands in the sky for decades on end? Such abilities are incredibly convenient. With these powers, Qin Yun has no need for any arc phrases. He could simply sail to Fishman Island and commandeer Noah himself. Of course, the speed of the arc would undoubtedly surpass his own. As he pondered, flashes of lightning flickered around Qin Yun as he made contact with the descending islands, allowing them to remain afloat. These 2 counted as existing land resources, and he merely needed to guide them towards the kingdom of the gods. After experimenting with the abilities of the float fruit for a while, Qin Yun discovered that the power could be transmitted between objects. What does this mean? For instance, if Qin Yun uses his ability to control Object A and then causes Object A to collide with Object B, Object B will also fall under his control. This explains why the ability exhibited by the Golden Lion appeared more akin to telekinesis. This insight is crucial, especially when combined with the Thunder Fruit. In practical combat, it could wreak havoc on an unprecedented scale. Indeed, Qin Yun was exceedingly pleased. Thus, the subordinates of the Golden Lion seemed of little use. Having followed him for many years, their likelihood of submission was minimal. Even if some did submit, they would merely serve as slaves dispatched to cultivate the cloud mines, creating limited value and potentially revolting. Better to let them accompany the Golden Lion. With this thought, Qin Yun raised his right hand and clenched it. The float power surged, and the next moment, the earth heaved, the ground trembled, and a rumbling sound erupted, causing the bizarre creatures on the floating islands to flee in panic. All prisons were crushed and buried underground, The agonized cries of pirates muffled by the heavy earth, unable to escape. Sakura Tin and Withered Wood also became his spoils. However, after the baptism of lightning, Qin Yun suddenly realized that these two swords held little utility for him, as he was not a swordsman. Nonetheless, his swordsmanship was not lacking. He could wield the Thunder Sword, channeling the power of the Thunder Fruit to unleash formidable thunderous sword energy. These two renowned swords would have to be kept for collection, perhaps to be gifted to a future goddess skilled in swordsmanship. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Yun gathered all his spoils into a treasure chest. He then connected to the signal network of the surveillance snail, directing them to observe the direction of the empty island. Subsequently, he instructed the floating islands to soar towards the empty island, thereby allowing him to precisely track their movements. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yun returned to find Robin and the others. Under the bright moon, the small ark was bustling with activity. Why? Because Qin Yun had returned. Oni-chan, how did it go? Did you find the person you were hoping to meet? Vivi exclaimed with joy, noticing Qin Yun's relaxed demeanor and evident delight, though she was puzzled by his lack of a new goddess at his side. Haha, I did meet someone. My haul this time is quite substantial. Perhaps once I finish my current matters, I can directly venture into the new world. Qin Yun effortlessly embraced Vivi and led her to the dining table. Harboring a fondness for the obedient little princess, the new world refers to the seas beyond the Grand Line's halfway point, where the four emperors hold dominion. Robin should be aware. Indeed, the legendary treasure One Piece resides in Laughtale, which is located in the New World. However, do you wish to venture there to become the Pirate King? Robin inquired curiously. The Pirate King? I am not a pirate. Those who desire such titles may pursue them. If I can obtain One Piece, then so be it. If not, it matters little to my ambition is to dominate the entire world. If One Piece could truly conquer the world, Roger would have overthrown the world government long ago. Ultimately, it depends on oneself. Robin nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the ambition to rule the world. Why didn't the president bring back a goddess this time? Did the other party refuse? Machida cheerfully asked as she set the tableware before Qin Yun as the temporary chef aboard the ship. She had prepared a feast for everyone to Enel goddess, but I did acquire quite a few treasures. Today, I encountered the golden lion Shiki, and fortune smiled upon me. He has already met his demise at my hands. The golden lion? Are you referring to that infamous pirate, the flying admiral? Robin's pupils contracted, instinctively gasping. Indeed, who else could dare claim the title of the golden lion? The golden lion? Who is that? Vivi inquired, puzzled. He was a figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king Roger. Crocodile wouldn't even be worthy to shine his shoes. Robin explained that Oni-chan, you managed to slay the golden lion? He was the first pirate to escape from Impel Down's history, Karina exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. Though she knew Qin Yun would not deceive her. So, does this mean the golden lion was quite wealthy? Brother, does that mean all his riches belong to you now? May I take a look? Just for a glimpse? Nami chimed in, her eyes sparkling with visions of wealth. She had already spoken with Nojiko, confirming the situation in Kokoyashi village, and learned that both had become Qin Yun's goddesses. Given the circumstances, Nojiko had no choice but to lavish praise upon Qin Yun over the phone, urging her not to be temperamental and to obediently accept her role as his goddess. Qin Yun tousled her orange hair and playfully scolded, "Isn't the gold and jewels in the warehouse enough for you to gaze upon? You truly are a little treasure hoarder. More is always better." Nami chuckled, patting the treasure chest at Qin Yun's feet. "Is this where the treasure is? It feels a bit lacking. Those are my spoils, including a devil fruit and 2 renowned swords. Would you like to eat? There's a fruit perfectly suited for you inside. Can I sell it? I've heard that a devil fruit is worth at least 100 million berries. Of course not. Well, you certainly wouldn't harm me. I'll eat it." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun released Vivi and opened the treasure chest, directing his gaze towards the women as he explained. Most of these fruits are rather ordinary, but the cloud fruit and the dragon fruit, ancient type, thorn dragon form, are quite remarkable. Given her exceptional talent and sensitivity to weather changes, acquiring the cloud fruit's abilities would indeed be a splendid choice for Nami. The women had no objections to his decision. "Come, Nami, let us go inside to eat." Amidst Nami's exclamations, Qin Yun bent down to scoop her up, heading towards the cabin. As for the treasure chest, it would be placed in the collection room for now. "Very well, great deity." Robin smiled knowingly, aware of Qin Yun's intentions. 2 hours later. "Brother Yun, Is this the cloud fruit? Nami asked, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing the true form of the devil fruit. Qin Yun nodded, his tone resolute, showing no signs of deception. You must have heard that eating a devil fruit feels akin to consuming excrement. To spare you such torment, you must first indulge in some delicious desserts. Only then can I awaken the divine power to bestow you with the ability. Understanding Qin Yun's good intentions, Nami promptly obeyed his command. After a while, with a hand crackling with white lightning, Qin Yun fulfilled his promise and infused the cloud fruit's powers into her body. After a moment of familiarity, Nami transformed into mist, filling the entire room, as she excitedly exclaimed, "Is this the power of the cloud fruit?" Transforming into mist feels like ascending to the heavens. It's so liberating. Qin Yun half closed his eyes, relishing the enveloping mist. The soft, fluffy clouds felt as if countless delicate hands were massaging him, providing immense comfort. Remember, while you will not be affected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit, you can still be struck by Hakaya as a Logia user, if it comes to the point where you must fight. Avoid close combat. Instead, engage in long-range attacks. Develop your fruit abilities towards long-range assaults, controlling existing clouds, creating clouds, mist, thunder, rain, and storms. In short, the cloud fruit possesses extensive capabilities. Once I locate Vinsmoke, I will have the meteorologists there compile literature on this subject. And you will have plenty to engage with. Visalia, the small deserted island where Nami was captured by Kuma. Thank you, dear brother. You are truly kind to me, Nami expressed, her face radiating satisfaction. She retracted her fruit abilities and nestled into Qin Yun's embrace. Feeling incredibly fortunate, Qin Yun smiled silently, with Nami now officially recognized as his divine consort, and the joy of becoming a wielder of multiple fruit abilities. He was indeed in a state of bliss. Yet, was that enough? Certainly not. In the East Sea, in the northern waters of the Moonlight Archipelago, the small vessel soared approximately 20 meters above the surface. Under Robin's guidance, Qin Yun identified the location where he had slain the golden lion. Not far from the northern reaches of the archipelago, they decided to head south, aiming for West Rob Village. Brother Yun, Oni-chan. At that moment, Nami burst into the cabin, her voice filled with excitement. Oni-chan, there's a pirate crew ahead. So what if there is? What does it matter to us? Qin Yun replied somewhat irked. Having set down Karina, the pirates of the East Sea were too feeble, with few possessing fruit abilities, failing to pique his interest. Comparatively, he preferred to spend time with Karina. Previously, her hair was always tied up, somewhat concealing her beauty. However, after becoming his divine consort at his request, she let her hair down, instantly elevating her allure to a level he found irresistible. Nami, you wouldn't want to fight right after consuming the Yun fruit, would you? Oni-chan won't agree to that. Karina, unperturbed by Nami's interruption, welcomed the chance to rest while letting Nami entertain Qin Yun for a while. If you have that much time, you should spend it with Oni-chan, enhancing your physical strength so you can better harness your fruit abilities. I absolutely refuse. Nami retorted immediately, attempting to flee but was swiftly pulled back by Vivi. Oh great, you're here too. Hee. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving. Vivi and Nami playfully bantered as Qin Yun observed with a smile, pondering the possibility that the pirates ahead might possess devil fruits, which could yield unexpected treasures. He casually extended his observation haki towards the prow of the ship. Qin Yun paused, realizing he hadn't detected any devil fruits, but rather recognized a few familiar faces, Kuro and Zango. The distinctive appearance of Zango made him immediately identifiable. How curious. According to the timeline, Kuro should have faked his death and become a butler in Kaya's household by now. How could he possibly be here? Speaking of Kuro, his actions were quite bizarre. He had become the butler of Kaya's family 3 years prior to the onset of the pirate saga, and yet had refrained from any lethal actions. It wasn't until a year before the plot commenced that he assassinated Kaya's parents, his motive shockingly being to legally inherit Kaya's family's fortune. Even then, as Kaya fell into despair and illness, he still hesitated. When the protagonist crew finally arrived, he became frantic, dropping his disguise and foolishly rallying the black pirate crew to seek his demise. Throughout those 3 years, he had countless opportunities to easily seize Kaya's family wealth. Yet he chose to bide his time. Was today the day Kuro would assassinate Kaya's parents? As he contemplated this, he glanced at another merchant ship and indeed spotted a man bearing a slight resemblance to Kaya. However, he was gravely injured, on the brink of death, ruthlessly trampled by Kuro. How intriguing. I stumbled upon such a dramatic scene, thus sparing me the trip to West Rob Village to eliminate Kuro. Enough of your antics. Come help Karina with me, Qin Yun said softly as he rose, gesturing for the ladies to assist him in dressing. Vivi and Nami promptly ceased their playful tussle and approached Karina's side. You despicable Oni-chan, refusing to let me go while you venture out yourself, Nami muttered quietly, unable to meet Qin Yun's gaze. Without a word, Qin Yun donned his attire and, in a flash of lightning, departed from the ship. In the next instant, he appeared not far from Kuro, foregoing pleasantries and unleashing a tempest of electricity that sent the black pirate crew spiraling skyward. Cough, cough. The man who had just been beneath Kuro's foot coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, yet stubbornly rose to lean against a nearby pillar. Qin Yun observed him, marveling at the resilience of individuals in the pirate world. The man soon realized Kuro had perished amidst black smoke. Regardless of who you are, thank you, young sir, for avenging us. He endured his physical discomfort to express his gratitude towards Qin Yun. A flicker of desperation crossed his eyes, and he mustered the courage to plead. Might I ask you for a favor? I know this is rather abrupt, but I cannot fathom how my daughter would survive in this chaotic world without me. I have accumulated a lifetime of wealth at home. Please take it as a reward for nurturing Kaya. Rest assured, she is very well behaved, though her health has been frail since childhood. What is her name? Qin Yun interjected, inquiring. The man's heart leapt with joy, sensing a glimmer of hope, and hurriedly replied, her name is Kaya, and she resides in West Rob Village to the south. Indeed, he was Kaya's father. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun resolved to record a message for him. Serving as a memento for Kaya, he produced a recording snail, allowing it to hover beside him. Qin Yun can grant your request. However, mere words may not suffice to convince Kaya. It would be more fitting for you to speak directly. You may now record your final words, and when Kaya sees this, she will understand your intentions. This will also serve as your last gift to her. Thank you, young sir. The man fought back tears, adjusting his appearance, knowing he must not appear too tragic, lest it cause Kaya further sorrow. I am ready, young sir. Qin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Kaya, if you see this recording snail, it means I have departed from this world forever. Do not be afraid. Your mother and I will always watch over you. From now on, you shall live with young Sir Qin Yun. The butler, Clabatel, is the one who murdered us. It was young Sir Qin Yun who avenged us. You must listen to young Sir Qin Yun. Eat well and live well. The man spoke at length, pouring out his heart until he felt he could no longer endure, gesturing farewell to Kaya behind the recording snail. Watching Qin Yun stow away the recording snail, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young sir, I entrust Kaya to you. If possible, please send my body to the embrace of the sea along with my treasure ship. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up more black blood and collapsed weakly onto the deck, his soul departing into the void. Consequently, Qin Yun first retrieved Kuro's bounty notice from the Black Pirate cruise ship before activating his Thunderfruit abilities. Following that, dark clouds gathered in the sky as bolts of lightning descended, igniting both ships and reducing them to ashes, which fell into the ocean's embrace. A day later, in West Rob Village. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming, Usopp shouted as usual throughout the village, the villagers long accustomed to his antics, regarding his daily fabrications as mere jokes over tea. Everyone believe me. Pirates are truly coming. They're flying a ship straight towards us. Ha ha. Usopp, your lies are becoming increasingly ludicrous. The ship? Why not say a dragon flew by? The villagers scoffed at Usopp's claims, mocking him mercilessly. I am not lying. It's true. I saw the pirate flag, as Usopp continued to prattle on. The villagers ignored him and returned to their work in the fields. Kaya's home, independent of West Rob Village, was a relatively lavish estate known as the Yakin Manor. At this moment, Qin Yun had anchored the small vessel at the entrance. Who are you? Mary looked at Qin Yun and the others in alarm. Had it not been for Nami's gentle demeanor, he would have been shouting for the young lady to flee. We are here to find Miss Kaya. Robin's soothing voice resonated. Mary exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and raised his voice. I'll go inform the young lady, no need. Qin Yun gracefully traversed past him, ascending the staircase behind him. Wait, Meili attempted to halt him, only to realize her body had become immobile. It is of no concern. He would not inflict harm upon Miss Kia. Robin reassured her at an opportune moment. Helplessly, Meili could only watch as he ascended the staircase step by step. "Who are you?" Qin inquired, reclining on her bed, her expression a portrait of confusion as she beheld Qin Yun entering her chamber. Her complexion was fair, framed by a cascade of shoulder-length, light golden hair parted down the middle. Unmistakably the visage of a budding beauty, she was adorned in a delicate, ankle-length light blue dress that accentuated her slender figure, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. "I am the divine Qin Yun." "Qin, do not be afraid. I have come at the behest of your father." Without hesitation, Qin Yun approached the bedside in a matter of moments. "My father? I am not afraid, big brother. You are so handsome. You must be a good person." Qin blinked her innocent, large eyes, and, upon noticing Qin Yun draw near, she instinctively shifted to make space for him to sit. Gazing into Qia's adorable eyes, Qin Yun felt a pang of reluctance to cause her any distress. Yet certain truths must be unveiled. Qia, with her fair skin and large, enchanting eyes, exuded a gentle elegance, a fragile beauty poised on the brink of blooming, seemingly shy yet yearning to speak. "Qia, do you recognize this individual?" Qin Yun produced the bounty notice for Clo and displayed it before her. "Is this the butler, Krabatel?" Qia's instincts began to sense something amiss. She possessed enough awareness to recognize the document as a naval bounty notice. "His true name is Clo. 2 years ago, he was accepted by your father as a butler, all the while coveting the wealth of your family. Just days ago, he conspired on the high seas to murder your parents. By chance, I happened upon the scene and dispatched Clo. However, your father has sustained grievous injuries and hovers on the brink of death." "No, big brother, you are deceiving me, aren't you?" Qia's face was a canvas of disbelief. Her pallid complexion swiftly paling due to the anguish, her body trembling as she gasped for breath, her petite chest rising and falling erratically. Qin Yun exhaled with a sigh, gently wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder. A surge of energy cascading through her, alleviating her distress. "Woo." Qia turned and nestled into Qin Yun's embrace, softly weeping. Despite her efforts to convince herself of the falsehood, she was acutely aware that Qin Yun had no reason to deceive her. After a moment, as she began to regain her composure, Qin Yun retrieved the recording shell. "This is the last gift from your father, containing his final words for you." His words. Qia shivered, her tear-filled eyes fixated on the floating recording shell, hesitant to reach for it. With a mere thought, Qin Yun activated the recording shell. In an instant, the visage of Qia's father materialized in the air, his voice strained, yet striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy. "Qia, if you see this." Qia remained silent, transfixed by the projection of her father, tears streaming down her face, her body succumbing to weakness as she leaned against Qin Yun for support, though she hailed from a wealthy family. Her parents often left to pursue their business endeavors, which had rendered her a remarkably mature young lady at a tender age. As the recording concluded, the light in Qia's eyes dimmed, her head lolling against Qin Yun's shoulder as she fainted from the overwhelming grief. Qin Yun remained silent, cradling her petite form, awaiting her revival. Time slipped away quietly until Qia stirred gently, her face contorted in pain as she opened her eyes. She gazed at the softly closed eyelids of Qin Yun and murmured, "Thank you, brother Qin." With those words, she tilted her delicate neck and bestowed a gentle kiss as a token of her gratitude. Qin Yun, of course, had not been asleep. He had merely been delving into the development of his fruit abilities within his mind. He would not be so unsophisticated as to evade her precious gesture of gratitude. As the warmth faded from Qin Yun's countenance, Qia beheld his eyes open, her cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. Qin Yun smiled gently, raising his hand to caress her lovely face, wiping away the traces of her tears. "You must be hungry, Qia. Come, let us go out for breakfast." He endeavored to engage Qia in a rhythm that would distract her from the suffocating sorrow of her parents' demise. Qia nodded in agreement. Thus, Qin Yun lifted her into his arms, intending to carry her outside. Qia felt her shyness intensify at his actions, but she dared not resist, murmuring, "Brother Qin, I can walk on my own." "You are weak and frail. Let me carry you," he insisted. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Qia acquiesced, allowing him to bear her downstairs for breakfast. Faced with such profound upheaval, had it not been for Qin Yun, she might have succumbed to a debilitating sorrow upon learning of her parents' illness, leading her to a state of constant despondency that would further exacerbate her already fragile health, ultimately resulting in her acquaintance with Usopp. In his heart, Qin Yun had already regarded Qia as his divine consort, fearing she might tread the same path of despair. Thus, he was determined to care for her in every possible way. He had contemplated sacrificing himself to aid in her healing, yet the timing was not opportune, and her current condition was too fragile to endure his vigorous treatment. He resolved to wait until her health improved before he dared to strengthen her physique, alleviate her sorrows, and provide her with abundant joy. After the meal, Qin Yun carried Qia back to her room, inviting Robin and Nami to gather around her, engaging her in conversation about matters of women. Previously, he had shown Robin the recording of Qia's father, with her present to support and encourage, believing it would swiftly uplift Qia's spirits and allow her to gaze toward the future. Robin understood well that the more divine consorts Qin Yun acquired, the stronger he would become. Even if his methods were sometimes a touch extreme, he treated his consorts with utmost kindness. She had no reason or desire to impede Qin Yun. Rather, she aspired to be a virtuous aid, stabilizing his harem and guiding each new divine consort to her. Qin Yun's pursuit of divine consorts was a series of redemptions, liberating them from their previous quagmires and allowing them to live carefree lives. After departing from Qia's residence, Qin Yun ascended into the heavens to further develop his fruit abilities. In an instant, thunder roared incessantly, the winds shifted unpredictably, and the atmosphere swelled tumultuously. The thunder sword unleashed its fierce energy, cleaving through vast stretches of ocean. A thunderball brewed, plunging into the waters and generating colossal circular shockwaves. Moments later, he plunged into the depths of the sea, utilizing the powers of the float fruit to part the water. Soaring freely along the seabed, Qin Yun's mastery of Haki progressed rapidly, now capable of enveloping half his body, yet further diligence and training were required. Haki relies on both physical strength and the heart. Only when both are robust can Haki flourish. As an outsider, his perspective and aspirations transcended the confines of the world. With the acquisition of the thunder fruit, his heart expanded beyond measure. Eternal life, power, wealth, beauty, I desire it all. This declaration was not merely a hollow proclamation. His ongoing conquest of goddesses was driven by personal ambition and the resolute desire to strengthen himself. His fruit abilities necessitated both creativity and practice for their development. With the thunder fruit and the float fruit at his disposal, he needed to invest further energy into merging their powers, and he had conceived numerous ingenious ideas. For instance, by infusing the thunder he unleashed with the powers of the float fruit, he could control any unconscious entities that came into contact with it. These two fruits were not the culmination. He required more formidable devil fruits to address various scenarios, such as Kaido's fish fruit. Mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. After an extended period, Qin Yun concluded his fruit development, returning to Little Proverb with a body slightly warmed and lightly perspiring. That he refreshed himself and donned a bathrobe before entering Kia's room. Oni-chan-sama, Nami exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, transforming into a cloud of mist that enveloped his form. At that moment, Vivi and Robin were positioned at either side of Qia. It appears you have been getting along quite well, Qin Yun remarked, employing his haki to envelop Nami in a playful grasp. Ouch! Nami feigned pain, letting out a playful cry. I didn't squeeze hard. Qin Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Qia, being quite astute, realized that we were all your divine consorts and began to clamor to become your divine consort. Robin, stifling a chuckle, openly exposed Qia's intentions. The moment those words escaped her lips, Qin Yun instantly understood that the situation was secure. It seemed Robin had adequately prepared Qia psychologically, and it was likely that Qia was also aware that chatting with him could enhance her physique. Robin, I did not say such things. Qia blushed deeply, her delicate form trembling slightly. Though she harbored such thoughts, how could she allow them to be voiced so brazenly in public? Qia, Robin is just being mischievous. Do not be agitated. Simply disregard her words. Wei Wei consoled, embracing Qia to soothe her nerves. Qin Yun observed Robin's sly expression, realizing she was deliberately teasing Qia to provide him an opportunity to navigate the situation. Thus, he took the cue and smiled at Qia, saying, You haven't spoken such words, so that means you think so in your heart, right? Qia was at a loss for words and could only grasp the quilt, enveloping herself completely. Noticing this, Qin Yun surveyed the three divine consorts and articulated his next plan. We shall depart from Shua village tomorrow. You may return to the Yakin manor to prepare. All right. The three women immediately grasped his intention and responded in unison. Nami transformed into mist and floated down from Qin Yun, following Robin and Wei Wei as they exited the vicinity. Now, only Qin Yun and Kuya remained in their own little world. Without hesitation, Qin Yun approached Kuya and gently grasped her small hand. In that fleeting moment, Kuya visibly shivered and leaned into him. 2 hours later. Oni-chan, Kuya tentatively called out. Why have you started calling me Oni-chan? Did you not always refer to me as Big Brother before? I learned it from Nami. She is just a year older than I, and I thought I would adopt her way of addressing you to feel closer. Kuya explained, her heart eased by the lingering smile on his face. As long as you are happy, Qin Yun remarked, using one hand to affectionately pinch her adorable little nose. Oni-chan, will you take me away tomorrow? Of course, not only you, but I will also take your residence, the Yakin Manor, with me. What about the Yakin Manor? It is so large. How will that work? They should have informed you. I am a deity. And taking a mere small manor is as easy as pie. Well, I thought you were joking. Kuya hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, what am I to you now? Am I your friend or your divine consort? What? Am I your friend or your divine consort? Divine consort, Qin Yun responded with resolute certainty. Receiving the satisfactory answer, Kuya joyfully nestled her head against Qin Yun's arm and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Qin Yun awoke to the commotion caused by Nami's enthusiastic calls from outside at by noon. Kuya, radiant and full of life, shared lunch with Qin Yun and the others. Subsequently, she generously paid Meili a year's worth of salary. Concluding his service in the manor, with all preparations complete, Qin Yun waved his hand, and a thunderous rumble emanated from the depths of the Yakin Manor. The entire manor began to tremble, as if longing to break free from the earth's constraints. In less than a moment, the entire manor lifted off the ground, leaving behind a deep circular pit. Under Qin Yun's masterful control, the exterior of Yakin Manor was remarkably smooth and uniform, resembling a cylindrical structure, akin to a miniature island. While others may have been unacquainted, Robin and Karina, being well-versed, quickly discerned that Qin Yun was not utilizing the powers of the Thunder fruit, but rather the abilities of the Float fruit. Curiosity filled Robin's eyes, and she resolved to inquire about it the next time she casually chatted with Qin Yun. Karina, on the other hand, was immensely pleased. The stronger Qin Yun grew, the happier she became. As for why he was so extraordinary, that was beyond her concern. The tremendous commotion of Yakin Manor did not go unnoticed by the villagers of Shua Village, who looked up to see the floating island in the sky. That must be Li Qin's, Kuya's father. Manor, right? Should we call the navy? Forget it. It's better not to stir up trouble. The villagers, faced with this sudden change, mostly chose to pretend they did not see it. Yet, there were always a few impetuous souls eager to investigate. Charge, attack the pirates. Usopp, accompanied by his companions, charged fervently towards the direction of the island. However, their running speed could not possibly match that of the flying island. And what awaited them was merely a vast circular pit in the East Sea, within the waters surrounding Sihua Island. Amidst the torrential winds and rain, thunder roared in one of Yakin Manor's chambers. Robin suddenly straightened her delicate form. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired of Qin Yun, who sat by the window. My dear divine husband, the Yakin Manor we are currently aboard should not be the effect of the Thunder fruit. Right? Indeed. Did you find the Float fruit after defeating the Golden Lion? No. I seized the power of floating through divine prowess. Divine prowess. You truly are a deity. Of course, you wouldn't think I am self-proclaiming. Would you? Robin certainly did not believe he was a deity, but the current situation made her question her own beliefs. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. Just then, Nami burst into their room, her large eyes darting eagerly between Qin Yun and Robin, only to receive a disappointing answer. Even Robin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, diverting her gaze to avoid Nami's inquisitive stare. What's the matter now? Have you discovered the pirate crew again? Qin Yun casually guessed. Nami possessed exceptional talent, and with his guidance, she had developed some fundamental abilities of the cloud fruit within just a few days. Manipulating clouds, creating rain, thunder, and storms were among her capabilities, with the most critical being cloud manipulation. Now, she could receive messages transmitted by a wide range of clouds, making her perceptive range comparable to that of Qin Yun. How did you know? Nami exclaimed. Yet her expression revealed no surprise. Qin Yun had learned not to underestimate the news she brought, as her previous discovery of Crocodile's crew had allowed him to capture Kuya's heart effortlessly. To him, Nami was the embodiment of fortune in this world. Having her as his divine consort would surely bring him luck and opportunities. Show me. Qin Yun extended his observation haki, scanning the sea above. Is that the red-haired pirates? Shanks? His expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter Shanks at this juncture. Logically, he should have been in the new world by now, the moment Qin Yun's observation haki detected the red-haired pirates. Shanks and Beckman seemed to sense something as well, quickly raising their heads to gaze at the azure sky. Unfortunately, thick layers of mist, created by Nami, obscured their vision and observation haki, preventing them from locking onto Yakin Manor. They could only sense that someone was peering at them through observation haki. Shanks's smile faltered, and he felt a hint of dread. Who is observing from the shadows? What profound observation haki is this, that even my haki cannot perceive the other party, leaving me to defend passively? Shanks, you sensed it too, didn't you? I didn't expect such a figure to exist in the weakest sea. Beckman remarked with a serious countenance, exhaling smoke rings. Hey, there are still people in the East Sea. How can you speak of the weakest sea so casually? Jesus Burgess quipped in jest. Ha! The other pirates burst into raucous laughter, raising their goblets in joyous revelry. Regrettably, Shanks's crew did not consume devil fruits. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Yun. Wait, I nearly forgot about Conqueror's haki. Shanks's Conqueror's haki is among the most formidable in the pirate world. If I spar with him, perhaps I will awaken my own. Upon reaching this point, he exhibited no hesitation and initiated his actions. He first flew the Yakin Manor forward for a while longer, estimating that he had distanced himself from the combat zone, before a flicker of lightning brought him directly above Shanks and his crew. Dark clouds began to gather at the horizon, transforming the previously clear skies into a tumultuous and oppressive atmosphere. Upon Qin Yun's arrival, he elegantly reclined backward, seated upon a throne forged from the very essence of lightning, and spoke in a calm manner. One of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, I never expected to encounter you here in this humble East Blue. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, and upon confirming that he did not recognize the individual, he broke into a hearty laugh and responded loudly. Well, a friend who appears unexpectedly. Are you looking to join our feast? He maintained a cheerful demeanor, his rustic attire giving the impression of a simple, unassuming lad from the streets. The members of the red-haired pirates, however, remained undisturbed. As Shanks's subordinates, they had long grown accustomed to the tempests of battle. For a single individual to instill a sense of urgency in them, it would require the direct presence of Whitebeard himself at a feast. Qin Yun's gaze swept across the deck, noticing an array of delectable dishes and fine spirits. In his eagerness to enhance his strength, he had overlooked these offerings in no need for a feast. Shanks, instead, let us engage in combat. Encountering a formidable opponent like you has stirred a yearning for battle within me. Oh, are you challenging us, young one? Beckman observed him with keen interest, puffing out smoke rings as the flintlock rifle in his hand pointed menacingly at Qin Yun, as if to suggest that a single misstep would result in gunfire. A chill ran down Qin Yun's spine. Under Beckman's aim, he felt an unsettling sense of being targeted, as if any movement would lead to his demise. Nevertheless, he knew well that such a fate was impossible. His speed rivaled that of lightning, matched only by Kizaru's lightspeed prowess. This scenario reminded him of the Marineford War, where Beckman had pointed at Kizaru, who humorously raised his hands in surrender. Truly, he was renowned for his theatrical antics. Challenge, you may interpret it that way, Beckman. Qin Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Beckman, a flash of red illuminating his eyes as twin bolts of lightning shot forth unexpectedly. Thunderlaw, lightning eyes. The manifestation of observation haki's foresight was typically marked by a flicker of red within the eyes. Beckman's eyes momentarily glinted red as he fired several shots, creating a tremendous explosion between the two. Qin Yun sought to evade the sea stone bullets imbued with dual haki, but found all his escape routes sealed. However, the bullets were far too slow. In a flash of lightning, he retreated, tracing an arc in the air as he delivered a kick towards Beckman. Murmuring, "Have you ever been struck by lightning?" Beckman, without even glancing, countered with a kick of his own. The clash of their haki-infused strikes erupted in a surge of violet-black lightning, altering the very fabric of the sky into shades of black and white. Beckman, forced to sidestep due to the sheer force, managed to stabilize himself after 2 steps that a shockwave radiated outward, scattering the clouds above. Remarkable, indeed. Yet, how is it that someone of your caliber lacks a bounty? Beckman grinned, his demeanor shifting as he began to regard Qin Yun with newfound respect. And you are no slouch yourself, possessing such strength and yet willingly serving as Shanks's first mate. Qin Yun's perception of Beckman had also been transformed. He should have anticipated this. In his observations of pirate activities, Beckman had never engaged in battle. Generally, the later one intervenes, the more formidable they are, and his power, even if not on par with Shanks, was certainly approaching the level of a Yonko. Ha ha ha. You are unaware of Shanks's charm. If you could remain aboard our ship for just a few days, it wouldn't be long before you willingly join us. Qin Yun remained silent. His quantity of armament hockey was still insufficient. After this brief exchange of blows, his reserves had nearly been depleted. He promptly redirected his energy, dispersing their combined might into the sky, and then instantly elementalized, teleporting to the distant horizon. The wild, unpredictable force erupted in the sky, shattering the monochrome world as the shockwaves impacted the waters, causing the Red Force ship to sway unsteadily. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Qin Yun unleashed another strike of lightning upon Beckman. Beckman's expression remained unchanged as he fired several shots, dispersing the Thunder Dragon. Thus, Qin Yun continued his ranged attacks. Divine Judgment. Thunder Dragon, Thunderbird, unrelenting in his onslaught against Beckman. Beckman either evaded or fired back, attempting to counter Qin Yun's assaults. Yet his retaliations fell short against Qin Yun's extraordinary speed. After several exchanges, both combatants experienced a flicker of red in their eyes. Stepping back from their foresight, at this moment, Qin Yun still sat upon his throne of thunder, observing Beckman with inscrutable expression. Beckman, no longer at ease, spoke with a tone that bore complexity. You are indeed an extraordinary individual. Shanks, neither of us can prevail over the other. Your Thunder Fruit ability is exceedingly formidable, and your speed is unparalleled, something I have only experienced with Kazuru. Ha! I see it now, Beckman. You two are truly in a tight spot. Shanks, suppressing the red glow in his eyes, teased the pair. Hey, Shanks, this is hardly the time for jest. Beckman, having turned back to his seat, feigned displeasure as he took a swig of strong liquor. It's your turn now. Shanks, let us battle. Qin Yun interrupted the playful banter, his primary objective being to awaken his conqueror's hockey. This opportunity was too precious to squander. The insights gained from the earlier combat with these top-tier warriors had deepened his understanding of the significance of both devil fruits and hockey. My friend, why resort to violence? It is still too early for you to attempt to eliminate me here. Shanks's words subtly conveyed his reluctance to engage in combat, as fighting Qin Yun held no meaningful value for him. Instead, grant me a favor. Let us sit down together and share a feast, engage in conversation, and forge a friendship. What? Is the favor fruit activated? Qin Yun assessed his body for any abnormalities. None. The favor fruit was a ruse. Boss, just concede to him. I can see this young man is a battle fanatic, the type who will not rest until he achieves his goals. At that moment, Lucky Roo, munching on a sizable piece of meat, loudly urged. Just as Shanks was about to respond, Qin Yun's indifferent voice interrupted him. Shanks, you do not possess the right to refuse this duel. Without waiting for his consent, a flash of red illuminated Qin Yun's eyes, and a bolt of divine judgment surged toward him. Observation kill. This appeared to be a derived ability obtained after mastering Conqueror's hockey to its pinnacle. A hint of crimson flickered in Shanks's eyes as he activated the ultimate technique of his Conqueror's hockey. An inexplicable force surged forth, enveloping the entire world, causing Beckman and his crew to involuntarily smile. For only Qin Yun was affected by this overwhelming pressure. The red glow in Qin Yun's eyes faded, rendering his foresight ineffective. However, a smirk crept upon his lips. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He forcefully steadied his mind, acutely sensing the overwhelming pressure that surrounded him. This sensation was akin to countless individuals wielding hammers, mercilessly pounding against his heart, or being submerged in an oppressive, despair-laden abyss where relentless pressure bore down upon his mind. Boom! In an instant, a sound akin to shattering resonated within Qin Yun's mind. Buzz! In the next moment, an overpowering force, surpassing even Shanks's Conqueror's hockey, swept across the battlefield, forcing Shanks's haki to retreat steadily. Ultimately, the heavens were cleaved in two, with the violet-black expanse dominating 60%, while the red occupied the remaining 40%. Buzz! The winds surged, two emperors clashing, yet the skies were devoid of clouds. Otherwise, another tempest would have ensued. Boom! There was no need to continue. The clash of their conquerors' haki drew to a close. Qin Yun's smile was now uncontainable, while Shanks's expression was laden with gravity. Had he truly awakened Conqueror's haki to possess such formidable deterrent power? My friend, what ambitions do you harbor? Ha! Qin Yun laughed heartily, his silence speaking volumes. Observing this, Shanks drew forth his griffin, sword pointed at Qin Yun, and proclaimed loudly, "Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your ambition." As his words faded, he exerted tremendous force with his feet, causing the deck beneath him to shatter under the sheer power of his might. In the next instant, he closed in on Qin Yun, delivering a swift strike that was so rapid it ignited the very air around him into a roaring blaze. Divine evasion, so fast, Qin Yun was taken aback. Recognizing the formidable prowess of Shanks, whose actions were both domineering and resolute, for some inexplicable reason, a phrase echoed in his mind. I do not evade the divine. I am more formidable than the divine. Of course, he was a god, and evasion was essential. There was no possibility of enduring such an assault. It would be utterly unthinkable, unless he could elevate his physical resilience to a level capable of wielding Conqueror's haki. He had no interest in clashing directly with Shanks' divine evasion. Thus, Qin Yun dissipated into a flash of lightning, teleporting to an altitude of 10,000 meters, leaving behind only a fleeting remark as he vanished without a trace. His speed was such that even the elite observers like Shanks and Beckman could not capture any trace of him. Shanks, Beckman, it is not yet time for us to settle our scores. Perhaps our next encounter will unveil a different spectacle. Ha ha ha. What a fellow, he seems to regard me as a mere tool for awakening Conqueror's haki. Shanks returned to the ship, his tone laced with a sense of resignation. Beckman tossed a massive barrel of liquor towards him with a grin, and Shanks caught it effortlessly, settling cross-legged on the deck to drink heartily. Shanks, a figure of such stature, is undoubtedly destined to change the world. There is no need for us to engage in battle with him. Beckman took a deep drag of his cigarette, his tone somewhat inscrutable. That's so. With a resounding thud, Shanks took a deep gulp and slammed the barrel onto the deck. Exclaiming excitedly, let us celebrate the encounter of yet another future great figure. My friends, a feast is in order. Oh. The crew of Luffy raised their barrels and cups, cheering loudly with exuberance. After a considerable time, Shanks gazed into the distant sky, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Beckman quietly polished his rifle, the smoke from his cigarette wafting far into the air. On the other side, after concluding his confrontation with the red-haired pirates, Qin Yun traversed through the clouds, returning to the Yakin Manor. Upon entering the house, he found Kia and the others gathered around Nami, seemingly engrossed in something. Oni-chan. Nami, with keen eyes, called out excitedly upon spotting Qin Yun, her voice brimming with delight. Look what I discovered on the isolated island below. She raised her right hand, revealing a devil fruit within. It seemed Nami had indeed made a fortunate find after he left. She had uncovered a treasure chest on the island, which contained the devil fruit. Robin, sifting through her books, engaged in conversation with the others. Qin Yun stepped forward to examine the devil fruit closely. Noting its smooth, glossy surface, found it, the slippery fruit. Robin smiled, showcasing the book in her hands to the group. Slippery fruit? Qin Yun paused, recalling that this was the fruit consumed by a minor boss encountered by Luffy early on. Known as Arlita, she was infamously dubbed the Little Big Mama of the East Sea, with a face full of freckles and an unattractive physique, yet she fancied herself the most beautiful woman at sea. After consuming the slippery fruit, she underwent a remarkable transformation in her life. The slippery fruit? No wonder it appears so smooth, Kia remarked, her fingers gliding over the devil fruit, feeling an extraordinary sensation. Nami, however, appeared somewhat disheartened, her hands open in resignation, remarking that it did not seem like a particularly powerful fruit, though it could still fetch a price of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. You underestimate its value. Qin Yun replied, his spirits lifted. This fruit was of immense significance to him, promising an unparalleled experience. Consuming the slippery fruit would naturally confer beauty-enhancing effects, transforming even the ugliest woman into an unparalleled beauty. If auctioned at a market, it could likely command a price beyond 1 billion berries. What? The five of them exclaimed in unison. What woman could resist the allure of becoming a transcendent beauty? They were already considered stunning, yet they would not mind becoming even more beautiful to garner Qin Yun's affection. The five women stared at the slippery fruit for a moment, then turned their gaze towards Qin Yun, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. What are you looking at me for? Whoever obtains it makes the decision. Moreover, the fruit's beauty-enhancing effects were not exclusive to consumption. Merely eating it would yield immediate and visible results. Nami decided that whoever consumed it would familiarize themselves with the abilities of the devil fruit, then demonstrate its potential to the others for optimization. That IT can work like that. Vivi expressed her admiration for his creativity. Of course, the power of the slippery fruit can tighten and smoothen the skin of oneself or others. Even, it can eliminate blemishes, acne, pigmentation, yellowing of teeth, wrinkles, and more. However, I suppose you all likely do not require those features. Right? At this point, Qin Yun's tone wavered slightly, as he suddenly recalled that Robin had a small red mole on her body. Noticing Robin's continued hopeful gaze, Qin Yun continued his discourse. When developed to its fullest potential, the slippery fruit can even alleviate fatigue, pain, and injuries. However, these advanced abilities require awakening to achieve. Regrettably, the starting potential of the slippery fruit was still rather low. Realized the aforementioned creative uses, an excessive amount of effort was required, making it far less expedient than simply acquiring the mochi fruit. Nami pondered for a moment, recalling the meticulous care Noki had provided her. During her absence, Noki had worked in the orange grove, suffering sunburn that had darkened her once fair skin to a wheat hue. I want to reserve the slippery fruit for my sister, so she can remove the sunburn caused by harvesting oranges. Nami declared firmly, clenching her small fists. The other four women readily agreed. That moment, Robin noticed that Qin Yun was empty-handed and inquired, "Was that pirate crew very strong? It seems you did not acquire any spoils." "Indeed, they are formidable. The red-haired pirates led by the Emperor Shanks are among the strongest of the four pirate crews." "The four emperors?" Karina exclaimed in surprise. "What are the four emperors?" Nami was still unaware of the significance of this. The four emperors are, with Robin's explanation, the group grasped the concept. Setting aside such matters, after a long day, I ought to rest, on Dong Island. In the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, Nami's fruit abilities had grown stronger, enveloping the entire Yakan Manor in layers of mist, concealing their presence. From the outside, one could not see inside, yet those within could observe the outside. Oni-chan. There are Navy soldiers at the dock, and the ship has a doghead figurehead. I see it. That is Carp's ship. It seems he has returned to Windmill Village. Qin Yun contemplated that he just needed Buggy and Dragon to complete the assembly of significant figures from the East Sea. The hero of the Navy, Carp? This little village below is actually his hometown. Qin Yun nodded, hoping Carp would not stir up trouble. His confrontation with Shanks was for the purpose of awakening Conqueror's haki. But Carp here had no wool to be sheared. His observation haki extended widely, ultimately discovering Carp in the stronghold of the mountain bandit Dayton. He was currently seated, asleep in a chair, while Luffy, who had been beaten by him, hung from a tree, his head swollen and his eyes filled with defiance. Qin Yun's expression hardened as he turned to his divine consorts, softly instructing, "Carp is not my target. I am here to recruit the next divine consort. Once I bring her back, I will rely on you to provide her with psychological support. Lord Divine, do you not know how to pursue women?" Robin smirked mischievously, beginning to count on her fingers the experiences of the divine consorts. "I would say it's half coercion and half contract for Nami, Vivi, and Noki. Karina is a contractual agreement. While Machida and Marianu were compelled as subordinates, and Tina was coerced, the divine consorts paused their actions, casting strange looks at Qin Yun. "Am I not aware? You still do not know?" Qin Yun replied, his expression unchanged. "A slow-paced pursuit is far too inefficient. Time is precious. That I prefer to secure you first, and then cultivate feelings afterward. We can discuss everything else later. Love comes after marriage." The divine consorts pondered. At least for now, it seemed quite agreeable, did it not? The method employed by Qin Yun may only incite conflict in the initial stages, yet such discord is singular. Once the other party truly becomes his divine consort, an addiction will ensue. Moreover, those who pursue actively often relinquish the initiative, Both success and failure lie within the control of the counterpart. His approach of capturing the divine consort by skillfully manipulating her needs, creating demands where none exist, proves far more effective. As he retains the upper hand, ensuring a success rate that remains unwaveringly at 100%. As Robin, the wise aide to Qin Yun, articulates these sentiments, her words are not without purpose. Firstly, they aim to rectify the distorted image he holds in the eyes of many women. And secondly, to forge alliances, encouraging other divine consorts to subtly influence the newly arrived consort. In a world so steeped in darkness and chaos, I merely wish to provide a home for the divine consorts I cherish. As for the means, are they of any consequence? What truly matters is the outcome. As his words lingered in the air, Qin Yun dissipated like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving behind Robin, languidly reclining in her chair, alongside several divine consorts who pondered in silence. In Windmill Village, at the banquet bar, the sun blazed at its zenith, with only a few scattered vacant seats. The atmosphere was alive with chatter and shouts. A cacophony of merriment. This village boasts but a single bar, where Marquino, having grown up in the locale, enjoys an impeccable reputation and is beloved by the townsfolk. Behind the counter, Marquino sang cheerfully while mixing exquisite drinks. Just then, the bell by the door chimed, and Qin Yun stepped inside. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Marquino instinctively looked up, greeting him. "I have a request." Qin Yun waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, refreshing the air in the alcohol-laden tavern. He strode toward the chair before Marquino, his domineering aura unfurling, yet it did not affect her in the slightest. With a series of thuds, as he struck the table, the previously raucous chatter gradually ceased as patrons succumbed to unconsciousness. It must be said, the overwhelming presence was indeed a formidable tool for intimidation. Marquino's eyes widened in shock, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Rendered speechless by the scene before her, "Marquino, a cup of cappuccino." "No, rather, a glass of your finest concoction." Qin Yun finally took a seat, his hand brushing the counter to reveal a bar of premium gold, his payment for the libation. "What? They?" Marquino stammered, her voice quivering with trepidation. "Fear not, they are merely unconscious. Their fate lies in your hands. My choice determines their fate. You would leave an uninvited guest in waiting." Marquino was taken aback, having never encountered someone who referred to themselves as an unwelcome visitor. Casting a glance at the villagers sprawled on the ground, she grasped her shaker, summoning all her skill to craft her signature drink. Marquino, kind-hearted and cheerful, exuded a wife-like grace, her smile radiating warmth akin to that of a beloved neighbor. Before long, she had completed her creation and presented the drink. Qin Yun raised the glass to his lips, savoring it with commendation. "Marquino, your drink is truly exquisite. Will you become my divine consort?" Divine consort? Marquino was momentarily taken aback, noting his refined demeanor and striking appearance, leading her to believe him a scion of wealth. Yet, his actions and words were undeniably domineering, causing her to respond with a forced chuckle. "My lord, are you jesting? I am but an ordinary girl from a small village. Please do not tease me. Consider this drink a gift. I appear to be jesting." Qin Yun countered, gesturing forcefully, causing the villagers to be swept outside by an invisible force. "Make your decision, Marquino. Contemplate carefully. Their lives rest in your hands." Marquino bit her lip, her eyes glistening with innocence as she clasped her skirt tightly. The lives of the divine consorts. Had Mr. Cap returned in time to save her? Fearing the capriciousness of her interlocutor, she dared not delay, closing her eyes and bowing her head, trembling as she spoke. "My lord, I am willing to become your divine consort." Kindness can be a double-edged sword. And Marquino was indeed too benevolent. A wise choice. Qin Yun furrowed his brow, his observation hockey locking onto a swiftly moving figure. Alas, Cap had arrived too soon. Otherwise, he might have indulged in another drink. No matter, upon returning, he would simply request Marquino to prepare as much as he desired. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the air, invoking the power of levitation. In the next moment, the entire banquet bar, along with the surrounding land, soared into the sky. Marquino gasped, losing her balance in the chaos, and fell forward, only to be deftly caught by Qin Yun. "Let go of Marquino, you thunderous brat." Cap's booming voice echoed as he uprooted a tree, hurling it skyward. However, wary of harming Marquino, he aimed solely at the ground beneath the tavern. Divine judgment. Qin Yun unleashed a ruthless bolt of lightning, manipulating Marquino's garments through the power of levitation, allowing her to maintain her footing as they ascended. The divine judgment effortlessly shattered the tree, which Cap attempted to block with his hand. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the range of the attack. Before Cap could shake off the residual heat, he was struck by 2 successive blows from Qin Yun, who had amassed lightning behind him. Have you ever been struck by lightning? A low voice whispered in Cap's ear, causing his expression to shift as pain shot through his lower back, propelling him into the ground and creating a massive crater, sending dust flying and shaking Windmill Village to its core. As the dust settled, Cap emerged, his robust figure visible. He gazed at the tavern, which had vanished into thin air, cursing under his breath for arriving too late. Damn it, you thunderous brat. Cap shook his hand. Having felt the lingering heat from the divine judgment, his expression tinged with displeasure. With his fighting spirit extinguished, he realized he could not keep pace with his opponent, who bore a seemingly benign countenance. All he could do was hope Qin Yun would treat Marquino kindly. You traveled across the Grand Line to the East Blue. Is it to abduct Marquino? Qin Yun remained silent. Although Cap had aged, his formidable haki was still formidable, surpassing even that of the infamous Golden Lion. Unfortunately, he had met with misfortune in his later years, ultimately battling the Blackbeard pirates to save the deserter, Captain Kobe. It was likely that only his awakened violet-black lightning could pierce through Cap's defenses and inflict damage. Noticing Qin Yun's silence, Cap scrutinized him, and an echo of Sengoku's previous admonition rang in his mind. With a nonchalant gesture, he scratched his nose and asked, "Kid, you wouldn't be considering joining the Shichibukai, that garbage organization, would you? Come up with a formidable name. I'll have Sengoku and the others issue a bounty for you. Otherwise, you'll be stuck with the title of Thunderous Brat echoing throughout the world." After speaking, he boldly produced a den mushi and began dialing. Qin Yun merely scoffed, remaining noncommittal. No wonder the Navy had yet to issue his bounty. Clearly, they were unable to locate him and were still intent on recruiting him into the Shichibukai. Wait, the Navy doesn't even know his name. He realized that aside from the divine consorts and those from the divine kingdom, all others who knew his true name were already deceased. If an ill-sounding moniker were to be assigned in the bounty notice, would that not mar his history? Blurp blurp, Bogart here. Hey, Cap, Sengoku, I've encountered the thunderous brat. His speed is too great for me to capture, and I've been burned by his lightning. Please extend my vacation by a few more months. He has appeared in the East Blue? Sengoku paid no heed to Cap's antics. Divine Qin Yun, that is my true name, Sengoku. I am not one of those pirate scum, so spare me your attempts to recruit me with the filthy title of Shichibukai Divine. X2, what an arrogant child. Do not presume that consuming the strongest Logia-type devil fruit makes one the mightiest. Just as Cap finished his taunt, he suddenly began snoring, a bubble emerging from his nose, much to Qin Yun's chagrin. As Qin Yun contemplated administering a shock therapy session, the den mushi began mimicking Sengoku's actions with uncanny precision. You claim you are not a pirate, yet forcibly abducting Navy Colonel Tina is undoubtedly a pirate's deed. Is it not? The notion of recruiting you into the world government and your subsequent refusal to join the 7 warlords shall be reported with utmost honesty. You are in no position to judge my actions. In my eyes, I am redeeming her, liberating her from the quagmire of servitude to the celestial dragons, elevating her to become my divine consort. You, Sengoku, found himself momentarily speechless, for the Navy is indeed the lapdog of the celestial dragons. I hear from Carp that you can customize nicknames here. Just inscribe Divine Emperor on the bounty, and let the reward be set at 50 billion berries. Qin Yun refrained from further debate, articulating the title he wished to be celebrated by the world. Youngster, you truly dare to adopt such a moniker. Do you not realize that once this nickname circulates, the 4 emperors will relentlessly pursue you? Let them come. Is this not what you desire to witness? The transponder snail sat agape, rendered speechless, uncertain if Sengoku was taken aback by the nickname he had conjured. After a few breaths, Sengoku resumed speaking, albeit with a noticeably somber tone. Is Tina doing well? Her mentor, Zephyr, is quite concerned about her. Rest assured, Tina is thriving, plump and healthy under my care. Perhaps next year, he will see our child together and I shall certainly invite you to the celebration. Very well, I shall accommodate your request regarding the bounty. But 50 billion berries is out of the question. Prepare to face the wrath of the 4 emperors. Sengoku was driven to the brink of fury by his audacious tone, abruptly severing the call. Boja, the bubble burst, and Karp awoke to the sound of the call being disconnected. Qin Yun nodded appreciatively, grateful for Karp's reminder about the nickname. Otherwise, if a bounty hunter suddenly appeared one day exclaiming, "Electric Boy, I found you," he feared he might succumb to the urge to clash with the Navy headquarters. With all matters settled, Qin Yun vanished in a flash of lightning, ready to depart. "Wait," Karp's resigned voice called out, prompting Qin Yun to cast a glance in his direction. "Treat Makino well. Otherwise, I will risk everything to bring you to justice." "Huh." Qin Yun let out a light scoff, then dissipated in a flash of lightning. At the lofty heights of the Yakin Manor, Makino's tavern was nestled outside the estate. Qin Yun materialized above the heads of the women, observing Makino, who appeared flustered under the care of his divine consorts. Makino, with her kind and gentle nature, exuded warmth and cheerfulness, possessing a delicate visage that seemed easy to bully. With the assistance of Robin and others, she would likely adapt to this new life swiftly. In this journey to Windmill Village, there was but one loser, Shanks. The following day, Qin Yun gazed upon Makino, now adorned in a form-fitting deep blue sundress, with a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. "Shanks, I apologize, but a virtuous beauty like Makino is beyond your grasp. I shall take her for myself." Shanks. As he was about to enter the Grand Line, Shanks rubbed his nose, feeling as though something significant had forever slipped from his grasp. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lockie, the stout crewmate, tugged at Shanks' shirt, attempting to wipe his face. "I don't know. Perhaps the weather is just poor." Shanks quickly sidestepped to avoid his enthusiastic gesture. Lockie gazed at the clear sky, nodding in agreement. Days later, in the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. "Old man, the newspaper has arrived. There's an intriguing piece of news today." The 4th Division Captain, Sachi, strode confidently onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Sachi, spare us the suspense. And read it aloud. "Indeed, we are all pirates here. How many of us can read?" "Come on, Sachi, read it out." At that moment, Whitebeard, clad only in a shawl, appeared slightly aged, with 4 drips and oxygen tubes adorning him. While doctors and nurses tended to him, Sachi, upon hearing this, grasped the newspaper and bounty notice, furrowing his brow as he read, "An existence that surpasses the 4 emperors, Divine Emperor, Qin Yun, wielder of the Thunder Fruit. His initial bounty reaches a staggering 300 million berries, with the Navy attributing only 3 minor offenses: kidnapping a Navy colonel, assaulting the hometown of Navy hero Karp, and suspected of slaying the warlord Crocodile. Does he truly deserve the title of Divine Emperor? Let us wait and see." The Thunder Fruit. "What a remarkable ability indeed," Whitebeard remarked with a nonchalant chuckle, raising a barrel to drink deeply, eliciting reproachful glances from nearby nurses. While Whitebeard remained unconcerned, the other pirates were decidedly displeased. "Crocodile? Wasn't he the one who challenged the old man 20 years ago? I recall he was quite arrogant before the challenge and ended up looking like a fool afterward. The key issue is Qin Yun, isn't it? The Navy has bestowed upon him the nickname Divine Emperor. How desperate they must be to see this fellow dead. Let me go to the paradise and bring back that brat's head. Allow me. He dared to attack my hometown, and I won't let him escape. An MY speedboat is far more agile. I'll reach there in a few days and take a leisurely cruise through paradise." Ace rubbed his hands together, eager for action. A clash of fire and thunder. "I truly wish to witness it." Marco ran his fingers through his pineapple-like hair, looking somewhat languid. "Go forth, Divine Emperor. Ace, we are here to back you." Whitebeard readily agreed. Despite his age, he could still wield a blade. Even if Ace were to falter, who among them would dare to deliver a fatal blow? Meanwhile, in the territory of the Big Mom pirates, Mother, a wielder of the Thunder Fruit. Why not recruit him to bolster our ranks? Charlotte Perispero, with his tongue hanging out, eagerly awaited Big Mom's response. "Mamama." Charlotte Lean's eyes widened like 2 brass bells as she fixated on the bounty notice. "Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Life or death unknown. The Divine Emperor Qin Yun possesses the Thunder Fruit ability. He doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Could he be a member of a rare race?" As someone determined to make all races in the world her family, she paid little mind to the title of Divine Emperor, instead keenly sensing that Qin Yun possessed something extraordinary. That feeling was akin to her joy each time she encountered a new race. Perispero, puzzled, scrutinized Qin Yun's photograph, unable to discern any rare traits. "Mamama, let us arrange a union. Have Bakamis take photos of the daughters to present to him, allowing him to choose one. We shall host a wedding party at the next tea party. Yes, mother. In Wano country, on Onigashima. The thunder fruit, you say? I wonder if the strongest Logia-type attack could bring about my demise. Kaido mused, his gaze hazy, half awake as he drank deeply in the Grand Line, on a certain spring island. Just 300 million. I have somewhat underestimated that man. Shanks smacked his lips, clinking glasses with the man beside him, who bore a black sword though. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Is he the one you encountered in the East Blue? It's a pity he is not a swordsman. Dracul Mihawk's sharp gaze swept over the scene, soon losing interest. Who knows if he even knows how to wield a sword? I genuinely look forward to our encounter in the New World. In the East Blue, in Kokoyashi village, before the Yakin Manor had even reached Nami's residence, she transformed into a swirling cloud, unable to contain her excitement. No Kigo, Nami called out with all her might, inside the house. No Kigo was momentarily stunned, the dishes slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the table. In a daze, she dashed outside, gazing upwards at the sky, where she beheld Nami, her upper half human and her lower half a cloud. At first, she was taken aback, then her face broke into a radiant smile. Nami, welcome back, No Kigo. Nami leaped into No Kigo's embrace, holding her tightly, and the two exchanged no further words, silently sharing the pain of the years spent apart. Time passed, and when Nami finally regained her composure, she lifted her gaze to see Qin Yun and the divine consorts patiently awaiting in the distance. The swell of emotion rose within her, deepening her sense of belonging to Qin Yun. Everything has concluded, Nami. What awaits us is an even brighter future. No Kigo gently wiped away the tear stains that inadvertently revealed themselves on Nami's face. This statement was meant for Nami, but it also resonated with herself. No Kigo, you appear even fairer than the last time I saw you. Nami quickly noticed the change in Nochigao. That's so. No Kigo touched her sun-kissed cheek. Feeling somewhat insecure, the divine maidens of Qin Yun were all exquisite beauties with fair skin, striking looks, and long legs, making her feel a bit self-conscious. Click, the sound of a camera shutter echoed. Hey, Qin Yun. What are you doing? I'm taking a photo of you so we can later see how much you've transformed. Oh right. Hurry, No Kigo, I've prepared a devil fruit for you to take from Oni-chan, Nami exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she realized what was happening. Quick, quick, Nami urged, pushing the bewildered No Kigo and the smiling Qin Yun into the room together. Is there anything I need to do? No Kigo asked, her head slightly lowered, a blush creeping to her ears. No need. Just watch me, Qin Yun replied, gathering No Kigo's blue hair into a bun and leading her to sit on a chair in the living room. What followed was a systematic procedure where he took out the slip fruit, activated its ability, and directed it towards No Kigo. The effect was instantaneous. She was enveloped in the power of the slip fruit. Qin Yun squinted, his gaze fixed on her as her form gradually became more stunningly beautiful. Her short blue hair lengthened until it cascaded down to her waist. Her skin transformed into a smooth, firm, and fair complexion, appearing delicate and pure, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. With her tattoos fading away, the level of her fairness could perhaps only be rivaled by Conis and Kaya among his divine maidens. Yet, it didn't matter, as No Kigo had the ability to enhance the beauty of the other divine maidens through the power of the slip fruit. In less than a moment, the transformative power fulfilled its purpose, revealing No Kigo's breathtaking beauty, resembling an invincible upgraded version of herself. 3 years later, No Kigo felt the wondrous changes within her. She instinctively opened her mouth, seemingly tapping into a mysterious force within her. In the next moment, a scream erupted. She had not yet fully mastered her fruit ability and had made a mistake. No Kigo, don't panic. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the newfound power and learn to control it. Qin Yun used his armament haki to support her unsteady form. No Kigo, showing promise, quickly began to master the slip power with his assistance. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Indeed, this is the slip fruit. Spend the next couple of days getting acquainted with it. Until you have full control, you shouldn't leave this room. All right. No Kigo naturally accepted his guidance. You can come in now. Just as she finished speaking, Nami rushed in eagerly, her concern for No Kigo evident from her expression, but she trusted Qin Yun. Are you all right, No Kigo? Wow. Is the effect of the slip fruit really this powerful? Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. struggling to reconcile the person before her with the sister she had spent so much time with. Has there been such a significant change? Nokigo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of shyness from Qin Yun's fiery gaze and Nami's incredulous expression. Look, Nami waved her hand, conjuring a water mirror framed with clouds before Nokigo. Instinctively, Nokigo gazed into the mirror, instantly entranced. Staring at the ethereal beauty reflected back at her, her emotions soared like a roller coaster ride to the peak of the clouds. Qin Yun, Nami, thank you both. Nokigo snapped back to reality, her first instinct being to express her gratitude. Without their assistance, her transformation would not have been possible. What is there to thank us for? Nami pouted. You should focus on mastering your fruit ability. That's the way to go. Once you do, you'll be able to make us even more beautiful. All right. Nokigo's smile was relentless. The divine maidens outside waited patiently. The day's theme being the reunion of Nokigo and Nami, and they had no intention of intruding. You two catch up. I have matters to attend to. The two women understood that Qin Yun had no pressing matters, but was simply creating space for their private conversation. As Qin Yun exited the room, he nodded at the divine maidens. He then swiftly appeared beside Tina and Borki, bringing them to the Yakin Manor point 2 hours later. Very well, Tina, you did not seize the opportunity to escape, which pleases me greatly. You have upheld our agreement. It seems I must reward you accordingly. Qin Yun stroked Tina's hair, finding her feigned stubbornness amusing as she secretly reveled in the attention. Humph, Tina is not one to betray her word. Tina's face flushed, her delicate ears tinged with a rosy hue. Tina, once we return to the kingdom of the gods, you may assemble a female army and implement your justice within our realm. Humph. Even if Tina sits on the hot seat every day, she won't assist you in ruling your divine kingdom. Tina's defiance remained steadfast. The next morning, Qin Yun was awakened by Mariano. Why are you here? Qin Yun was slightly puzzled, but soon noticed Mechita stifling a laugh nearby, realizing it must have been her idea. All right, get up and let's have breakfast. With that, Mechita pulled Mariano away. Qin Yun chuckled helplessly. Dressing with the help of Tina and Borki before joining them in the courtyard for breakfast, with everything prepared, it was time to set off. Oni-chan, can you bring my and Nokigo's orange grove and house along? Nami pleaded sweetly while clinging to his arm. Of course. Qin Yun would never refuse Nami's adorable request. Floating, the dragon soars. Soon, Nami's home and orange grove were seamlessly integrated into the Yakin Manor. Oni-chan, you are so good to me. Nami joyfully dashed into his embrace. Qin Yun smiled warmly, gratefully accepting Nami's affection. After confirming the number of passengers was correct, he directed the Yakin Manor towards Rogue Town. Cocoa West Village was too underdeveloped for news birds to arrive, and Qin Yun was unsure if the Navy had issued a bounty. Thus, he decided that while en route to Rogue Town, the Yakin Manor would fly at the altitude of the news birds for convenient updates. Goodbye, Cocoa West Village. Nami and Nokigo bid farewell to their hometown with mixed emotions. The villagers of Cocoa West held Qin Yun in awe and gratitude. Nokigo had informed them that he preferred solitude and did not want to be disturbed, which is why they refrained from approaching. During the journey, Nokigo diligently honed her slip power, and the tattoos on both her and Nami were removed. She then performed an initial beautification on Qin Yun's divine maidens, enhancing their skin to become equally tight and smooth. Notably, Borki's distinctive pointed nose returned to a normal human standard under the influence of the slip power, eliminating her flaw and significantly elevating her beauty. A few days later, in the East Sea, near Rogue Town, Oni-chan, your bounty has arrived. Just then, Nami burst into the cabin, excitedly holding a newspaper with the bounty notice. The unexpected noise startled Marquino, causing her to jump. Oh, Qin Yun waved his hand, directing his gaze towards the bounty notice. Only 300 million berries. At least they got my name right. It seems Sengoku is quite reliable after all. Marquino finished tidying up the room and left without speaking to the two. Qin Yun didn't stop her. Marquino had come to terms with reality while interacting with Robin and the other divine maidens, taking on her responsibilities as a divine maiden. However, doesn't this mean you have become a pirate? Nami harbored an intense disdain for Arlong and his crew of pirates. The mere thought of potentially being wanted as a pirate herself in the future left her feeling rather uneasy. It is worth noting that those who are wanted are not necessarily pirates. Take me, for example, or the revolutionary monkey dragon. Ah, right. Nami tapped her head, realizing she had fallen into a misconception. Rogue Town was approaching. Wasn't she the one who clamored to go shopping? She could always ask who among them would like to accompany her, as having company would certainly alleviate any boredom. Are there any candidates for a goddess here? There is one, a navy officer. Once she is taken, there will be no woman in the East Blue worthy of my attention. Many have mentioned Desire, but I checked the information, and at this point in time, Desire is certainly not in the East Blue anymore. A navy officer? That sounds quite good. She could keep Tina company as they conversed. They arrived at the outskirts of the Yakin Manor, gazing out at Rogue Town. Nami, Robin, along with other goddesses eager to shop, gracefully approached Qin Yun and the others, most adorned in luxurious gowns that showcased the nobility and elegance befitting their status. Qin Yun surveyed the attire of the ladies, nodding in satisfaction. When the goddesses ventured out, they would always don themselves in a dignified and opulent manner, ensuring that any revealing areas were thoroughly concealed. This was not only a self-imposed code of conduct among the goddesses, but also a manifestation of his possessiveness. His goddesses were, naturally, only to be seen in their private moments by him alone. That we shall depart at noon. Do not let your excitement cause you to lose track of time. That it shouldn't take until noon. Rogue Town is merely a small town. Once we finish exploring the commercial street, there won't be much left to see. Indeed, the pirate world is dark and chaotic. Only those relatively peaceful and stable great nations can foster commercial development, enticing people to indulge in entertainment. Soon, the Yakin Manor soared above Rogue Town. We are off. Qin Yun nodded in assent, and thus, the goddesses descended upon clouds conjured by Nami, their figures resembling that of celestial fairies. He had already scanned the entirety of Rogue Town, and no unexpected powerful adversaries had surfaced, such as Dragon. Consequently, he bore no concerns for Nami and the others' safety. Well then, Dasky, my little darling, I am coming. In the next instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, and Qin Yun vanished from his spot in Rogue Town. At a weapon shop selling swords, Dasky pouted as she closed the shop's grand door. She had just admired the store's prized possession, the snow walk, but alas, her funds were insufficient to procure it as she turned to leave. Her head collided sharply with the figure of Qin Yun, who had just happened to appear beside her. Oh no! Dasky's red glasses were knocked off and fell to the ground. She hurriedly bent down, her hands frantically searching for her glasses, her clumsy movements causing her ample bosom to become quite pronounced, much to Qin Yun's delight. Here, after enjoying the view of her predicament, Qin Yun handed her the glasses he had retrieved. Dasky quickly accepted them, putting them on while apologizing repeatedly. I'm so sorry. I was too reckless just now. Are you all right? I hope I didn't hurt you. Of course I am hurt. My chest is in agony from your collision. You are a navy officer, and you must take responsibility for this. Qin Yun feigned pain, dramatically clutching his chest. Oh, I'm so sorry. Dasky finally managed to adjust her glasses and looked up to check on his condition, only to discover that the people on the street lay scattered on the ground, oblivious to their fates. She stared in disbelief, murmuring, what in the world is happening? I'm not quite sure either. Wait. Don't try to change the subject. Qin Yun lifted her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. This was, of course, a result of Qin Yun's manipulation. The Conqueror's Haki could be activated with merely a thought, making it exceedingly convenient to create a world confined to just him and Dasky. Dasky struggled momentarily. Realizing she could not break free from his grip, she stepped back a few paces, finally regaining her freedom. She glared at Qin Yun, momentarily stunned, shaking her head. How could a wanted criminal like Qin Yun possibly be here? Surely, he should be in the eastern region of the East Blue. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. What would you like me to do? Pay you back or accompany you to the hospital for treatment? Dasky clutched her clothes, looking at him with an endearing vulnerability. You don't appear to be wealthy yourself, do you? How about this? Marry me and become my wife. That way, we won't have to discuss compensation anymore. Huh? But we just met, right? I'm truly sorry, but I must decline. Dasky was flabbergasted, unable to comprehend how he could utter such unrealistic words, while his appearance was quite to her liking, as a Navy officer. She had duties to fulfill and no time for such matters of the heart. Are you saying you want to take responsibility but refuse at the same time? What does it matter if we just met? Spending time together will only make us more familiar. Well, Dasky's thoughts began to swirl. Dasky, a disoriented maiden, kind-hearted, upright, noble in character, considerate of the greater good, discerning right from wrong, and possessing a brave, fearless heart that, as the saying goes. Good women fear entanglements with men. Being the party at fault, Dasky was acutely aware of her shortcomings in this situation. Having never encountered anything like this before, she was uncertain how to navigate it. But I am a Navy officer. Can Navy officers not marry? Just consider figures like Vice Admiral Garp or Admiral Akainu. They hold significant positions and are still married. This, Dasky was momentarily taken aback, feeling that something was amiss, yet she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Forget it. If you refuse to marry me, I will have to resort to other means. What method? Dasky's eyes brightened, as long as he ceased his persistent pursuit. She feared she might relent under pressure. I will coerce you that if you do not agree to be my wife, I shall annihilate the Navy in Rogue Town. In such a scenario, your agreement would also be a contribution to the Navy. Big brother, you must be joking. There was no response. Qin Yun maintained a serious expression, fixated on her. Just as Dasky's face flushed and she appeared flustered, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the street. Finally arrived? Qin Yun smirked. With so many individuals incapacitated on this street, it was only a matter of time before someone alerted the Navy. However, Smoker's subordinates were nothing more than ruffians, lacking in strength and attitude. So it was hardly surprising that they arrived late. A group of Navy officers soon encircled the pair, but they dared not approach, leaving a significant space in the middle. Hey, Dasky, come here. Smoker, cigar in mouth, wore a grave expression. Huh? Dasky was still trying to grasp the situation. If you wish for them to perish, feel free to distance yourself from me. Qin Yun threatened nonchalantly. Qin Yun, why has such a powerful figure come to the East Blue? What have you done to Tina? Smoker ground his teeth, regretting not having studied hockey diligently under Zephyr at the Navy Academy. So you recognize me. Instead of fleeing, you dare to approach? You were Qin Yun. Dasky's eyes widened in disbelief. Were you playing with me this entire time? How could that be? Everything I said was true, Dasky. Become my goddess. If you agree, I can spare the Navy in Rogue Town. Qin Yun stepped forward, placing his hands on her trembling shoulders, electricity coursing through, calming her frayed nerves. How infuriating. Dasky, do not agree to him. We will never allow a pirate's schemes to succeed. Smoker's tone was ominous. Then you shall perish. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and as his words fell, Smoker felt a sudden dizziness, a searing pain in his head, as Qin Yun mercilessly stomped him into the ground with an armed hockey-enhanced kick. The ground beneath him cracked violently from the sheer force. In that instant, Smoker succumbed to unconsciousness, rendered completely unresponsive. Colonel Smoker. Dasky and the Navy were filled with astonishment. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and an invisible wave emanated from him, sweeping over the Navy, causing them to roll their eyes and lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the clattering of swords and the thudding of bodies hitting the ground filled the air. What has happened to them? Dasky questioned angrily, her eyes ablaze. Of course, they have fainted. Dasky, I believe you will make a choice that pleases me. One to you? Qin Yun stepped over Smoker's body and approached Dasky directly. Why? Why have you set your sights on me? Dasky's voice trembled. Everything was happening too quickly, leaving her at a loss. Why? Because I am benevolent and wish to rescue you from the turbulent seas of the Navy. Dasky was taken aback. How could he utter such words about the Navy being a turbulent sea? She immediately retorted in indignation. The Navy embodies justice. Becoming a pirate like you is what truly leads to the turbulent sea. I am not a pirate. I am the deity and emperor of the divine nation. Qin Yun took Dasky by the hand and led her to a nearby safe to sit down. Have you not noticed that among the high-ranking members of the Navy, aside from Vice Admiral Tsuru and her sister Guion, there is no one else? What does this have to do with the Navy being a turbulent sea? That is because once Navy officers reach a certain rank, close to that of a major general, they may be assigned to protect the celestial dragons. Male Navy officers encounter fewer incidents, for female celestial dragons would never allow lowly commoners to toy with them. But female Navy officers, As he spoke, Qin Yun forced a sip of tea into the pale-faced Dasky, hoping to soothe her nerves. If one lacks a formidable background like Tsuru's, then regardless of whether they be male or female celestial dragons, any female Navy officer they desire will likely meet a fate of being toyed with until death as a slave. Celestial dragons. How could that be? I have no reason to deceive you. In due time, you will come to know the darkness of this world. The Navy is merely a pack of dogs raised by the celestial dragons, their duty being to protect the celestial dragons and uphold their dominion. Upon hearing Qin Yun's explanation, Dasky was left in a daze, her eyes devoid of light. Qin Yun was not in a hurry. She was currently grappling with the shocking reality of the Navy. Her mind overloaded as she attempted to digest his words. After a while, Dasky finally stirred. Her expression clouded as she gazed at Qin Yun, murmuring, I understand now. I am willing to become your divine consort. As long as you honor your promise and spare the Navy of Road Town. She had come to a realization. If what Qin Yun said was true, then her ultimate fate would be to die in obscurity and humiliation. It would be better to yield to Qin Yun, sacrificing herself in exchange for the survival of the Navy in Road Town, allowing them to carry on with their sense of justice. Do not be so sorrowful. As my divine consort, you will still be able to uphold your sense of justice. Once we return to my divine nation, I will ensure you maintain peace there. Yes, a glimmer of light finally appeared in Dasky's eyes, no longer reflecting the lifelessness from before. Qin Yun was untroubled by her ability to withstand the harsh truths of the world. After all, the events had not directly befallen her, and her understanding was merely superficial. After becoming his divine consort, she would only enjoy the beauty of the mortal realm, following him as he gradually altered the world, filling her with confidence for the future. Come, let us take one last look at your homeland. Gather anything you wish to take. We shall depart from the East Sea by noon. All right, Dasky replied dully, yet her body remained still. Qin Yun sighed with resignation and stood up, forcibly embracing her. It was only then that Dasky snapped back to reality. Her pallid face tinged with a hint of crimson as she awkwardly turned away, unaccustomed to his intimate gesture. Let us go, Qin Yun declared, casting a casual glance at Tina, who had been silently following from a distance. Tina had arrived when Qin Yun had incapacitated the people on the street, observing from the shadows, and even entered the CAF without being noticed by Dasky. Qin Yun's words were not solely directed at Dasky, but also intended for Tina. To help her recognize the true nature of the Navy, seeing Qin Yun's glance, Tina nodded in acknowledgement before quietly leaving. Choosing not to intervene in his actions, she understood that she had already secured the lives of her subordinates. And Qin Yun's decisions were immutable, that if she dared to speak out against him or plead for mercy, the consequences would fall heavily upon her. Thus, Dasky was half forced out of the CAF by Qin Yun. Once she regained her composure, she found her purpose and began to guide Qin Yun through the streets of Road Town. After a short while, they encountered Robin and her companions, Oni-chan. Vivi's joyful voice rang out as she skipped over to Qin Yun, who smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Road Town was simply too small. They had barely walked a few steps when they ran into familiar faces. Each of them was accompanied by a small cloud that carried various items, snacks, clothing, jewelry, and even a barbecue grill. They held on to strands of cloud as they moved, effortlessly towing the floating cargo behind them. Is she the Navy officer you were looking for? She looks truly beautiful. Nami eagerly approached, taking Dasky's hand. Indeed, but do not frighten her. She is still quite bewildered. Thank you. You are beautiful as well, Dasky responded, flustered by their genuine demeanor, realizing that becoming Qin Yun's divine consort might not lead her into a pit of despair. Nami, Vivi, do not disturb them. Let them enjoy their time together. Robin smiled as she pulled Nami and Vivi back. Qin Yun, we have essentially finished our tour. Let us return for some barbecue. If you two take too long. There won't be any left. No worries. If I cannot have barbecue, I will feast on you instead, Qin Yun teased, gesturing for Dasky to continue leading him. Robin shot him a playful eye roll filled with allure. Subsequently, Dasky guided him through the entirety of Road Town before bringing him to the Navy base. After spending some time in her favorite secluded training ground, she returned to her dormitory to gather her belongings and bid farewell to Road Town. In the end, Qin Yun used his observation hockey to search through Road Town but still could not locate Bartolomeo and Desire. This was to be expected. Bartolomeo was a notorious underworld leader with dominion over as many as 150 towns, locations undisclosed, making it difficult to pinpoint his whereabouts alongside Desire. Thus, Qin Yun carried Dasky back to the Yakin Manor, where everyone had already gathered, and they enjoyed a lavish barbecue feast together. After satisfying their appetites, everyone returned to rest. This night was destined to be an insomniac one for certain individuals. For instance, Dasky, with her face flushed, practiced her swordsmanship in the open space of Yakin Manor, trembling as she wielded her blade. In the late hours of the night, Tina, having just awakened her observation haki, discovered her and engaged in a lengthy conversation. Meanwhile, Smoker, with bloodshot eyes and a table littered with cigar remnants, had awakened from his fainting spell and reported to headquarters, stating that he had been attacked by the god Emperor Qin Yun and wished to pursue him. However, the response he received was to remain stationed and not pursue. This only fueled his hatred for Qin Yun, who had not only abducted the Navy goddess Tina, but had also come to Rogue Town to snatch away his only female subordinate. Smoker seethed within. That damned Qin Yun. Does he hold a grudge against me? Smoker's inner turmoil was beyond Qin Yun's awareness. Regardless, he felt quite at ease, for Smoker was simply too weak to warrant his attention. As Qin Yun restored his mental state, he guided the Yakin Manor to swiftly traverse the calm belt. The beauties of the East Sea that could enhance him had already joined his divine consort ranks. Of course, there were still a few beauties from the East Sea he needed to pursue. Yet most had already departed, requiring him to coincidentally encounter them in the future. At this moment, it was time to return. A few days later, the sky was a brilliant blue, with a gentle breeze wafting through. In the Grand Line, on Gaia Island, in the town of Magic Valley, this was the other half of the sacred domain of Apiadude. In this day and age, it has become a lawless realm where pirates gather in revelry. The Yakin Manor floats high in the sky, 1,000 meters above, as Qin Yun's observation haki sweeps across the lower realm of Gaia Island, sparing not even the vessels docked at the port. Regrettably, despite the multitude of pirates here, most are mere foot soldiers lacking any significant devil fruit abilities, failing to pique his interest enough to venture down for a stroll. Thunderous power of flotation. Boom! A chaotic tempest of scattered lightning, imbued with the power of levitation, struck the center of Gaia Island, obliterating some unfortunate pirates who were unable to evade its wrath, reducing them to charred remnants. The power of flotation swiftly spread across the island, infiltrating the unconscious entities connected to it, and falling under Qin Yun's dominion. Floating Earth Dragon, rise! In the next moment, Gaia Island began to tremble violently. As the submerged land gradually emerged from the depths, once liberated from the gravitational pull of the sea to a certain extent, the island ascended rapidly, leaving the pirates upon it in dire straits. Hey, is this some kind of joke? What has happened to Gaia Island? Mamma mia, I just arrived today, and I'm already caught up in this mess. Could it be the skyward sea current? The pirates were forced to crawl upon the ground, their fingers digging into the earth. Terrified of being flung away at the slightest misstep, the island's speed accelerated, and some weaker pirates, unable to withstand the intense pressure, spewed forth black blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and finally, Gaia Island pierced through the 7,000-meter-high White Sea, and then through the 10,000-meter-high White Sea, arriving at Qin Yun's divine realm. The island's position aligned perfectly with that of Apiato, forming a skeletal shape when viewed from above. The divine consorts of Qin Yun, shielded by his power of flotation, arrived safely at the Sky Island without needing to take any action at this moment. A small cloud enveloped their noses, providing a gradually depleting supply of oxygen, which would eventually disperse. This was due to the air on the Sky Island being thinner than that of the Blue Sea. If an ordinary person were to arrive here suddenly, they would become weak from the abrupt change in environment. As Qin Yun approached the edge, feeling the floating islands he had plundered from the Golden Lion, he instinctively glanced towards Apiato. That is the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord? Oh, Divine Lord, I wish to bear your divine child. At the edge of Apiato, the residents of the divine realm cheered with excitement, and some innocent little girls uttered words that caused great embarrassment to the adults. Before them, the divine guard stood in perfect formation, each soldier clad in armor that shimmered with a sacred radiance. The armor was adorned with the emblem of the divine realm, featuring white angelic wings on either side, with a single character for divine inscribed in the center, mirroring the design of the divine realm's flag. Their faces were stern and resolute, awaiting the divine lord's inspection. A smirk graced Qin Yun's lips, embodying the sensation of dominion in this extraordinary world, where all subjects would fervently execute his will. He took a step forward, raising his hand in a gesture of command, and the cacophony from Apiato fell silent in an instant. Divine soldiers, do you see the island that has suddenly appeared? Go forth and cleanse it of the bodies above. For those who are still alive, bind them with divine ropes and imprison them in the dungeons. Until I issue further orders, let them mine as penance. By the divine decree, the divine guard echoed in unison as the words faded, The soldiers swiftly produced cloud pearls, launching iron cloud tracks that connected to Gaia Island. With a gentle leap, they glided down the iron clouds to Gaia Island. Beginning their relentless execution of orders, Sysis, go inform the priests to gather at the palace and await the divine audience. Understood. Sysis, the captain of the third squad of the Divine Guard, bowed in acquiescence. Qin Yun paid no heed to the entreaties of his subjects, continuing to guide Yakin Manor towards the divine palace. The splendor and magnificence of the Sky Island captivated the divine consorts, who occasionally gasped in delight. After a while, Karina's delicate form shuddered suddenly, catching Nami off guard, who noticed the gleam of berries shining in her eyes. Nami hastily conjured a water mirror. Huh, your eyes are filled with berries too. For they had beheld Qin Yun's palace, radiating with the brilliance of gold. You too. Are you truly awestruck by the sights of Qin Yun's divine realm? Robin chuckled softly, having long since mastered the art of remaining composed. I see you are excited at the thought of following Oni-chan and having an endless supply of berries. Vivi playfully tapped the two on their raised rears. Humph, you simply do not comprehend the allure of wealth. You have been a princess since childhood, unlike us who toil daily for survival upon the sea. Exactly. Nami and Karina retaliated, extending their mischievous claws to administer tickle torture, amidst the playful banter of the ladies. Yakin Manor had already reached its destination, tethered to the periphery of the divine palace by Qin Yun. Feel free to wander, but do be mindful of your safety, Qin Yun advised before vanishing in a flash of lightning. The divine consorts adorned with the divine consort emblem, which contained his thunderous power, were easily distinguishable. The angels of the divine palace gathered around, ready to heed their commands that I in the divine palace, within the divine sleeping quarters. Conis gently caressed the strings of her harp, playing a melody of joyous reunion, while Loki listened intently beside her. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt halt. The radiant joy illuminated Cornis's face as her observation Haki detected Qin Yun's presence. Behind him stood several unparalleled divine maidens adorned with the divine consort emblem. Divine Lord. She hurried to a mirror, assessing her petite form. Perfect, Cornis. In an instant, she was swept into Qin Yun's embrace, inhaling a familiar scent. Divine Lord, your little angel has missed you so much. With tear-filled eyes, Cornis looked up, wrapping her arms around Qin Yun's neck, offering him her entire being. Qin Yun said nothing, gently returning the embrace. Loki stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to leave or stay, as her time spent with Qin Yun had been too brief for them to be truly familiar. However, it mattered not. This timid demeanor was also a source of amusement for Qin Yun. The following morning, Qin Yun lingered in a state of drowsiness. Divine Lord, are you awake? The familiar soft, sultry voice reached Qin Yun's ears. Cornis, after being well fed and attended to by the angels, Qin Yun finally recalled the matter at hand. Summon all the divine consorts to the main hall. The angels complied, dispersing throughout the palace, each leading a divine consort to the main hall. From there, without any need for Qin Yun's intervention, Cornis and Loki naturally began to familiarize themselves with the others. After a while, seeing that most were gathered, Qin Yun instructed, Tina, have Dasky assist you in selecting a group of women from the divine realm to form a divine maiden guard to maintain the stability of the divine realm. Vivi, as you are destined to become queen, you may accompany Cornis and Loki to issue commands to the Divine Decision-Making Council. Robin, you will continue as before, overseeing the Baroque works, gathering intelligence, and allowing them to amass wealth. With the divine consorts assigned their relatively leisurely tasks, Qin Yun escorted Nami to the royal palace. The priests, who had been waiting since the previous day, were elated upon Qin Yun's arrival, bowing deeply and exclaiming, Your Majesty, is there any news from the small sky island, Visalia? Stepped forward to report. Indeed, Gaydaz has learned that a month ago, Visalia was seen in the city of Spring Queen, St. Popula. However, they only lingered briefly before departing. And what use is this information? A month's time is ample for them to drift to the new world. We attempted to call, but the other party refused. Perhaps they do not answer unfamiliar numbers. Never mind. Qin Yun sighed in resignation. The small floating island of Visalia was predominantly comprised of clouds with only a smattering of land, making its location exceedingly elusive and entirely contingent upon the whims of the scientists residing there. It seemed that if he were to locate Visalia, it would be more expedient to start with the bear. Qin Yun gently drummed his fingers on the dragon throne, while the 4 high-ranking priests and 3 commanders of the divine army kneeling below felt their hearts race with trepidation. You have secured the shipbuilding manuals, correct? Indeed. Qin Yun nodded. These directives had been issued while he was en route to capture the divine consort, and with the convenience of the telephone beetle, he had taken full advantage of it. He often found himself spending evenings in playful banter, chatting with Conis, who would shyly cheer him on in hushed tones. However, there had been some unforeseen complications during their journey to the city of 7 waters. Why do you sound so out of breath? Let Ashura speak. Upon hearing this, Ashura promptly responded. When we descended from Qinghai, we encountered a naval contingent from the G8 branch. The moment they laid eyes on us, they attacked. What transpired? You are not pirates. How could the Navy apprehend you? I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps the Navy found us suspicious. Consequently, we defeated them and captured some naval officers, leading to a bounty being placed on our heads. Isn't the G8 branch where Luffy and his crew fell after descending from the sky? Among the captured officers, the angelic guard had apprehended 2 rather attractive women. Ashura cautiously glanced at Qin Yun's expression and, seeing his face remain impassive, breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Gloria deemed it a waste to have them mining. Thus, the 2 female officers were confined beneath the sacred domain. Gloria was the captain of the angelic guard. A few of us dared to request your majesty to accept these 2 female officers as divine consorts, as a testament to our loyalty. Is this what I am like? Qin Yun feigned displeasure. Of course not. This is entirely our own initiative. Well, since you have shown such goodwill, I suppose I cannot refuse to accept them this once, but do not expect this to become a habit. Yes, your majesty, on the island you captured yesterday, there was a survivor with abilities. Bring him as well at your command. Ashura turned to give a knowing glance to Om, who understood and retreated from the palace. After a moment of enjoying Nami's cloud massage, Om returned with several individuals. 2 female naval officers were each accompanied by an angelic guardian, while a frail-looking man was escorted by a divine soldier. The reactions of the 2 female officers were quite intriguing. One seethed with anger while the other appeared timid. Is this what they refer to as divinity? It seems somewhat acceptable. Gloria, I must say, your taste is rather commendable, Qin Yun remarked, ignoring Nami's playful jab at his side. As he scrutinized the 2 female officers with interest, he recognized one of them, named Jessica, who was presumably the wife of Commander Jonathan from the G8 branch. She was a petite cook with golden hair and red lips, possessing an ethereal beauty that captivated him, perfectly aligning with his preferences that he couldn't help but wonder if, at this juncture, she and Jonathan had developed a romantic relationship. If they had, then so be it. As long as the Emperor is satisfied, Gloria beamed with delight, her robust figure rivaling that of the portly Shadeli. Qin Yun gestured for the 2 angels to step forward and take the female officers, guiding them toward the rear of the palace where the Hall of Celebrated Women was located. Observing this, Ashura introduced, Your Majesty, this one is Bellamy, a user of the spring fruit, with a bounty of 55 million berries. Bellamy, from Don Quixote da Flamingo? Qin Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Awaken him. Understood. The divine soldier beside Bellamy promptly delivered 2 resounding slaps, jolting him awake, his expression quickly darkening. Bellamy, I have heard you are a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Do you possess a way to contact him? No, Bellamy bellowed, his voice filled with suppressed rage, only to receive another slap in response. Your Majesty, this telephone beetle was discovered on him, the divine soldier reported, producing a beetle that bore a striking resemblance to Doflamingo. So you still dare to lie even now? It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Qin Yun waved his hand, causing the beetle to detach from the soldier's grasp and fly onto a small table before him, dialing Doflamingo automatically. How dare you? If you have the audacity, just kill me. Bellamy's protest was cut short as the soldier clamped a hand over his mouth. Brew, Doflamingo, I believe I mentioned not to call unless there was a matter of importance. Have you found the devil fruit? Don Quixote da Flamingo, your dog seems to have lost its sight, daring to run rampant in my territory. Who might you be? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, realizing the audacity of the individual before him, indicating he was no ordinary character. I am God Qin Yun. Should you fail to provide me with satisfactory compensation, I would not hesitate to visit Dressrosa personally. Doflamingo instinctively retrieved Qin Yun's bounty notice from beneath his desk. Though the thunderfruit was indeed formidable, the accomplishments listed were rather mundane, insufficient to instill fear. Let us speak amicably. Why not join my Don Quixote family? In due time, you may take whatever you desire from our resources. There was no need for further persuasion. However, you shall compensate me with 3 devil fruits and your subordinates baby, 5, Violet, and Monet, and I shall overlook this incident. Sugar, as Doflamingo's trump card, would not be relinquished. Thus there was no need to probe further. Hearing such audacious demands left Doflamingo momentarily stunned. Qin Yun indeed had grand aspirations, seeking to exploit him thoroughly. You truly have a lion's appetite. Those 3 are my beloved family members. How could I offer them as compensation? Bellamy is worth less than a single devil fruit. It seems you are merely seeking trouble, ha. Qin Yun directly threatened, if I do not receive the compensation before I venture into the new world, I shall personally visit Dressrosa to collect. Click. He hung up the phone, knowing that Doflamingo was likely seething with rage at that moment, but it mattered not. The next move depended on his cunning. Bellamy, you may leave. Perhaps you will encounter Doflamingo before you are reborn. With a flicker of lightning, Qin Yun pierced Bellamy's skull, and as the white lightning surged, the power of the spring fruit was transferred to Gloria. Gloria, accept the blessings of the divine. Gloria was momentarily taken aback, feeling the surge of extraordinary power coursing through her. She attempted to harness it, the next instant. She leaped high into the air, only to be sent flying out of the palace by Qin Yun's hand. Go outside to test your abilities. After a while of familiarizing herself with the powers of the spring fruit, Gloria returned to the palace, her face alight with uncontainable joy, utterly astonished that by pleasing Qin Yun, she had been granted divine power. The other priests gazed at her with envy, secretly lamenting why they were not the ones to discover the female officer. The divine power bestowed by the emperor bore no drawbacks of the devil fruit, and, with diligent development, she would surely transcend mortality in the future. Yes, thank you, your majesty. Thank you, divine one. Following this, Qin Yun assigned several tasks, including the removal of poisonous plants from the floating islands of the Golden Lion. Once all was completed, he headed to the rear of the palace. The ensuing matters were not suitable for Nami's eyes. Hence he dispatched her back to the divine palace. In the palace, within the hall of celebrated women, footsteps echoed as Qin Yun strode in. Jessica and the other female officer, shackled, appeared dejected, guarded by 2 angels. Upon hearing his approach, they instinctively lifted their heads to gaze upon the man who determined their fates. What are your names? Qin Yun sat on the soft couch nearby, accepting the wine cup offered by the angel and gently swirling it. After a brief silence, the 2 women finally revealed their names, Jessica and Kobat. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the angels stepped forward to remove their handcuffs before departing the grand hall, closing the door behind them with a considerate touch. The sound of the door closing made Jessica and Kobat tremble slightly, instinctively licking their somewhat dry lips. I am the divine being, Qin Yun, serving as both the deity and emperor of the kingdom of gods. There is no need for you to fear. Please introduce yourselves. Jessica and Kobat exchanged glances, uncertain of how to begin, observing their hesitance. Qin Yun directly assigned the task. Jessica, you go first. Suppressing her inner worries, Jessica forced a smile and said, I am a chef from the Navy headquarters, originally meant to serve as the head chef at the Navy G8 branch. But unexpectedly, I was captured on the way. Qin Yun nodded, shifting his gaze to Kobat. I am a pediatrician from the Navy headquarters, assigned to work at the Navy G8 branch. But, do you both seem to have accepted your identities? Yes, they replied. They said that as long as we obediently serve as the divine consorts, the captured Navy personnel would not be executed. Have you had any romantic experiences with the opposite sex? No. X2 Qin Yun smiled with satisfaction, realizing that Jessica was caught off guard. Come here, let me help you solidify your identities as divine consorts, so that you may gain a measure of freedom. Upon hearing this, both women blushed deeply, timidly lowering their heads without moving. Qin Yun shook his head in resignation. It appeared that he would have to take the initiative. Thus, he approached and, amid their startled cries, poured them each a glass of red wine. Drink this wine, and you will become mine, thereafter receiving my protection. Imichim. The 2 women nodded and drank the wine. The remainder of the day would follow the expected course. Over the next few days, he infused the entirety of Sky Island with the power of floating, guiding it toward the city of water, the birthplace of the guiding bird. Sky Island could not lose its way due to the magnetic chaos of the Grand Line. As for the pirates like Luffy after the departure of Gaia Island and Sky Island, he would not concern himself with that. Once Sky Island departed, the mutual influence of magnetic forces would create new routes. allowing the record pointers to continue pointing. Similarly, if Sky Island reached the New World, it would also affect the local magnetic forces, becoming an island pointed to by the record pointers after the departure of Sky Island. Qin Yun began a period of leisure, with Marion becoming the true divine consort. Jessica, having once served as the head chef at the Navy headquarters, was appointed by Qin Yun as his personal chef, preparing meals for him and the divine consorts. The following day, grateful for Raki's consistent obedience and her diligent assistance in managing Sky Island, he decided to promote her from a divine attendant to a divine consort. By noon, Jessica used the ingredients from Sky Island to prepare an extravagant feast, inviting the other women to share in the delicious meal. During the meal, Qin Yun reminded Noki Gao to utilize the abilities of the slippery fruit for any new or needy divine consorts. The clouds of Sky Island fell under Nami's control, and Qin Yun instructed her to infuse them with the power of clouds, transforming a significant number into floating clouds. His subjects could use cloud shells to store some floating clouds, then ride them back to Sky Island. After a few days, Qin Yun felt that he could not continue in this manner and decided to attend to more pressing matters. He siphoned the fruit abilities from Robin, Tina, and Machida onto the fruits. Then, struck by inspiration, he used the special abilities of the thunder fruit to administer them a shot while they were weakened from the siphoning, alleviating their fatigue. Miraculously, their weakness vanished. This discovery seemed inconsequential at present, but after siphoning the fruit abilities from the prospective divine consorts, it could be employed to rid them of their fatigue. He then returned the fruit abilities to them. After his intervention, they no longer feared the drawbacks of the devil fruits. A few days later, Sky Island crossed over Long Chain Island. Arriving above the City of Water, Qin Yun was awakened by Robin. And after completing his morning tasks, the robins took turns feeding him from the table. The robins? Indeed, the effects of the flower fruit were boundless. Robin could cause any part of her body to sprout from any tangible object within her line of sight. For instance, she could grow a hand from the table or a mouth from her hand, adding a whimsical touch to her antics, only limited by her imagination. These bodily extensions served various purposes, such as attacking, eavesdropping, and spying, but Robin typically did not utilize these capabilities in Qin Yun's presence. All the created body parts were connected to her true self, which meant that all sensations would be relayed to her. After eliminating the drawbacks of the devil fruits, under Qin Yun's guidance, Robin's fruit development accelerated significantly. She was able to execute skills that would not have been possible until 2 years post-Marineford War. These robins were actually duplicates conjured by Robin's flower powers, while she leisurely read in the distance, directing her duplicates to perform tasks. My divine husband, we have arrived at the City of Water. The charm in Robin's words always stirred a flutter in Qin Yun's heart. Emisham, wait for me. I shall surprise you upon my return, though. Then I shall eagerly anticipate it that I must depart now. If I linger, I shall miss today's banquet. With a light chuckle, Robin playfully tapped him, then sweetly dressed him for the outing, before gently pushing him out the door. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun vanished from his spot. Reappearing at the edge of Sky Island, he spread his arms wide, relinquishing control over his body, and plunged headlong into the void. The howling wind rushed past his ears, and his descent accelerated, evoking a profound sense of freedom. The astonishment and joy he felt upon first arriving at Sky Island, the thrill of gaining power, and the scheming to capture divine consorts. He knew that as long as he proceeded with steady determination, all his aspirations could be realized. From this day forth, his journey to strengthen his divine consorts and secure his own divinity would take a significant leap forward, closer, ever closer, to the door fruit. In the heart of the City of Water, at Bruno's bar, Bruno meticulously polished the wine glass in his hand. As a CP9 spy, he had spent several years attempting to obtain the design of the underworld king from Espagu. Yet, 3 years had passed, in reality, 5 years, as Bruno was not adept at arithmetic, and his mission's progress remained stagnant, while his bar flourished, earning him more than the salary provided by the world government. Jessica, Qin Yun's multifunctional chef, possessing a playful spirit within a mature demeanor, fiery yet understanding, Kobat, kind-hearted and skilled in medicine, yet suffers from hemophobia, always appearing timid and bashful. He had already made plans to retire from CP9 in 2 years and return here to open a bar of his own. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his head before falling into a deep faint, and similarly, the patrons of the bar and nearby residents slipped into slumber as lightning coalesced. Qin Yun appeared beside Bruno. retracting his conqueror's haki and leaving behind an electromagnetic field to disrupt. He eagerly conjured white lightning and struck Bruno, siphoning the abilities of the door fruit. After experimenting with the fruit's capabilities to his satisfaction, he killed Bruno, reducing him to ash that dissipated into the air.to him. The door fruit, like the thunder fruit, represented an immensely powerful ability. It could open doors anywhere, allowing for free entry and exit. Just this phrase alone was invincible, but its powers extended beyond that. It also carried a buff. Regardless of how solid or intangible the target might be, it could create doors. What did that mean? This implies that the door fruit is a manifestation of limitless imagination and unparalleled strength. Qin Yun can easily conceive several extraordinary abilities, such as creating a spatial door that encases him, rendering any attack against him utterly ineffective and invisible. Trembling all over, Qin Yun took 3 breaths before regaining his composure. He couldn't help but marvel at the fortune that the door fruit was consumed by Bruno. A simple-minded brute devoid of intellect. This fool, who spends his days merely opening and closing doors at the bar, has utterly failed to harness the potential of the door fruit. A power capable of overturning the world has fallen into the hands of such a blockhead genius. One can only surmise that all his luck was expended on consuming the door fruit, neglecting to enhance his intelligence that he shockingly did not evade or dodge, choosing instead to absorb Luffy's assault with sheer brute force, leading to his own downfall. With a flick of his mind, the spatial door swallowed him whole. This realm, dominated by hues of green, allowed him to observe the outside world and move freely, untouched by external influences. In a flash of lightning, Qin Yun transformed into a bolt of thunder and arrived at the hideout of the Frankie family. The conqueror's haki surged forth from the air door he opened in the void, crashing violently into the Frankie family. His recently awakened conqueror's haki could already contend with Shanks in a 60-40 split, and now he had mastered it with ease. Even a typical vice admiral from the Navy would tremble under the weight of his haki. Rendered immobile. It goes without saying that the feeble Frankie family before him, unaware of the calamity unfolding, succumbed to eternal unconsciousness. Qin Yun emerged from the spatial realm, appearing beside the unconscious Frankie, raising his hand in a swift motion. Door, open. A blueprint lay quietly upon Frankie's abdomen, defenselessly awaiting his retrieval. This underscores the significance of intelligence. The blueprint for Pluton was now in his hands. As Qin Yun flipped through the pages, he realized he could only decipher certain aspects, such as the design's appearance. Nevertheless, he decided to leave the professional matters to the experts. If the blueprint for Pluton could still be utilized in Wano, he need not exert himself to have his subordinates construct Pluton. He could merely repair it according to the plans. Farewell, Frankie. Thunder law. Annihilation. The soundless thunder erupted from Qin Yun, and all present were unconsciously obliterated by the devastating black lightning, reduced to mere specks of dust. Dissipating into the air, the future shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie, was dead, floating, the door's spatial realm. Qin Yun turned and re-entered the spatial realm. A few breaths later, the land surrounding him appeared to come alive. Resembling a gaping abyss that swallowed the Frankie family's hideout whole, all fell silent. The Frankie family's base vanished without a trace, leaving only freshly leveled ground, an eerie sight. The gods are fading, an inexplicable power brewed in the sea. And Akula Lagna, god of water, was awakened by Qin Yun, poised to unleash a towering wave. In an office at the highest level of Water 7, Espagu, the president of the Carrera Company, stared blankly at the sun rising on the horizon. Why is the sun descending? Confused thoughts lingered in Espagu's mind, and a bold hypothesis took shape. Could it be Akula Lagna? That thought was swiftly dismissed. It is known that Akula Lagna strikes Water 7 once every year, and it had already done so 6 months prior. It must be a minor wave, yet since he had witnessed it, he could not overlook it. It was his duty as the mayor of Water 7 to realizing that he could no longer afford to wait. Espagu turned and shouted, "Khalifa!" No one responded, his brow furrowed in concern. His secretary Khalifa was exceptionally diligent in her work, rivaling his own commitment. After waiting a moment longer, he called out a few more times, only to pick up the snail phone in resignation. Intending to make a call, thunder law, annihilation, without warning, the black lightning expanded in Espagu's pupils, instantaneously transforming into eternity. He turned to ash without a trace of pain. Qin Yun silently departed the spatial realm with the unconscious Khalifa in tow. The Dordor fruit proved to be an exceptional tool for assassination missions, as enemies remained unaware of Qin Yun's whereabouts, oblivious to the peculiar places from which he might strike. He had already succeeded in assassinating Kaku and Rob Lucci using the same method. He also casually seized Rob Lucci's devil fruit, the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. At this moment, Kaku and Khalifa had not yet acquired their devil fruits, having obtained their powers only after capturing Robin and returning to Eni's lobby. They were far too weak now. Qin Yun could eliminate them as effortlessly as drinking water. Regrettably, the likelihood of subjugating them was exceedingly low, having been indoctrinated under the world government's strict regime since childhood. Their minds were filled with notions of protecting the celestial dragons and obeying orders. They possessed no other objectives beyond executing missions. This explains why, after being framed by Spandam and pursued by the world government and navy, they still chose to return and play the role of hounds, ultimately becoming CP0 2 years later. Unless he possessed the same observation hockey that could alter one's mindset, akin to Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, or Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Bruley's memory fruit, he would not be able to forcibly subjugate CP9. When Spandam learns of everything that transpired here, it is certain that in his fury, he will place the blame for everything on the missing Rob Lucci and the others. As he contemplated, Qin Yun soared above Water 7, observing the colossal wave that had fully formed in the distance, roaring and surging. Why? How could Akula Lagna strike Water 7 once more? Where is Mayor Isbagu? Why has he not alerted the citizens? He shall pay a heavy price for this. Hurry to the previous shelter. The residents of Water 7 trembled in fear, hastily preparing their old methods to defend against the onslaught of the god of water. The sound of the waves drowned out their screams, and Water 7 was baptized anew. Following the tumultuous surge of Akula Lagna, all traces of its presence were erased. After this day, the unstable elements that knew the contents of the Pluton blueprint would depart from this world. Sky Island, the Royal Palace, the Hall of Justice. Qin Yun emerged from the spatial realm, cradling Khalifa's body. The angels stationed nearby exchanged glances of surprise, hastening forward to offer assistance, but he merely waved them off, indicating they need not concern themselves. Approaching a soft couch, he gently laid Khalifa, draped over his shoulder, upon it. The slumbering visage of the golden-haired beauty Khalifa was captivating. Such a sight would surely stir the heart of any man. Qin Yun took a moment to admire her before instructing the angels to dress her in attire befitting her style, subsequently rousing her from her slumber. Khalifa stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and upon realizing the unfamiliar surroundings, she swiftly sat upright, her pupils dilating in shock. Where am I? Wasn't I working in the office? A palace, crystal chandeliers, golden pillars, beautiful maidens with angelic wings, a handsome man in white robes. Wait a minute. Could he be the god Emperor Qin Yun? It seems I have been captured by him. Why would he fixate on me? Ah, so you have awakened? Qin Yun reclined against the spatial door, savoring the attentions of the angels beside him as he watched her gradually regain her composure with keen interest. Khalifa paused. Her training as a member of CP9, the world government's internal intelligence agency, had instilled in her the ability to remain composed in crises. After a fleeting moment of confusion, she swiftly calmed herself. As a senior agent, the paramount objective upon entering a new environment is to conceal her identity and gather intelligence. If he, the user of the Thunder Fruit, discovers I am from CP9, I would be doomed. It seems I must feign ignorance. Khalifa's voice trembled, her gaze darting. Where is this? How did I end up here? Who am I? Who are you? She inquired while surveying her surroundings, seemingly striving to recall her memories. Yet each attempt only deepened the furrow in her brow, amplifying her bewilderment. Oh, has the agent grown accustomed to their role? Perhaps one must be clever, lest cleverness leads to one's own undoing. What? You wouldn't be feigning amnesia, would you? Carlifa's face flushed crimson with urgency as she shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Why would I pretend to have lost my memory? Everything is so hazy, I truly cannot recall. My head aches. As she spoke, she gently pressed her fingers against her temples, displaying a poignant struggle to recollect, yet feeling utterly helpless. Qin Yun chuckled softly. Since you so enjoy this charade of amnesia, I shall indulge you for a while longer. Do not fret. I believe you. He moved closer, sitting beside Carlifa, enveloping her in his embrace, and could distinctly sense her body tense momentarily. This is the land of the gods. I am the divine Qin Yun, the deity and emperor of this realm. You are my divine consort, Carlifa, and they are the angels of this place. As he spoke, He gently patted Carlifa's delicate back to soothe her emotions, wiping away the tears staining her flushed cheeks. Do not be afraid. I possess a means to restore your memories. Simply follow my lead. It seemed as though she might be irrevocably ensnared in this predicament. A sense of frustration swelled within Carlifa, though her expression remained composed. All right. 2 hours later, Qin Yun could hardly contain his amusement. This game of amnesia had truly captivated him. He had initially intended to present Carlifa as a delightful surprise for Robin. Yet this unexpected gift had transformed into a cherished possession. Carlifa's father, during his tenure with CP9, had embarked on a mission to O'Hara to uncover evidence of scholars' research into historical texts, resulting in the incineration of countless and valuable manuscripts. Ultimately, CP9's commander, Spandam, unleashed a massacre upon O'Hara, erasing it from the map. Should Robin learn of this, she would undoubtedly harbor a profound hatred for Carlifa's father, lecturing her and ensnaring her in his grasp, rendering her helpless. Now, by a stroke of fate, Carlifa had inadvertently evaded the calamity that Robin intended for her, bypassing all the steps. Under Qin Yun's guidance, she attained everything she would eventually acquire. Remaining here quietly would be most conducive to her memory restoration. She merely needed to obediently heed his commands. I will be obedient. Days later, Qin Yun departed the Jiahui Palace and made his way to the Divine Palace to find Robin. At that moment, Robin lay in Qin Yun's embrace, a book cradled in her hands, casually remarking, "What a delightful surprise. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Ah, it seems this surprise has encountered an unforeseen mishap. I might have inadvertently consumed it." Instantly, Qin Yun's mind conjured the image of Carlifa's golden-haired, slumbering visage. Although their separation had been brief, her innocence and natural charm left an indelible impression upon him. What? Thus, Qin Yun proceeded to elucidate the relationship between Carlifa and himself, as well as the recent annihilation of CP9, though he refrained from mentioning the blueprints of the underworld. Robin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as she believed Qin Yun had sought vengeance against the world government on her behalf. "I see. So you're saying that the one named Carlifa from CP9 is currently feigning amnesia, and you've effortlessly claimed her as your divine consort. Indeed, the delightful surprise also encompassed your role in admonishing her. Although the situation has unexpectedly evolved. Thank you." Robin tenderly entwined her arms around Qin Yun's neck, bestowing upon him a kiss of gratitude. "Carlifa is now pretending to have lost her memory. How do you intend to handle her?" "She will undoubtedly seek to contact the world government. Do not worry. Simply allow her to remain in the palace. She will not be able to reach the world government." Qin Yun's expression was one of unwavering confidence. For him, a mere CP9 agent posed no threat of escape from his grasp. The phone bugs capable of contacting the outside world were exceedingly rare in Sky Island. Only the Divine Palace or the soon-to-descend priests possessed them. If she wishes to feign amnesia, he would indulge her in this game until she became accustomed to a life of happiness and ease, ultimately reluctant to depart. Carlifa, the golden-haired, aloof secretary with glasses. Naturally naive, prone to fierce kicks when angered, wielding a thorny whip as her weapon, often uttering phrases like "Is this harassment?" and "rude fellow." After all, their divine husband possesses an addictive charm that captivates the divine consorts. Robin nodded, reassured by Qin Yun's strategy, sparing her the burden of concern. After a moment of contemplation, she advised, "Qin Yun, you need not expose yourself to eliminate the minions of the world government on my account. They are endless in number. My ire does not lie with them, nor do I even harbor hatred for the Navy. They are merely tools wielded by the world government. My true loathing is directed at the world government and their absurd decisions. The hatred for the destruction of O'Hara has been buried within my heart, but one day, I shall witness you dismantling the world government. However, that day is not now. Our strength is still insufficient." No sooner had she spoken than Robin attempted to extricate herself, ready to assert her will, and met with no resistance. She succeeded. "Rest assured, I am not one to act recklessly. The development and transformation of the world are always within my grasp." Qin Yun's eyes brimmed with immense confidence. He had long extended his magical hand, firmly seizing control. After some time, the two succumbed to slumber, intertwined in each other's dreams. Nearby, the slightly ajar door swayed gently as Nami stealthily entered, engaging in a playful prank. Days later, Qin Yun's mind conjured the enchanting visage of Princess Perona, the ghostly beauty. Perona, a quintessential lowly, was a rarity among his divine consorts. Please do not misunderstand. Qin Yun is not a lowly enthusiast. Absolutely not. He merely wished to indulge his collecting obsession, desiring to provide a home for the adorable little Princess Perona. Returning to the crux of the matter, Perona's ghost fruit abilities were extraordinarily formidable, capable of annihilating Luffy and his crew single-handedly, making her an invaluable ally. Thus, the next destination on his journey was the Devil's Triangle. This place was the territory of the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, where his terrifying three-masted ship roamed freely, elusive and difficult to detect. Consequently, Qin Yun retrieved his transponder snail, instructing Shura to inform all the priests on Sky Island to undertake a mission. The priests promptly ventured to the sea near Water 7, conducting a thorough search of the Devil's Triangle. Meanwhile, Qin Yun busied himself, engaging in conversation with his divine consorts while contemplating his path to power. The Conqueror's haki primarily hinges on the magnitude of one's heart. To grow stronger, he must acquire greater authority and attain higher status, immersing himself in the profound essence of it all for enhancement. The armament and observation haki could be bolstered through casual interactions with his divine consorts. This was a matter of patience and time. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly forge his physique into the strongest in the world. After conversing with his divine consorts and 2 divine concubines for a while, he resumed his exploration of his newly acquired fruit abilities. Open door, closed door, having just obtained the door fruit. Qin Yun could only utilize its basic capabilities, opening and closing ordinary doors, pull doors, push doors, revolving doors, etc., from anywhere, transforming himself into a door, opening portals to alternate dimensions, and executing short-range spatial jumps. While aboard the sea train, Bruno had employed spatial jumps. The alternate dimension could house objects or beings, but those placed within would not shift alongside Qin Yun in the real world. Unless individuals from the alternate dimension bring items along with them, he must specifically develop features to achieve an effect akin to a convenient storage space. He possesses the ability to sense all foreign objects within the alternate dimension, signifying that he harbors no fear of anyone intruding into his realm while his attention is diverted. Should Kazara enter the alternate dimension at the speed of light, he would find himself in dire straits, as there exists neither food nor water, leading to a most certain demise from starvation. Conversely, he would eagerly welcome the opportunity to ensnare his enemies within the alternate dimension. Once ensnared, their fate is sealed. Regrettably, the speed of the dimensional gateway is exceedingly slow, rendering it nearly impossible to engulf foes in the heat of battle. It can only be activated beneath the feet of non-flying adversaries to achieve an unexpected victory. He has contemplated some advanced abilities, such as opening a door to any desired location or creating elemental gateways to unleash elemental attacks upon the outside world. The most elite applications, such as the Gate of All Realms, the Door of Immortality, and the Summoning Gate, may only be attempted once his Moku Moku fruit awakens. Meanwhile, at Judicial Island, within the CP9 studio, the 6 styles maneuver known as Shoha is executed. The Soundless Owl strikes with 5 fingers, absorbing Gabra's full force blow. After a moment's reflection, he renders his judgment point 2100 in combat power. Gabra, you've grown stronger yet. Truly a monster. You must have surpassed Kaku. What of Kaku? I dare say, even Lucci pales in comparison to me. Gabra scoffs dismissively. His temperament stands in stark contrast to Lucci's, and he harbors a deep disdain for him, viewing him as a natural rival. Yet Lucci dismisses him entirely, while Kaku's closeness to Lucci further complicates their relationship. Isn't it true that Lucci was nearing 3000 in combat power last time? You still have a long way to go. Wide-Eye, brandishing a metallic staff, strikes an exaggerated pose reminiscent of a kabuki performer. Inadvertently, Wide-Eye lets slip a secret, prompting the owl to quickly zip his mouth shut, wary of provoking further animosity. Enough? What progress has been made in the investigation? How dare those fools go missing? Spandam bursts through the door, unleashing a tirade at Lucci. After Akula Lagna, many lives were lost in Water 7. Perhaps Lucci and his crew met a similar fate? Wide-Eye dances animatedly in front of Spandam, but if you ask me, they likely stumbled upon the blueprint of the Pluton, coveting its power, seeking to operate independently. Otherwise, how could Acebug have vanished? Gabra grins maliciously, seizing any opportunity to vilify Lucci. They're but a pack of curs. How dare they? Spandam, seething with rage, slams his fist upon the table. If we cannot uncover the truth, you shall share their fate. Lucci and his crew have seemingly evaporated from existence. How can we possibly locate them? The owl mutters in dissatisfaction. Spandam, whose anger is boiling over, notices the owl's audacity to retort and swiftly approaches, landing a flurry of blows. Search, search, search. Can't you concoct an excuse if you can't find them? Do you wish for me to bear the blame? After a moment of futile exertion, Spandam realizes the owl remains unscathed, while his own hand throbs with pain, further aggravating his frustration at if all else fails. As Gabra suggested, write me a report claiming they discovered the Pluton blueprint and took Acebug hostage. Fleeing in fear, the group exchanges glances, hesitant to heed Spandam. Who among them would dare accept such responsibility? That would be tantamount to jesting with their careers. Days later, Qin Yun finally receives word from the priest. So, the Divine Impact Team has been captured by Moonlight Moria. The Divine Impact Team, a specialized unit composed of the Shandians, is led temporarily by Weepa, the strongest warrior among them. The Shura, appearing as a grotesque telephone bug, sweats profusely as he reports on the situation, defending the Divine Impact Team. Indeed, my lord, they did not act recklessly. The waters there are tumultuous and unpredictable. Approaching would result in being drawn into Moria's terrifying three-masted ship. Qin Yun bears no intention of reproaching them, as long as they fulfill the tasks he has assigned. They remain his loyal subordinates. Have you all reached the Devil's Triangle? I have notified the other priests, and soon we shall gather in the Devil's Triangle. Very well, await my arrival. Upon terminating the call, Qin Yun dissipates into a flash of lightning, hurtling from the Sky Island towards the Devil's Triangle. The Sky Island hosts the presence of the mother and child shells, where each child shell is perpetually oriented towards its mother shell, typically utilized to help the holder of the child shell ascertain the position of the holder of the mother shell. Moments later, Qin Yun lands upon a vessel adorned with the banner of the Divine Nation. My lord, the priests and Divine Guard call out in unison. Qin Yun's gaze sharpens, and without a second thought, a bolt of lightning strikes the Divine Guard. The crowd barely has time to react before a brilliant flash illuminates their surroundings. Hiss, who? Following this, a shrill, agonized scream echoes as a lavishly dressed man with a lion's head suddenly appears that a formidable monster has boarded this ship. Qin Yun leisurely sits upon the portal of the void. As numerous Divine Guards, seizing the opportunity of Absalom's weakened state, converge upon him, impaling him upon the deck. Did none of you bother to utilize your observation hockey before boarding? My lord, we did check. But he evaded our detection. Our observation hockey may not match yours. Shura, drenched in sweat, dares not breathe a word. The domineering presence of the Sky Island's inhabitants is merely a reflection of the rudimentary teachings from this self-taught novice, consisting largely of a mere summary of the hockey techniques exhibited by Rayleigh and Luffy. Such teachings are inevitably inferior to those imparted directly by Rayleigh or the established powers of the New World. However, as long as they can master it, further instruction can be provided later, such as the methods employed in Hancock's nation. Who are you? Absalom, slightly convulsing from the shock, stubbornly refuses to submit, threatening ominously. This is the territory of the warlord of the sea. Moonlight Moria. If you wish to live, release me and leave at once, or Captain Moria will not spare you. Have you finished? Qin Yun, expressionless, casually digs in his ear. What? You can't possibly be unaware of Lord Moonlight Moria? As Absalom perceives the unyielding demeanor of the crowd, his confidence begins to wane. Qin Yun, bored, waves his hand, and the Divine Guards understand, rushing forth to plunge their blades into Absalom's peculiar form, initiating a surgery to separate his consciousness from his body. Wait, you cannot. Before Absalom can finish, his grotesque lion-headed visage is severed from his body. Qin Yun, with white lightning coursing through his hands, casually snatches away Absalom's devil fruit. The transparent fruit has its merits, yet it proves rather superfluous to him. The power of transparency allows the user to render their body transparent to visible light. However, this transparency only conceals the physical form. Sound and scent remain detectable. In a world teeming with hockey users, discovering a transparent fruit user is a trivial task. Why then did Shiryu of the Rain choose to consume this fruit, which offers minimal enhancement, akin to Sanji's motivations? Gates of storage. Suddenly, a portal the size of a human head materialized in the void beside Qin Yun. He reached out, placing the translucent fruit's ability into the prepared assortment of fruits. This was the culmination of his recent endeavors with the Dorador fruit, the portal connecting to the treasure chamber of the Sky Island's Divine Palace. The principle behind it was to establish a permanent transfer door within his treasure chamber, allowing him to open a corresponding portal elsewhere to transmit items. However, his current development progress only permitted the maintenance of a single such transfer door. Opening another would forcibly close the previously created one. With the application of this fruit, he effectively possessed a portable storage space, and he could even step through the transfer door himself. instantly returning to the Sky Island. At this moment, 5 ships bearing the flag of the Divine Kingdom remained steadfast amidst the surging waves. Their soldiers solemn and silent, not a soul making a sound amidst the tumult. Have all the divine soldiers arrived? Qin Yun withdrew his gaze and settled onto the throne beside the ship's mast. Lord God, the 4 great divine officers and the 5 divine guard squads are fully prepared, awaiting your command. However, the 6th squad is too far and will not arrive in time, with most of the personnel present. It was time to proceed with the attack. Ho! The divine soldiers rubbed their fists together, steering their vessels deeper into the treacherous Bermuda Triangle. After a while, a chilling and eerie aura began to permeate the air, accompanied by a haunting melody that resembled ghostly howls, shattering the silence. Yo ho 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 ho! I bring you the exquisite wine of Binks, riding the winds and waves as I please. The tune abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, a medium-sized pirate ship appeared before them. Yet, its appearance was dilapidated, steeped in the essence of antiquity, resembling nothing less than a relic of a bygone era. It still managed to navigate the tumultuous sea, suggesting that the materials used in its construction were of extraordinary rarity. Without waiting for Qin Yun's command, the Azura had already dispatched divine soldiers to board the pirate ship and investigate. Lord God, there is no one aboard. Only a humanoid skeleton. The skeleton is Brook? Qin Yun realized, promptly issuing a command. Oh, bring that humanoid skeleton over. Moments later, the divine soldiers hoisted Brook onto their shoulders and returned to Qin Yun's ship, laying him down on the ground beside him before stepping back. Though uncertain why Brook feigned death, he was unbothered and ready to engage in a bit of play. Qin Yun examined Brook, now merely a skeleton, and recalled the Yomi Yomi no Mi. The abilities of the Yomi Yomi no Mi only manifested after death, rendering any attempt to seize it futile. He had no desire to die. Not even once. Almost forgot. This old fellow has essentially achieved a form of immortality by reviving in skeletal form. I wonder if he would perish if I were to steal his Yomi Yomi no Mi. Speaking of which, Brook possesses considerable research value that if I could unravel the mysteries of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, it might lead to a pathway of immortality. Brook is also a veritable cash cow. As a musician whose voice penetrates the soul, a few concerts could launch him into fame, followed by a continuous influx of wealth. Such a valuable tool should not go to waste. That a smile crept onto Qin Yun's face. Let us get to work, Brook. The bones are gleaming, showing no signs of decay even after years. Truly, a fine set of bones. Returning to his senses, Qin Yun casually praised, then conjured a lightning sword, enveloped in the color of hockey, and poked at Brook a few times. Brook, indeed a man of iron resolve, remained silent despite the pain. Wait, does he still have the capacity to feel pain? The firmness of his bones is quite impressive. Divine soldiers grind him to powder and burn him to ashes, scattering them upon the sea to honor the departed souls. Rich beans. Brook could no longer remain still, swiftly leaping to his feet and retreating to the bow of the ship, distancing himself from Qin Yun. What? The skeleton spoke. Wait, look beneath his feet. He casts no shadow. The divine soldiers murmured among themselves that yo ho ho ho. Did you not expect this? I'm still alive. Greetings, I am Brook, a talking skeleton. Joy radiated from Brook's hollow eye sockets at the sight of living beings. Had it not been for Qin Yun's intention to grind him to dust, he might have been even more pleased. Is your existence as a skeleton a form of immortality, Brook? Qin Yun curiously posed his inquiry. Yo ho ho ho, I do not know. I am merely a resurrected being who consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Having experienced death once already, Brook's tone grew somber as he spoke, reminiscing about the days spent laughing with his crewmates in the Rumar Pirates, as if it had all occurred yesterday. The passage of time and the constraints of mortality were chains he felt no burden from. He was simply a skeleton now. I see. The mere value of Brook as a cash cow was enough to entice Qin Yun to extend an olive branch, not to mention the prospect of conducting experiments on his seemingly immortal bones. Brook, join my ranks, Qin Yun stated without hesitation, speaking candidly. Brook was taken aback. It seemed his counterpart was quite straightforward. He shook his head with a sigh. I'm afraid I cannot leave just yet. I have been deprived of my shadow by a fruit user here. If I come into contact with sunlight, I will vanish, forced to survive in the shadows. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as I urge you to leave this place. Death is not terrifying, but eternal solitude is. Heh, Qin Yun chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Brook, serve me, and I shall help you reclaim your shadow, freeing you from this abyss of eternal solitude. Do not worry about our strength. It would be a simple matter for me to eradicate everything here. You have endured solitude long enough. Surely, you have a mission to complete, perhaps an opportunity to escape your current predicament. Yo ho ho ho! A flicker of resolve flashed in Brooke's empty eye sockets as he knelt on one knee, responding loudly, "To receive your favor is a great honor, if you truly do not mind. Allow this remaining skeleton to lend you my strength? Excellent. Brooke, you shall find joy in your decision today." Qin Yun reached into his storage space, retrieving a set of divine officer robes and tossing them to Brooke. "I am Qin Yun, a deity and emperor of the divine kingdom. This is your divine officer attire. From today onwards, you shall serve as one of my divine officers." "Arigato," Brooke replied, donning the new robes with a flurry of movement. Carefully folding and preserving his tattered black suit from before, continue onward. As the situation settled, Azura swiftly commanded the awestruck divine soldiers. Within moments, the 5 ships approached the ominous 3-masted vessel. "Attack!" Azura cried, rallying the divine soldiers. "Kill! Kill!" The soldiers responded with fervent shouts as they unleashed a torrent of iron clouds, surging towards the fearsome 3-masted ship. With the presence of the cloud shell, all of Azura's divine guards were capable of aerial combat. Moria's subordinates, aside from Absalom, Perona, and Frost Moon Longma, lacked any formidable combat capability. He himself was merely a fruit user, his reputation as a warlord of the sea resting solely on his past battle with Kaido. However, he had never truly enjoyed the fruits of that power. Instead, he had suffered greatly, even being assassinated by Doflamingo during the Marineford War. In truth, Moria had once wielded haki, or else he would not have been able to contend with Kaido. Yet, the world of pirates is one that prioritizes the spirit, and after his devastating defeat in Wano, his heart had perished. That battle had claimed the lives of all his comrades. Like Luffy, he valued his comrades above himself. And thus he was tormented by their deaths, leading him to believe that living meant losing, rendering him incapable of using both armament and observation haki. Intruders. Run. All along the way, they encountered relentless onslaughts. As the zombies created by Moria proved to be woefully inadequate, reduced to issuing desperate cries, Qin Yun's subordinates suffered not a single injury. Before long, the divine soldiers surged into the heart of the ghostly castle. They did not spare even the paintings framed upon the walls. One soldier, nimbly dodging a canine head that lunged from within a frame, quickly alerted his comrades. After scaling a spiral staircase, the soldiers arrived at a grand estate. Ruthlessly kicking open the double doors. At that moment, a peculiar figure adorned in fishnet attire and possessing violet hair emerged from behind the door. Hogaback clutched a scalpel, performing sutures on a zombie. The sudden crash of the door startled him into a state of panic as he shouted, You are those winged monstrosities." The soldiers wasted no time in dialogue, raising their weapons and launching an assault. "Sindori! Sindori!" Hogaback cried in disarray, but with no avenue for escape, he could only cower behind the operating table, seeking refuge from their strikes. Hearing the commotion, Sindori stepped through the door, a platter in hand, and upon witnessing the scene, mechanically hurled the platter towards the soldiers. However, lacking combat prowess, the fragile dish proved utterly ineffective. Hogaback met his demise amidst his own screams. Sindori, too, succumbed to the effects of saltwater, losing the shadow that supported her form. Just then, a fierce blade of energy sliced through the air. Roar. Brooke stepped forward, intercepting the incoming attack. As he beheld the advancing Frostmoon Dragon Horse zombie, he withdrew his playful demeanor and stated solemnly, "My shadow resides within him. I have previously faced him numerous times, yet each encounter ended in defeat. Then let us join forces." Ashura and Gaidas flanked Brooke, disdainfully regarding the Frostmoon Dragon Horse. No dilly-dallying. "Seize the opportunity to drench him in salt water," Qin Yun instructed, continuing his ascent towards the upper levels of the ghostly castle. "Yes, revered lord." The divine soldiers pressed onward under the guidance of Sadilai and Om. Qin Yun strolled leisurely behind them, utilizing his observation haki to search the entirety of the terrifying 3-masted ship for Perona's whereabouts. This was not an act of shirking responsibility, after all. If he were to handle everything personally, what purpose would there be in amassing influence? Should he adopt a benevolent heart to nurture a giant infant? What he sought was to relish the benefits afforded by his subordinates, not to toil like a mere beast of burden. Initially, he endured hardships, investing effort into nurturing his followers' power. However, as their strength grew, it was only logical to utilize them. He merely needed to eliminate the strongest among their foes. As the density of zombies diminished, the soldiers began to suspect they had strayed off course, until they stumbled upon a chamber imbued with a hint of youthful charm. The floor was carpeted in verdant grass, the walls and ceiling painted in shades of lavender, and colorful softballs adorned with pentagrams lay scattered around, enticing one to kick them. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon this castle?" a melodious voice echoed. And the soldiers turned to see a charming girl donned in a princess dress, her pink pigtails adorned with a crown, peering down from the ceiling, none other than Perona, the very target of Qin Yun's expedition. Despite her seemingly harmless appearance, she was, in fact, a 23-year-old legal loli. Little girl, are you not aware that your captain has captured my people? Qin Yun scrutinized Perona's ghostly form with keen interest. Having already discerned her true nature through his observation haki, there was no escaping his grasp. So you are part of that group of winged oddities. Perona gasped in astonishment, having never before encountered someone with wings. Honestly, how could Lord Moria have suddenly drawn your ire? She pouted in dissatisfaction. Lord, Sadili tentatively inquired, but upon meeting Qin Yun's gaze, he immediately understood. Brothers, press onward. With that, he led the divine soldiers towards the grand door ahead. How dare you disregard me? I shall not permit you to disrupt Lord Moria so easily. Perona spread her fingers wide, unleashing a swarm of ghosts from her crystalline fingertips. Negative spirits. The spirits surged past several soldiers, their momentum unabated as they lunged towards others. Am I truly worthy of being one of the divine soldiers? I am but a wriggling insect, crawling. I am so sorry for surviving another day. Wasting precious resources, the soldiers struck by the negative spirits instantly fell into despair, kneeling and emitting eerie lamentations. Ho ho ho, surrender at my feet. Perona twirled a wine-red parasol, gleefully hovering about. After allowing her moment of triumph, Qin Yun methodically unleashed several bolts of lightning. Lightning art. Break evil. The tempest of electricity raged forth, precisely striking the negative spirits. Faced with the overwhelming force of the lightning, they could muster no resistance. Dissipating without a trace. What? Perona gasped, her eyes widening in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. Is that lightning? Turning on her heel, she fled, resolute in her decision. She understood that her ghostly form was most vulnerable to energy attacks. Should Qin Yun unleash a bolt upon her spirit, she would suffer immensely. Of course, Qin Yun had no intention of shocking her. After all, she was a ghostly princess. It would not do for her to convulse uncontrollably from an electric shock. As he intended to make her his divine consort. I will pursue him. You all proceed at a measured pace, Qin Yun casually instructed before transforming into a streak of lightning, following closely behind her. Utilizing his powers to bypass all obstacles. Where do you think you're running? I want to electrocute you. Perona, glancing back at the relentless figure of lightning pursuing her, his lower half elementalized. Felt a surge of panic. Don't chase me. I'm sorry. Then don't fly away. Perona, realizing she could not shake off Qin Yun, felt a deep sense of despair. Was she truly destined to be struck by lightning today? No. She could not allow him to discover her true form. That would spell disaster. Resolutely, she altered her course and flew in another direction. Why has it gone silent? Perona surveyed the now empty room behind her. A self-satisfied smile gracing her features. Ho ho ho. My familiarity with the ghostly castle's layout exceeds your imagination. Just then, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Startled, Perona murmured, sensing something amiss within her body. Alarmed, she whispered, what is happening? Could it be? Her expression soured, her delicate features scrunching as she darted towards her true form. Please, no. I'm sorry, handsome big brother. Don't do anything strange to my real body. Navigating unimpeded, Perona soon spotted her chamber, her eyes landing on her true form lying peacefully upon the princess bed. However, beside her true form stood a man, gently cradling her in his embrace. You returned quite swiftly. Qin Yun said nonchalantly, playfully pinching Perona's cheek. Perona's shriek resonated through the air, her piercing voice causing the glass of the entire ghostly castle to tremble. Perona, the ghostly princess, a 23-year-old legal loli. With her mischievous ho-ho-ho laughter, pink hair, and youthful visage, Qin Yun would surely cherish her. Far above in the castle's pinnacle, Moria gazed down in confusion, yet the usual darkness obscured his view of any anomalies. He turned back to his work, muttering, the quality of these captives is quite impressive. I can produce a fine batch of zombies. Kaido, just you wait. I shall exact ultimate revenge upon you soon. Back with Qin Yun, after Perona's scream, she immediately rushed towards her true form, merging back into her body. In that instant of clarity, she vigorously wriggled free from Qin Yun's embrace. Big pervert. Stinky pervert. Cursed be that mischievous brother. With a playful yowl, she lunged onto Qin Yun, her petite fists raining down upon his chest like a gentle drizzle. Hey, you mustn't slander me. I haven't done anything yet. Qin Yun chuckled, enduring Perona's playful punches. Whether this was punishment or reward was a secret known only to him. Perona, undeterred by his protests, continued her assault, and upon noticing Qin Yun's lack of resistance, indeed, he seemed to relish it, she grew increasingly flustered. Thus, with a fierce expression, she opened her mouth and bit down on Qin Yun's shoulder, then, pressing her palm against his body, unleashed a close-range attack. Negative Ghost. The negative ghost easily passed through Qin Yun's form. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Perona's eyes. It felt as though she had missed her target. At that moment, Qin Yun lay sprawled on the princess bed. His face clouded with shame as he uttered words of irrevocable dissent filled with regret. I am truly sorry, dear Perona. It seems this arrogant fellow has hopelessly fallen for you. I wish to keep you by my side, sharing the joy of witnessing the sunrise each day. Of course, he had not been penetrated by Perona's negative ghost. He had preemptively elementalized, avoiding her ability by merging with the essence of the ghost. His words were merely a playful attempt to engage in a heartfelt game with Perona. As expected, upon hearing Qin Yun's declaration, Perona's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as she trembled and murmured, "Is it really true? But we have only just met." Qin Yun, suppressing his earlier expression of regret, reverted to normalcy, chuckling softly as he lifted her delicate form. "Truth and fiction, you shall come to know in due time. You serve under Moonlight Moria, who has abducted my subordinates. I ought to take his life without mercy, yet your appearance has swayed my resolve. Should you wish to leave with me and become my divine consort, I shall grant Moria a reprieve, a life for a life. This is the covenant I promise you. Do you agree?" "You." Perona braced herself against Qin Yun's shoulder, her inner voice shouting, "You owe me that heartfelt sentiment. You cannot possibly defeat Lord Moria. He is invincible." "Oh, it seems you lack an understanding of true strength," Qin Yun remarked, carrying her towards the door. "I shall first subdue Moria, leaving him a pitiful wreck upon the ground, so you may witness what true power entails. When that time comes, I hope you will swiftly agree to the covenant I propose. Otherwise, the fleeting of his life may not withstand your hesitation." "You humph. Let us see if you can even reach Lord Moria first." Perona pouted discontentedly, her emotions in disarray, to the point that she forgot to resist Qin Yun's embrace. "Very well." Qin Yun nodded, intending to step outside when his gaze was drawn to a bounty notice held by a plump teddy bear on the ground. Raising his hand, he focused intently, discovering that it was, astonishingly, his own bounty notice. "Eh? Why do you still have my bounty notice?" Perona's complexion reddened as she snatched the notice, folding it several times before stowing it away in her little pouch, then lowering her head. Silent, Qin Yun ruffled her hair and chose not to press further. Continuing onward, after a brief moment, Perona finally sensed something amiss and began to writhe violently, resisting Qin Yun's hold. Ultimately, he could not withstand her struggles and set her down. After ascending for a while, they heard the footsteps of Brooke, Shura, and Gadaz from below. "Yeho-ho, Lord God, I have retrieved my shadow, and this feeling of freedom is truly nostalgic. Your efficiency is commendable. Lord God, this is the Frost Moon Dragon Horse's sword, the famed blade Autumn Water, ranked among the 21 great blades. Please accept this gift." After Shura's explanation, he extended the Autumn Water forward with both hands. Qin Yun, upon seeing it, raised a hand to draw it closer. And with a flash of lightning accompanied by crackling sounds, the Autumn Water was cleansed effortlessly. The blade was crafted in a chaotic reverse T-shape, its body a dark purple adorned with red serrated patterns. Reputed to be a national treasure of Wano from the New World, Brooke added, "Indeed, the appearance of Autumn Water is worthy of my collection." After admiring it for a few moments, Qin Yun activated his door powers, sending it into a storage space nearby. Perona's jaw dropped, floating around Qin Yun in circles, occasionally tugging at his clothing. Where did that sword go? How did it disappear? Brooke, equally astonished, pondered. Could it be that Qin Yun is some sort of mythical beast fruit user? "Haha, our Lord God is omnipotent. Surely you all are unaware of this." Shura and Gadaz scoffed mercilessly at Brooke and Perona's astonishment. The two of them, no, everyone from Skypiea, held an unwavering admiration for Qin Yun, firmly believing that he, who brought them a better life, was the true deity. Qin Yun offered no explanation, restraining Perona, who was incessantly probing him, as they continued their ascent towards the upper levels of the ghost castle. "Let us proceed. It is time to deal with Moonlight Moria." Shura and Gadaz boldly forged ahead to clear the path for Qin Yun, while Brooke scratched his explosive hair and followed suit. Navigating through the spiral staircase and across a lengthy corridor, they arrived at an expansive area. The ground was littered with the shattered remnants of slain zombies, creating an eerie atmosphere. Qin Yun wondered how the delicate and charming Perona could endure the grotesque sight of these repulsive undead. Could it be that she harbored some unknown peculiarity, finding these zombies endearing? Such thoughts eluded him. The divine soldiers had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Qin Yun and the others arrive, Shadley bounded forward with his rotund form to report, "Roar, Lord God, we have interrogated the zombies here, and they revealed that just ahead lies the small building where Moonlight Moria resides, with so many of you ganging up on one Moria. Is that not a tad unfair?" Though Perona believed Moria would not fear a swarm tactic, she was concerned that the well-equipped divine soldiers, some wielding sea stone clubs, might lead to Moria's peril. Do you think I need to discuss fairness and justice with you pirates?" Qin Yun scoffed, waving his hand to signal the divine soldiers to advance. "Would you prefer to wait outside, or venture in to witness Moria's plight?" Perona pouted, disregarding Qin Yun. She knew her words were rather excessive, yet she could not help but voice her concern. What if Qin Yun, spurred by a challenge, opted for a one-on-one confrontation? Noticing her expression, Qin Yun released his hold on her, quickening his pace to catch up with the divine soldiers. At that moment, Moonlight Moria was still engrossed in modifying his prized zombies, while Qin Yun's divine assault team remained shackled in the distance, unconscious and awaiting his command. Ahahaha! Another magnificent masterpiece. Moria awakened the zombie before him, commanding shadow bats to toss aside the divine soldiers deprived of their shadows, just as he grasped for the next divine soldier. A resounding crash echoed from the door, causing him to frown as he turned to face it. Bang! 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 The door was forcefully smashed open, and the divine soldiers surged inside like a tidal wave. Good heavens, are we to confront such a giant? My blood is boiling. What an exhilarating thrill. Iron Cloud. Upon seeing Moria, who towered at 7 meters tall, the divine soldiers gasped in awe. Yet their actions did not falter. They raised their weapons, unleashing iron clouds to commence aerial combat. Are you all from the same faction? It seems I shall have many shadows to utilize. Moria advanced rather than retreating, pointing as shadows beneath him sprang to life. Scatter, bats! In the next instant, the shadows dispersed, transforming into numerous large-headed, small-winged black bats that viciously tore through the ranks of the divine soldiers. Roar, Moonlight Moria, look here. A massive sphere of iron cloud materialized before Shadley, who thrust his hand forward. The shockwave hidden within his glove erupted, and the spherical iron cloud shot forth like a colossal projectile, crashing into Moria and resulting in a thunderous explosion. Useless. Amidst the chaos of dispersing smoke and the explosive aftermath of iron clouds, only a dark silhouette remained. Moria, quick on the uptake, swapped positions with his own shadow just before the attack struck. A multitude of divine soldiers were sent flying outside the gates, with some hastily scrambling away upon landing at Qin Yun's feet. Within the castle, Moria was embroiled in a fierce battle with the priests. Aware of their inability to partake in the fray, the divine soldiers had retreated to the sidelines, leaving only a handful armed with guns to intermittently harass the combatants. Perona, how long do you think Moria can hold out? Qin Yun sat elegantly upon the void gate, observing with keen interest as Perona's anxious expression unfolded. The priests, bolstered by their formidable aura, had honed their armament hockey to perfection over 2 years of rigorous training. It was a simple task to handle someone like Moria, who relied solely on the powers of the shadow fruit. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed to exhaustion. Moria will undoubtedly prevail, Perona retorted defiantly, though her tone lacked the conviction it once held. That I do appreciate your stubbornness, but I am confident that your resolve will eventually soften under the weight of my thunderous onslaught. Qin Yun chuckled, his fingertips crackling with electricity, emitting a sizzling sound as arcs of lightning danced around him. 50 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The lightning coalesced into a colossal eastern dragon, soaring 3 meters high and 10 meters long. Roaring as it charged towards Moria, after the 4 priests combined their strength to force Moria and his shadow back, they swiftly dodged to safety. What is this? The Thunder Dragon loomed larger in Moria's vision, prompting him to instinctively switch places with the shadow, a life-saving maneuver that had become second nature. However, Qin Yun had anticipated this move. The dragon pierced through the shadow, redirecting its head to continue its assault. At the last moment, Moria attempted to swap positions again, but fortune was no longer on his side. As the Thunder Dragon's body continued to traverse through his shadow, his desperate shift resulted in the dragon striking his corporeal form. In that instant, Moria's body convulsed violently from the electric shock, culminating in a thunderous explosion that left him grievously injured, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yun imparted a crucial lesson to the goddess guard. When one is down, it is the perfect moment to strike. As Moria crumpled to the ground, the divine soldiers raised their weapons and surrounded him, employing every means at their disposal to attack. Flame shells, wind shells, water shells, impact shells, Most infuriating was an old soldier wielding a stick embedded with sea prism stone, as if driven by vendetta, mercilessly jabbing at Moria's rotund backside with all his might. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of weakness, Moria could no longer wield his devil fruit powers, relying solely on his robust physique to struggle and shake off the soldiers clinging to him. Despite enduring numerous blows, Moria stood resiliently, his constitution defying the odds. Though visibly injured, he had yet to reach his limits. He retreated step by step, his sharp voice ringing out, "Lightning. Are you not the subordinates of that notorious thunderfruit user?" Qin Yun strode forth with an air of supremacy, while Perona gazed at Moria with concern. As the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, living a leisurely retirement in this paradise, have you perhaps grown too complacent? He. It truly is you, the God Emperor Qin Yun. We bear no grievances. What brings you to trouble me? Seizing the chance to regain his strength, Moria suddenly caught sight of Perona behind Qin Yun and exclaimed in panic, "Perona, what have you done to her? Why is she with you? Oh, you haven't forgotten about my divine soldiers, have you? You've captured quite a few of them," Qin Yun replied, pulling Perona into his embrace. "And as for Perona, how could I bring myself to kill such an adorable little girl? Master Moria, I was defeated and captured by him. I'm sorry." Perona's tear-streaked face brimmed with remorse. Cursed Qin Yun. "If you have grievances, face me directly and release Perona." Moria's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, yet he dared not make a move. "Such matters cannot be directed at you." Qin Yun smirked, choosing to disregard him. "Very well then, Perona, at this juncture, if you do not make a decision, it will be too late. Once I truly act, I fear Moria will not withstand a single blow." "What decision?" Perona, do not agree to him. Though Moria was oblivious to the specifics of Qin Yun's words, he could surmise that they were far from favorable. Perona sighed deeply, casting Moria a reluctant glance before closing her eyes tightly and tremblingly stating, "Qin Yun, I agree to your terms, just don't harm Master Moria." Qin Yun, achieving his objective, smiled in satisfaction. "A wise choice. Out of consideration for your compliance, I shall graciously offer you a warning." Cursed Qin Yun. "How dare you threaten Perona with my life? You fiend." Understanding Perona's sacrifice of her freedom for his sake, Moria's rage surged. Shadow assembly. He spread his arms wide, supporting himself on the ground as countless shadows wafted in from outside, coalescing into streams of black light that surged into his body. His form began to swell and strengthen, the injuries sustained from earlier encounters healing rapidly, yet his gaze grew increasingly vacant and devoid of light. To forcibly absorb the shadows of others, to overly depend on external powers while failing to control one's own abilities, Moria, you truly are lacking in skill. Qin Yun mocked coolly, but Moria had already lost his senses. Oblivious to the taunts, dragging his corpulent form, Moria began to attack indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. Witnessing Qin Yun's indifference, the priests rallied the divine soldiers to thwart Moria's advance. Unable to bear the tragic sight of Moria, Perona turned away and murmured, "Qin Yun, what is it you wish to remind me of?" Qin Yun first brushed away the hot tears that had fallen from her eyes in sorrow, then produced a din mushi and handed it to her, saying, "This is a din mushi. Pressing this button will allow you to record your voice. You can speak the words you wish to convey to Moria into it. What I wish to remind you of is this. I suggest you persuade Moria to relinquish his position as a warlord of the sea and find a place to retire for a few years. Otherwise, in a few months, the world will undergo a great upheaval, and he, being a warlord, will undoubtedly be among the first to perish. I believe you would not wish to see someone like Moonlight Moria, who has cared for you like a father, meet an untimely and unjust end. A great upheaval," Perona whispered, fully aware that Qin Yun had no reason to deceive her. His words were motivated by concern for her. Master Moria, a flicker of determination shone in Perona's eyes as she looked up gratefully at Qin Yun, then floated aside with the din mushi. Her clear voice rang out as she began her farewell. The battle intensified, and with the aid of observation haki, Moria's attacks rarely found their mark on the priests, landing instead on the slower divine soldiers who could not evade in time. The priests relied on their armament haki alongside impact shells to strike, the damage inflicted on Moria being relatively minimal. Yet, the cumulative effect of their efforts left Moria looking bloated and on the verge of bursting. Just then, the four priests moved in unison to strike Moria's abdomen, causing a considerable dent. Overwhelmed by pain, Moria's shadows began to uncontrollably seep from his mouth, and he quickly covered his mouth in a desperate attempt to prevent their escape. "Moria, cease this futile resistance." Qin Yun slowly approached him, his right hand enveloped in a dense layer of armament Hakai.at the very moment he made contact with Moria's abdomen. He accelerated his muscular contraction and delivered a swift, crisp punch. Moria, struck by such a powerful blow, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the castle wall and ultimately landing deep within the woods beyond the castle, while the surface of his abdomen showed no signs of damage. Turmoil raged within. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness from the excruciating pain, countless shadows erupting from his mouth, and his massive form began to wither, gradually returning to its original state. Qin Yun's method of decapitating enemies was a sophisticated application of advanced haki, known in Wano as flowing sakura, which could perhaps be referred to as dark energy in Blue Star, as a transmigrator. His perspective far exceeded that of those in this realm, giving him insight into various avenues for developing haki. He quickly grasped the various techniques of haki: entwining, hardening, external projection, and internal destruction. He could even merge his understanding to innovate advanced techniques, such as striking through mountains with haki. The techniques of haki vary in sophistication, yet this does not necessarily correlate with the strength of the haki itself, nor does it reflect an individual's overall power. Nonetheless, the predominant theme in the world of pirates remains the abilities granted by devil fruits and the potency of haki. Few invest their efforts into the study of techniques, with only the Navy's 6 styles achieving any notable fame. His enthusiasm for developing such techniques was lukewarm, as the potential for growth was limited. He believed it far more advantageous to cultivate the powers of devil fruits. The 8-punch fist of the 8 Treasure Water Army from the Flower Country boasts a century-long history, yet remains largely recognized only within its own nation. Retrieve Moria and awaken the Divine Impact team, then recover the divine weapons he discarded. Qin Yun commanded with an air of indifference, as you wish. Divine One. The priests and divine soldiers promptly acknowledged and began to execute his orders. Qin Yun's gaze swept over Perona, noting her anxious expression as she stared into the woods where Moria had fallen. Clutching a sound shell tightly, as if there were words left unspoken. After a moment, Moria was dragged back by the divine soldiers, while some injured soldiers had already been taken back to the ship. Lord Moria, he should be fine, right? Perona murmured uncertainly as she approached Qin Yun that he is not dead. Have no fear. I am quite measured in my actions. Qin Yun reassured her confidently, gently stroking her pink hair. Perona awkwardly shook her head, placing the sound shell into the small pocket on Moria's chest. Beside the shell, she thoughtfully added a note detailing its usage, though she wondered if Moria could read. After a brief silence, Perona turned and floated back to Qin Yun. Have you finished your preparations? Qin Yun inquired. Yes, she replied. Qin Yun nodded and then instructed the priests, the matter here is concluded. You may return to Sky Island with the divine soldiers. Divine Lord, Shura hurriedly approached, cradling a snail phone, and said, the 6th squad of the divine guards, which could not arrive in time, has sent word that they encountered a lion man and a tall, leggy eggman who wished to meet with you. They claim to be from the big MOM pirates and seek a union with you, Divine One. A lion man and a tall-legged eggman. They must be Brook and Baron Egg, Qin Yun mused. Interesting, have the 6th squad escort them to Sky Island, and inform me upon their arrival at the palace. Understood. Qin Yun nodded, then embraced Perona, smiling as he said, Come, Perona, I shall take you to my divine realm, where you shall find your future home. Perona did not resist, though her expression betrayed her uncertainty about the future. Departures are often fraught with reluctance, yet she understood that this was the only way to save Lord Moria. She could only hope that Qin Yun would treat her gently, considering she was a 23-year-old legal loli. In a flash of lightning, Qin Yun shot off with Perona towards Sky Island. He did not covet Moria's shadow fruit ability. On one hand, he deemed it inferior to Perona's ghost fruit. On the other hand, taking the shadow fruit from Moria would be akin to killing him in Perona's eyes, inciting her fierce resistance. She would likely prefer to perish alongside Moria rather than submit to him again. The shadow fruit grants 2 primary abilities, manipulating one's own shadow and severing and controlling another's shadow. While the ability to manipulate one's own shadow is quite versatile, yielding a variety of techniques, its lethality is somewhat lacking, making it more suitable for clearing minor foes. Seizing another's shadow imbues it with its owner's character and combat capability. But it cannot surpass the original. The downside of reviving the dead as zombies using shadows is significant. They perish upon contact with salt, and a massive wave would spell their doom. Additionally, the original must remain alive, which is its greatest flaw. In contrast, the homies created from the soul fruit possess far greater advantages, even in death. Charlotte Leanlean's existence does not affect the homies. If the shadow fruit's ability were to create and embody shadows, its strength would rank among the highest, likely leaving even Qin Yun coveting it. There are countless avenues for development, such as the Shadow Troop, the Shadow Kingdom, and the Shadow World. Sky Island, the palace. What a vast place. Perona exclaimed in wonder, experiencing the expansive territory of the divine realm as she nestled in Qin Yun's embrace. Qin Yun smiled silently, guiding her into the palace and instructing the angels to present local delicacies of Sky Island. Having been raised by Moria with no competent cooks in their pirate crew, Perona had never tasted such exquisite dishes. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to eat voraciously, as if venting her feelings through her gluttony. Suddenly, Perona began to whimper, having choked on her food from eating too quickly. Qin Yun chuckled at the sight, while an angel hastily offered her a glass of water to ease her discomfort. "Take your time. No one is competing with you for food," Qin Yun said with a doting smile, reflecting on how it felt as though he were caring for a child. Lord Moria must be suffering greatly right now. While I indulge here and relish everything. Is this truly appropriate? After recovering, Perona felt a pang of guilt, her appetite waning. Feast without worry. Moria would certainly wish for your happiness here. If he were aware of your current state, he would surely reflect on how he raised you. Ugh, Perona still could not resist the temptation before her, slightly parting her lips to savor the delicacies. Once she finished eating, Qin Yun took her to a palace where they conversed for a long while about future plans and Moria's fate. Eventually, Perona fell into a deep slumber under Qin Yun's company, her spirit having endured too much that day. Faced with the terrifying three-masted sailing ship that Qin Yun commanded, she had reluctantly entered into a life-for-life contract with him. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, she would be able to accept her identity as Qin Yun's divine consort. Qin Yun then rose from Perona's side, tidying his attire under the service of the angels. Preparing to head to the palace hall, considering the time, the priest should have returned with Brooke and Baron Egg by now. In the palace hall, divine soldiers stood at attention on either side. Their gazes fixed forward, unblinking. The priests awaited Qin Yun's arrival alongside Brooke and Baron Egg. Baron Egg stood upright, elegantly leaning on his cane, musing to himself. I never imagined that divine Emperor Qin Yun would reside in the legendary Sky Island, and that he would be regarded as a deity here. No wonder he dares to call himself a god. Brooke curiously scanned the room, noticing the serious demeanor of those present, and absent-mindedly scratched his large backside. Secretly astonished, this is quite the spectacle. While these soldiers seem rather average in strength, they have managed to master hockey even in paradise. Qin Yun certainly does not appear to be an ordinary figure. After a short wait, Baron Egg remained composed, while Brooke grew increasingly impatient. Hey, when is Qin Yun going to arrive? We have already reported to the Divine One. He is capable of overseeing everything in the divine realm. So please do not utter anything that might offend him, or you might not even know how you met your end. Shura paid no mind to Brooke's unrefined tone. To him, Brooke was merely a vulgar beast, whereas Baron Egg exhibited politeness and decorum. Bokemus, in a fit of rage, could not help but clench his fists. Meanwhile, Baron Dandon, maintaining a composed demeanor, subtly raised his cane to signal him to remain calm. Bokemus, the mission is of utmost importance. As these words fell, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the two. Yet it did not harm them in the slightest. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air as Qin Yun appeared atop the throne in the grand hall. This level of conqueror's hockey felt even more potent than that of his mother. Under this immense pressure, cold sweat of fear involuntarily broke out on Bokemus's forehead. How could such a formidable individual have a bounty of merely 300 million? Foolish Navy, how could you possibly assign such a bounty based on his meager achievements? Baron Dandon bore the weight of the pressure without flinching. In truth, he too was unconcerned about Qin Yun's trifling bounty of 300 million. His gentlemanly demeanor, however, exuded a comforting air. Yet, he now understood that sometimes bounties do not accurately reflect one's true power. If he continued to judge strength solely based on bounties, he might face grave consequences in the future. The Fur tribe and the long-legged tribe, truly two striking races. Qin Yun retracted his conqueror's hockey, greeting them with a smile. I am the god. Qin Yun. I have heard that you are from the big MOM pirates and wish to form a union with me. I am Bokemus. My mother, upon seeing your bounty, greatly praised you and wishes to unite with you, bringing you under her banner, originally intending to introduce himself with grandeur. Bokemus reconsidered upon recalling Qin Yun's terrifying conqueror's hockey and promptly changed his approach. If you are inclined towards marriage, you may select from the princesses of Totland as your bride. Baron Dandon produced a small booklet from his pocket, holding it high to await Qin Yun's decision. This is a catalogue of the princesses of Totland. Please take a look. A union, you say? Charlotte Linlin is capricious, and allying with her would be akin to consorting with a tiger. However, securing Charlotte BRLE through such a union would be immensely advantageous. This would allow him to alter his strategy to confront Kaido first, and then contemplate how to deal with Charlotte Linlin. Thus, obtaining Charlotte BRLE became imperative, while the fate of the others. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun reached a decision, raising his hand to draw the booklet towards him. His mastery of the Thunder Fruit had reached an even higher level. An imperceptible electric field now enveloped him within a radius of nearly 100 meters. Manifesting passively without his direct control, within this electric field, he could summon thunder and lightning, flickering about, augmenting the powers of other fruits, such as the ability to transmit buoyancy. Without hesitation, he began to leaf through the pages. After all, with so many daughters of Charlotte Linlin, he could only recall a handful by face, having only memorized their beauty, not their names. His only criterion for selecting a divine consort was that they must be visually appealing. His divine consort must be stunning, with delicate brows, bright teeth, and youthful beauty. He desired a beauty that would captivate his heart. As one destined to become a true deity, how could he choose a woman he could not bear to approach? That would be a torment for himself. Everyone has differing tastes, yet no one would choose to suffer by selecting undesirable partners once they attain power, would they, guided by his instincts? He placed the chosen photographs to the right and the discarded ones to the left. This, Baron Dandin watched in disbelief as the booklet slipped from his control, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Confirming his sight, he murmured, "Is it truly possible to utilize the Thunder Fruit in such a manner?" "Baron Dandin, what troubles you?" Bokemus, still unaware of Qin Yun's peculiarities, assumed this was merely a standard application of fruit abilities. "Nothing." Baron Dandin, fearing for his life, hastily changed the subject. "Hee. Every first-time visitor to the Divine Lord is as astonished as you. Little do they know, the abilities of the Divine Lord are beyond our mortal comprehension." The unwarranted confidence of Shura made Baron Dandin question himself. Was he perhaps not well acquainted with the true capabilities of the Thunder Fruit? But the fact that Qin Yun had not even released any lightning yet was enough to raise suspicion. After a while, having perused all the photographs, Qin Yun noted that Charlotte Linlin had 39 daughters, and he had around 25 in his possession. Notably absent was Charlotte Smoothie, one of the Sweet Commanders, who could not possibly be considered for a union. At this time, Charlotte Snack had not yet been demoted from Sweet Commander 4 to Sweet Commander 3. Other significant figures, such as Charlotte BRLE with the Mirror Fruit, were also missing, while Charlotte Frampe was too young. Ultimately, he selected 4, returning the others to the catalog to present his chosen divine consorts: Charlotte Castati, Charlotte Melise, Charlotte Garrett, and Charlotte BRLE. "I consent to this union." Before Bokemus and Baron Dandin could express their delight, they were startled by Qin Yun's subsequent words. "However, to ensure a more solid union between the Divine Nation and the Big MOM Pirates, I have decided to select all 4 as my divine consorts. I wonder if you two could relay this decision to Charlotte Linlin." This cold sweat broke out on Baron Dandin's forehead. In the past, those involved in unions had always been diligent in selecting a single candidate. This was his first encounter with someone disregarding such limitations. Bokemus, anxiously flicking his tail, responded helplessly, "Neither of us has the authority to make decisions for Mother. She merely instructed you to choose one. There is no need to select multiple. Whether it is necessary or not is not for you two to worry about. Call Charlotte Linlin and let her decide." "Call her." Baron Dandin and Bokemus exchanged glances, both reluctant to contact Charlotte Linlin, fearing her wrathful tirades. "What? Don't tell me you didn't bring a din mushy." "Baron Dandin, make the call. Just connect with Qin Yun directly to spare us the scolding." Bokemus suggested. "That makes sense." Baron Dandin suddenly realized that if they could distract their mother with Qin Yun's conversation, that would suffice. He retrieved a din mushy from his pocket, but before he could act, Qin Yun raised his hand to take it away. An angel nearby kindly stepped forward to activate the din mushy, dialing the number. BRR, Poga. "Hello, Dandin." Charlotte Linlin's boisterous voice echoed forth to Big Imo. "It is an honor to finally speak with you. I am the god, Qin Yun. Baron Dandin and Bokemus have informed me of the proposed union. Mamama, it's that lightning lad. Your call means you agree." "Indeed, not only do I agree, but I also wish to take several of your daughters as my divine consorts to strengthen our ties." "Several? Lightning lad, you truly are ambitious. With your Thunder Fruit abilities, the value you bring only warrants one marriage. You may not be aware, but I am from Sky Island, serving as the god and emperor of the Divine Nation. The value of allying with me encompasses not only my strength but also the culinary delights and unique treasures of Sky Island. Sky Island. Culinary delights, treasures. The world government's investigation into you is rather shallow. While the treasures of Sky Island are priceless, they hold little significance for me. However, the cuisine is quite appealing, though it only grants you one additional selection. Is that so? Qin Yun nodded, finding this response to be largely as he had anticipated. To persuade Charlotte Lin, he would need to entice her with culinary delights and research on giant humans. As for offering her the inhabitants of Sky Island, or proposing to bear children, that would likely be seen as an insult, leading to enmity. His primary target remained Charlotte Bre, so it was wise to proceed with caution. As for those he did not select, he certainly would not let them slip away. He would capture their hearts in due time. Thus, he decided to choose Charlotte Bre and Charlotte Garrett as his divine consorts, ensuring that Baron Dandon would bring along the culinary offerings. Mamama, Lightning Lad, do come to the New World soon. Click. The call ended, and Qin Yun returned the Din Din Mushy to Baron Dandon. Mother has set the time for the union at the next tea party, which is a few months away. I shall send out the invitations at that time. Baron Dandon exhaled a sigh of relief, savoring a sip of the red tea atop his head, finally having completed this endeavor. Indeed, time was still ample. Shura, accompany Baron Dandon and Bachmus to indulge in the exquisite delicacies of Sky Island, and let them take along the gourmet treat for Charlotte Lingling upon their departure. Once the marriage alliance concluded, Qin Yun transformed into a flicker of lightning and departed. He still had to attend to his duties guiding Nami, Nojiko, and Karina. Days later, at the Divine Palace, Qin Yun contained the lightning at his fingertips. Gazing at the enchanting visages of the divine consorts hanging on the wall, he momentarily grappled with indecision, pondering which divine consort to converse with. Before he could reach a conclusion, Robin relayed some news. Oh, has it finally arrived? Indeed, Luffy had set sail, and he now bore an official bounty of 40 million berries, with the note stating that he had demolished a naval branch in the East Sea. The news from the Baroque works confirmed the validity of the bounty. Robin sat gracefully beside Qin Yun, perusing the intelligence in her hands. Yet, he was merely a fledgling pirate who had just embarked on his journey. Was it necessary to mobilize such resources to monitor him? He is far from simple. Monkey D. Luffy's father is the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and his grandfather is the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, who has cornered the pirate king, Roger, on multiple occasions. What? With such a profound background, he has chosen to venture into piracy. Robin gaped, utterly perplexed by Luffy's thought process. This is Shanks' scheme and guidance. However, it matters not. His background holds no significance for me. He serves merely to clarify the timeline. Shanks is indeed a remarkable figure. What do you mean by timeline? The literal meaning. Qin Yun casually incinerated Luffy's bounty notice. Upon learning this news, he felt quite spirited. With Robin already by his side, he summoned Nami, Vivi, and the others to engage in conversation. These women were among the few who had become Luffy's crew. And now, they had been preemptively intercepted by him. After a bout of unreasonable laughter and merriment, Qin Yun arrived at the experimental island, formerly a floating island belonging to the Golden Lion, and commanded Brook to seek him out. Had it not been for Robin's message about Luffy's departure, he might have forgotten to consult Brook regarding the experiment. After all, his life had been too indulgent, steeped in the abyss of enjoyment. Drifting through days and a days. As time flowed slowly, Brook arrived with his characteristic infectious laughter. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what brings you to seek my humble self, Sir God? Qin Yun remained silent, gesturing for Brook to follow his lead. After a brief walk, they reached a laboratory flooded with white light, where an operating table stood at the center, surrounded by an array of fruits. What is this? Brook felt an ominous premonition rising from his heart. Inexplicably unsettled. Brook, you previously stated that you are a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, capable of resurrecting the deceased. Now that the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi have been utilized, you still bear the drawbacks of the devil fruit. I wonder if you can rid yourself of these drawbacks once the Yomi Yomi no Mi's abilities are extracted from you. I see. Brook was intrigued. How should I cooperate, Sir God? Lie on the operating table, relax, and refrain from resisting. Brook complied, lying down, having full trust in Qin Yun, who was rescuing him from the clutches of Moonlight Moria. Subsequently, white lightning enveloped Qin Yun's hand, cascading over Brook as he seized the Yomi Yomi no Mi's abilities. What do you feel? Brook was taken aback. He merely saw Qin Yun inexplicably extending a hand toward him. And then everything faded. Yo-ho-ho-ho, has it begun? I feel as though I am lying on a hard surface. You feel quite well. Now, keep bending your fingers. If it becomes uncomfortable, resist. Qin Yun began to draw the Yomi Nomi's abilities outward with the white lightning. While Brook remained silent, his fingers bending continuously. Soon, the powers of the Yomi Nomi were wrested from him. I feel it. An inexplicable lightness has washed over me. Brook reacted immediately as the powers departed. It appears that your existence does not rely on the Yomi Nomi for sustenance. Qin Yun retrieved a pair of sea stone handcuffs and, without hesitation, secured them onto Brook. Incredible. I truly cannot feel fatigue or weakness. Brook marveled, rising to his feet, stretching, and running several laps around the operating table in mere moments. Now, try out the abilities granted by the Yomi Nomi. The experiment was not yet complete. And Qin Yun remained furrowed in thought. Abilities? Brook scratched his explosive hair. Yo ho ho ho. Let's see my soul leave my body. The next moment, a ball of greenish-yellow ghostly flames erupted from Brook, excitedly darting about. The loss of his fruit's abilities did not leave him feeling weak. And the related powers remained intact. Could it be that the Yomi Nomi was a one-time use ability? If so, it could only be utilized by others, creating an army of the undead? Qin Yun himself dared not use it, for his body and soul did not belong to this world. Should he die without arriving at the Yomi in this realm, would it not be in vain? He could only create a legion of skeletal undead, fighting on his behalf. However, this step necessitated ensuring the skeletal minion's loyalty. What fruit could instill such allegiance? Despite racking his brain, he could not conceive an answer. He could only proceed step by step. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun resolved to temporarily store the power of Yomi within himself as a trump card never to be utilized. Yet, could Qin Yun ensure that each of his experiments would yield flawless results? Days later, the Sky Island drifted into the calm belt near the northwest of Skypiea archipelago. Qin Yun pondered for a considerable time. At this juncture, the Skypiea archipelago was populated solely by unremarkable pirate passers-by, with no goddess of piracy present for him to capture. Shaki's beauty fell short of Qin Yun's standards for a divine consort. He had no need to venture to the Skypiea archipelago, but Fishman Island was imperative. He could not overlook the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. It would be foolish to submerge the entire Sky Island 10,000 meters down. Thus, he decided to anchor it in the calm belt. Descending alone would be far more convenient, as Fishman Island lacked formidable foes, save for Jinbei, who could spar with him. Incidentally, the Empress, Boa Hancock's Amazon Lily Kingdom, resided in the southwestern waters of the calm belt, but the time to capture Hancock had not yet arrived. To conquer her, he would temporarily need to resort to violence, killing, and abducting the celestial dragons. Should he choose to approach Amazon Lily, there would be inherent risks, as he could not ascertain whether he could withstand Hancock's petrifying abilities. After all, if anyone claimed he bore no lustful intentions towards Hancock, even he would find it hard to believe. Although his lightning-fast speed rendered it improbable for Hancock to land a hit, he feared that she might feign submission, only to launch a covert attack. For instance, during their collaboration, she could inadvertently petrify him at the peak of his desire. Should that moment arrive, he would have nowhere to lament. After briefing everyone, he transformed into a bolt of lightnings, cleaving through the SEA.AS for why he did not bring the divine consort to Fishman Island. He could only say that maintaining the momentum of strengthening his physique was paramount, given the multitude of merfolk on Fishman Island. Most had already made their appearances in the narrative. Upon reaching his destination, with his abilities, he could revel in any place he desired. In the waters beneath the Skypiea archipelago, Qin Yun activated his floating powers, enveloping himself in a vast hollow sphere of seawater, while he descended like lightning into the depths. This maritime region was home to the colossal tree, Sun Tree Eve, which transmitted sunlight from above to the earth below in succession. Even the depths of the ocean can reveal a semblance of clarity beneath the sun's rays. The island of Fishman thrives under the benevolent influence of the Sun Tree Eve, which bestows upon it the gift of sunlight and the cycle of day and night, a phenomenon the island's inhabitants refer to as the grace of the sun. Thus, upon descending into the underwater realm, Qin Yun was still able to behold numerous sights. However, submerged in the sea, the myriad impurities in the presence of fish schools obscured his vision. Vigilantly aware of potential sea beast attacks, Qin Yun reflected on the information regarding Fishman Island. He wondered if he might encounter Cammy, who was notoriously clumsy and had been devoured by sea beasts at least 20 times. Often teetering between life and death, her escape skills unparalleled. As Qin Yun ventured deeper, the sea beasts grew increasingly aggressive, and the numbers of sea kings began to swell, preying upon the lesser sea creatures. Suddenly, the waters around him darkened into a profound abyss, shrouded by a thick cloud of black smoke that severely limited his visibility. Frowning slightly, Qin Yun veered to the side. his eyes flashing with a crimson glow as he utilized Kinbunchika haki to perceive the future. Upon shifting left, an endless chasm materialized below, engulfing the inky waters entirely. He nimbly evaded it, only to be consumed by the abyss. In a swift reaction, he summoned terrifying lightning, unleashing it around him. The brilliance of the lightning dispelled the darkness, revealing the true nature of the boundary, which consisted of grotesque, bloated masses and putrid, corrosive liquids dripping from above, forming a quivering wall of flesh. As he sought to ascend from the gaping maw of the abyss, he discovered a colossal king octopus above him. The dark waters an extension of its own creation. It was a sea king preying upon another. He was caught in the crossfire. In that instant, the crimson glow in Qin Yun's eyes receded, and realization dawned upon him. A door to another dimension. He swiftly dove into the alternate realm, his feet treading upon a verdant void. In the next moment, the abyssal maw beneath him enveloped the area he had occupied, and despite the king octopus's ink spray, it could not escape its fate of being devoured. With a flicker of intent, Qin Yun transformed into a bolt of lightning. Darting away to observe from a distance, what lay before him was a slender, elongated sea king, estimated to be over 2,000 meters in length, its chaotic black and white stripes dancing across its form. Resembling an enlarged hippopotamus, its skin was smooth and elastic, indicating exceptional defensive capabilities, according to Qin Yun's knowledge. The Sea King summoned by White Star during her awakening of the Sea King's power typically exceeded 5,000 meters in length. This hippopotamus Sea King bore an uncanny resemblance to the one White Star had summoned. Perhaps they shared a familial bond. Before such a colossal entity, Qin Yun felt the insignificance of his own stature acutely. Resolute, he decided he needed to acquire a fruit to enlarge himself, primarily because White Star was so immense. If Qin Yun remained small, he would merely be playing on a trampoline, which would be quite tragic. While the Sea King was extraordinarily large, their mental fortitude was comparatively weak, with intelligence levels generally correlating with size. Larger beings often possessed intellect akin to that of ordinary humans. To confront them, typical attacks in the ocean would likely prove futile, exhausting one's strength without breaching their tough hides. Although mental attacks could not kill, they could drive back or intimidate, making them the optimal strategy. Qin Yun resolved to administer a shocking treatment. With a mere thought, blue arcs of electricity enveloped him as he stepped out of the alternate space. Even submerged in water, his lightning powers remained undiminished. Each gesture released powerful currents that instantly heated the surrounding waters to a boil. 60 million volts of thunder dragon. The thunderous roar surged forth, and the water that came into contact with it hissed and bubbled, rising in steamy bursts. With a deafening crash, the thunder dragon collided violently with the side of the hippopotamus Sea King, exploding against its flesh and sending shockwaves rippling outward. Moo. Ouch, who dare strike me? Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback by the boisterous voice. Was this the hippopotamus's inner voice, or had it, too, awakened the ability to hear the voices of all things? The hippopotamus turned its massive head towards the source of the pain, spotting the diminutive Qin Yun, and without a second thought, opened its mouth wide to inhale, charging at him. The sea surged into its mouth, an invisible current enveloping Qin Yun, attempting to draw him in. However, the hippopotamus's assault was in vain. Qin Yun, endowed with the power of flotation, remained steadfast. Float, float, ocean grip. The water, infused with Qin Yun's will, transformed into a colossal hand thousands of meters long. Firmly grasping the hippopotamus's body, he continuously compressed the grip, augmenting its constricting power. The anguished cries of the hippopotamus echoed through the depths of the sea, sending schools of fish and sea creatures fleeing in terror. Only the formidable Sea Kings remained unfazed, with several approaching curiously to investigate. Please, stop. My body is in agony. Hearing the hippopotamus's plea, Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The waters trembled as the hippopotamus, struck by the overwhelming force of the haki, ceased its struggles, fear evident in its wide eyes. With a slight smirk, Qin Yun amplified his voice through the current, exclaiming, "Hippopotamus, if you allow me to ride upon your back to Fishman Island, I shall spare you." The hippopotamus, feeling the tightening grip of the watery hand, shamelessly acquiesced. Moo, human, spare me, and I agree. Creatures in the world of pirates are truly remarkable. Any being with a modicum of sentience can comprehend human speech. Qin Yun gladly released his hold on the hippopotamus, swiftly positioning himself atop its head. Utilizing his flotation powers, he fashioned a water chain binding its tentacles to his feet, then reclined contentedly to rest. Let us set forth, dear hippopotamus. With enthusiasm, the hippopotamus swished its tail and began to move. Despite its massive size, its tremendous strength and smooth skin enabled impressive speed. Otherwise, Qin Yun would not have been swallowed by it in his foresight. The scenery whirled past Qin Yun as he rode, relishing the service of a loyal sea king, that if he could command numerous sea kings like White Star, he would be invincible. Unfortunately, his bond with the sea kings was one of subjugation and negotiation. While White Star commanded through a natural bloodline dominance, time passed, and soon Qin Yun sensed the current slowing. Mu. Human. Ahead lies Fishman Island. I can only take you to the bubble nearby. A powerful aura above commands me not to enter. Oh, a command? Qin Yun pondered. Could it be White Star? What would happen if you defied the command? Dear hippopotamus, would there be dire consequences? His tone dripped with temptation. Mu. I would never dare to defy the command. Seeing the hippopotamus's resolute tone, Qin Yun refrained from pressing further and stated plainly, then please, just take me to the bubble beside Fishman Island. I can ascend on my own. Moments later, the hippopotamus arrived at their destination. And Qin Yun yawned, surveying Fishman Island before dismounting from its head. Farewell, dear hippopotamus. Qin Yun waved farewell, and as his guide, the hippopotamus proved to be more than adequate. There was no need for him to check the permanent pointer or adjust the direction, for the hippopotamus effortlessly led him to Fishman Island. Mu. He said, bidding goodbye to the trustworthy human. After finishing its words, the hippopotamus promptly turned away, as if staying for even a few seconds was a torment. Peering through the depths of the ocean, Qin Yun discerned the location of Fishman Island and set off towards what appeared to be a town. Unfamiliar with the route, he resolved to seek out a mermaid or a fishman to guide him through the sights of Fishman Island. Although he could employ a blanket search with his observation hockey, he was only familiar with the appearances of White Star, Cammy, and Charlie, uncertain whether he could detect them. Upon traversing the enormous double-layered semicircular bubble membrane shield and the air layers surrounding Fishman Island, the scenery before him transformed dramatically, no longer filtered through seawater. With a thought, Qin Yun swiftly expanded his observation hockey, enveloping the entirety of Fishman Island. After a thorough scan, he found no trace of White Star, Cammy, or Charlie. It was likely that White Star resided in the hardshell tower, while Cammy and Charlie were either off the island or in a secluded location. Without hesitation, Qin Yun followed his predetermined path. Moments earlier, at the entrance of Fishman Island, within the communication corridor and surveillance monitoring room, the National Border Defense Force kept a vigilant watch over the environment surrounding Fishman Island and any incoming vessels. Should any foreign entity attempt to breach the entrance of Fishman Island or force their way through the surrounding bubble membrane, they would be detected. We can't be mistaken. A flustered kissing fishman gazed at the monitor, incredulously murmuring, how could a sea king appear at Fishman Island? Beside him, a plump mola fishman hurried over, his face reflecting disbelief as he beheld the sea king. This is indeed peculiar. The last time a sea king came to Fishman Island was during the death of Princess Otoheim. We must report this to Dragon Palace City immediately. It would be disastrous if it were to attack Fishman Island. The kissing fishman nodded, preparing to contact the snail phone to report, when another startled exclamation interrupted him. Wait, look at that sea king's head. There's a human atop it. What? The kissing fishman immediately focused his gaze on the hippopotamus, astonished. Is that truly a human? Could he possibly control the sea king? No, we must report this to Dragon Palace City at once. The mola fishman understood that hesitation was not an option and promptly dialed the snail phone to Dragon Palace City. Buru, this is Dragon Palace City. Major incident. A sea king approximately 2,000 meters in length is approaching Fishman Island. It has reached the outer membrane, but has come to a halt. What? Is this true? Maintain surveillance on its movements. There's a human atop it. And he, the kissing fishman interjected, that human appears to be communicating with the sea king. Wait, he.s. entering Fishman Island. A human? The sea king turned around, temporarily alleviating the crisis, but the human had already set foot on Fishman Island. Immediately transmit the video and the appearance of that human to Dragon Palace City. I will seek out Minister Zhua and King Neptune. Understood. X2 on Fishman Island, in Fishman Street, a group of fishmen surrounded a human pirate, engaging in playful antics. Hammond, humans truly are fragile. He has already been played to death in such a short time. The speaker, dressed like a rogue, was Hammond, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates 2 years hence, his slightly curled hair bobbing as he spoke. Boss, one human simply isn't enough for the brothers to play with. Let us find a few more. A nearby eel fishman, wearing a sycophantic expression, suggested. Find. Can you even find them? The number of humans capable of reaching Fishman Island is exceedingly low, and they're mostly combat-ready pirates. I have no interest in brawling with them. Hammond kicked the eel fisherman away. If it weren't for their lifelong companionship, he would suspect the little fellow was a spy sent by another fisherman. At that moment, a blue light suddenly swept across the faces of the fishmen, followed by a detached voice. "Hey, fishmen, can anyone tell me where Mermaid Bay is?" Qin Yun dissipated the lightning aura, elegantly seated upon the void gate. "A human." The fishman lackeys emitted horrified gasps, subsequently glaring at Qin Yun with resentment. Hammond exchanged glances with the fishmen, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon his lips. Hammond, a mere human dares to tread upon Fishman Street. Boys, tear him to shreds. Fishman Street. Qin Yun surveyed his surroundings. The town-like appearance was marred by numerous dilapidated areas with scant businesses, a mere handful of barbecue stalls and fish processing workshops. Upon receiving the command, the fishmen brandished their weapons and charged at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, somewhat exasperated, had not anticipated such a violent welcome. He made no effort to move, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning directly at the fishmen. 30 million volts of electric current surging. The thunder erupted among the fishmen, those unfortunate enough to be caught perishing on the spot, the scent of charred fish wafting through the air. "What is this?" A small fishman, hiding behind Hammond, asked in terror. "Nanny?" "A devil fruit user." Hammond immediately recognized the situation, shouting, "Family, a human brat has come knocking at our door. Hurry and provide support." With that, he turned to flee, entirely unconcerned for the lives of his subordinates. "Where do you think you're going?" to Hammond. The voice sounded like a whisper from hell, and in the next moment, he was struck by lightning, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed lifelessly. Unfortunately, Hammond was a moray eel fishman, not an electric eel fishman. Otherwise, he might have endured the current a little longer. That a multitude of fishmen, drawn by Hammond's cries, clustered around, witnessing their fleeing comrades fall victim to the lightning that struck them like tendrils. "Muhihi, where's Hammond?" A strange laugh rang out as Icarus Muhi, a giant octopus fishman with 8 arms brandishing 8 red spears, leaped onto the scene, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. A scruffy fishman approached Hammond, unable to resist the aroma of roasted meat in the air, licking Hammond's cooked flesh and uncertainly responding, "Hammond seems well done, huh?" Icarus Muhi's eyes widened, his gaze turning icy as he stared at Qin Yun. Demanding, "Human, how dare you attack Fishman Street?" Without waiting for Qin Yun's response, he lunged forward, aiming to stab him with his red spear. Seeing the increasing number of fishmen, Qin Yun accelerated the frequency of the lightning emanating from his body, calmly stating, "Those who move shall perish." He didn't even glance at Icarus Muhi. The fishmen were far too weak to pose any threat to him. The sounds of shouting and screams echoed, the air filled with the scent of roasted fish. Should a sea king arrive, it might even find its appetite piqued by the aroma. As time passed, every fishman attempting to attack Qin Yun was slain, leaving only a few dazed fishmen standing motionless, fortunate to have survived, often becoming the ideal low-cost labor for the kingdom of God. Qin Yun retracted the lightning surrounding him and approached a 2-horned shark man, coldly inquiring, "Fishman, if you understand human speech, lead me to Mermaid Bay." The 2-horned shark man shivered, regaining his senses, his eyes filled with terror as he shouted, You are not human. You are a devil." Qin Yun casually zapped him into a spasm. Realizing the creature was paralyzed by fear rather than obedient, he then approached a lionfish fishman, who was far more astute. Without waiting for Qin Yun to speak, the fishman eagerly declared, Sir, I am a good fish. I know where Mermaid Bay is, and I will take you there right away." Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. This fishman had some wit. "Then lead the way." The lionfish fishman trembled, pointing towards the northwest as he began to walk, only to find the ground beneath him seemed to come alive, ensnaring his body. Please don't kill me, dear sir." The lionfish merman, trembling with fear, shut his eyes tightly and pleaded for mercy. After receiving no response, he cautiously reopened his eyes, only to discover that he was being carried away by Qin Yun, who was stepping on him and flying in the direction he had indicated. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized he had temporarily spared his life. And he was greatly astonished by Qin Yun's abilities. After flying for a while, Qin Yun finally spotted some merfolk. From the lionfish merman's account, he learned that they had just been in the Merman Street, a notorious area inhabited by the most nefarious of the merman race. On Fishman Island, the merman and mermaid tribes had been living separately since birth, each respecting the other's territory. In the mermaid tribe, female mermaids matured at the age of 30, at which point they could choose to retain their fishtails or transform into legs. most mermaids opted to venture onto land to marry human males and bear children. Male mermaids, however, could never transform their tails into legs. Only the females had that privilege. Of course, there were a handful of misguided mermaids who chose to marry mermen and live among them. The lionfish merman also cautioned him that outsiders entering Fishman Island must undergo immigration checks, or they would be apprehended by the Sea King army of Dragon Palace Kingdom. Qin Yun understood that the immigration protocols here were quite similar to those of the Sky Island, except that the latter required an entry fee.as one who considered himself a deity. He had no regard for the rules imposed by others. If such regulations could bind him, he would surely become a laughingstock among his fellow countrymen. In the kingdom of gods, there exists a law stating that deities are always right, and as a divine being of this kingdom, Qin Yun never forgot to abide by this principle. Meanwhile, in Dragon Palace City, the left minister hurriedly swam toward the palace. Clutching his horned cane, he was a catfish merman, his appearance mature and dignified, clearly a sage of great wisdom. Ironically, his judgment was quite poor. He had once entertained the foolish notion of serving tea to hostile pirates in order to negotiate. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The left minister's voice reached Neptune's ears even before he arrived. Ho ho ho. What has you so flustered, left minister? Neptune replied, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he stroked his orange beard. Appearing quite at ease, I can hardly bear it. Your Majesty, the border patrol claimed to have seen humans controlling sea kings arriving at Fishman Island. How utterly absurd. I find it laughable and have chosen to ignore these delusional individuals. The left minister tugged at his catfish whiskers, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Yet, they continue to insist on reporting this to your Majesty. Alas, I am growing old and weary of this. What? Neptune's expression shifted to one of shock. Such an outrageous claim was difficult for him to fathom. Only one of the three ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon, could command the Sea Kings, and in this era, the Sea King was none other than his youngest daughter, Shirahoshi. The idea that mermaids were saying humans could command the Sea Kings and precisely directed them to Fishman Island was unfathomable. However, given the gravity of the matter concerning Poseidon, Neptune could not dismiss the news. His demeanor turned solemn as he commanded, "Summon those border patrol officers on duty." Yes, the Sea King army responded in unison. And soon 2 members swam out of the palace to carry out Neptune's orders. After a while, all the Sea King army personnel in the monitoring room were brought to the palace. Who reported this news? The left minister inquired first. The kissing merman and the opa merman swam forward, speaking in unison. It was us. Did you truly see humans commanding Sea Kings arriving at Fishman Island? Neptune asked sternly, locking his gaze on the 2 mermen, applying pressure. Your Majesty, it is true. We stake our lives on it. And we even transmitted photos. The photos cannot be fabricated. Photos. Neptune was taken aback. Left minister. What is the situation? The left minister furrowed his brow, pondering for several breaths, before murmuring, I remember now. I can hardly stand my own memory. The photos should still be at my workplace. Neptune's forehead darkened with annoyance, and he gestured for the Sea King army to retrieve the items. The left minister's workplace was nearby, and the Sea King army swiftly completed their task and returned, accompanied by the right minister. Neptune quickly flipped through several photos until he came to a halt at one featuring Qin Yun, exclaiming, This human is God Emperor Qin Yun. God Emperor Qin Yun? What brings him to Fishman Island? Is he planning to invade the New World? The right minister straightened his seahorse tail, clearly astonished by the revelation that a bounty of 300 million berries was indeed a rarity. In recent years, it seemed that only Portiasti.Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had received a bounty exceeding 100 million berries on Fishman Island. The left minister continued to ponder, we have yet to enter the era of inflation that will come in a few years. A bounty of 300 million berries is already exceedingly high. Neptune furrowed his brow, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. If Qin Yun was indeed a lawless individual, wreaking havoc on Fishman Island, he would be able to stop him. What of Captain Jinbei? When will he return to Fishman Island? Your Majesty, Captain Jinbei should return either tonight or early tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Neptune sighed with relief. Even if conflict arose, he believed that the 5 million inhabitants of Fishman Island could withstand Qin Yun's wrath. He pondered for a moment, realizing that the matter of Qin Yun's ability to control the Sea Kings was of utmost importance. If he did not swiftly ascertain the reason behind this, he would be unable to find peace. Once he understood the cause of Qin Yun's ability to command the Sea Kings, he could then decide on his stance. Relay the message. Summon Sharkstar, or Fish Star, and King Star to see me at once. Yes, the Sea King army responded respectfully. Moments later, Shark Star, or Fish Star, and King Star stood obediently by, awaiting Neptune's orders. The Sea King army had already retrieved Qin Yun's bounty notice and presented it to Neptune. Shark Star, or Fish Star, King Star, you are to take this bounty notice and seek out God Emperor Qin Yun, inviting him to visit Dragon Palace City. Remember, do not provoke him. Approach with humility and friendliness. He possesses the power of the rumble fruit. Wielding the force of calamity, should he entertain thoughts of annihilating Fishman Island, without Captain Jinbei present, we would find it difficult to resist. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. Yes, father. The three princes responded in unison before promptly departing from Dragon Palace City. The trio of mermen, accompanied by the Sea King army, set out in search of Qin Yun, scouring the area with thoroughness. In Dragon Palace Kingdom, at Mermaid Bay. This was a gathering place for mermaids and a dream destination for countless admirers of these enchanting beings. The crystal-clear waters revealed a multitude of captivating mermaid maidens. Coral reefs were artfully scattered throughout Mermaid Bay. As the mermaids flitted gracefully among the various formations, Qin Yun stood aloft, admiring their exquisite figures and listening to their melodious voices. Sunlight filtered through the dual-layered bubble shield, illuminating the shimmering tails of the mermaids, rendering them even more alluring and enchanting. In awe of the beauty surrounding him, Qin Yun mused within himself. This is the true beginning of his journey to Fishman Island. Yet he had fortuitously landed in the Merman Street, causing him to expend some lightning in a bout of violence. To be candid, he was quite fond of mermaids, particularly the charming Shirahoshi. In his eyes. She was the most captivating female character among the pirates, with her stunning visage, ample bosom, and the striking pink and red hues of her fish tail. Regaining his composure, Qin Yun thought, Mermaid Bay is devoid of humans. If he descended to converse with the mermaids, it would not cause a commotion, would it? He moved swiftly, flashing into Mermaid Bay, and casually approached a beautiful mermaid to greet her. Excuse me, dear mermaid? Ah, Lula's was taken aback, adjusting her integrated diving apparatus and mask as she instinctively turned toward the voice. A human? Oh, how did you get here? Her face lit up with surprise, her orange curls and fishtail glistening. Resembling a sparkling glass grouper mermaid. Before Qin Yun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the delighted exclamations of nearby mermaids. Look, sisters, there's a human here. Is that really so? He cannot possibly be a pitiable boy abandoned by humans. Can he? I long to care for him. It is my first encounter with a human. Will he be capable of bearing offspring? The merfolk whisper among themselves, uttering savage words, yet they shyly avert their gazes from Qin Yun. Refraining from approaching him, Qin Yun smirked slightly. It seems that these merfolk are quite curious about outsiders. Maintaining his composure, he turned to a nearby mermaid and inquired, Dear mermaid, do you know where the Mermaid CAF is located? The Mermaid CAF, Lula's regarded Qin Yun with a peculiar look, then responded in a sweet voice, It is situated on Coral Hill. I am a server there. Would you like to dine at our establishment? Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Yun felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could it be that he had found fortune after leaving Fishman Street? Indeed, the Mermaid CAF must be the most popular spot on Fishman Island. I have long desired to visit. Would you be so kind as to escort me there? I have only managed to find a few names of the mermaids, and without images, I can only search based on descriptions. If you see any pictures, do remember to like them, so I can ascertain if my search was successful. Lula's described herself, petite and adorable with large eyes. One would surely feel a delightful sensation cradling her. With orange wavy long hair and wearing diving gear, she appeared to be a slender mermaid of the glass feather snapper species. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lula's eyes. Today was not her workday. Oh, that's right. Mello is supposed to return soon. However, it is not my shift today, but I can have another server from the Mermaid CAF guide you. Would that be acceptable? Qin Yun internally lamented the missed opportunity but nodded in agreement. Of course. Lula's charming face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she turned to a tall coral structure and called out, Mello, come here quickly. A blue-haired mermaid was adjusting a small yellow flower atop her head when she heard Lula's call and promptly peered out. Mello here? Qin Yun's eyes sparkled. He felt that this mermaid possessed a beauty distinct from that of Lula's, revealing the hidden talents among the mermaids at the CAF. What is it, Lula's? Have you made a human friend? Mello swiftly swam to their side, her curious gaze fixed intently on Qin Yun. This is, Lula's hesitated for a moment. Understanding her cue, Qin Yun introduced himself. I am Qin Yun. Shun? They both echoed in surprise. Do not be astonished. You may find it hard to believe, but I am here to save Fishman Island. Really, They both exclaimed, their skepticism tempered by his sincere demeanor, which radiated kindness. Indeed, it is true, though explaining it is rather complicated. However, you shall learn in the next few days. The pressing matter now is, who can escort me to the mermaid CAF? Oh right. Lola's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Mello, aren't you about to head to the mermaid CAF for your shift? Let us all go together. Mello glanced at the time and readily agreed. Qin Yun chuckled softly at Lola's change of heart, sensing her newfound interest in him, with both ladies willing to accompany him. He pondered that floating along with them could lack a certain charm. Thus, he produced a cloud shell and conjured an iron cloud capable of supporting 3 passengers. What is this? Lola's curiously poked at the iron cloud. Is this a cloud? I have never seen anyone create a cloud before. Mello swam above the iron cloud, playfully splashing it with her tail, noting its sturdy nature, which seemed far from ordinary. This is a specialty from the kingdom of the gods. This is merely a standard model. There are advanced floating clouds that can soar above 10,000 meters. Wow, amazing. They both gasped. Hop on. You two direct us, and we shall fly there. Qin Yun took the central position. Lola's and Mello exchanged glances, their lips curving into smiles as they swam to either side of Qin Yun, settling onto the iron cloud. Hold on tight. Qin Yun grinned triumphantly as he activated the floating power. Lifting the 3 of them toward the direction Lola's indicated, the mermaids present gazed enviously at the departing trio, lamenting their own lack of courage. Perhaps they too could have soared on a cloud vehicle. The iron cloud accelerated under Qin Yun's control, causing Lola's and Mello to instinctively grasp him for stability. Struggling to hold your ground? Allow me to assist you. With a mere thought, Qin Yun altered the shape of the iron cloud into AV formation, snugly fitting the 2 mermaids against him, thus securing their positions. This certainly feels stable. A blush crept onto Lola's cheeks as she realized she had unwittingly boarded the ship of this audacious human. Qin Yun, did you deliberately orchestrate this situation? Do you fancy us both? Mello playfully teased, sticking out her tongue. Da-da! Lola's exclaimed, wide-eyed. Mello, how can you be so direct? Qin Yun grinned, fully aware that in this moment of dual embrace, one could easily claim he had abducted 2 mermaid maidens. You have seen through me. You are the first mermaids I have encountered on Fishman Island, and I shall not let either of you slip away. Become my divine consorts. That sounds delightful, Mello replied with a radiant smile, piquing Qin Yun's curiosity before she added, however, we must wait until you save Fishman Island and become a great hero. Then we shall gladly accept your proposal. Lola's puffed her cheeks in frustration. Hey, Mello, you cannot make decisions for me. Qin Yun noted the contrast between the two. Mello was fiery and open, unafraid to voice her thoughts, while Lola's appeared more reserved, preferring to rely on her companions for guidance. Then it is settled. Rest assured, in a matter of days, you shall witness how I intend to save Fishman Island. With the conversation flowing, the trio fell into a brief silence. Thus, Qin Yun silently savored the enchanting sensations provided by the 2 mermaids while amplifying the floating power to accelerate the iron cloud. Indeed, Qin Yun possessed ample experience in flying with companions. Yet, this was the first time he had the pleasure of soaring with 2 ethereal mermaids, a feeling both inexplicable and comforting. After a while, they finally arrived at Coral Hill. Lola's excitedly pointed towards the elegant and upscale CAF in the distance, exclaiming, that is the mermaid CAF. Qin Yun, your cloud speed is astonishing. Too kind, too kind. Qin Yun responded contentedly as he guided the iron cloud to descend, dispersing it and releasing his alluring hold, once freed. Lola's immediately darted away shyly, fearing further schemes that might lead to her embarrassment. Mello, however, smiled brightly as she took hold of Qin Yun's arm, leading him into the mermaid CF, where he was promptly seated in a cozy corner, attracting the curious gazes of several mermaid ladies nearby. What would you like to drink? Milk, coffee, or juice? Qin Yun shook his head, candidly stating, there is no rush for that. My primary purpose here is to meet your manager, Madame Shaley. This was his promise to Aaron, to shower his sister, Madame Shaley, with affection and ensure her happiness. Moreover, although Shaley held no real power in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, her reputation was unparalleled. Her prophecies were unfailingly accurate, and the citizens of Fishman Island held greater trust in her than in the royal family of Dragon Palace City. If Qin Yun could have Shaley predict the future of Fishman Island or serve as a witness when he visited Dragon Palace City to unveil the prophecy of the impending war and the demise of Whitebeard, then, given Neptune's character, he would undoubtedly surrender to protect the lives of the 5 million inhabitants of Fishman Island. Mello was not surprised by Qin Yun's intention to meet Madame Shaley. She had already been astonished when he proclaimed his mission to save Fishman Island. Mello, a beautiful mermaid with light blue hair, exuded warmth and confidence, falling for the protagonist at first sight. However, Madame Shaley was not someone who would meet just anyone. Her prestige on Fishman Island was immense, and requests to see her were plentiful. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, wondering why that should concern him. Aren't you a server here? Please report my presence to her and inform her that someone wishes to meet her. If she dares to refuse, the mermaid CAF shall be erased from Fishman Island by the divine emperor Qin Yun. Meluo was taken aback, not anticipating that while Qin Yun appeared outwardly amiable enough to encourage her closeness, the words he uttered were terrifying beyond measure. Instinctively, she released her grip on his arm, and even the charming merfolk surrounding them cast astonished glances in their direction. Surely, you do not speak in earnest? Observing her worried expression, Qin Yun could not help but chuckle, asking, what are you afraid of? As long as you relay this message, do you truly fear that Lady Shaley would refuse to see me? He was merely attempting to intimidate Lady Shaley. Beside them, Lula's revealed a knowing glint in his eyes, subtly scornful of Meluo. Indeed, Meluo sighed in relief at his words, yet the sincerity in Qin Yun's demeanor genuinely unsettled her. She could not help but ponder, could it be that Qin Yun is a person of stark contrasts? His proclamation undoubtedly could not be a jest. If Lady Shaley were to truly decline, he would certainly not hesitate to exchange their CAF for a different one. Go ahead, have no fear. Lady Shaley will meet with me. Even if she refuses, do you think I would truly harm these lovely merfolk? I could never bring myself to do so. This was no idle threat. Qin Yun's companions would certainly protest, and as for the reason behind their objections, best not to inquire, lest it sour relations. Meluo nodded, casting one last, deep glance at him before she swam deeper into the merfolk CAF. In Lady Shaley's chamber, she sat comfortably upon a bubble formed from coral, engrossed in an ancient tome that appeared to be a book of divination. Immersed in her reading, Lady Shaley remained oblivious to the fact that this day would alter her fate. At that moment, Meluo finally arrived at the door, gently tapping 3 times. Come in, Lady Shaley's cool voice resonated, and the door opened in response. She lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Meluo, what brings you here? Meluo instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her garment, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. In a hushed tone, she murmured, Lady Shaley, please do not be angered by what I am about to say. Oh, what could possibly make you so anxious? Are you contemplating resigning from the merfolk CAF? Lady Shaley inquired, her interest piqued as she set aside her divination book. Meluo bit her lip, forcing out a strained smile as she replied, it is not that. But Lula's and I encountered a human in Merfolk Bay who claims to be a god. Qin Yun. What? Before Meluo could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lady Shaley's exclamation, are you both unharmed? He is a wanted criminal by the world government, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Meluo was momentarily stunned, unable to reconcile the notion of such a handsome and gentle-looking fugitive. Hey, what's wrong with you? Snapping back to reality, Meluo quickly continued. He expressed a desire to meet you and threatened that should you refuse his request, he would erase the merfolk CAF from existence. Lady Shaley's shark-like eyes widened in displeasure as she retorted, how dare Qin Yun say such things? How audacious of him. Though her words were sharp, she inwardly recognized that Qin Yun indeed possessed the audacity to back them up. Where is he now? Why, he is waiting at the merfolk CAF. This. Lady Shaley fell silent, quickly casting a glance at the door behind Meluo, which stood ajar. It was unclear whether Meluo had done this intentionally or out of nervousness, but a powerhouse like Qin Yun had likely overheard their entire conversation. With a resigned sigh, she waved her hand, saying, you may call him in. Yes, Lady Shaley, there's no need for that. I have already arrived. Lady Shaley, it is an honor to finally meet you. Without warning, a flash of lightning leapt before Lady Shaley, flickering for an instant before coalescing into Qin Yun's form. His mastery of instantaneous movement through electric fields was evident. His gaze roamed freely over Lady Shaley's figure, and he could not help but murmur internally, what an impressive physique. She must stand over 5 meters tall when upright. If he found her stature somewhat overwhelming, then the colossal size of the white star would surely be even more daunting. No, he must find a way to grow larger. Giant fruit. Saint One the Wolf. He decisively concluded. With his plan set, he resumed admiring Lady Shaley's beauty, her short black hair veiling one side of her face, her striking blue eyes, rosy lips, and skin so fair it seemed otherworldly, complemented by an ample bosom. Her deep purple hooded top cloaked her upper body, fastening only at the center, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her curves. The first half of her tail was a deep blue, transitioning to white in the latter half, adorned with charming dorsal fins, culminating in a pair of delicate crescent-shaped fins at the tip. In a mere moment, Qin Yun absorbed the entirety of Lady Shaley's captivating appearance. Her extravagant attire at home certainly favored him. An uninvited guest, Lady Shaylee, equally taken aback, realized he had indeed overheard their conversation. She scrutinized him from head to toe, coolly remarking, "So you were Qin Yun?" "Truly, one must not judge by appearances." "Quite so," Meluo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Had it not been for Lady Shaylee's presence, she might have impulsively reached out to poke Qin Yun. Observing Meluo's reaction, Lady Shaylee exhaled in exasperation. "Meluo, you may step outside." "Yes." Meluo retreated reluctantly, casting a glance at Qin Yun that seemed to convey a silent encouragement. Qin Yun responded with a smile, mentally commanding the door to close behind her. "Now then, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Lady Shaylee found herself instinctively straightening under the weight of Qin Yun's imposing aura. "Of course, ahem. I wish to discuss some matters of significance." Qin Yun remained unfazed by Lady Shaylee's icy demeanor. In fact, he found her aloofness rather amusing. He was confident that his intense presence would eventually soften her resolve. What else could it be? "I have heard that Lady Shaylee's predictions are unfailingly accurate. I have come to seek your divination regarding my future." Lady Shaylee furrowed her brow, recognizing this as the primary reason most sought her counsel. However, she had gradually ceased to predict the future, having witnessed too much misfortune. With an impassive expression, she replied, "If your sole intention is divination, I must ask you to leave. I ceased such practices years ago." Qin Yun scoffed, sensing her disingenuousness. "You are a member of the great Blue Shark Merfolk clan, standing at an impressive 520 cm as a child. You were adorable, but you grew into an aloof beauty, earning the title Lady Shaylee due to your accurate predictions. Now, you find yourself in the presence of the protagonist. The title suits you well. If Lady Shaylee had truly abandoned her divination, how could it be that she had so eagerly offered her services upon meeting Luffy? Was this merely the protagonist's halo at play? Qin Yun extended his right hand, a swirling purple-black bolt of lightning forming a symbol that crackled with energy, an invisible pressure enveloping Lady Shaylee, rendering her breathless, 100% accuracy in predictions. This poses quite a dilemma. How about this? Why not predict what would occur should you choose to refuse my command, resulting in this lightning-striking Fishman Island? Command. Lady Shaylee's mouth opened in indignation, revealing her delicate fangs as a surge of anger coursed through her, a futile attempt to dispel the pressure weighing upon her. Alas, her own strength proved insufficient to break free from Qin Yun's grip. With no choice left, she was compelled to articulate her reluctant admission in a tone that betrayed her resolve. "It is not that I do not wish to provide you with a reading. My divination can only predict matters pertinent to me and cannot extend to other individuals." Oh. Qin Yun noted her expression seemed genuine, reflecting on her previous predictions and acknowledging their veracity. After a moment of contemplation, he settled for a compromise. Then, why not predict the future of Fishman Island? If that proves unfeasible, well, the future of Fishman Island. Lady Shaylee faltered, feeling belittled by Qin Yun's threats. Predicting a positive outcome would be futile if the adversary intended to obliterate Fishman Island. Conversely, a negative prediction would only affirm his intentions to proceed with destruction. Rest assured, as long as you agree to perform the divination and communicate the results to me, be they favorable or unfavorable, I shall not retaliate. Of course, this was an empty promise. Lady Shaylee sighed deeply, realizing that there was no escaping this confrontation today. What value did predicting the future hold? Only strength could dictate the outcome. Very well. I consent to assist you with divination, hoping that you will not go back on your word. Slowly, Shaylee turned around, retrieving a crystal ball used for divination from the gaping mouth of a large clam behind her. At this juncture, the situation had slipped from her grasp. Thus, she resolved to prepare Qin Yun mentally. To clarify in advance, although I possess the ability to foresee forthcoming events with remarkable accuracy, I am unable to predict the precise moment at which they will occur. I understand. You may choose to leave or remain here, but you must remain utterly still and silent, for any movement or sound could disrupt my focus. Qin Yun nodded, indicating his readiness. Shaylee glided over to the table beside Qin Yun. Placing the crystal ball upon a crimson mat, ready to commence the divination, she first closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths to concentrate her spirit and attention. After a period of meditation, she abruptly spread her arms wide, palms facing the crystal ball, entering a state of divination. After a while, Shaylee coldly opened her eyes, gazing intently into the depths of the crystal ball. Countless images and peculiar symbols had appeared within it unbeknownst to her. Should anyone else gaze into the crystal ball, they would surely leave disappointed, discovering nothing of significance. Lady Shaylee focused her mind, employing her divinatory knowledge and intuition to interpret the forthcoming information. Once she had completed her interpretation, Her eyes suddenly became devoid of expression. Shaylee's consciousness and vision transcended into the future, where she beheld. Fishman Island no longer lay in the depths of the sea, but instead remained serenely suspended in the sky at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. For the majority of the time, the merfolk and fishmen had ceased their close ties. The former Fishman Island was renamed Mermaid Island, now inhabited by mermaid maidens, while the fishmen and male merfolk were assigned to another island by Qin Yun, aptly named Fishman Island. As more information was unveiled, she grasped the reason. The owner of Mermaid Island had transformed into Qin Yun, who, under his divine power, controlled the island, elevating it to the surface, soaring into the sky that the merfolk so yearned for. This realm was filled with sunlight and breathtaking beauty, where the beautiful mermaids frolicked joyfully together, while the fishmen and male merfolk willingly devoted their strength to Qin Yun, for he had bestowed upon them so much. Wait, is that me? Shaylee's consciousness suddenly widened her shark-like eyes, focusing on a high point on Mermaid Island. She saw herself blissfully reclining upon the form of a towering human. Behind him stood the enchanting princess Bai Xing, surrounded by numerous lovely mermaids. Upon closer inspection, she recognized many of the mermaids, as those familiar faces belonged to the sirens of the mermaid CAF, including Meluo and Lalatsi, albeit looking slightly more beautiful than she remembered. Shaylee's heart skipped a beat as she hastily turned her gaze to the man cradling her, only to discover that his visage was none other than Qin Yun. Just as she was overwhelmed by the implications of the divination's results, the Qin Yun within the vision suddenly turned his head, casting her an inadvertent glance. A surge of intense fear flooded her heart. The scene shattered, and her consciousness was forcibly expelled. Bang! In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted with a thunderous explosion, and Shaylee let out a startled cry, instinctively retreating. Qin Yun reacted swiftly, flashing to her side, using his petite frame and hands that seemed ill-fitting to Shaylee to steady her delicate back. The shards of the exploded crystal ball were miraculously restored to their original positions by his control. Lady Shaylee, are you all right? Shaylee appeared not to hear his words, helplessly collapsing against him, cradling her head as her delicate brows furrowed, seemingly enduring unspeakable agony. Lady Shaylee, though Qin Yun held her close, he harbored no amorous intentions. Electricity crackled in his hands as he sought to stabilize her flustered mind. Qin Yun's efforts proved effective, and after a few breaths, Shaylee lowered her hands from her forehead, trembling slightly as she became aware of her situation before immediately struggling to escape his embrace. After forcibly returning her to her seat within the bubble, he allowed her to break free. What on earth did you see to leave you in such a state of shock that even the crystal ball of prophecy shattered? Shaylee remained silent, staring vacantly at the broken crystal, her thoughts swirling. The shattering of the crystal ball was not necessarily a calamity. It merely indicated that the future beyond that vision was beyond her reach. Her predictions were never wrong. This was a testament to her past successes and her confidence as a diviner. Yet, did this not imply that she would eventually become the virtuous wife of the man behind her? Such a vile man, who had coerced her into divination, would she truly end up uniting with him? As Shaylee contemplated her feelings, she discovered that she did not harbor any aversion towards Qin Yun, who would become her husband in the future. On the contrary, she perceived it as an opportunity. In this tumultuous era of piracy, having such a powerful man to shield her from the storms was indeed a commendable choice. At Fishman Island, her elevated status had rendered her untouchable, and with no romantic experience, she might be an asset to Qin Yun. Not to mention, at 27, in 3 years, she would be able to transform her shark tail into elegant legs, thus not making Qin Yun wait too long. If all else failed, perhaps she could see if Qin Yun would accept her shark tail. In the midst of Qin Yun's astonished gaze, Shaylee inexplicably shook her head, realizing that her thoughts were veering off course. The true reason behind her consideration of accepting Qin Yun stemmed from her unwavering belief that defying fate would incur terrifying consequences. Thus, she could only graciously accept the arrangement of destiny. Yet, she remained puzzled about how she was related to him. Could it be today? But his physique seemed off. Could he change size? Shaylee's delicate form shuddered as an unsettling thought crossed her mind, evoking fear within her. Hey, why have you been making such inexplicable little movements? Is it not inappropriate for you to treat me with such cold indifference? Qin Yun sat before her, attempting to capture her attention. Shaylee reined in her thoughts, softly replying, "Apologies, this is the first time my divination has resulted in such a backlash, and it has greatly affected me." Qin Yun scrutinized her eyes with suspicion. Why did he feel that Shaylee was not quite right? "Come on, just tell me, what did your divination reveal about the future of Fishman Island?" After a moment of hesitation, Shaylee decided to respond truthfully, for the results of the divination indicated that she was indeed destined to be with him. And she could trust him. My divination revealed only a few glimpses. I could ascertain that you will rule Fishman Island and take me, along with a host of beautiful mermaids and princess by Xing, as your wives. Oh, Qin Yun grinned broadly. With such revelations, he had achieved his purpose for coming to Fishman Island. Was that all? Shaylee pondered for a moment before nodding, unable to help it, as the future version of him was simply too strong. The vision had been forcibly interrupted by him. Is that so? That's quite satisfactory. Your divination aligns perfectly with my expectations. My purpose for visiting the mermaid CAF was indeed to connect with you and the mermaids here. Shaylee found herself at a loss for words. Rolling her eyes at him, silently cursing inwardly. So direct, are you? A wave of helplessness washed over her heart. The mermaids were so stunning that they evoked a pathological obsession among humans. Never did she imagine that today she would be overlooked by such a formidable individual, who disregarded Whitebird's renown, seeking to possess a multitude of mermaids on Fishman Island. The terrifying aspect was that in her divination, Qin Yun had succeeded. Yet, it made sense. She had previously foretold the onset of the Marineford War and the death of Whitebeard. Even if Qin Yun did not arrive, once Whitebeard perished, Fishman Island would undoubtedly descend into unprecedented chaos. At that point, Qin Yun could arrive as a great hero and certainly achieve his aims. Since your divination has revealed your fate as my divine consort, will you choose to accept it or resist your destiny? Qin Yun, sensing that events were progressing smoothly, initiated his campaign to win over the goddess. Shaylee sighed softly. Did she truly have a choice? She parted her lips, her voice cool yet tinged with resignation. Whether I choose to accept or resist, the ultimate outcome will lead to me blissfully reclining in your embrace. Therefore, there is no need for me to stubbornly endure hardship, opting for a path shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Yun was quite pleased with her response. With Shaylee's assistance, he could avoid numerous complications. A wise choice. Thus, as long as you obediently follow my lead in bringing Fishman Island into my fold, I shall generously reward you and cherish you dearly. Sherry remained silent, awkwardly turning her head away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Qin Yun's words. In her youth, she had been a lively and spirited mermaid. However, as she matured, her demeanor gradually transformed into one of composure and dignity. Given her esteemed reputation, no one on Fishman Island dared to tease her in such a manner. Thus, Qin Yun's comment stirred an indescribable, peculiar feeling within her heart. Lady Sherry observed the shy expression gracing Sherry's proud face, while Qin Yun, with a mischievous grin, sat beside her and leaned in to whisper. I have always been an eager and diligent learner, yet I have lamented the absence of a good friend from the merfolk to guide me, which has left me woefully uninformed about their history. Might the noble and enchanting Lady Sherry indulge me with tales of the merfolk's past? Very well. If my husband truly wishes to learn, I would be delighted to assume the role of your friend. Sherry hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced, even altering her form of address for Qin Yun. Thank you, Lady Sherry. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Yun could not suppress his curiosity and reached out to press his hand against Sherry's soft, supple shark tail. Experiencing the delightful sensation beneath his palm, he realized there was much more to learn. Yet, he remained undeterred, for the pursuit of knowledge was, in itself, an exhilarating endeavor. Subsequently, he inquired about various aspects of the merfolk, and Lady Sherry graciously initiated an informative session, providing him with a solid understanding of their history. After their conversation that day, he was confident that he would gain significant insights. Time passed, and at last, Sherry concluded her exposition on the key points of the merfolk, leaving Qin Yun deeply enlightened and acutely aware of how superficial his previous knowledge of mermaids had been, gazing at Sherry's bashful smile. A whimsical thought unexpectedly crossed Qin Yun's mind. What else can you do besides drenching me in saliva? Of course, this was merely a fanciful notion of his own imagination. Everyone must believe that Qin Yun was genuinely engrossed in studying the history of the merfolk and had done nothing else. After a brief interlude, Qin Yun rested his head on Sherry's shark tail, relishing her skilled massage on his temples while engaging her in conversation, further deepening their connection. Primarily, it was Sherry who spoke. While Qin Yun listened intently, she recounted her past, her father, who abandoned his family, her tragic childhood, and her thoughtless brother. Fortunately, her extraordinary gifts allowed her to quickly establish herself on Fishman Island through her ability to foresee the future, preventing her sorrowful experiences from overshadowing her life. She shared her motivation for founding the Mermaid CAF, which was to provide a sanctuary for adorable mermaids who either lacked a source of income or had lost the warmth of family from a young age. Within the mermaid CAF, they could find a place to call home, and it was this original intention that fostered an exceptionally harmonious environment among the mermaids to avoid embroiling the CAF in politically sensitive matters. It primarily catered to the local merfolk, unless in special circumstances, such as having a debt of gratitude to a mermaid, humans would not be welcomed. Consequently, the food served was exclusively mermaid fare cakes, fruits from the ocean depths, dishes featuring shellfish and seaweed, but never meat, which they would never provide. Despite the abundance of fish on Fishman Island, the merfolk, who could communicate with ordinary fish, regarded them as companions and refrained from consuming any form of fish or meat. As the conversation progressed, Sherry suddenly recalled the images from the crystal ball and abruptly asked Qin Yun, "There are plenty of beautiful mermaids at the CAF. Do you want me to create an opportunity for you to pursue them?" Qin Yun scoffed. "Am I so desperate that I need your assistance to court mermaids?" He then shifted his tone. "Of course, I cannot disregard your kind offer. If it pleases you, feel free to lend your support. I wouldn't mind taking a shortcut." With his words, a bright smile illuminated Sherry's elegant face, as though she found amusement in Qin Yun's unexpected response, prompting him to draw closer to observe her rare display of joy. Just then, an urgent knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by an excited and melodious voice from outside. Lady Sherry, I'm coming in." Sherry's expression changed, and she instinctively attempted to push Qin Yun away from her shark tail. However, such sudden interruptions could not deter Qin Yun's resolve. Ignoring the calls from outside and Sherry's embarrassment, he continued to lean in closer. The commotion outside persisted. "Why won't this door budge? Lady Sherry. Did you lock it?" After a considerable time, Qin Yun reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Reminiscing about the unexpectedly sweet taste of the large blue shark he had recently sampled. He had heard that the saliva of blue sharks possessed healing and longevity properties. Whether or not this was true remained uncertain. Sherry's brows relaxed, her lips blooming with vibrant color, though she was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Her shark teeth were exceedingly sharp. A chill surged inexplicably through Qin Yun, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Sherry cast a hurried glance at the door, realizing it remained unopened. Breathing a sigh of relief, she gently admonished Qin Yun, "It's fortunate that Kimmy has not entered yet. If she discovers our situation, where would that leave my dignity as the owner of the mermaid CAF?" Qin Yun chuckled softly and remained silent. After distancing himself from Sherry's shark tail, he discreetly withdrew his magical influence over the door. Moments later, a loud crash echoed as Kimmy burst into the room, her force so great that she left a dent in the door. Sherry had already assumed a poised and elegant posture, holding a book on divination, her cool voice chastising Kimmy. "Kimmy, how could you be so reckless? There was no response inside, yet you barged in." Kimmy rubbed her head, which had formed a small bump, and nonchalantly swam over to Sherry. Mumbling, "Hee, I was just too excited. I just escaped from the pursuit of a hideous, monstrous sea beast." With a shy smile, she embraced Sherry's arm and gently swayed it. "That's why I was so eager to see my dear Lady Sherry." Sherry, both amused and exasperated, found herself at a loss for words. "You really ought to temper your excessively exuberant nature. One day, if a sea beast truly catches you, you won't have the chance to regret it." "Humph, I'm not afraid. Who can swim faster than our merfolk? Even among mermaids, my speed is among the finest." All right, you're the fastest," Sherry replied dismissively, as if addressing a child. "If that's all you wanted to say, you might as well go find a job in the CAF. Wait." Kimmy suddenly noticed Qin Yun for the first time, exclaiming, "Hey, why is there a human here? Lady Sherry, when did you hide him in the room?" Qin Yun smirked, finding Kimmy's befuddled demeanor amusing, as she appeared just as he remembered. A complete scatterbrain, he was currently the most esteemed guest at the Mermaid CAF on Fishman Island. Sherry casually explained Qin Yun's identity before ushering Kimmy out. "All right, Kimmy, you should leave for now. I need to change." "Okay," Kimmy instinctively agreed and leisurely swam out, kindly closing the door behind her. "Wait," Kimmy suddenly realized, puzzled. "I'm a female mermaid. Why am I being asked to leave instead of Qin Yun?" Truly, Kimmy was quite unique, Qin Yun thought with a fair assessment. Sherry smiled slightly and, with him watching, turned slightly aside to change her clothes. Currently, she wore a comfortable home outfit, unexpectedly taking advantage of Qin Yun, this unwelcome intruder. Qin Yun's gaze followed Sherry's movements as she donned a light pink-striped casual top, layering it with an unchanging deep purple witch's robe. This ensemble pleased him greatly, as it concealed all that should remain hidden while simultaneously enhancing her allure. "Why are you staring at me? Haven't you had enough?" Sherry chuckled lightly, tossing the discarded purple witch's robe at Qin Yun. Though their time together had been brief, the bond they shared bolstered by prophetic connections, intensified rapidly, defying the norms of reality. After all, this was an extraordinary world. How could I possibly have enough? Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand to hang her wizard robe on a nearby rack. When the opportunity presents itself, I shall not let it slip away. I am not one to dither. Well, your use of dither in this context is quite amusing, remarked Shaylee, nodding as she swam towards the door to lead him. Come, let the kind and lovely mermaids accompany you for some delightful amusement. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth curled slightly as he followed her to the front desk of the Mermaid CAF. As noon approached, a steady stream of guests began to arrive at the Mermaid CAF for lunch. Lady Shaylee. The rare appearance of Lady Shaylee sparked excitement among the mermaids. Lady Shaylee, do you have any prophecies to share with us? Shaylee, with her over 5-meter-tall figure, drew the enthusiastic cheers of the mermaids as she arrived at the front desk. With a gentle smile, she responded, I apologize, but due to special circumstances, the Mermaid CAF must temporarily close its doors to guests today. Why is that? Lady Shaylee, the mermaids will soon be coming for lunch. If we close now, we miss out on a significant amount of income. A Marlin mermaid lamented Shaylee's decision. I have received a new prophecy, but I cannot disclose it just yet. It requires the mermaids at the CAF to fulfill it in just a couple of days. You will all reap the benefits of this great event. I see, the mermaids acknowledged, understanding the importance of the prophecy. We will cooperate fully. Kimmy, lively and charming with her short light green hair and peachy pink tail, was known for her scatterbrained personality, easily falling for tricks. Upon hearing this, the Marlin mermaid immediately changed her attitude, even starting to usher the guests to leave in no time. Only the mermaid attendants remained in the CAF, their curious gazes fixed on Shaylee as they awaited her instructions. Shaylee surveyed the room, confirming their numbers before raising her pipe to introduce Qin Yun. This is Qin Yun, a deity from the heavenly nation, and he shall be the savior of Fishman Island. Our benefactor. Pausing to allow the mermaids to absorb Qin Yun's identity, she continued, your task today is to entertain Qin Yun and show him the unique charms of Fishman Island if all goes well. Perhaps in a few days, we shall ascend from the depths of the ocean to bask in the sunlight and air above. Shaylee's intentions were clear. She aimed to provide Qin Yun with the opportunity to capture the hearts of the mermaids, facilitating a breaking the ice initiative to deepen their emotional connections. What? We can actually go to the surface, the mermaids exclaimed in unison. Lady Shaylee would never lie. We simply need to obey. Mellow, joyfully swimming to Qin Yun's side, claimed one of his arms and smiled. I knew you wouldn't deceive me. Come along, let the elder and younger sisters show you the enchanting world of mermaids. With that, she attempted to pull Qin Yun into the throng of mermaids. Feeling the small hand on his arm, Qin Yun mused, this Mellow is rather exuberant. Could it be that he has also experienced love at first sight? A beautiful mermaid, no less. A smile broke on his face as he replied, then I shall eagerly anticipate this adventure. Please do not share my words with others. It is sufficient for us to keep it among ourselves. After Shaylee's reminder, she waved her hand, intending to depart, as her authority as the manager could not vanish amidst their merriment. Understood, the mermaids chorused. Lady Shaylee, you should join us. It has been ages since you last played with us. Kimmy suddenly darted from the crowd, tugging at Shaylee to prevent her from leaving. Seeing this, Kyron, resembling her sister Kimmy, rallied the other mermaids to persuade Shaylee to join in the fun. You all, come on, Shaylee. It is perfectly fine to relax every now and then. Qin Yun understood her reluctance to let go of her burdens. Fine, I shall join, but I can accompany you only if you focus on your tasks. Shaylee reluctantly conceded, offering a few reminders. Hooray! The mermaids erupted in joyous cheers. Nothing excited them more than spending time with Lady Shaylee. Subsequently, after closing the Mermaid CAF, they arrived at Shaylee's private luxurious manor. This was a sanctuary designed specifically for the mermaid she had adopted. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of several younger mermaids frolicking in the area. The backyard resembled a water park, where the mermaids led Qin Yun in carefree play. The mermaids lined up, each producing sunscreen fish oil, patiently waiting for Qin Yun to select his preferred mermaid to apply the unspoken props all over his body. After making his selection, Qin Yun graciously accepted their thoughtful service, reciprocating by applying sunscreen fish oil on them, as well. In the course of their one-on-one interactions, he learned their names. There was no need to elaborate on Lady Shaylee. Mellow, adorned with flowers atop her head and long light blue hair, was already familiar with the petite and adorable Lilith, who sported orange wavy locks, Kimmy, with her wavy green hair, and Kyron, wearing shell-shaped headphones and a chestnut ponytail, were also present. Sarah, with her straight yellow hair and lake green tail. And the frequently featured character from the pirate crew, the freckled Isolai with her long black twin tails, rounded out the group. Among the beautiful mermaids, these were the few whose names he could recall. The rest remained mere figures in the background. The other mermaids were well aware of his choices. With so many mermaids around, the selection of beautiful ones could easily encircle Qin Yun several times over. The rest of the time was dedicated to joyous play. Qin Yun reveled in laughter with the mermaids, sliding down the water slide repeatedly. Exhilarated by the splashes they created together, they engaged in countless activities, strengthening their bonds as they playfully tugged at Qin Yun, pulling him into their embraces, tickling him with glee, and reveling in their playful antics. Their intense curiosity and deep affection for Qin Yun were evident. Mello explained that they rarely encountered humans. Typically, only pirates ventured to Fishman Island, and those nefarious individuals were swiftly driven away by the Sea King's army before reaching the mermaids' living quarters. The reason they were so eager to engage with him, rather than shun him, was largely due to the fact that many mermaids ventured to the land, marrying human males and bearing children. With Qin Yun's exceptional qualities, he naturally became an object of their admiration. They ultimately concluded their day of revelry with a water balloon fight. Very soft, supple bodies collided with Qin Yun as water balloons were tossed either inadvertently or intentionally, causing him to exclaim in playful exasperation, almost spiraling into the sky. Seeking out Shaylee had indeed proven to be a wise decision. After the merriment, Qin Yun felt that Shaylee's arrangements were exceedingly delightful. Thus, he waved his hand and granted each of the mermaids he favored a thunder emblem from the divine realm to protect themselves. As they returned to the manor for a meal, the atmosphere of laughter was abruptly interrupted by the shrill calls of a telephone bug. Blur, 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 blur. Kimmy, without waiting for Shaylee's response, eagerly approached the telephone bug to connect the call. Hello? This is Prince Sharkstar of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Is Lady Shaylee available? Kimmy glanced back at Shaylee, receiving her nod of affirmation before responding. Yes, Prince, what brings you here? Well, my father requests we locate Lord Qin Yun. We searched every corner of Fishman Island, and finally, we heard that a stranger was heading to the Mermaid CF. I wonder if Lady Shaylee has seen him. Lord Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled softly, surprised at how swiftly the Dragon Palace Kingdom was acting. It seemed he would not need to visit them personally after all. What is the nature of your business with Lord Qin Yun? Shaylee inquired. Sharkstar understood immediately. It appeared that Qin Yun was indeed by Shaylee's side. He pondered how these two seemingly unrelated individuals had come to know each other. My father wishes to invite Lord Qin Yun to the Dragon Palace to savor the exquisite cuisine of Fishman Island. Please wait outside Lady Shaylee's private manor for my arrival. But be discreet. Sharkstar was taken aback. His suspicions were confirmed. The voice he had heard must belong to Qin Yun. He replied respectfully, Understood. Lord Qin Yun, I shall ensure we remain unobtrusive and await your arrival. Chiron, with her wavy green hair, adorned with a headpiece and 2 necklaces, and Syra, sporting shell-shaped headphones and a chestnut ponytail, were both present, along with Sora, who wore a light purple striped hat, golden hair, and a lake green tail. This cannot be sent, so please see the group photo below. In the center, above, is Yixili, with long black hair styled in twin ponytails, her fishtail adorned with black and white scales, the mermaid's grand gathering. The beautiful figure in the image is presumed to have been captivated by the protagonist. Snap, Kimmy, at Qin Yun's gesture, ended the call to her surprise. The royal family of the Dragon Palace Kingdom showed such deference towards Lord Qin Yun. Yixili smiled charmingly, lifting a creamy cake from the table to feed Qin Yun. After all, he is the esteemed Prince Sharkstar, known for his amiable temperament, yet he has never exhibited such respect towards outsiders. The mermaids were left in awe, gaining their initial understanding of Qin Yun's formidable presence. After the meal, it was time for their afternoon siesta. Under Shaylee's arrangement, they were led to a spacious room accommodating many mermaids. The mermaids exerted their utmost efforts, singing beautiful melodies for Qin Yun, lulling him into a sweet dream enveloped in the fragrant essence of mermaids. When Qin Yun awakened, he discovered that the 3 princes of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Sea King's army had been waiting outside Shaylee's estate for quite some time. However, he was not in a hurry to meet them. As the party holding absolute initiative, he could not afford to appear overly eager. Attitude is a mask of the heart. He needed to give them a moment to temper their arrogance, thereby better articulating his stance to ensure the successful realization of his ultimate goal. One by one, the mermaids awakened and engaged in conversation with Qin Yun for quite a while. After some idle chatter, they finally proceeded to the hall for afternoon tea. After a time, Qin Yun gently pushed aside the afternoon tea offered by Sailor, his gaze drifting towards Shaylee. Shaylee, accompany me to Dragon Palace City. With your assistance, I believe the future you foresee will soon come to fruition. Of course, Shaylee nodded, leading him to the estate's entrance. Despite waiting anxiously, Sharkstar and the Sea King's army dared not voice a single complaint. Remembering Neptune's admonitions, yet the impetuous second prince, Royal Star, and the rebellious third prince, Flipstar, had long since grown impatient, only refraining from expressing their displeasure due to Sharkstar's intimidating gaze. Upon seeing Qin Yun and Shaylee, Sharkstar cast a discreet glare at Royal Star and Flipstar before stepping down from the phoenix-tailed carriage, respectfully bowing to Qin Yun. Lord Qin Yun, Lady Shaylee. Qin Yun nodded. Their demeanor was exceedingly humble and cordial. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, he candidly stated. Let us proceed to Dragon Palace City. Seeing Shaylee also intended to join, Sharkstar dared not voice any objections and turned to lead them into the phoenix-tailed carriage. During the journey, the imposing aura surrounding Qin Yun and Shaylee intimidated the three princes, rendering them unable to approach, and they traveled in silence to Dragon Palace City. Upon receiving Sharkstar's message, Neptune immediately instructed the royal chefs to prepare the specialties of Fishman Island. Subsequently, he fell into deep contemplation, perplexed as to how Qin Yun and Shaylee had become intertwined, and why they were coming to Dragon Palace City together. This question remained unresolved until the three princes escorted Qin Yun and Shaylee to the palace. To demonstrate his utmost regard for Qin Yun, Neptune not only arranged a lavish reception, but also personally awaited Qin Yun's arrival at the palace entrance. When Qin Yun's figure finally appeared, Neptune greeted him with an effusive smile, hastening forward and speaking in the most sincere tone. Ho 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 ho, Mr. Qin Yun. I am Neptune. It is truly an honor for our Dragon Palace City to host your esteemed visit, bringing great glory to us. This was not merely Neptune's over-exaggeration. It reflected the humility and helplessness of a small nation, a customary behavior born from lack of power, when faced with someone capable of easily annihilating his kingdom. Such a display exemplifies Neptune's acute awareness of his own standing. Some might say he had the backing of the Whitebeard pirates and had nothing to fear. However, this was precisely what he feared. If someone harbored enmity against Whitebeard or sought to dethrone him from his position among the four emperors, then Fishman Island, an essential route to the New World, would undoubtedly become a soft target for indiscriminate attacks. Qin Yun nodded, speaking softly. King Neptune, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I trust you are already aware of my reputation. I am quite busy, so let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Please, lead the way. Mr. Qin Yun is indeed a forthright individual. I shall not be overly formal, please. Neptune covertly signaled the three princes, then waved for the Sea King's army to take the lead. As it was their first meeting, Neptune, as the host, should have initiated the conversation. Yet, stifled by Qin Yun's dismissal of formalities, he could only walk in silence toward the palace hall, under the arrangement of the left minister. Everyone took their seats in an orderly manner. Shaylee was placed beside Qin Yun. Upon glancing around, he noted that all seats were of equal height, indicating Neptune's acknowledgement of his title as Divine Emperor. Neptune did not arrogantly position himself above others without understanding Qin Yun's identity. Once everyone was settled, the left minister clapped his hands and quietly instructed the nearby Sea King's army to serve the dishes. In a short while, the large table was filled with an array of exquisite delicacies. Although the quantity was impressive, Qin Yun paid it little mind. His digestive capacity, bolstered by the wholehearted support of numerous divine consorts, had long surpassed the ordinary. Consuming 10 meals in a day was hardly a challenge for him. Noticing it was nearly time, Neptune cheerfully remarked, Mr. Qin Yun, please enjoy your meal. Please. After Qin Yun's response, he immediately began to eat, while Shaylee, still unhungry and uninterested in the food, gently fed him throughout the meal. This tender scene left many mermaids dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that the typically aloof Lady Shaylee would lower herself to feed a human. Seizing a moment while Shaylee was feeding, Neptune quietly inquired, Mr. Qin Yun, Lady Shaylee, have you two perhaps tied the knot? His inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity, devoid of any awkwardness. Considering his 12-meter height, his wife, Princess Iji, stood at just over 2 meters, making their pairing far less compatible than that of Qin Yun and Shaylee. Indeed, Shaylee has now become my divine consort. Congratulations to you both on your union. Neptune promptly extended his best wishes. Qin Yun nodded, continuing to devour the meat. It must be said that the cuisine of Fishman Island was quite commendable. However, it struck him as odd that such a grand palace would only offer a lavish spread as hospitality for distant guests. The display of culture, the elegance of talents, such as a performing troupe of song and dance, was entirely absent. Yet, it was understandable. Neptune, being a person of simple desires, had only Princess Eg as his wife. And after her demise, he had not remarried. Maintaining a troupe for mere entertainment seemed unnecessary. After a few rounds of drinks, Neptune finally revealed his true purpose. Mr. Qin Yun, did you arrive at Fishman Island aboard the Sea Kings? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately understood why Neptune sought him. Matters concerning the Sea Kings were exceedingly sensitive for them. So it is true. After my subordinates reported to me, I initially thought they were deceiving me. Might I inquire how you managed to control the Sea Kings? Neptune's face was fraught with tension, fearful that Qin Yun might suddenly overturn the table in displeasure. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yun feigned annoyance. What? Do you wish to learn how to control the Sea Kings? You cannot expect to acquire my most guarded secrets simply because you invited me to a meal, can you? You. Smack. Flipstar was provoked. Unable to restrain himself from uttering a few words, only to be swiftly silenced by Sharkstar's timely intervention. I apologize. My younger brother has overindulged today. Please escort Flipstar back. Sharkstar expressed his regrets. While Flipstar, looking utterly disgruntled, was taken away by the Sea King's army, Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to glance their way and turned directly to Neptune. Offering an apologetic smile, Neptune said, "My apologies. Mr. Qin Yun, the young prince has been rather spoiled and is unaware of the gravity of his actions. I hope for your understanding." Noticing Qin Yun remained expressionless, he continued, "It is your right to withhold information, and we harbor no intentions of coercion. Have you heard of the Sea King Poseidon? It's easy to say. If he possessed power, he would not overlook anyone capable of controlling the Sea Kings, for such ability is the very foundation of Fishman Island. I have merely heard of Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. To be candid, it is said that the legendary Sea King Poseidon will manifest on Fishman Island. She is the sovereign of the Sea Kings, capable of amicably communicating with them. Your Excellency possesses a power akin to Poseidon's, enabling you to command the Sea Kings, compelling me to inquire further. This Neptune is rather elusive, concealing the truth. Does he seek to protect Shirahoshi?" Qin Yun nodded, indicating that they could proceed to the next step. My ability to command the Sea Kings stems from my own strength. They attacked me on my journey to Fishman Island. But after I subdued them, they surrendered and willingly agreed to guide me. What? Neptune gasped, astonished at Qin Yun's unfathomable prowess, capable of vanquishing a Sea King measuring a staggering 2,000 meters. This implies that after you defeated the Sea King, he voluntarily offered to guide you. Does this mean you can comprehend the language of the Sea Kings? Indeed, Neptune was suddenly reminded of his old friend Roger, who once demonstrated the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings. Yet, that was merely communication, without any display of control over their actions. Could Qin Yun truly command the Sea Kings? If you have no further questions, then, with a mere thought, Qin Yun unleashed a terrifying aura. The Conqueror's Haki, striking all irrelevant parties with precision. Within a breath, only he, Charlie, and Neptune remained conscious. Mr. Qin Yun, what is this? Neptune felt a surge of alarm, tensing in preparation to flee, wary of a sudden attack from Qin Yun. Do not be concerned, Neptune. They have merely lost consciousness. The forthcoming conversation is unworthy of their status, Qin Yun explained, gesturing to Charlie. Charlie grasped the cue and spoke with conviction. Your Majesty, Neptune. Do you recall the prophecy I shared with you a few months ago? Neptune paused momentarily, quickly recollecting, casting a furtive glance at Qin Yun before responding. Of course, I remember. The Marineford War, the largest conflict since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, wherein Whitebeard will face his demise. Indeed, while I cannot specify the exact timing of the Marineford War, that day is not far off, perhaps merely months away. Charlie's expression turned grave. Since that prophecy, she had refrained from making further predictions until compelled by Qin Yun today. Today, I have received a new prophecy. Under Qin Yun's rule, Fishman Island will fulfill the long-held dreams of its inhabitants for over a millennium. We shall ascend to the heavens, basking in endless sunlight and air. What? Neptune was taken aback. Knowing Charlie's character, she would never deceive. Her integrity as a prophet was unquestionable. He unconditionally trusted her prophecies due to their impeccable accuracy. Whenever she foretold something, it invariably came to pass. Faced with Luffy, who saved Shirahoshi's pet, Neptune, emboldened by Charlie's prophecy, attempted to apprehend Luffy and his companions, showcasing his blind faith in her. Thus, does this mean Mr. Qin Yun will be the ruler of Fishman Island? Our great benefactor? Yes. Then where do I stand? My apologies. In my astonishment, I did not focus on your presence in the visions of the future. However, all the merfolk and fishmen wore radiant smiles, and Princess Shirahoshi would become Qin Yun's divine consort, presumably. Your Majesty has returned to the populace, silently aiding Fishman Island. What of Fishman Island? Are we departing from here? No. Fishman Island shall be lifted by Qin Yun, ascending from the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea to soar 10,000 meters above the sky. Charlie, it is not that I disbelieve you, but the notion of Fishman Island soaring into the heavens seems utterly fantastical. To my knowledge, only the legendary Captain John Shiki the Golden Lion possessed the power to achieve such a feat through the float fruit. Yet, Shiki has already perished by my hand, and his fruit's power has been stripped from him. Qin Yun interrupted, noting Neptune's shift in focus. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. My purpose for coming to Fishman Island aligns precisely with Charlie's envisioned future. I intend to claim Fishman Island for my dominion, to allow the fishmen and merfolk to leave the depths of the ocean and embrace life above the waves. Reveling in the inexhaustible sunlight and air, is this not your dream? I can make it a reality, but it requires a certain sacrifice. What sacrifice? Neptune's expression grew grave, aware that any decision made now would profoundly influence the future of Fishman Island. The sacrifice entails that the royal family of the Ryugu Kingdom voluntarily relinquish their rights, abandoning their rule over Fishman Island, transferring all governing authority to me. Neptune was taken aback. The royal family of the Ryugu Kingdom consisted solely of his own kin. He opened his mouth, barely whispering, "This. Who among us would willingly forfeit long-held power? Even the most noble-minded individual would find it difficult to part with such authority." Neptune pondered carefully, attempting to preserve his power. "If your excellency wishes for the Ryugu Kingdom to become a subordinate nation of the celestial realm, we would not resist. Why must you strip us of our governing authority? If such actions were taken, Fishman Island would descend into chaos." Humph. Such alarmist rhetoric. To speak plainly, I do not care who manages Fishman Island, as long as they adhere to my directives for development. However, your governance has proven inadequate, compelling me to strip you of your authority. Neptune, who considered himself a competent king, felt the heat rise to his face at such an affront. He retorted, "My governance is lacking. In what way? Do not offer baseless critiques. I shall refrain from delving into minutiae. Let us address the most significant issue, Fishman Street. That place was once a haven for orphans. But what is it now? Do I need to remind you? Charlie once resided there, making her insights particularly relevant. You might consider her perspective." That Neptune's expression faltered. The transformation of Fishman Street into its current state was indeed his failing. Charlie sighed softly, her face devoid of emotion. After years of neglect, Fishman Street has now become a stronghold for illicit groups. Not only that, Qin Yun interjected, Fishman Island's most formidable forces are gathered in Fishman Street, with petty thugs numbering over 100,000, enough to destabilize your rule. To allow such potent individuals on Fishman Island to stand in opposition to your governance. Do you truly believe your capabilities as a ruler are commendable? I have spared that place out of respect for Captain Jinbei. Neptune was rendered speechless, left with only an awkward excuse. A ruling nation, and you claim leniency due to personal connections? This is precisely why I seek to remove your power. Sigh. Neptune found himself at a loss for any further rebuttal. Very well, if you truly care for the future of Fishman Island, then accept my terms without resistance. Subsequently, I shall allow some merfolk or fishmen to learn the art of governance. You may even nominate yourself or your descendants, for only the most exceptional among them shall serve me. Ultimately, I shall instruct Shirahoshi on how to govern the Ryugu Kingdom. She shall be my divine consort, becoming the queen of Fishman Island, ruling in my stead. Shirahoshi. Upon hearing the name of his beloved daughter, Neptune could no longer remain composed. She is but, before he could finish, he recalled Charlie's prophecy, realizing that no matter what he said or did, he could not alter the foretold outcome. He slumped in his chair, dejected and at a loss. Seeing Neptune's despondent demeanor, Qin Yun chose not to press further. After a prolonged silence, Neptune recalled his late wife, Queen Otoheim, and her vision for peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen. He vowed to realize her dream, striving for a future where fishmen and merfolk could reside on land. Moreover, the situation had escalated beyond his control. It was likely that even should he refuse, the destined outcome would remain unchanged. Neptune's eyes gradually regained their resolute glimmer. If the future of Fishman Island demands a sacrifice, he is willing to offer everything, solely hoping that his beloved daughter, Shirahoshi, can lead a happy life. If you can truly accomplish all of this and bring forth the future that Shirahoshi envisions, I shall grant your request. However, you must swear to protect Shirahoshi with utmost care, cherishing her and ensuring that she does not shed tears so easily again. Qin Yun was taken aback. Indeed, Neptune was a devoted father. At this juncture, he was striving for Shirahoshi's well-being. In this light, he may not be a competent king, but he certainly embodies the qualities of a worthy father. Rest assured, although I have yet to meet Shirahoshi since my arrival at Fishman Island, I have heard of her grace and charm from Shirahoshi herself. Once she becomes my divine consort, I shall bestow upon her boundless love and protection. You need not worry about the future of Fishman Island. While humans on the surface may harbor disdain for merfolk and fishmen, those in the sky shall not. The denizens of the kingdom of gods, under my rule, will fiercely eradicate any invaders. Yet they shall remain observant and curious towards benevolent cohabitants. Then I can rest easy. Neptune exhaled in relief. The unfolding of events should proceed smoothly. Should it not? He hesitated for a moment, deciding to reveal Shirahoshi's identity to Qin Yun. As her future husband, he had the right to know. Mr. Qin Yun, in fact, the Sea King Poseidon appears only once every 800 years, and Shirahoshi fits this criterion perfectly. She has utilized her powers, though she has yet to fully awaken and master them. I am already aware of this, Neptune. The historical manuscripts of the Kingdom of Gods contain such records. I did not expect you to finally speak the truth now. It seems you have accepted reality. Well, Neptune chuckled awkwardly. Was his approach truly flawed? Now that matters had been settled, it was time to implement the plan. This afternoon, orders would be issued for all merfolk and fishmen to gather at Gilligan Square tomorrow to learn about the future of Fishman Island. I shall now take a stroll through Fishman Street to eliminate all unstable factors. By the way, the secret treasure of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the Jade Box, dispose of it discreetly. It was swapped out by Hody Jones years ago, and now it merely contains a powerful bomb. What? Neptune's eyes widened, but he knew Qin Yun would not deceive him, so he could only murmur in disbelief. I suspected Hody Jones was up to no good, but I never imagined he would be so audacious. After contemplating and finding no omissions, Qin Yun rose to leave, stating, "When they awaken, you can explain everything. Summer and I shall depart now." Suddenly, Neptune remembered something and quickly called out, "Wait. Mr. Qin Yun, my daughter Shirahoshi has been harassed by Vanderdecken. He is a user of the superhuman type target fruit that I wonder if you could eliminate him as well." Vanderdecken? Qin Yun was certainly aware of him. Speaking of which, in the vast Dragon Palace Kingdom, they couldn't even find a combat-inept Vanderdecken to deal with. He found it perplexing what Neptune and his sons, along with Jean Bei and his son pirates, were doing. At this point, he was disinclined to criticize Neptune and replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. When I return to take Shirahoshi out to play, I shall conveniently deal with him." Upon hearing this, Neptune felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. This matter had troubled him for quite some time, and it would finally be resolved today. Seeing Qin Yun's impatience to leave, he hurriedly interjected, "Wait." Neptune swam to the throne within the grand hall, seemingly retrieving something from behind it, then approached Qin Yun with a complex expression, murmuring, "This is a gift from Shirahoshi's mother, Otoheim. I intended to present it to her personally when she married." Sighing, he continued, "Take it. With this, Shirahoshi will surely accept your sudden identity." Qin Yun was moved. Indeed, Queen Otoheim held an extraordinary affection for Shirahoshi. But alas, she was cruelly assassinated by Hody Jones long ago. That he extended his hand to accept the item from Neptune, only to discover it was a jade box. Upon opening it, he found a pair of shell earrings, one a soft gold and the other a delicate pink. This set bore a striking resemblance to the light yellow shell earrings Shirahoshi typically wore. "Rest assured, I shall personally adorn these earrings on Shirahoshi. While her past may have been beyond your protection, her future will be safeguarded by many more family members." With that, he exchanged a glance with Shirahoshi and departed the grand hall, leaving a contemplative Neptune in silence for a long while. Meanwhile, Qin Yun embraced Shirahoshi as they flew, inquiring, "You shouldn't know anyone in Fishman Street, correct?" Shirahoshi shook her head decisively. "Of course not. I only lived there for a short time during my childhood. And back then, the environment of Fishman Street was quite pleasant. Well, I shall commence with the slaughter directly. Qin Yun moved swiftly, and within a short time, he had returned Shirahoshi to his private estate. With an extensive range of observation hockey and the ability to pinpoint fishmen's locations, he could effortlessly identify the fishmen of Fishman Street. After a few flashes of lightning, he hovered above Fishman Street. He could vaguely recall several members of the new Fishman pirates, including Hody Jones, the cloaked blue-purple striped fishman, and the drunken octopus leopard, Zaro. who seemed to be accompanied by a little dwarf. Qin Yun's observation haki swept through Fishman Street, which was in a dilapidated state, with few enclosed spaces obstructing his perception. There, drinking by the roadside, what fortuitous luck! Octopus leopard, divine judgment. Fishman Island boasted blue skies and white clouds, though the clouds were sparse. Qin Yun's divine judgment, unobscured by clouds, erupted directly in the clear sky, then thunderously descended. The intoxicated leopard was entirely alone, as he indiscriminately slaughtered anyone around him in a drunken stupor, without a hint of warning. The searing, blinding blue lightning struck him, leaving a massive crater in Fishman Street. Qin Yun observed this scene with a quiet thought. The land of Fishman Island felt more precious than that of Sky Island. Even after he had diminished the power of divine judgment, it still obliterated a considerable amount of land. Such a splendid Fishman Island, to be destroyed in this manner, was indeed regrettable. In the next instant, due to the speed of the thunder, Leopard was instantly killed, and the booming sound resonated throughout Fishman Street. Is that thunder? Here, thousands of meters beneath the ocean, how could there be thunder? Many fishmen who had visited the surface and witnessed the might of thunder recognized Qin Yun's attack and gasped in awe. The tremendous noise drew forth more fishmen, allowing Qin Yun better observation. However, they were far too weak, prompting him to approach a fishman with a slightly stronger aura. Fishman, tell me, where is Hody Jones? I can spare your life. Qin Yun's conqueror's haki struck terror into the heart of the oddly shaped fishman, causing him to tremble in fear, whispering, I don't know. Wait, no. Hody Jones is in the northern part of Fishman Street. At the most extravagant house, it's easy to recognize. Qin Yun nodded. With his mind-reading ability, no one could deceive him. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting northward. Indeed, there was a uniquely grand house, though luxurious might be too generous a term. Surrounding it were numerous idling fishmen. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. The Thunderbird screeched, echoing through the heavens. The Thunderbird's massive wings unfurled, its imposing presence instilling terror in the patrolling fishmen, rendering them speechless. Boom, the Thunderbird crashed into the upper floors, demolishing the surrounding defenses, then zeroed in on an unfortunate soul, obliterating him in an explosive display. As the smoke cleared, coughing sounds, weak gasps, and grinding teeth could be heard. What is happening? Who dares to attack here? Hody, you haven't perished, have you? You should still be alive. The scent of charred fishmen gradually spread. Qin Yun, expressionless, raised his foot, which had just sent Hody Jones's soul soaring to the heavens, and scoffed. Hody Jones, heh. A weakling who cannot even wield haki and resorts to drugs to boost his combat power. It's infuriating that Luffy didn't eliminate him outright. There he is, posturing. Qin Yun would never commit such a trivial mistake, mainly due to the absence of an audience, the lack of a stage, and an unwillingness to put on airs. Hody Jones was caught off guard, unable to even consume the lethal drug E.S before he was struck and dazed, ultimately ascending to the heavens to meet his idol. Arlong, who are you? What have you done to Boss Hody? A shark fishman, with a face full of terror, questioned while retreating, appearing to belong to the same race as Hody Jones. However, the species of fish born to fishmen or merfolk is determined by the genetic lineage of their ancestors from several generations prior, and does not necessarily correlate with that of their parents. The fact that he could share a species with Hody Jones suggests a significant bond, which explains his loyalty to Hody's side. 20 million volts, electric eye. Qin Yun's gaze fixed firmly on the speaking shark fishman, and after only a few agonized cries, the fishman was incinerated into ashes by his piercing electric eye. Dose, kill him, a voice emanated from below, and Qin Yun, employing his observation haki, noticed a concealed fishman lying there, who had been trampled by a couple of fishman goons without a sound. Now, witnessing Hody's demise, he could no longer remain passive. It was he, the proud, comically unfortunate fishman, Jewel. Upon hearing the command, Dose shouted Dose, and charged towards Qin Yun, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The fishmen around Hody must surely be the elite of the new fishman pirates. Qin Yun mused. Releasing the restraints on his body, guided by the observation haki, boundless thunder began to spread, electrocuting all fishmen present. Spare me, human, I had no choice. The fishmen's cries of agony and lament echoed, as they succumbed to the relentless electric strikes. A few electric eel fishmen, however, reveled under the lightning, seemingly energized by Qin Yun's attack, growing more spirited, even emitting sounds of delight. In this extraordinary realm, quantity held no significance. Only true strength could ensure survival in peak battles. Moments later, only a handful of electric eels remained alive. Qin Yun pondered. It seemed there were no electric eels within the new fishman pirates. Nevertheless, he decided to uphold his goodness to the end, Realizing it would not be prudent to leave a few electric eels alive, with a flick of his hand, he summoned a lethal drug E.S. that Hody Jones carried on his person. This substance, of uncertain origin, appeared to be a half-finished product. Its effects were astonishing. Consuming it would double one's strength. 1 pill would yield double. 2 pills would yield quadruple, and so forth. However, it came at the cost of diminishing life and accelerating aging. The final product would ideally provide a permanent boost to the user's strength, potentially achieving a doubling effect. He intended to take it back for future research, perhaps to forge a fearless and enhanced military force. With his mind made up, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. The earth seemed to be infused with life, resembling a serpentine eastern dragon, its 2 coral-like crimson eyes captivating. The dragon's body twisted and coiled, ensnaring the grand house where Hody Jones resided, ultimately transforming it into a hauntingly magnificent dragon head that stood proudly amidst the chaos. As for the fishmen who had narrowly escaped the storm of lightning, could they truly survive unscathed beneath the weight of the colossal dragon? The other fishmen of Fishman Street were mere cannon fodder, posing little threat. Perhaps, on some future day, they might contribute to the development of Qin Yun's divine realm. On Fishman Island, in the Ryugu Kingdom, Neptune awakened the unconscious crowd and explained everything. Despite their furious protests against Neptune's decision, eager to dispatch troops and summon Jinbei to confront Qin Yun, Neptune remained resolute. Once he invoked the prophecy of Madame Shirley, they fell silent. Upon Qin Yun's arrival, they had already complied with Neptune's orders, dispatching the Neptune army to inform the main habitats of the merfolk and fishmen about the forthcoming journey to Giancato Square. Outside the shell tower, the lightning flickered unpredictably as Qin Yun's figure emerged. The doors of the shell tower were tightly shut, but the guards on either side hastily approached upon seeing Qin Yun. Having received explicit instructions from Neptune and the right minister that if Qin Yun arrived, they must not delay or obstruct him. Lord Qin Yun, do you wish to visit Princess Shirahoshi? Yes. Open the door. Yes. The Neptune army positioned their halberds aside and with great effort pushed open the enormous doors of the shell tower, creating a narrow passage for Qin Yun to pass through. Once the door was ajar, they stepped back and bowed, exclaiming, Lord Qin Yun, please enter. Princess Shirahoshi might be resting, and should she inadvertently offend you in any way, we hope you will be lenient given her youth. These words were instructed by Neptune, who, knowing little of Qin Yun, had only a preliminary impression of his character and, being an overly protective father, feared that Shirahoshi might unintentionally offend him and thus suffer unjust treatment. Thank you for your efforts. Please inform Neptune that I shall be taking Shirahoshi with me. With that, Qin Yun strode effortlessly into the shell tower. It's so dark. Her Shirahoshi had suffered in the confines of the shell tower for nearly a decade due to the pirate Vanderdecken, who coveted her power as the Sea King Poseidon, as well as the inaction of both Neptune and Jinbei. How could Shirahoshi, deprived of freedom, ever grow? How could she awaken the powers of the Sea King? One might wonder, was Vanderdecken truly difficult to capture? Don't tell him that Jinbei couldn't use observation haki to deal with a fishman who swallowed a devil fruit and could not swim. He could easily spend a day searching in the direction from which Vanderdecken threw weapons and resolve Shirahoshi's great trouble in no time. All these years, it seemed he had never been busy enough to assist Shirahoshi in escaping her plight. Qin Yun directly elementalized, his lightning illuminating the room with blinding brilliance. With a casual wave of his hand, the doors of the shell tower slammed shut. Shirahoshi lay quietly on her lovely large bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Qin Yun, employing his observation haki, noted her shallow, rhythmic breaths, and a knowing smile graced his lips. After turning on the lights within the room, he appeared above her, admiring Shirahoshi's sweet sleeping visage. An inexplicable urge surged from within him. How fortunate he was to possess such a beautiful mermaid. Shirahoshi must surely be the largest. Of course, Qin Yun was referring to her size. Princess Shirahoshi, he called gently, causing her to slowly open her eyes in a daze. She initially rubbed her eyes groggily, then glanced toward the doorway, murmuring softly, Who is it? Is it a soldier? Over here. Princess Shirahoshi's gaze widened. Her large, watery eyes fixated on him as she softly exclaimed, Are you a human? I haven't seen a human in so long. I hope I'm not mistaken. You are not mistaken, Qin Yun replied, his tone unusually gentle. Was Shirahoshi's timid demeanor endearing or pitiful? I am indeed a human, known as Qin Yun, the deity and emperor of the heavenly kingdom. Of course, for you, I hold an even more significant identity. I am your future husband. A god. A husband. Shirahoshi's anxious expression was unmistakable as her small hands flailed helplessly in front of her, her blushing cheeks undeniably adorable. Lord Qin Yun, you are not deceiving me, are you? Look, Princess Shirahoshi. What is this? Qin Yun chuckled, as if performing a magic trick. Reaching into the void as Shirahoshi's gaze followed his hand, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively covered her mouth, fearing to make a sound. In the next moment, Qin Yun retrieved a jade box from the void, the very token that Neptune had given him to prove his identity. This is, upon seeing the distinct emblem of the Ryugu Palace on the box. Shirahoshi's mind immediately conjured images of her mother, and she murmured in disbelief, "This is a gift from your mother, Queen Otoheim, intended for you upon your marriage, and it serves as my token as your husband." As the words fell, tears streamed down Bai Xing's face like a river that had burst its banks, unstoppable and flowing abundantly. She extended her hands and gently embraced Qin Yun, her sobs echoing. Unable to cease, Qin Yun, caught off guard by this sudden assault, found himself at a loss, unable to bear interrupting Bai Xing's joy and excitement at seeing the gift from Princess Iji. The enormous droplets of tears, akin to sweet rain, fell upon Qin Yun's head and body, soaking him entirely along with his clothes. Bai Xing, timid and prone to tears, was gentle and kind-hearted, accustomed to addressing everyone as my lord. Her beauty could rival that of Boa Hancock. Indeed, the mermaid princess's tears were sweet, and while they had not transformed into pearls, one could only wonder if drinking them would grant eternal life. In Bai Xing's hands, Qin Yun felt an extraordinary sensation. The world he encountered became remarkably warm. Though her hands were large, they were predictably soft. After an indeterminate time, Bai Xing finally calmed somewhat, suddenly remembering that Qin Yun was a fragile human. She hastily withdrew him from her giant hands, observing his relaxed and dazed expression with concern. My Lord Qin Yun, are you all right? I apologize. I was just too overwhelmed. As Qin Yun's consciousness returned, he softly reassured her. Bai Xing, fret not. Even if you were to cradle me in your hands for a lifetime, I would not sustain a single injury. You may continue next time. I see. My Lord Qin Yun, I am relieved to hear you are well. Instantly, Bai Xing's heart lifted, revealing a charming smile that stirred Qin Yun's spirit. Bai Xing, may I assist you in putting them on? Upon hearing this, Bai Xing hesitated momentarily, closely scrutinizing Qin Yun, and realized he perfectly matched her ideal of a husband, her preferred type. Moreover, the fact that he had acquired the earrings indicated that he had received her father's acknowledgement and blessing. Therefore, it is permissible, my Lord Qin Yun, husband. Qin Yun inhaled sharply. The title of husband struck a chord deep within him. With a determined expression, he floated to Bai Xing's ear, allowing the jade box to hover in the air. He first retrieved the two pale yellow earrings, then gently reminded her, Bai Xing, I am about to adorn you with the earrings. Husband, I am unafraid. Despite her flushed cheeks, Bai Xing managed to utter the words husband with noticeably greater ease than before. Without delay, Qin Yun swiftly affixed the two new earrings onto Bai Xing. All right, let us see how they look. He conjured a large mirror from his storage space, suspending it before her. However, Bai Xing did not rush to gaze at her reflection. Instead, she cradled Qin Yun in her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So impressive. Is my lord husband truly a deity? It seems you can conjure anything. Haha, indeed, I am a deity, Qin Yun replied with a smile, reaching out to gently pat her head. Bai Xing squinted her eyes in delight, relishing the tender gesture. Once she felt his hand retreat from her head, she turned to the mirror, softly murmuring, the earrings are truly beautiful, thank you, my lord husband. Qin Yun nodded, knowing that it was time to let Bai Xing shed more tears. Bai Xing, today's surprises do not end here. The one responsible for your mother, Princess Iji's death, Hody Jones, has been dispatched by my own hands. You need not bear the burden of this truth that you concealed for over a decade any longer. How does my lord husband know all this? Bai Xing was taken aback. This revelation was even more delightful than receiving the earrings her mother had left her. She had long suffered from the pain of concealing the identity of the murderer, fully aware of who it was but bound by Princess Iji's plea to not harbor hatred, which shackled her desire for vengeance. You know, I am a deity, am I not? Bai Xing seemed convinced by this reasoning, once again enfolding him in her embrace and beginning to weep. Qin Yun offered no resistance, allowing her to express her emotions. Cry. Today, let Bai Xing weep to her heart's content. These joyful tears must be released eventually. However, after today, I shall permit her to cry only 2 more times, perhaps. As for why it was 2 times, who could say? After a while, Bai Xing seemed to recall something, halting her tears and cradling Qin Yun in her hands. She eagerly inquired, my lord husband, will you protect me from now on? Indeed, from this day forth. No one shall harm you, Qin Yun replied firmly, causing Bai Xing's tearful eyes to curve into crescent moons of joy. Lord husband. Please forgive my impulsiveness. I wish to leave the hard shell tower and visit the sea forest on Fishman Island to pay tribute to my mother. Can you take me there? Bai Xing blinked her large, adorable eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation, as if a refusal from Qin Yun would compel her to weep. Of course, I came to find you precisely to take you away. Really? You are so wonderful, my lord husband. Bai Xing beamed, affectionately nuzzling against him, then set Qin Yun down and excitedly rummaged through a large chest for clothes. Soon, Bai Xing selected an outfit, jubilantly exclaiming, "My lord husband, how does this look?" Qin Yun gazed intently at Bai Xing, taking in her beauty in its entirety, her exquisite features, shimmering blue eyes, voluptuous figure, cascading pink curls, adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hairpiece, and a lower half clad in a gradient pink fishtail. This visage and form were truly unparalleled. No, wait, he was supposed to be focusing on the outfit. The eye-catching upper half was concealed by a cute, delicate light blue top, while the lower half was draped in a flowing white pleated skirt that covered her tail. At first glance, it exuded an air of refined elegance, perfectly splendid, beautiful. You would be the world's most stunning maiden in anything you wear. Qin Yun's honest praise sent a flush to Bai Xing's cheeks, causing her to shyly shift her body. As long as my lord husband likes it, that is enough. As Qin Yun saw she was ready, he reminded her, "Bai Xing, if there is anything you wish to take with you, please gather it. I shall keep it safe for you, and you can request it at any time. Once we leave here, you will be able to live in a place filled with things you cherish." Is that so? Bai Xing surveyed the room, contemplating thoughtfully for a moment before handing over all her cherished items to Qin Yun. Storage room. After a flurry of hurried packing, the two figures, one large, one small, stood together in the now empty room, sharing a spontaneous laugh. Bai Xing giggled shyly while Qin Yun smiled with affectionate delight at her adorable actions. Bai Xing was simply too gentle and kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to part with anything in the room and insisted on letting Qin Yun take it all. With everything in order, Qin Yun retrieved a large, 30-meter square pink flying carpet from his storage ring, adorned with designs of angel wings and thunder, symbols of the divine realm. "Come aboard, Bai Xing. How impressive. Is this a flying blanket?" Bai Xing swam onto the carpet, curiously tugging at its edges. "Indeed," Qin Yun said, his gaze sharp as he activated the levitation power, causing the carpet to lift with him and Bai Xing aboard, while the door of the hard shell tower swung open. "Hold on tight. All right, my lord husband." The carpet traced a path through the void, bursting forth from the hard shell tower's entrance, soaring over the heads of countless merfolk, passing through the conduit to Fishman Island, with not a single Sea King army member daring to obstruct their passage. The Right Minister, who had guarded Bai Xing for over a decade, silently wiped away his tears as he watched them depart, perhaps recognizing that this moment was indeed fitting for a man's tears. "Princess, go and relish your precious freedom." In the northeast of Fishman Street, the sea forest awaited. This place was adorned with vibrant corals, and colorful tropical fish darted among them. Qin Yun and Bai Xing laughed and chatted as they traveled, Bai Xing feeling a profound sense of dependence on him after being brought out. Along the way, she would exclaim in delight at the breathtaking scenery or the peculiar fish that swam by, eager to share her joy with him. Even holding him close, engaging in intimate interactions, Bai Xing, with her naive understanding of the world, found that her rapid emotional connection with those who showed her kindness stemmed from her pure and unblemished perception of the world's darkness. Indeed, every word and action from Qin Yun resonated with her as expressions of affection. With unimpeded ease, Bai Xing arrived at the sea forest, and guided by Neptune's descriptions of her mother's burial site, she effortlessly located the place under Qin Yun's observation. With a solemn expression, she approached the grave of Princess Iji, curling her fishtail as she lamented the tribulations of the past years, ultimately conveying a singular sentiment: "Mother, I miss you dearly." She then introduced Qin Yun to the spirit of Princess Iji, proudly displaying the significant earrings to her. A gentle breeze caressed Bai Xing's delicate pink hair, as if the spirit of Princess Iji was responding to her longing, bestowing blessings upon the bond between Qin Yun and Bai Xing. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xing reluctantly bid farewell to Princess Iji, swimming back to Qin Yun and embracing him, clumsily expressing her affection. "Thank you, my lord, for bringing me to meet my mother. This is something I have longed to do, and I never anticipated such delightful surprises today." "You deserve this, Bai Xing indeed. What shall we do next?" Qin Yun paused, gazing at her innocent and charming smile, and smiled indulgently. If it were Nami or Robin who had posed that question, the answer would have been evident. However, Bai Xing's pure-hearted inquiry was devoid of ulterior motives. "Next. Robin wanted to examine the historical texts, didn't she?" We shall venture deeper into the sea forest, for there lies something that piques the interest of a future sister of yours. All right, Bai Xing responded without hesitation. For her, as long as she could be with Qin Yun, basking in the gentle sunlight and fresh air of the outside world, it was sufficient. Subsequently, Qin Yun controlled the flying carpet. Guiding Bai Xing toward the sea forest. In no time, they arrived before a massive square stone. Qin Yun diligently recorded its contents with a video shell, then sat atop Bai Xing's hand, continuing their conversation. The newly established relationship between the two seemed to yield an endless array of topics. After a brief exchange, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in Qin Yun's eyes as he spotted a colossal axe hurtling towards Bai Xing. An unstoppable force. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he shattered it with a bolt of lightning. Vanquishes, Bai Xing gasped in shock at the sight, clinging to Qin Yun with a sense of grievance. As the red light faded, Qin Yun's observation haki locked onto the incoming axe, and he unleashed a lightning strike to obliterate it from a distance, sparing Bai Xing from further fright. My lord. What happened? Bai Xing inquired, her large, tear-filled eyes brimming with curiosity as she gazed at the blue lightning he had just unleashed. It's nothing, Bai Xing, I merely recalled something. Come. Let me take you to confront the root cause of your difficulties and leaving the confines. The root cause. Bai Xing temporarily set aside her questions, embracing Qin Yun as they ascended onto the flying carpet. The carpet spiraled upward, soaring out of Fishman Island. As they traversed through the double-layered bubble membrane of Fishman Island. The carpet headed straight for Noah's Ark and saw the surrounding seawater, influenced by the levitating power, parted to create a direct path to the vessel. Look, my lord, the sea is avoiding us. Qin Yun smiled silently, increasing their speed, which elicited a series of gasps from Bai Xing. After a moment, an ominously grotesque giant head emerged within Qin Yun's effortless attack range. It was hard to fathom that such a massive giant head belonged to a fishman. Mianjin, a loyal member of the flying pirate crew, met an unfortunate betrayal from Vanquishes. Qin Yun released Bai Xing's thumb, hovering in the air, gathering a destructive thunderbolt capable of piercing through anything. After a few breaths, the color of the lightning shifted from blue to purple, then to black, before he thrust it forward with force. Gate, open, thunder law, pierce the night of death. The dark thunder, radiating an unmatched and formidable black light, was devoured by an ethereal doorway. In the next instant, a black hole appeared at the back of the giant's head, and before the seawater could rush in, it was obliterated by the overwhelming black thunder. Mianjin, clueless about what had transpired, was struck down by the black thunder, resulting in a gaping hole in his massive head. The searing heat rapidly spread, and the residual bodily tissues could not withstand the annihilating temperature of the black thunder, exploding in a cacophony. Thus, the colossal form of Mianjin shattered into pieces, scattered across the seabed, eagerly consumed by the mindless little fish. Mianjin, already slow and feeble, stood no chance against Qin Yun's unscrupulous ambush. The scent of charred flesh had barely begun to waft before it was swallowed by the darkened waters, leaving no trace behind. When Qin Yun and Bai Xing ascended above, only a bizarre array of remnants remained on the ocean floor. Testament to Mianjin's existence. Is this the Oath ship Noah? Such a vast structure, it truly rivals half of Fishman Island. Was it constructed by the giants, or by Joy Boy? Qin Yun pondered quietly. Is this Noah, my lord? Why have we come here? Bai Xing refrained from questioning Qin Yun's earlier lightning strike, understanding that he had his reasons for sharing or withholding information that I was contemplating. Such a grand ship, now it belongs to me. Yet I find it seemingly useless to possess. Noah is too massive. It does not require sailing across the sea, as it can soar through the skies at great heights. However, Noah's capacity can accommodate at least 5 million passengers. It would be a shame to leave it unused. What could it be utilized for? I have heard from my mother that it was meant to assist the residents of Fishman Island in migrating to the surface. Containing numerous rooms, Bai Xing's suggestion, albeit a last resort, held merit. If a purpose could not be readily discerned, perhaps Noah could serve as housing for his subordinates. Shaking off his thoughts, Qin Yun's observation haki pinpointed the members of the flying pirate crew aboard Noah, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki in silence. Within a breath, Vanquishes and his subordinates succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, losing consciousness. Qin Yun, uninterested in collecting their bodies, simply opened a portal with his gate powers, unleashing rampant lightning that struck down upon them. Under the paralyzing effects of the electric currents, they were unable to escape their stupor, forever plunged into silence. Vanquishes' target fruit was stripped from him, preserved within a fruit and stored in the holding area. Bai Xing, without even encountering her adversary, had effortlessly triumphed. The capabilities of the target fruit were not particularly formidable. However, it could indeed shake Noah. Casting it away, creatures touched by the fruit's wielder would be marked as targets, and touching another creature would refresh the mark. Washing hands or feet would eliminate the mark. Typically, individuals possess 2 hands, allowing for a maximum of 2 marked targets. The items thrown with corresponding hands would automatically track the marked targets. Yet, should they be obstructed or struck down along the way, the pursuit would cease. This inherent flaw, combined with the necessity of physical contact to mark targets, diminished the fruit's value significantly. For Qin Yun, it held little utility. With his levitating powers, he could simply pinpoint the target using his observation hotkey and strike without the need for cumbersome hand gestures. Lost in thought, Qin Yun guided Bai Xing to the bow of Noah. As his levitating powers spread, Noah began its ascent. Bai Xing, can you sense the power residing within you? Qin Yun's inquiry was far from frivolous. If Bai Xing could awaken her Sea King abilities sooner, it would prove immensely beneficial to him. Me. Bai Xing closed her eyes, seemingly striving to uncover any special sensations within her, her brow furrowing before she replied. I feel nothing. My lord. Am I truly of no use? How could that be? Your potential is immense. It's merely that my current qualifications are insufficient to harness your abilities. You may not feel it now, but you will undoubtedly awaken in due time. There is no need for haste. The solace offered by Qin Yun proved to be quite effective, as Bai Xing's furrowed brow unfurled, her attention undistracted by the shifting scenery around her. She leaned closer to Qin Yun, patiently awaiting his contemplation. Since summoning the Sea Kings proved futile, he decided to attempt commanding them instead. With a resolute expression, Qin Yun maneuvered Noah in a circle around Fishman Island. Yet he discovered no traces of the Sea Kings. It appeared that, much like the hippopotamus he had previously battled, this place was suffused with the aura of the Sea Kings, causing ordinary ones to shy away in fear. He would have to wait until he could take Bai Xing to the calm belt. As long as luck was not excessively unfavorable, they would easily encounter the Sea Kings there. Wait a moment. Could he possibly use Bai Lei to siphon the Sea King's powers, specifically Poseidon, from Bai Xing? Seizing the thought, Qin Yun turned to Bai Xing, his fervent gaze causing her to shy away from direct eye contact. Bai Xing, extend your hand to me. Yes, my lord. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai Xing obediently offered one hand, and feeling it insufficient, she presented her other hand as well. Grasping her hands, Qin Yun summoned Bai Lei, channeling it into Bai Xing's form. After a thorough examination, he found nothing to seize. Did you discover anything, my lord? Qin Yun shook his head. It seemed the Sea King's abilities could only be studied to this extent for now. On Fishman Island, in the Ryugu Kingdom, Jinbei had finally returned to Fishman Island. For years, he had covertly entered and exited Whitebeard's ship, wishing to lend his modest support to Whitebeard. This was all because, during a time of crisis for Fishman Island, Whitebeard had declared, "Fishman Island is my territory." Since then, few dared to challenge Fishman Island. At this moment, Jinbei had not yet personally relinquished his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the main members of the Sun Pirates remained on Fishman Island, which served as their stronghold. Accompanying him was the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, that Mio Air, whose resemblance to Jinbei was striking due to their shared lineage as shark fishmen. Having served as a leader within the Ryugu Kingdom's military for many years, every fishman who encountered him would respectfully address him as Captain Jinbei. Thus, upon his return, several soldiers familiar to him in the Ryugu Kingdom informed him of a significant event scheduled for the following day. After some inquiries, he received confirmation from the Minister of the Left that Fishman Island was to submit to the rule of the Divine Monarch, Qin Yun. He was taken aback, feeling both astonished and at a loss, for his knowledge of Qin Yun was exceedingly limited. Eager to verify this information with Neptune, he hurried to the palace, unaware that Mio Air beside him was seething with barely contained fury. Neptune, recognizing Mio Air, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, was reluctant to elaborate. Yet, he could not withhold information from Jinbei, so he tactfully recounted the events of the day. I understand His Majesty's intentions. Jinbei replied, unable to voice any objections, though he felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, Fishman Island had greatly benefited from Whitebeard's protection over the years, while he respected the king's decision. He felt compelled to ascertain whether Qin Yun was indeed a worthy candidate to entrust with their fate. This cannot stand. Captain Jinbei, Mio Air's furious tone made Neptune inwardly lament the impending trouble. Currently, Fishman Island still belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, and the actions of that young man were nothing short of a provocation against their father. Jinbei hesitated, recognizing Mio Air's reasoning. After some contemplation, he resolutely stated, "Let me first investigate Qin Yun. If he possesses the capability to lead Fishman Island and his governance does not descend into tyranny, I shall apologize to our father. Otherwise, even if you remain silent, I will take it upon myself to expel him from Fishman Island. Mo'er let out a cold snort, neither confirming nor denying. He cared not for the character of Qin Yun to him. The mere act of challenging the Whitebeard pirates warranted a lesson. Moreover, he had previously targeted Ace's homeland, compelling Ace to traverse the Grand Line in search of him, only to find nothing. Jinbei, this is unnecessary. I am not one to go back on my word, Neptune interjected helplessly. Your Majesty need not say more. Do you have that young man's phone number? Let us reach out and make contact. Mo'er interjected, interrupting their conversation. As a weaker party, Neptune's stance was not as significant. No, Neptune replied decisively. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two, he continued, rest assured, he did not leave a number behind. His visit was brief, and he departed just as swiftly. While this was indeed the truth, Neptune had acquired Qin Yun's number shortly after his departure. Seeing this, Jinbei chose not to pursue the matter further, rising to take his leave. Your Majesty, if that is the case, we shall seek out Qin Yun. That if he returns, please inform me. You too. Neptune sighed. One was steadfast in his convictions, the other consumed by anger, making them beyond his ability to sway. And he could only offer a few cautionary words. Regardless, it is in your best interest not to provoke Qin Yun. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to withstand his wrath. I sense a tenacity within him that is both ruthless and indifferent to life, unhesitatingly pursuing what he desires and striking down any adversaries that stand in his way without mercy. Should you choose to confront him or speak out of turn, prepare yourselves for the consequences. Humph, such alarmist rhetoric. I have been a pirate for many years and am not easily frightened, Mo'er retorted before storming off. Jinbei, witnessing this, cast an apologetic smile at Neptune before following in Mo'er's wake. As Mo'er approached, he could not help but exclaim, Captain Jinbei, you too disapprove of that young man's actions, do you not? Yes, Jinbei, fearing that his true thoughts might exacerbate Mo'er's fury, could only offer a cursory response. Mo'er, in the heat of anger, failed to grasp the implication behind Jinbei's words, and believing he had received validation, strode forth with increasing arrogance. Neptune remained silent for a long while, and when he sensed that the two had departed, he promptly retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed Qin Yun's number. This old fellow had lived long enough to be quite astute. After all, he had even sacrificed his daughter. So how could he possibly misjudge the alignment of allegiances? Hello, who is this? Qin Yun, at that moment, was riding a flying carpet alongside Bai Xing back to Fishman Island. This is Neptune. Bai Xing, its father. Eh? How did you obtain my phone number? Upon hearing Bai Xing's voice, Neptune could not help but smile, continuing, Captain Jinbei has returned from his meeting with Lady Shirahoshi, and he is accompanied by Mo'er, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. They have learned of the significant event set to unfold tomorrow. I attempted to dissuade them, but to no avail. They are already on their way to find you. That Mo'er, the large-headed fishman. Let them come. Neptune, you have made the right choice. Qin Yun's smile faded as he handed the transponder snail to Bai Xing, saying, Here, Bai Xing, speak a few words with your father. Upon uttering this, an odd sensation washed over him, as though he had abducted Neptune's daughter. Father. Neptune could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Perhaps this was the essence of being a doting father. After a brief conversation, Bai Xing joyfully returned the transponder snail to Qin Yun. Their exchange was filled with Neptune's concern and admonitions for Bai Xing to heed Qin Yun's guidance. Simultaneously, they arrived back at Fishman Island, where Qin Yun's observation skills detected Jinbei's form emerging from the Ryugu Kingdom not long ago. Night fell. It was time to usher Bai Xing back for a restful slumber, after flying towards Shirahoshi's private estate for a while. Qin Yun noticed Jinbei and Mo'er rushing towards him at full speed. He felt no surprise, for the distance between them was not great, and Bai Xing's substantial figure was quite conspicuous. Any observer with a modicum of sense would easily spot them. My lord, what is happening? Bai Xing instinctively inquired as the speed of the flying carpet diminished. There are a couple of minor troubles to address. If not resolved today, they may escalate into significant issues by tomorrow. After Qin Yun's response, he began to ponder the strength of Jinbei and Namor. The captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Namor undoubtedly possesses both forms of haki, having dispatched a marine elite in an instant during the Marineford War. Yet his true prowess remains elusive, however, based on his performance. He has not exhibited any particularly remarkable combat capabilities. Jinbei's strength, on the other hand, is rather enigmatic. Numerous sea fans hold varying opinions on his abilities, leading to a cacophony of speculation. Nevertheless, it is certain that he does not reach the caliber of an emperor. Otherwise, why would he rely on others to safeguard Fishman Island? He fought Ace to a standstill for 5 consecutive days and nights, yet was effortlessly defeated by Mihawk in a single strike. Sent crashing to the ocean floor, and injured by a kainu in a few blows, even managing to launch Big Mom with his Fishman karate technique, Waraken, lost in thought, Jinbei and Namor finally caught up. And Qin Yun regarded them with indifference. Electric Kid, I hear you wish to seize Fishman Island. Do you not realize this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Namor questioned with a hostile tone right from the outset. What a bold move. This shark-like fellow immediately branded Qin Yun with a derogatory title. This remark startled Jinbei, who wondered why they would provoke Qin Yun upon arrival. Wasn't that pushing Fishman Island into the flames? He was not aboard the Moby Dick at the time and was unaware of Qin Yun's attack on Ace's homeland. Oh, it seems that you two come with ill intentions, Qin Yun replied coldly. As brilliant lightning crackled around his arm, divine judgment, a massive bolt of lightning surged toward Namor, the blinding radiance causing the two shark-like fishmen, accustomed to life in the deep sea, to squint eye in the blink of an eye. The bolt struck Namor, unleashing a tremendous explosion of energy that obliterated half of his body, searing his flesh beyond recognition. As a seasoned fishman warrior, Namor possessed extraordinary vitality. Despite being grievously wounded, he emitted a faint, pitiful groan. However, without timely medical attention, he would likely succumb to excessive blood loss within half an hour. Qin Yun versus Namor, a single strike to obliteration, per Namor. His once arrogant demeanor and imposing presence had barely faded before he lay lifelessly on the ground. One could only say that without the power to preserve one's life, one should refrain from recklessly provoking enemies. God Emperor Qin Yun. Jinbei finally reacted, exclaiming in alarm as he assumed a defensive posture. Upon witnessing Qin Yun's nonchalant display of power, he realized he was no match for him. Now that is the title you ought to be shouting. Jinbei felt numb. How had he missed Namor's reckless nature all along? He had previously appeared quite sincere, only displaying cruelty toward enemies. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never allowed Namor to come. Ultimately, Jinbei was not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. His allegiance lay firmly with Fishman Island, making it impossible for him to empathize with Namor. How imposing the Lord Husband is. What would I do if he turned his hand against Jinbei? Shirahoshi thought to herself. Knowing as Qin Yun's confidant, she could not voice any dissent regarding his actions, especially since she did not know Namor. The demeanor of the warlord of the sea, Jinbei, Qin Yun's condescending attitude made Jinbei feel exceedingly uncomfortable. In such a posture, do you wish to taste the sting of lightning? You ought to consider carefully. Behind you lies Fishman Island. If you cannot even ascertain your stance, I believe you have no reason to remain on Fishman Island. Jinbei, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment before retracting his defensive stance, understanding Qin Yun's meaning. It was a choice between aligning with Whitebeard or remaining a complacent citizen of Fishman Island. Observing Jinbei's silence in his decision, Qin Yun remained unhurried, coldly inquiring, "What do you seek from me while bringing this audacious big-headed fishman? Do you share his intentions, daring to question my decisions?" Sigh, Jinbei cast a worried glance at Namor and explained, "I merely heard that you wish to fulfill the long-held dream of the fishmen and humans, and I came to ascertain whether you are a worthy person to entrust this matter." "Oh, what if you are right, or wrong? With your strength, you cannot prevent this from occurring. The future of Fishman Island shall be decided by Neptune, as a former captain of the Sea Kings, now a warlord of the sea. You lack the qualification to distort Neptune's will." Jinbei found himself speechless in the face of this assertion. As a citizen of the Ryugu Kingdom, devoid of rebellious thoughts, he merely needed to obediently follow orders from above. "Don't stop the conversation, Jinbei. Help me. I still have hope." Namor cried out weakly. Qin Yun snorted coldly, "If you do not wish to follow the path of Fishman Island, then take your son pirates and leave." Fishman Island was Jinbei's home, which he had protected for many years. How could he abandon it? He opened his mouth to retort but feared provoking Qin Yun. After all, Qin Yun's methods were decisively ruthless. Upon provocation, he would eliminate the instigator without hesitation. "Very well, I understand." Jinbei, worried about Namor's injuries, decided to attend to him first. He leaped to Namor's battered form, staring at his mangled body, uncertain how to proceed. One misstep could lead to further injury. Qin Yun glanced at him and said indifferently, "You do not intend to save him, do you?" "Huh. Daring to offend the divine countenance, he is already a dead man. Your methods are exceedingly ruthless. Do you not fear offending Whitebeard, considering that Namor is his son?" "Whitebeard? Humph. Merely a dying man. What is there to fear? Such audacity. To declare intentions against Whitebeard. Jinbei regarded Qin Yun with incredulity. Believing him to be foolish for even contemplating such an act in his eyes, Whitebeard had been hailed as the strongest man in the world for many years, his reputation far exceeding that of a mere novice like Qin Yun. Jinbei, if you do not leave Fishman Island with members of the Sun Pirates by tomorrow, simply submit to my rule and do my bidding. Should you choose to leave, prepare for the annihilation of your entire crew. The implications of Qin Yun's words were unmistakable. Jinbei was to comply and serve as his enforcer, or face dire consequences upon attempting to depart the moment the Sun Pirates set foot outside Fishman Island. They would be relentlessly pursued. He would not allow potential enemies to survive. Jinbei, please do not leave Fishman Island. My lord is truly kind, Shirahoshi urged tearfully, her description of Qin Yun causing Jinbei's lips to twitch involuntarily. Princess Shirahoshi, do you truly not comprehend the terror that is Qin Yun? Jinbei mused internally, yet dared not voice his thoughts. In the span of mere moments, Namor was on the brink of death. Lacking medical assistance on Fishman Island, Namor was undoubtedly doomed, unless the diminutive Princess Manshua, with her healing fruit, were present to turn the tide of his fate. Qin Yun no longer regarded the two. Activating his flying carpet as he prepared to depart. Buru buru. Buru buru. Suddenly, an urgent sound from a den mushi pierced the air. Following the sound, it originated from Namor's grasp. Jinbei seemed to have realized something. Quickly retrieving a den mushi adorned with Whitebeard's likeness from Namor's embrace, the braying of the den mushi grew increasingly jarring, prompting Jinbei to instinctively glance at Qin Yun for guidance. Whitebeard, answer it. Qin Yun ordered calmly, his expression unchanging. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. The urgency of the call hinted that he sought to plead for his useless son. Qin Yun mocked without a hint of emotion, although he held a favorable view of Whitebeard. In the world of reality, however, I apologize, but even if it were the character I admire most standing before me, should he obstruct my path, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. By the way, Whitebeard has his own blemish. He was tainted by Kazuki Odin, a heartless, unfaithful, foolish clown, even treating him not as a son, but as a brother. Garara, what a youthful voice. Has my son Namor been attacked? Who are you, little brat? The booming voice of Whitebeard emanated with an undeniable charisma, causing Jinbei's heart to tremble. It turned out that the burning of Namor's life card had captured Marco's attention. Marco, who held multiple roles, was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the ship's doctor, and the keeper of the life cards of the crew. Do you wish to know? You shall find out. But not now. There is no need to rush. It won't be long before we meet. As his words faded, Qin Yun snapped his fingers, causing the white-bearded transponder snail to explode in response, a mere jest. A mere appetizer. He cast a sidelong glance at Jinbei, who was about to speak, and with a mere thought, directed the flying carpet towards Charlie's private estate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 8th Division. That Meow has perished. Meanwhile, on an island far in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates were stationed there. As they stared at the transponder snail caught in a busy signal, a profound silence enveloped the crew. No one dared to speak, lest they provoke the wrathful Whitebeard. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughs of Whitebeard cast a shadow of concern upon the faces of his crew, prompting the nurses to rush forward to alleviate his suffering. After a brief respite, Whitebeard issued a command. Marco, investigate who attacked Meow. Yes, old man. Marco's brow remained furrowed. The past few months had been fraught with calamities for the Whitebeard Pirates, stirring within him a deep sense of unease. First, Ace had returned empty-handed from his search for the divine Qin Yun, and then, after a skirmish with another pirate crew, Marshal D. Teach had heinously slain the 4th Division captain, Sachi, over a devil fruit. After fleeing from the Whitebeard Pirates, he audaciously dubbed himself Blackbeard, an undeniable provocation to Whitebeard. It was well known that the only rule of the Whitebeard Pirates was the prohibition against killing one's comrades. Teach's actions were a blatant violation of their fundamental principles. Upon learning of this, Ace, disregarding Whitebeard's admonitions, set out to hunt down Teach. What he feared most was the uncertainty of who would emerge as the hunter and who was the prey in their deadly chase. Meower's death came without warning. He sensed the burning sting of life slipping away in an instant. Yet it was far too late. One could only wonder if Jinbei, who had accompanied Meower, knew the cause of his demise. It seemed he would need to inquire. On Fishman Island, atop Coral Hill, the night was enchanting, but the mermaid's passionate whispers were even more alluring. Qin Yun and Shirahoshi returned to Charlie's private estate, where they were warmly welcomed by Ishili, Sarah, Mello, and other mermaids. This royal treatment felt akin to returning to the heavenly abode of Skypiea, surrounded by the adoring presence of Nami, Robin, Perona, and other divine maidens. After a flurry of laughter and merriment, they gathered in the hall on the first floor of the estate to continue their playful antics. Upon learning that Charlie had shared tales of the merfolk with Qin Yun at the Mermaid CAF, the mermaids eagerly urged her to continue recounting. Unable to resist the multitude of expectant gazes, Charlie reluctantly divulged her most treasured secrets. Qin Yun reclined against Shirahoshi, savoring the stories, while Shirahoshi's expression was one of disbelief. As though her entire worldview had been profoundly shaken, they learned much, such as the fact that the merfolk are classified within the realm of humanity and are viviparous mammals. Thus, Qin Yun could indeed father children with the beautiful mermaids. The offspring could be either male or female humans, male or female merfolk, but they would not produce fishmen. Only the offspring of fishmen and various other races could yield fishmen. They also discovered the anatomical structure of the mermaids, which bore a striking resemblance to that of humans in their upper bodies, while their lower halves were strikingly different, adorned with tales of unparalleled beauty, knowledge that was indescribable. Ultimately, it became clear that Qin Yun could father his cherished children before their tails transformed into legs. Moreover, mermaids, after reaching the age of 30 and undergoing this transformation, could revert to their tails at will. It seemed that Granny Kokoro had once used this ability to assist the main characters. Having learned all this, Qin Yun entertained a bold notion. Could humans, through means such as devil fruits or bloodline factors, transform into merfolk? Wait, you say that Qin Yun's audacious idea cannot be this? How could that be? Please refrain from making rash assumptions. As a deity of impeccable virtue, he swiftly dispelled such thoughts from his mind. Finally, casting a glance at the wide-eyed, blushing, and helpless Shirahoshi, he chuckled softly and let his spirits soar into the ether, chasing sweet dreams. The next morning, Qin Yun suddenly felt an itch in his nose. As he wrinkled it, the itch intensified, prompting him to frown and awaken languidly. His eyes fell upon Mello's delicate fishtail and her charming visage. "Oh, you, Mello, to play tricks on me so early in the morning." As he rose, he noticed that the mermaids had gathered around him, frolicking joyfully. Shirahoshi lowered her head, her eyes glistening with anticipation, while Charlie sat at a distance, sipping steaming fragrant tea. "Lord Qin Yun, it's almost time for King Neptune to summon the populace. We should rise for breakfast." Ishali's gentle voice roused Qin Yun from his reverie. Nodding in acknowledgement, he bounced off the bed, leaping to the central dining table amid Shirahoshi's exclamations. Without needing to be told, the mermaids eagerly surrounded him, presenting delectable cakes and pastries. Sarah and Sola, seated closest to the table, quickly occupied positions on either side of him, their proud gazes prompting the other mermaids to feign disdain. After a satisfying meal, the mermaids dressed Qin Yun in a white dragon robe adorned with golden threads and fish patterns. His previous attire had been damaged in the earlier skirmish. Qin Yun floated beside Shirahoshi's rosy cheeks, softly saying, "Shirahoshi, why don't you play with these mermaid sisters for a while? I shall return shortly." My lord," Shirahoshi replied, her face flushing, having spoken little since her return the previous day. Fearing that calling Qin Yun my lord would invite teasing from the mermaids. As expected, the mermaids regarded her with teasing eyes. Or so she thought, prompting her to wish she could retreat to the warmth of her bed for just a while. Qin Yun, oblivious to her inner turmoil, knew that such matters required practice to overcome. One must grow thick-skinned and indifferent to the opinions of others. He smiled knowingly, gently kissing Shirahoshi's exquisite forehead before flying towards Charlie, unaware that Shirahoshi's cheeks had grown even rosier, as if invisible steam were rising from her. Shirahoshi, feeling awkward, flicked her tail and mused. When could she possess the same unflappable demeanor as her lord in the presence of so many? "Come, my lady Charlie, let the great prophetess reveal to the people of Fishman Island their future destiny." Qin Yun extended his right hand, ready to embrace Charlie, with a soft sound of agreement. She linked her arm with his under the expectant gazes of the mermaids. Qin Yun paid no heed to her disobedience and directly took her beyond the estate. A flying carpet materialized, and they ascended towards the Gilindo Plaza. Simultaneously, he unleashed his observation haki, scanning Fishman Island with sweeping precision. Jinbei and his son pirates had not departed and had likewise arrived at Gilindo Plaza to await Qin Yun's arrival, reaffirming that he had made the right choice. However, why was he carrying a sword on his back? He had never seen him use one among pirates. After a night of diligent effort, Jinbei and the Sun Pirates had cleared the pirates from Fishman Island. As they flew, Qin Yun caressed Lady Charlie Sharktail, Recalling the fondness the mermaids held for him, such cross-species, cross-physical love and warmth were truly irresistible, invigorating his spirit. Could it be that he was a pervert? Qin Yun dismissed the notion. He wondered if any brave souls shared his aspirations. The Jilando Plaza was bustling with merfolk and fishmen, who whispered among themselves, speculating about the significant event that would alter Fishman Island's future. The last time the plaza had been so crowded was when Princess Odoheim delivered a speech and was tragically assassinated. The Sea Kings were also present, diligently maintaining order, while Neptune, the left and right ministers, and other officials took their seats on the platform. Only Shark Star, the prince, was present. He was mature and composed, unlikely to act out of line. The other two princes, fearing their impulsiveness, were confined within the palace. Charlie's presence on the flying carpet drew attention, prompting Neptune and others to rise in greeting. An invisible pressure enveloped the plaza, rendering the populace of Fishman Island silent as the grave. Eventually, the carpet came to a halt behind Neptune's head. Qin Yun, with an impassive expression, scanned the crowd before coldly declaring, "Neptune, let us begin." Upon hearing the words, Neptune let out a deep sigh, suddenly taken aback as he faced the multitude of citizens from Fishman Island. Power, wealth, family, subjects. Throughout his more than 20 years of reign, it appeared that he had only truly valued the aspect of family. It seemed evident that he was indeed unfit to be a king. And it was time for him to abdicate. With a determined expression, Neptune, aided by the loudspeaker snail, projected his voice clearly to every citizen present. "Dear citizens of Fishman Island, today I, Neptune, am honored to convey to you that whether it be the merfolk yearning for the sun's embrace or the fishmen desiring the air to breathe, today we shall fulfill the long-held wishes of all." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of confusion. "Your Majesty Neptune, what do your words mean? Sunlight? Air? Are we to venture to the land? Surely this will ignite a war, for the humans will not allow us to thrive easily on their soil." Countless voices arose from all directions, some questioning, others supportive, some in disbelief, and even a few merfolk began to sing lamenting songs. "Silence! Let the Majesty finish speaking." The right minister struck the ground with a long knife resembling a trident, gradually silencing the crowd. Observing this, Neptune continued, "This is all part of Lady Charlie's prophecy, and I shall also heed the call of fate and renounce my kingship. Fishman Island will become a part of the divine realm, under the governance of the deity, Lord Qin Yun." Upon uttering these words, a profound weariness washed over him, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. What? It is indeed the language of Lady Charlie. The citizens buzzed with chatter. Upon hearing her name, not a single voice dared to question. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Yun nodded, and Lady Charlie stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fear not, for the future of Fishman Island is bright. As long as we adhere to the development of the prophecy and listen to the will of Lord Qin Yun, we too shall have a luminous future." Upon hearing Lady Charlie's words, the crowd exhaled in relief. Their primary concerns were life and sustenance. As long as those two issues remained stable, their hearts would be at ease. Go now, before the sun reaches its zenith. Return to your homes and shield yourselves from any potential occurrences. This moment marks the day of inevitable change. As Lady Charlie's declaration concluded, the atmosphere erupted into thunderous cheers. The volume so intense that even the double-layered bubble membrane outside Fishman Island trembled slightly. Consequently, the ranks of Qin Yun's followers surged, swelling to several 100,000 troops and millions of laborers. Their physical strength and power inherently surpassed that of ordinary humans. Yet, many preferred comfort over toil, disinclined to hone their bodies, perhaps due to lower talents, resulting in a scarcity of formidable warriors among the merfolk and fishmen. Nonetheless, they were still adequate tools for essential national tasks such as mining, transportation, and construction. As the crowd ebbed like a tide, there remained a few fishmen swimming against the current. Jinbei set aside the other members of the Sun Pirates and leaped beside Neptune. After nodding to those around him, he spoke in a deep voice, "Lord Qin, may I have a moment of your time to share a few words?" Qin Yun had already sensed his restless gaze, indicating a desire for dialogue. Beneath his rotund figure, a somber melody seemed to resonate. With a slight furrow of his brow, he replied softly, "Very well, follow me." With a thought, he commanded the flying carpet to glide forward. Upon nearing Jinbei, the carpet plunged into an alternate space. Jinbei, Neptune, and others gaped in astonishment, bewildered by this strange ability. "Jinbei," Lady Charlie's voice echoed from the verdant void. Regaining his composure, Jinbei hesitantly leaped inside, and the portal promptly sealed behind him. The tangible sensation beneath his feet jolted him, causing him to stagger momentarily. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Approaching Lady Charlie and Qin Yun, he inquired with confusion, "What is this? Spare the pleasantries. What do you wish to discuss?" Qin Yun would not explain himself to everyone individually. He simply awaited his inquiry regarding divine power. Jinbei's expression faltered, and he steered the conversation toward the crux of the matter. "Last night, I received a call from Marco the Phoenix, inquiring about the mastermind behind the death of that scoundrel, Muir." "Oh, and what did you say?" Qin Yun was indifferent to whether Whitebeard was aware of his culpability. He merely sought to provoke him, perhaps to instigate a lapse in his demeanor. "I told him I did not know." Jinbei's gaze was resolute, yet he added, "But Whitebeard has ultimately been benevolent to Fishman Island. I feel ashamed to confront my own conscience with such actions." As he spoke, he drew forth a large sword from his back and declared, "Allow me to sever my own arm as penance for deceiving Whitebeard." As a sea knight, Jinbei's reputation was built on his gallant deeds, and lying to the one who had shown him kindness felt morally unjust. To speak truthfully would be akin to betraying Qin Yun. He had intended to sacrifice his arm, yet now, as a citizen of Fishman Island, he would be subject to Qin Yun's influence. If he were to sever his arm, it would undoubtedly diminish his combat prowess, potentially invoking Qin Yun's wrath. "Allow you. I surmise your intentions, Jinbei. You wish to present me with a battle-weary version of yourself." Qin Yun mused. "How about this? You may first sever a few fingers. And as for the arm, we shall defer that for 3 years hence. By then, if you desire to perish, I shall not interfere." This. Jinbei was taken aback. To first sever his fingers as atonement while postponing the amputation of his arm? "Very well, it is decided." Qin Yun waved his hand, signaling him to depart. "Mr. Qin." Qin Yun let out a cold snort, unleashing an overwhelming aura that mercilessly assailed Jinbei's will. Yet he did not succumb. He was, after all, a warlord capable of withstanding Big Mom's soul focus. "I am not negotiating with you. Remember your identity. Jinbei, behind you stands Fishman Island." In the next moment, a circular portal to the alternate space appeared beneath Jinbei's feet, unexpectedly ejecting him from that realm. Jinbei landed steadily on the ground, exhaling a dejected sigh. With events having unfolded to this extent, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Qin Yun's will. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised the large sword in his hand and struck down toward the fingers of his left hand with an expressionless demeanor, with a swift flash of the blade. 5 fingers were severed, propelled in different directions due to varying force. Captain Jinbei, the onlookers had been watching intently, and as he initiated the act of self-mutilation, they instinctively gasped. In the next instant, blood began to gush from his remaining hand, leaving him with only a palm. The pain was excruciating, causing him to furrow his brow, yet he remained silent. The crowd gathered around him, helplessly witnessing the gruesome sight of his bloodied left hand. At that moment, the ship's doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, set down the medical supplies he had prepared and began to tend to Jinbei's wounds. Do not panic. I merely wish to test the sharpness of this blade. The uninformed crowd wore expressions of confusion and shock, while Neptune and Aladdin, aware of the truth, let out a deep sigh, saying little more. Time flowed gently, and soon the sun hung high in the sky. After Qin Yun returned to his private estate with Shaylee, they frolicked with the mermaids until they finished their lunch. At that moment, the time had come. He freed himself from Shaylee's embrace, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the observation chamber of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, where he could peer through layers of barriers to clearly observe the scenes outside Fishman Island. With a mere thought, Fishman Island began to rise slowly, moving in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer of Thunder God Island. Following closely behind was the Ark of Noah. Having come this far, the ship could be considered a prize. Of course, it must be taken along. The journey was uneventful, but as they distanced themselves from the Sun-Tree Eve, the inhabitants of Fishman Island felt the sunlight gradually fading, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. After ascending approximately 3,000 meters, the surroundings of Fishman Island suddenly brightened. This unexpected turn of events caused Qin Yun to furrow his brow with his keen eyesight. He discerned the emergence of a sea king resembling a lanternfish surrounding Fishman Island. Could it be that the lanternfish, which had consumed the living essence of Olga's small island, had developed a penchant for collecting pure gold? Almost as if to dismiss his conjecture, the lantern-bearing sea king suddenly emitted an even more dazzling radiance. In that moment, everyone clearly observed the dire situation of Fishman Island. They were encircled by over a dozen sea kings, each towering above 5,000 meters. Could they sense the movements of White Star or Fishman Island? Oh, divine beings, what should we do? The Sea King army, having never witnessed such a spectacle, trembled as they inquired about Qin Yun's orders. "Do not panic," Qin Yun replied calmly. With White Star present, they could not act against Fishman Island. The Sea Kings pondered, Perplexed, how could Fishman Island appear here? Why was our mermaid princess leaving the sea before the appointed time? Wait a moment. Could it be that the timing was indeed within these years? Had we miscalculated centuries ago? Our oath-bound vessel, how could it also be airborne? A cacophony of sharp, raspy, and hearty voices resonated from unknown sources. Gently infiltrating Qin Yun's mind. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something, hesitating briefly before commanding Fishman Island to continue ascending. After rising another 1,000 meters, the Sea Kings could no longer contain themselves. Their chaotic chatter flooded Qin Yun's mind. Though unaware of why Fishman Island was departing, they agreed to return it. Upon this declaration, the Sea Kings reached a consensus, surging forward to bite onto Fishman Island and Noah, attempting to drag them back to their original position. With the simultaneous exertion of several Sea Kings, an immense force was unleashed. In an instant, Fishman Island and Noah ceased their ascent, coming to a standstill as they vied for control with Qin Yun. The standoff lasted but half a breath before Fishman Island and Noah began to descend. Qin Yun, radiating lightning, appeared above Fishman Island and, empowered by the currents, shouted, "Everyone, release Fishman Island," as his words echoed. The Sea Kings instinctively paused. They then released Fishman Island and Noah, turning their gazes toward the diminutive Qin Yun. The din of discussion erupted once more, prompting Qin Yun to continue. "This is the command of the mermaid princess. She wishes to leave the sea and descend to an altitude of 10,000 meters. A terrifying aura enveloped him. Was he truly human? Human? We have not received any orders from the mermaid princess. You lack the authority to convey commands. Then wait a moment. I shall fetch the mermaid princess." They could understand my words. The Sea Kings fell silent for a long while before finally calling out in unison, "Go." Without hesitation, Qin Yun flashed multiple times and returned to Shaylee's private estate. After a brief explanation, he took White Star on a flying carpet to the waters above Fishman Island. "White Star, tell them you wish to leave the sea and inquire how to awaken the powers of Sea King Poseidon." Qin Yun instantly realized this was a rare opportunity. "Yes, my lord." After a timid response, White Star cautiously assessed the dozen Sea Kings, feeling an inexplicable warmth emanating from them. Following Qin Yun's directive, she sweetly called out, "Great Sea Kings, how can I awaken the powers of Sea King Poseidon? Mermaid Princess, we are not Sea Kings. How could we possibly know how to awaken such powers?" They replied dismissively, "What are you saying? The Mermaid Princess is listening." Hearing this, Qin Yun felt a vein throb on his forehead. Why were these Sea Kings so ignorant and capricious? White Star couldn't help but giggle, finding them amusing. Once the princess grows up, she'll know. Qin Yun's lips twitched. It seemed he would not obtain this information from the Sea Kings, or perhaps the method was truly as simple as waiting for White Star to mature. With a resigned wave of his hand, he instructed, "White Star, tell them you wish to leave the sea and request their assistance in delivering Fishman Island and Noah to the surface, leaving one Sea King to follow closely beneath Fishman Island." It was a bargain for a Sea King above 5,000 meters. No need for gratitude. Just have one accompany us. Even if White Star cannot temporarily awaken the ability to summon the Sea Kings, she can still command them. White Star nodded and softly relayed Qin Yun's wishes. The Sea Kings complied, propelling Fishman Island and Noah toward the ocean's surface. Observing this, Qin Yun promptly returned to Fishman Island. Moments later, a dozen Sea Kings burst forth from the sea, lifting Fishman Island and Noah above their heads. Such a scene was common in the Combelt, but exceedingly rare in the tumultuous New World. Unfortunately, this awe-inspiring spectacle could only be appreciated by the inhabitants of Fishman Island. As Qin Yun controlled Fishman Island to ascend at an angle, it had already drifted far from the Red Land, appearing in the waters near Thunder God Island. "Farewell, everyone, great Sea Kings." After allowing White Star to bid farewell to the Sea Kings, Qin Yun continued to guide Fishman Island and Noah upward until they reached a height of 7,000 meters above the White Sea, where he temporarily halted their ascent. Once Fishman Island had left the seabed, all who sought to reach the New World through it, navy or pirate, lost a temporary refuge in the depths. This signified that if they wished to transition from the seabed to the New World, their chances of survival had dramatically decreased. Furthermore, they would need to prepare the necessary record pointers for the New World in advance at the Skypiea archipelago to navigate successfully. Who would be the first to discover Fishman Island's departure on site? Unprepared, would they meet their demise? After ensuring everyone's safety, Qin Yun spent 2 more days playing with the mermaids at Shaylee's private estate before contentedly heading to Thunder God Island, as a user of the Thunder Fruit. Thunder God Island was a destination he could not afford to miss. What if he discovered something that could enhance his strength? Regrettably, after wandering through Thunder God Island several times, he found nothing extraordinary. He even attempted to absorb some lightning, yet it yielded no results. He had expected it might resemble a fantastical realm with places of inheritance, but alas, he found nothing. It seemed his imagination had run wild. However, this temporary setback did not affect Qin Yun significantly. Following his plan, he traversed the calm belt on the left side of the New World, crossing the Red Land to return to the Sky Island. Just as he crossed the Red Land, an island in the sea caught his attention. It was situated near the Holy Land, Mariehua, which instantly reminded him of the Lelucia Kingdom. This was a nation that, 2 years after the conclusion of the World Conference, would be obliterated by the ancient weapon activated by using the Mother Flame developed by Vegapunk. It was also the place where, prior to the World Conference, the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, along with 3 other commanders, passed by, annihilating the Peachbeard pirates who were plundering and saving the Milk Sister, Moda. Alas, it was still too early. The elusive Revolutionary Army would require careful planning to locate Bello Betty and Carla. However, capturing the Milk Sister, Moda, was certainly feasible. No, rather, it was a matter of saving her. She, mourning the destruction of her homeland and the loss of her family, sorrowfully joined the Revolutionary Army. Next, it remains to be seen whether this island indeed belongs to the Kingdom of Lelucia. As lightning flashed several times, Qin Yun appeared at the largest port on the island. The mingled sounds of shouts, unloading, and vendors calling out created a bustling atmosphere that was oddly soothing. Ignoring the terrified expressions of those around him, he casually selected a fortunate one from the street, casting a detached glance that made the individual feel as if their heart were tightly gripped, nearly rendering them breathless. "Where is this place?" the person instinctively blurted out. "Aostanaport. I mean, which country is this?" "The Kingdom of Lelucia." Qin Yun nodded, acknowledging that people often speak their subconscious answers, and this was inconsequential. Now that he confirmed it was indeed the Kingdom of Lelucia, Modar could not escape his grasp. With a flicker of thought, he enveloped the Kingdom of Lelucia in his observation, meticulously searching for the small dairy farm and Modar. Moments later, he finally located Modar by a small creek. Without hesitation, he dissipated into a flash of lightning, vanishing from his original spot, leaving the fortunate one dazed on the ground, gasping for breath like those who had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, Modar, wearing a cow hat, sat with a sorrowful expression, squinting her eyes and hugging her knees, resembling a pitiful girl who had just finished crying. Beside her was her ever-present milk bottle, large enough to conceal her upper body, an essential lifeline for her existence. She stared vacantly at the distant creek. Pale blue lightning gathered before her, and Qin Yun materialized from within it. The sudden appearance of a second person disrupted Modar's thoughts, prompting her to quickly compose herself and timidly gaze at Qin Yun. Do not be afraid. I am not a good person. Upon hearing Qin Yun's attempt at reassurance, Modar felt even more frightened and feigned calmness as she stammered. "I am not afraid. I am Qin Yun. What is your name?" "I am Modar." Having lived in this rarely pirate-disturbed small town, Modar had never encountered someone who could fly. Upon hearing the surname Qin, she genuinely believed he might be a deity. Qin Yun nodded, relieved to have found the right person. Her concealed sorrow provided him an opportunity to initiate a conversation. "I saw you alone in your sadness from the heavens and feared you might consider ending your life by jumping into the river." After explaining his reasoning, Qin Yun naturally progressed to his strategy. "If you keep your troubles hidden for too long, it can lead to illness. In that case, your parents would also be saddened. If you do not mind, perhaps you could confide in me." "A stranger? Parents?" The mention of this word deepened Modar's distress as it struck a raw nerve. "Thank you for your concern. My parents seem to have abandoned me. We have not seen each other for several years, and even if I fell ill, no one would care." "What?" Qin Yun furrowed his brows, recalling that when Modar reunited with her parents, they appeared genuinely happy. How could they have abandoned her? Was there some hidden truth? However, this was merely a detail mentioned in a comic's opening page, providing insufficient context for him to grasp the full situation. Modar, a golden-haired girl who sells milk. Kind-hearted and brave, the fact that she sells milk suggests that they had not met, implying that Ace had not stumbled into this place while pursuing Blackbeard. Alternatively, Ace's search for him might have created a butterfly effect preventing him from arriving here. By focusing on her parents, Qin Yun could easily win Modar's heart. "How could anyone abandon such a sweet and well-behaved girl as yourself? It's unimaginable." "Thank you." Modar began to sense Qin Yun's kindness and gradually relaxed. "Modar, have you been alone all these years?" Modar nodded, shyly lifting her milk bottle. "Would he think I was merely pretending to be pitiful?" After a brief silence, Qin Yun floated to Modar's side, crouching down to abandon his imposing demeanor. His handsome features radiating warmth and approachability, making it easier for Modar to lower her guard. You have been waiting for your parents' return all these years, enduring hardship at such a young age. Haven't you? But all of that is over now, Modar. Come with me, and from this day forth, I shall be your family. Huh? A flicker of surprise and emotion crossed Modar's eyes, but she lowered her head in self-doubt. But, is that really possible? I might become a burden to someone like me. Qin Yun chuckled softly. I am a deity and emperor of a nation. Even millions of you would not be a burden. Realizing that someone accustomed to self-reliance might struggle to accept kindness, he added, if you feel uncomfortable, you can serve as my secretary and help me with my troubles in life. Can I really? But I am afraid that if my parents return and cannot find me, they will be heartbroken. Do you know where your parents have gone? Yes, before they left, they said they were going to work at the Navy's GL 2nd Division base, promising to send living expenses and letters home every month. But after they sent 2 times, I never heard from them again. As she spoke, Modar's eyes reddened, but having lived independently for many years, she had long since learned not to cry easily. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she looked at Qin Yun with bright eyes. I saw you fly. Are you truly a deity? If you are indeed a god, you must have the power to let me see my parents. Even just once. Qin Yun smiled gently, admitting, you will come to know in time. Let us go, and tonight you shall see your parents. Modar's eyes lit up. She was merely a beautiful girl from an ordinary town, and it was evident that the person before her held a noble status, leaving no reason to deceive her. The next moment, a sweet scent of milk wafted into Qin Yun's nostrils, accompanied by a sudden warmth against his cheek. Modar, in her excitement, had leaped into his embrace, showering him with a grateful kiss, even discarding her milk bottle in the process. Qin Yun smoothly cradled Modar's back, lifting her up, causing her to bury her head in his chest. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Modar, where is your home? Upon hearing the question, Modar, suppressing her shyness, lifted her head, struggling momentarily before softly murmuring, Brother God, let me down. I will take you there. Just point the way, and I shall carry you. But, Modar awkwardly turned around, continuing to murmur, but my milk bottle is still behind. Look behind you, what is that? Upon seeing it, Modar realized she was trapped. Her milk bottle floated above them due to Qin Yun's levitation. Oh, she surrendered, pointed in a direction, and buried her head further into his embrace. Qin Yun, no longer pressing her, lifted her in a princess carry and flew away. They had not traveled far before arriving at a small dairy farm. Indeed, Modar could not have run very far. After landing beside a small shed, Qin Yun inquired, Modar, do you have any pictures of your parents? I do. They are inside the house. Qin Yun nodded, stepped aside to push open the door, and, with a gentle pull of his arm, embraced her as they entered the small abode. His gaze swept across the space. Modar's dwelling comprised a living room and a bedroom, characterized by an exceedingly simple layout. Or rather, a lack of wealth and possessions. Nevertheless, the room was impeccably clean, and despite being inhabited by a solitary individual, she had crafted a warm and inviting atmosphere, perhaps as a means to soothe her lonely heart. Modar's parents were indeed carefree, working outside while leaving a young girl to guard the cattle ranch alone, seemingly unafraid of any unforeseen mishaps. After setting Moda down, he followed her into the bedroom, where she retrieved a photograph from the bedside, a cherished snapshot of her with her parents. The image was pristine, indicating she regularly polished it. Brother Shin, I found it, Moda exclaimed, presenting the photograph with both hands. Her parents had invested in capturing this moment to alleviate her longing for them. Qin Yun lifted his gaze, observing that Moda's parents bore the honest visage of ordinary folk, with no chairs in her modest home. He sat beside her on the bed, which was rather small, causing his tall frame to occupy a substantial portion of the space, bringing them close together. The hopeful glimmer in Moda's eyes elicited a knowing smile from Qin Yun. After playfully pinching her cheek, he retrieved a phone bug from the storage room and dialed Luo. Moda gazed at this seemingly magical ability with envy, her thoughts wandering. If only she too could possess such divine powers. She mused about what their children might be like if they were to be born together. After sending the photograph, Qin Yun calmly instructed Luo, gather with several other divine officials and the goddess guard to head to the Navy's GL 2nd branch base. Bring back the couple depicted in the image. The Navy's GL 2nd branch base was located not far from the northeast of the Lulu Xia Kingdom, where Moda's parents worked in the naval cafeteria, making them relatively easy to find. The vice admiral in charge of that base, Gumier, was a seasoned dual-wielding swordsman who upheld a philosophy of composed justice. However, he was now quite aged, making it easy for Xiao Luo and the others to handle the elderly vice admiral. Cap, come find me if you dare. With the arrangements in place, joy radiated from Imoda's face. Aware that she had little to offer Qin Yun in return, she could only present him with a sweet, milky kiss as gratitude. Qin Yun graciously accepted, savoring the delightful taste for a moment before returning to serious matters. With a flourish, he summoned Imoda's cattle ranch, lifting it from the ground and directing it toward the floating island. Milk was indeed a wondrous substance in this world, possessing a peculiar property: it could mend broken teeth, fractures, and even cracks with but a single sip. Truly a miraculous elixir. Imoda's admiration for him deepened, her eyes sparkling like stars. Qin Yun's lips curled into a smile as he continued their unfinished conversation. Cherishing each passing moment with the sweet Imoda, he deliberately slowed their return journey to relish their time together. Under the weight of her profound admiration for him as a god and her desire to reunite with her parents, she vowed to serve him for a lifetime. Qin Yun, unable to refuse her earnest heart, recognized that despite Imoda's strong demeanor, she was still a girl lacking parental affection and thus bore a certain inferiority. Hence, he gladly accepted her pledge of service and granted her the title of divine consort. Observing the blissful smile that illuminated Imoda's face, Qin Yun felt assured that he had made the right choice. Such a lovely and charming sister should be cherished. Neglecting her would surely invoke the wrath of the heavens. As a being of lightning, facing such divine retribution would be quite severe, he mused. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Yun finally returned to the floating island with Imoda, having not seen each other for several days. Their first stop was, of course, the divine palace. Lord God. The angels within the palace greeted him with their usual obedience and decorum. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, instructing, "Please fetch some garments for Imoda, ensure to preserve the character of her attire, particularly a headscarf adorned with black and white cow spots, along with a practical secretary outfit." Yes, Lord God. It was self-evident who Imoda was, and the angels approached her, measuring her dimensions despite her initial awkwardness. Qin Yun cast a casual glance and noted, she is actually an imperial-level powerhouse. While she was still somewhat inferior to Nami, strength of this caliber was commendable, provided one was not excessively weak. Imoda's cheeks flushed as she noticed Qin Yun's discreet observation, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, fearing his disdain. The blush of a maiden is the sweetest form of flattery, and Qin Yun chuckled softly. Pulling her into an embrace, after signaling the angels to withdraw, he led her into the inner sanctum of the divine palace. It is worth mentioning that as Qin Yun's divine consorts multiplied and the ranks of divine concubines began to fill in, the original divine palace had become insufficient. Thus, he had chosen an island early on to serve as the divine palace island, commissioning the goddess construction team to erect a magnificent and grand palace. The construction pace in this extraordinary world surpassed imagination, and they soon completed the work. Consequently, any future divine consorts he captured would have their own unique quarters. The hall he was about to enter was his own residence within the divine palace. As he and Imoda stepped through the door, joyous cheers erupted from either side. Oni-chan, Lord God. In the next moment, several young maidens dashed to his side, enveloping him and Imoda in a warm embrace. The fragrant scent of the girls filled the air, and Qin Yun could not suppress his smile, opening his arms wide to reciprocate their affection. He had long sensed their excited breaths, and the scene unfolded as he had anticipated. Brother, you were truly incorrigible, Nami complained playfully, yet she made no attempt to distance herself from him. Vivi and Conis giggled and playfully bantered in response. Have you missed me so soon after just a few days? He inquired, but no one answered. The surrounding divine consorts exchanged glances, aware that responding would only lead to teasing in the future. After a while, Qin Yun released them, beginning to embrace each one individually. Nami, exuberant and affectionate, even transformed into a mist to draw closer to him, whispering sweetly in his ear, brother. Karina, equally captivating, with her flowing hair and ethereal beauty, drew his attention longer than he intended. Vivi wrapped her arms around his neck, her sparkling eyes betraying her uncontainable affection. Having received Qin Yun's gifts, after winning over Perona, she had acquired the powers of the Sasa fruit and spent her days developing its abilities alongside Nami. Conis, small and adorable, traced delicate patterns on his chest with her slender fingers, seemingly hinting at something to as the first divine consort. She held significant meaning for Qin Yun. And there was Perona, the divine consorts. All vibrant and spirited, were no wonder they had come to attack him. Perona, adorned in a stunning Gothic Lolita dress, appeared at ease, Though she had only recently joined the Divine Palace family, she seemed to get along splendidly with Nami and the others. Feeling a bit bashful under his gaze, Perona lowered her head, prompting Qin Yun to embrace her gently, leaning in to whisper softly, "Stay in my Divine Palace today and let us chat." Perona replied softly. Her ears flushing with a delicate pink from his actions, Qin Yun released Perona and casually inquired, "Where are the others? Are they in the Divine Palace? I was the first to discover you. Which is why I called so many to ambush you." Nami puffed out her chest proudly. Possessing the strength of clouds, she was well versed in the movements of the divine consorts and concubines. Robin was previously reading in your bedroom. She should now be enjoying tea and conversation with Borchi, Noki Gao, Michida, Marianu, Koya, Makino, Khalifa, Jessica, and Kobat in one of the palaces, Sister Tina, Daki, and Lockie are training the angelic divine team on Angel Island. Qin Yun nodded, recognizing that Robin's group typically belonged to those who delighted in leisure and enjoyment. However, how did Khalifa manage to join them? Was it that Robin brought her along out of concern that she might be bored? Nami's group predominantly consists of lively and adorable individuals who, during their leisure hours, frolic not only on the sacred island but also beyond the clouds. Amidst Nami and the others' playful insistence, Qin Yun and Modai were ushered into a swimming pool within the temple. After engaging in light conversation for a while, a few angels arrived bearing garments. Qin Yun called out to Modai, who was playfully splashing in the pool. Her attire was already in tatters upon arrival. They had been engrossed in conversation while flying to the Sky Island, leaving no time for her to change into something more suitable. Modai, overwhelmed by the exquisite clothes presented to her, was left at a loss. In resignation, Qin Yun selected a professional outfit from the assortment. The intricate patterns and peculiar designs rendered Modai exceedingly bashful, leading her to mutter inwardly, "Had I known, I would have simply chosen any of them." With no other option at hand, she reluctantly donned the black and white lace ensemble with the assistance of the angels in a nearby changing room. Upon her emergence, she instantly captivated Qin Yun's gaze. His eyes sparkled as he praised her attire, which elevated her appearance to a new echelon. Modai's outfit exemplified the adage that clothes make the man. Adorning a dainty milk hat, her golden locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders and back, complemented by a white long shirt on the upper half and a form-fitting black pencil skirt below. Most notably, she wore black stockings that embraced her delicate legs, paired with glossy black high heels that showcased her exquisite feet. If one were to offer an assessment, it could only be deemed perfection. Of course, for this charming young lady, Qin Yun's gaze harbored no nefarious intent. Who would believe that? Only boundless affection. He beckoned, and Modai joyfully leaped into his embrace, engaging him in conversation about what attire to wear in the future. After a considerable time, it seemed that the news of his return had reached the other divine maidens, who began to arrive at the temple's swimming pool in succession. After exchanging heartfelt embraces that had been missed for days, the atmosphere among the goddesses in the pool became a lively scene filled with laughter and joy. Qin Yun basked in the delight they brought him, relishing the joyous reunions. This vibrant gathering and the feeling of being the center of attention among numerous goddesses was precisely what he desired. But no, it was still not enough. Qin Yun's insatiable greed would never be sated. Having gained Robin, he yearned for Nami. Having acquired Nami, he sought Shirahoshi, Hancock. His desires knew no bounds. Each time he referred to himself as a god. It seemed extravagant, yet it was more a reminder to himself that what he had achieved was still far from adequate. The following afternoon, Qin Yun enjoyed a delightful lunch accompanied by the ladies. Modai, being a recent addition to their divine family, was seated beside him to savor the culinary delights. After another round of cheerful chatter, Robin alluringly fed him fruit from her hand, then remarked, "Did Nami tell you? We discovered the little Sky Island Visalia in the nearby waters. Oh." Qin Yun paused, astonished that Nami had such a connection with Visalia, and then, had they obtained the meteorological tome from the island? Naturally. Upon discovering Visalia, Nami had promptly ordered the priests to visit the island to procure the book, even acquiring their contact information. Splendid. With this, Nami and Vivi would be better equipped to develop their fruit abilities. Nami's dream was to craft a complete world map, and with the power of the clouds at her disposal, she had been floating above, surveying and sketching. After discovering the islands, she never ventured recklessly, always instructing the priests to explore the islands for potential devil fruits or treasures. To be fair, they had made some gains, such as the bird fruit in the vulture form and some jewels and gold. Nonetheless, devil fruits were elusive. Acquiring abilities from others was often swifter. "Hey, I discovered an island just the other day, but I haven't had a chance to send anyone to explore it yet, Nami exclaimed. Retrieving a piece of paper from her seemingly bottomless bag. As she unfolded it, it revealed a legend about a buried treasure. This was something I stumbled upon while earning money in the East Sea. The 3 gems depicted here are worth a fortune. Brother, shall we embark on an adventure together? Oh, I didn't realize you were no longer in need of money and would still covet such treasures. Qin Yun mused, peering intently at the contents, pondering. Asuka Island. Could it be the island where the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword, was kept? There was a beautiful sorceress named Maya associated with it. If memory serves, how could covet possibly describe my feelings? Interested would be more fitting. Moreover, treasures like berries are always welcome. Qin Yun was captivated by the eager, money-loving glint in Nami's eyes, gently tousling her orange locks. And conceded, I can't resist you. If we go, you can inquire if anyone else wishes to join. Hee, I knew my dear husband would be the best to me, Nami beamed with joy, nimbly colliding into Qin Yun's embrace and showering his face with affectionate kisses. Qin Yun, taken by surprise, found it impossible to evade her ambush, and after several playful assaults, he finally managed to restrain her, exasperatedly pinching her cheek. All right, look at you. You've left me drenched in saliva. Aren't you afraid Robin and Kaya will tease you? You insufferable Qin Yun, truly unaware of your fortune, Nami pouted, unperturbed. Who doesn't know who? They may mock me now, but I will have ample opportunities to laugh at them later. At that moment, Robin interjected with a gentle laugh. I too find this treasure intriguing. I've heard of Asuka Island. It likely holds a wealth of historical artifacts for me to study. Oh, Sister Robin knows as well. Nami paused her playful banter with Qin Yun, settling comfortably in his embrace, fidgeting slightly. Yes, there is a legend regarding Asuka Island. Every 100 years, a red full moon appears, which the locals superstitiously believe heralds disaster and transformation. They worship the 7 gods of Asuka. And the gods bestowed upon the king of Asuka 3 gems as a shield, which are the very treasures Nami wishes to obtain, along with the invincible holy sword, the 7-star sword, as a spear. When Robin fell silent, Nami gazed at her in astonishment. Truly, Sister Robin, your knowledge far surpasses what I stumbled upon. Upon seeing Robin's teasing smile, she shot a glare at Qin Yun, then hastily leaped to Karina's side. Unbeknownst to her, Karina, noticing her flushed cheeks, reached out mischievously and began to tickle her waist, prompting Nami to protest in embarrassment as they engaged in playful antics. Qin Yun had spent a considerable amount of time with the ladies, most of whom had mastered both armament and observation hockey. Thus, even if Nami turned into mist, she could not evade Karina's tickling. Suddenly, Qin Yun noticed Modai nearby, her eyes sparkling with delight, and he asked, By the way, have Shura and the others brought Modai's parents back? Robin nodded in response. Yes, they returned this morning and are waiting for you at Appiato. Well done. Their efficiency was commendable. Qin Yun, in the midst of Modai's joyous expression, swept her into his arms. Then our little Modai will finally meet her parents. Yes, Modai was overjoyed, not knowing how to express her happiness. She simply closed her eyes, as she had the previous day, and presented herself to Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled softly. This adorable little flower had been thoroughly picked clean upon her return, and her clinginess was just the right amount to be endearing. After a brief moment of gathering her close, he gently let go, smiling. Come now, let us change into a splendid goddess outfit, so your parents can see how well you are living here. Yes, brother god. I will do whatever you say. Moda adhered to all his commands without fail, truly a delightful young lady. He rose, accompanied by Moda, and instructed, Nami, please ascertain the number of people for Asuka Island before we proceed. His words interrupted the skirmish between Nami and Karina. Understood, Nami replied, ceasing her playful banter with Karina and getting down to business. Qin Yun removed Moda's secretary attire, dressing her in a dignified and majestic divine garment before leading her to Appiato. Presently, Appiato serves as a shared residence for the inhabitants of the old Angel Island and the Sandians. The former divine palace still stands, with angels arriving daily to maintain its cleanliness. Upon entering the palace, Shura and the other priests had already heeded Qin Yun's instructions, waiting with Moda's parents in the grand hall. When Qin Yun seated himself on the throne above with Moda in his arms, Shura and the others proclaimed in unison, Your Majesty, your holy virtue is resplendent, your thunderous might alarms the 4 seas, your grace is widespread, and you enlighten the world. Qin Yun nodded, and Moda's parents, present as well, were visibly moved by her display, their emotions genuine despite being intimidated into silence by the imposing presence of Shura and the others. Moda, Go greet your parents, he encouraged. Moda responded softly, looking somewhat bewildered as she gazed at her parents. She longed to see them, yet apprehension loomed. Had her parents truly abandoned her? Moda's parents, Kong Shi and Kong De, dared not make a move upon hearing Qin Yun's words, for the might displayed by Shura and the others the previous day was utterly formidable. Ultimately, it was Moda who took the first step. After a brief exchange, she leaped into her mother's embrace, her joyful smile a balm to the soul. Through his ability to read minds, Qin Yun discerned their sentiments. Their affection for Moda was indeed authentic, but why had they chosen to forsake her and work at the naval mess hall? It was only after some time that both Moda and Qin Yun learned the truth. It turned out that Moda's parents were simply too naive. Before heading to the naval mess hall, they had entrusted the care of Moda to well-acquainted neighbors nearby. However, such arrangements, even among closely bonded relatives, can easily be disregarded, or worse, lead to harm. What could be expected from a mere neighbor with whom they had a relatively good rapport? They were fortunate that the neighbors did not cause Moda any harm. Consequently, after 2 months of care from the neighbors, their concern for Moda waned. Sending money and letters home proved to be unfortunate as well. The berries and letters intended for Moda were entrusted to a naval officer who claimed to travel monthly to the kingdom of Lelucia. After delivering them twice, this naval officer easily forged Moda's handwriting, deceiving her parents thoroughly and pocketing the berries. Truly, misfortune often seeks out the unfortunate. Upon discovering the truth, Moda did not weep. Instead, she sighed in relief. For in her eyes, the fact that her parents had not abandoned her outweighed any material possessions. And what of that naval officer? Qin Yun inquired coldly, his fury ignited at the thought of someone bullying his woman. Kong Shi shivered at the chilling sound of his voice. Even without direct pressure, Qin Yun's aura was enough to instill fear in this weaker man. Shura, observing the tension, asked, "Your Majesty, shall we dispatch troops to eliminate that naval officer?" "No need," he declared. "Destruction is far simpler than protection." Kong Shi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly stated, "The naval officer, Hymus, was killed during yesterday's chaos. I witnessed his head fly into the sea." His fear was palpable, stemming from the intense battle he had witnessed between Shura and the naval officers, where bloodshed was rampant. The priest's intentions were straightforward. The divine lord would eventually rule this world. And the more they killed now, the less resistance they would face in the future. "Dead," Qin Yun remarked, noting the sincerity in Kong Shi's expression, his mind racing with dread at the thought that Shura had indeed slain many naval officers yesterday. He couldn't help but commend Shura. "You did well. In serving your Majesty, I shall always give my utmost," Shura replied with fervor. Qin Yun nodded. Shura's name was aptly chosen, as he showed no hesitance in his lethal pursuits. Reflecting on the divine maidens with a degree of combat prowess and desire for battle, he identified Vivi, Tina, Nami, Robin, Mitsai, Daskika Karifa, and Perona, except for Daskika, who is a swordsman unaccustomed to consuming devil fruits, and Karifa, who is engaged in a game of amnesia. All had already acquired fruit abilities. Thus, it was time to enhance his subordinate's combat strength with the devil fruits he possessed. With this thought, Qin Yun raised his hand and summoned the fruits from his storage. The priests, sensing something momentous, gazed at Qin Yun with fervent eyes. Kneeling on one knee, Qin Yun, with a calm demeanor, selected several devil fruits, announcing, "Shura, I grant you the power of the ancient species, the spiked dragon form. May you possess the unparalleled strength of the spiked dragon. Shadley, I bestow upon you the dog, great mastiff form. May you gain the defensive prowess akin to solid rock. Om, I confer upon you the rabbit power. May you be endowed with the agility and speed of a rabbit. Gadas, I grant you the horse power. May you inherit the physique and endurance of a horse. Vipa, I bestow upon you the bird. Vulture form. May you acquire aerial combat capabilities akin to a vulture. Thank you, your Majesty. Your holy virtue is resplendent, your thunderous might alarms the four seas, your grace is widespread, and you enlighten the world." With this, the strength of his subordinates would significantly increase, and combined with their dual-color hockey, it would ensure he would not face a lack of manpower when contending with the four emperors. After Moda finished conversing with her parents, Qin Yun arranged for them to open a restaurant in Appiato to make a living. He then took Moda back to the divine palace, where her gratitude reached its zenith, prompting her to pull him into her courtyard and prepare a meal for him. Qin Yun savored the meal with great delight, eating without restraint, just as he began to worry that Moda might tire from cooking. The determination in her eyes stirred his heart, compelling him to clench his fists and cherish her even more. On the third day at noon, Qin Yun sensed someone teasing him. Awakening leisurely, he discovered a soft arm resting on his calf. Playfully stroking his foot, Without a doubt, it was Robin engaging in mischief. A faint jolt of electricity surged, eliciting a soft squeal from Robin outside the door. Qin Yun smiled knowingly, patting Nami beside him to rouse her from her sweet slumber. Nami, wake up! If you don't, the sun will shine on your backside. Ugh, Nami grumbled, rolling over to continue sleeping. Smack, smack. Nami, embarrassed and indignant, playfully punched Qin Yun a few times, reluctantly yawning as she got out of bed. Qin Yun chuckled, gesturing for her to assist him in dressing as the charming Nami displayed her adorable morning grumpiness. After everyone had enjoyed lunch, guided by Nami, Qin Yun took her, Robin, and Vivi on a flying carpet toward Asuka Island. The small structures of both the proverb and the adage had been completed, but they required Qin Yun to channel lightning as energy for flight. The floating capability was not as convenient as the flying carpet. Amidst laughter and chatter, the four finally arrived at Asuka Island. This island housed only a small town, inhabited by residents of moderate combat ability. However, they proved relatively weak, having played no significant role in the films. Qin Yun's observation haki surged forth, swiftly revealing the general layout of the inhabitants on the island. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Was there not a naval base on this island? Why had he not detected it? The ruler of that naval base was Saga, who had trained in swordsmanship alongside Zoro under the tutelage of Frost Moon Jingshu. However, considering that the film content may not align with the main storyline of piracy, he felt some relief, as it spared him the effort of unnecessary slaughter. Having pinpointed the direction of the small town, the flying carpet sped toward it.in no time. Qin Yun and the three women hovered above the small town, enveloped in the mist conjured by Nami, rendering them undetectable. Are they engaged in a ritual? Robin and Vivi followed Nami's, discovering that indeed, numerous individuals were kneeling before a statue, murmuring what seemed to be prayers. It appears, Vivi muttered, a sudden spark illuminating her mind as she excitedly exclaimed, I've thought of a brilliant idea. Oh, do tell, Robin inquired with curiosity. The three precious gems Nami sought might just be in their possession. Isn't your husband a deity? If he were to manifest suddenly while they are in prayer, showcasing his divine powers, we might not need to exert ourselves in the search. We could simply acquire those three gems. This notion is indeed clever, Vivi. You truly are remarkable. Qin Yun, whose arms were being embraced by both Nami and Vivi, found himself unable to extricate himself, and could only lower his head to affectionately nuzzle Vivi's cheek in appreciation. In light of this, let us create some commotion to render the deity's arrival more convincing. A smirk danced upon Nami's lips as she began orchestrating the others that I will conjure thunderclouds and rain, while Vivi will summon a whirlwind of sand to envelop them. As for you, Robin. Just watch. You'll play the role of the unseen hand. Robin chuckled softly. All right, I will simply observe your performance. As for Oni-chan. Strike at the opportune moment, transforming into a bolt of lightning to cleave the statue in twain, making a grand entrance. Wait, that won't do. It's best not to damage that statue, as it is a historical artifact. Robin interjected, shaking her head and dismissing Nami's plan. Qin Yun paused, contemplating the idea of transforming into thunder to obliterate the statue, thereby appearing dramatically. Surely, this would lead the people to believe that the deity had manifested. Robin indeed had a strong aversion to those who would carelessly trample upon historical relics. In that case, I shall simply teleport into view. With the arrangement set, Nami and Vivi sprang into action. Before the statue, the shaman Maya's grandmother, Elinsha, was kneeling, gently swaying her bright pink head while softly murmuring. The townsfolk behind her mirrored her actions, with Maya kneeling just behind Elinsha. Deities residing in the Asuka 7 stars. Please fulfill the wishes of we mortals. With your great divine power, protect us from the myriad calamities that beset us. Residing in. The crowd repeated their prayers, their fervor not in vain, for this island enjoyed bountiful weather. Rarely beset by pirates. Was this their fortune, or perhaps the blessing of the gods of the Asuka 7 stars? Might it be that in this extraordinary realm, deities truly exist? Just as the crowd recited another prayer, a transformation occurred around the altar. The once tranquil azure sky suddenly morphed, dark clouds swirling ominously like ink, obscuring the sun. A fierce wind arose, bearing an irresistible force, lifting dust from the ground to form barriers of earth-toned haze. Shrouding the day in darkness, the sand and wind intertwined like an enraged beast, rampaging through the heavens and earth, rendering the once clear vision a muddled haze. Stop your prayers. Look around. A startled cry from the crowd interrupted the ritual. And Alicia, about to scold, was instead wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene unfolding. What is happening? Alicia, Maya, have we invoked the wrath of the deity? The devout believers continued to bow, pleading for divine forgiveness, amidst the wind and sand. The distant rumble of thunder mingled, while frightened children wailed, causing the adults to tremble in fear. Soon after, rain began to fall mercilessly, mingling with the dust to create a chaotic blend, extinguishing even the vibrant flames of the altar. Their garments flapped in the wind, hair disheveled. Yet they remained steadfast, rooted in place, their eyes reflecting astonishment at the sudden turn of events, coupled with reverence for the unknown force. Alicia, what should we do? We are surrounded by barriers of sand and cannot escape. Alicia furrowed her brow, while Maya appeared anxious. As a shaman, she seemed to possess divine empowerment, standing firm amidst the turmoil. Unfortunately, in the panic, no one noticed this fact. Alicia, resolute, shouted, "Retreat to the front of the statue. Everyone, encircle Maya in the center. Let her invoke the deity." Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly formed a circle around Maya. Noticing this, Maya hurriedly placed the 3 pink gems around her in a triangular formation, closed her eyes, and softly chanted an invocation, praying for the deity's wrath to subside. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder resounded, capturing everyone's attention. In a moment of clarity, someone realized something was amiss. The shaman had vanished. Maya. Where is Maya? The sounds of panic and alarm erupted simultaneously as the crowd instinctively turned toward the source of the loudest noise. Beneath the statue, a strange man suddenly appeared, his eyes flashing with lightning. Reminiscent of stars, he cradled the shaman Maya, and the 3 gems radiated an enchanting brilliance, swirling around them in a serene dance. I asked that a deity. This was the immediate thought of all present. Yet none dared voice it, fearing to offend the deity's majesty. Maya trembled, her form quaking, her wide eyes filled with confusion. She had no idea what to do now and felt utterly powerless to resist. Qin Yun's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd beneath the statue, and those caught in his sight felt a chilling dread, trembling uncontrollably. They could only dare to glance at his lower half before hastily lowering their heads. Alicia, as the former shaman and the most senior member of the town, believed herself qualified to address the deity. Thus she stammered, "Why you are? Oh. After all the nights of devotion to my statue, you fail to recognize me when confronted with the divine?" Qin Yun's voice was authoritative and commanding, confirming the suspicions of the devout believers present. "Indeed, you are but mere mortals. Perhaps you will only glimpse the divine visage once in your lifetime." But Alicia suppressed her fear, voicing her greatest confusion. "O divine being, we do not doubt your identity, but this matter is of great significance. Why does your true visage differ from that of the statue? How can you define me when you have never laid eyes upon me?" Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. The question was too simple. "The likeness of the statue you see may reflect my visage from hundreds or thousands of years ago when I passed through this land. Now, you need only remember my present appearance." This, Alicia pondered. Who among them had witnessed the deity's prowess? Who would dare summon the deity's might? The sudden darkened skies and chaotic earth might indeed be the handiwork of the deity before her. Resolutely, Alicia declared, "We, the humble believers of the countryside, pay our respects to the divine being." The crowd echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to the divine being." Even Maya, nestled in Qin Yun's embrace, murmured softly, "I pay my respects to the divine being." A smile graced Qin Yun's lips. Thus, the crowd acknowledged his identity. To his surprise, he noted Vivi's adeptness in developing the abilities of the sand fruit. It appeared she possessed a talent for this. Truly, she was the key to awakening Pluto. It could be said that had it not been for Nephidel D. Lily's decision, she might have nearly become a celestial dragon. "I summoned you here because I heard your heartfelt calls for sincerity." Qin Yun's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, amplified by the crackling energy, echoing closer and farther away. Especially this charming little girl. Her devotion illuminated the darkness, guiding me here. Is she the shaman you have offered to me? Without waiting for a response, Qin Yun turned his gaze to Maya, speaking gently. "I have heard your desire to devote yourself to the divine. I acknowledge you. I shall bestow upon you the identity of a divine consort." Maya was taken aback. Did I wish to devote myself to the divine? I was unaware of this, yet observing the fervor of the believers below. Her own fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming admiration for Qin Yun. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that she found herself unable to voice any dissent, her mind racing to convince herself. "Yes, I seem to have thought of this. I wish to devote myself to the divine." Upon reflecting upon this, Maya's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination, brimming with affection. She responded with fervor, "I am willing to accept the divine blessings." Upon hearing her words, Qin Yun's smile widened, for it seemed that he would soon have the pleasure of witnessing the enchanting whispers of the priestess in the dance of invocation upon returning home that very night. With a grand gesture, dark clouds dissipated in an instant, and the tumultuous sandstorm swiftly sank into the earth, buried deep beyond sight. The blinding sunlight once again illuminated the chaotic land, granting everyone the chance to behold the light of day. "What a divine miracle," an elder murmured in disbelief. As the extraordinary phenomena faded, the crowd became utterly convinced of Qin Yun's divine nature. Observing Qin Yun step away from the statue, they hastily bowed their heads, eager to heed the words of the deity. In light of the emergence of a devoted individual like Maya among you believers, I have decided to elevate Aska Island to my heavenly realm, where the divine will be perpetually heard. Elan Shah's eyes brimmed with incredulity. To be taken to the heavenly realm, it was clear from his words that Qin Yun was bestowing them with a great honor. She excitedly led the cheers. "Thank you, revered deity. We shall remain ever more devout, and we will not disappoint your generous gifts. Devout, we shall not fail your blessings." The fervent voices of the believers resonated thunderously, their zeal rivaling that of the denizens of the divine realm. "Very well. Go down and inform the believers here," Qin Yun concluded, returning to the heavenly carpet with Maya and 3 precious jewels. Handing the jewels to Name, he looked at Maya with curiosity and introduced, "They, like you, are my divine consorts." Indeed, Maya, having distanced herself from the frenzied environment, gradually regained her natural timidity and shyness. Is this truly the legendary jewel? Its appearance is indeed captivating, and its warm, gentle touch makes it hard to let go. Name clutched the 3 jewels tightly, seemingly intent on pouring all her efforts into hoarding them. Qin Yun smirked. Having just completed his performance, he was both amused and bemused by her down-to-earth reaction. He caressed Maya's delicate waist, resolving to attend to her first. "Is your name Maya?" Maya paused, astonished. Indeed, he was a deity, for he knew her name without her needing to introduce herself. "Yes, revered deity. Do you know where I left the 7-star sword?" "I do. Please guide me, my charming little priestess." Of course, Maya, blushing at Qin Yun's endearment, pointed towards a distant peak after discerning the direction. In an instant, the carpet soared forth unaided by wind, leaving Maya in awe, to the point where she forgot to resist being held in Qin Yun's embrace. Or perhaps she dared not resist, lost in the moment. Maya, the devout priestess, existed solely to pray endlessly to the divine, vowing to devote everything to the deity, who was now the one seizing Aska Island. At the summit of Aska, the majestic Solaga mountain harbored a concealed cave, seemingly a natural formation. Within the cave, a resplendent longsword emanating a bewitching green light lay quietly upon a stone pedestal, awaiting the arrival of a fated one. This, where the 7-star sword is hidden so deeply, Vivi curiously surveyed her surroundings. Under the illumination of Qin Yun's lightning, the darkness of the cave was dispelled, as if it were daylight. "Revered deity, that is the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword. Legend has it that any human who dares to wield it will have their wits stolen. If alone, the wielder will descend into madness and stab themselves until they can no longer stand. If others are present, they will unleash a rampage, ultimately turning the blade upon themselves." Maya's voice trembled slightly, yet she did not falter to the point of losing her words. After all, these were tales her grandmother, Elan Shah, had recounted to her, knowledge she had not experienced firsthand. So, this truly is a cursed blade. Upon arriving, Robin began to admire the ancient architecture, finding the inscriptions to be her intellectual sustenance, albeit slightly inferior to the delicacies Qin Yun had provided. Qin Yun nodded, releasing Maya's tender waist, and was about to stride forward to inspect the 7-star sword when, unexpectedly, Maya stumbled, nearly falling. Fortunately, Qin Yun reacted swiftly, chuckling as he steadied her in his arms. This was all his fault. Maya, perplexed by her own state, felt sensations she had never encountered before. After apologizing softly to Qin Yun, she steadied herself. Unbeknownst to her, the true instigator of her flustered state was reveling in her reactions. Contemplating how best to cherish her, Qin Yun gently caressed Maya's silky hair. His spirits lifted as he approached the stone pedestal to gaze upon the 7-star sword. The sword's blade was long and sharp, exuding a chilling gleam as if it could slice through the very heavens in an instant, reminiscent of the swords of his homeland. The blade was adorned with exquisite engravings, a faint green luminescence swirling within, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Indeed, this 7-star sword, with its magnificent appearance, must be unparalleled in this world, worthy of a place in his collection. Qin Yun was quite pleased, at this moment. Saga should have already acquired the seven-star sword. Yet he pondered, did Saga truly not exist? With this thought, he turned to Maya, asking, Maya, do you know Saga? Saga, what is that? The confusion in Maya's eyes seemed genuine, suggesting that Aska Island truly lacked any knowledge of Saga or that naval dojo. Upon reflection, it made sense. Within the traditions of those leading comfortable lives, once one became a priestess, they were to devote themselves entirely to the divine, never entangled in romantic affairs. Thus, it followed that if Maya aspired to be a priestess, she must remain a pure and unblemished maiden. How could her grandmother arrange for her to meet Saga? Consequently, could there be any Saga at all? The aspirations of world domination and alliances were likely mere figments of his imagination in his final moments. Qin Yun composed himself, raising a hand in summons, and in the next moment, a flash of red light glimmered in his eyes. The seven-star sword suddenly erupted with a sinister green glow. The moment he grasped it, dark green light entwined his arm. The rune-like green patterns briefly emerged before vanishing entirely. This seven-star sword is indeed quite demonic. Qin Yun wrapped his arm in haki, while simultaneously unleashing Conqueror's haki against the seven-star sword. As he held the sword, the dark green glow flickered but was forcibly dissipated by the impact of his haki, unable to escape the blade. Only the exquisite engravings and a hint of green light remained. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in the open air, swinging the sword towards a sturdy tree in the distance. The faint sound of air being sliced was not due to a lack of power, but rather the sharpness of the sword was so profound that even the sound of the air being cleaved could not escape. The tree split in two with a resounding crash, collapsing to the ground, while the cut surface ignited with fierce green flames, consuming all it touched in mere moments. The remnants of the tree were reduced to ashes. What sorcery is this? The seven-star sword can truly unleash eerie green flames. At that moment, Qin Yun recalled a saying, burning fruit, even dogs won't touch it. He continued experimenting, wielding the seven-star sword and swinging it several times towards an open area. 3 orbs of green ghostly fire erupted from the sword's tip. Boom, boom. The ghostly fireballs detonated upon hitting the ground, leaving 3 elliptical craters, a display of power that could rival even standard artillery shells. However, the strength exhibited by the seven-star sword was still far from sufficient. For a powerful being like Qin Yun, it fell short of being noteworthy. Perhaps only in the hands of a true swordsman could its brilliance be fully realized. Yet, as a cursed blade, if the wielder's resolve faltered, they might meet a tragic end. Content, Qin Yun nodded. Although the seven-star sword might not serve a practical purpose for him, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable, making it perfect for impressing others in the future. Casually tossing it into the storage room, he placed the seven-star sword alongside Qiu Shui and other swords on the same wall. In the next moment, he flashed behind Maya, gently pulling her into an embrace. He was not one to discard the old for the new, but rather someone who cherished the newly acquired companionship, believing that spending time with them would earn their devoted service. Revered deity. Maya's delicate face still flushed with a rosy hue. She was initially startled by the unexpected ambush. However, upon catching a whiff of that familiar scent, she shyly buried her head into Qin Yun's embrace. At that moment, Robin was meticulously examining every nook and cranny of the cave, which could be considered an ancient relic, adorned with murals and symbols. Her favorite, Nami and Vivi, were similarly wandering about, eager to uncover any hidden treasures. Nevertheless, the 3 most precious treasures of Osaka Island, the priestess Maya, the cursed sword's seven-star sword, and 3 priceless gems, had all been claimed by him, leaving them with little more than a fleeting encounter. Qin Yun, wishing not to intrude upon their delightful exploration, took advantage of the waiting time to whisper sweet nothings into Maya's ear, nurturing the bond between the deity and the priestess, just as Maya, with her dreamy gaze, began to murmur softly. Qin Yun, oblivious to his surroundings, was lost in a romantic exchange when a jubilant cheer interrupted his moment. Misaka. It was Nami's voice. Everyone turned to see her holding a devil fruit. The white fruit was adorned with patterns reminiscent of Reiju's playful curled eyebrows, and atop it sprouted 6 green leaves, with a heart-shaped white leaf at the end. Hey, look what I found. Nami's voice was filled with mischief, her stroke of luck seemingly beyond her own belief. Robin stepped forward, scrutinizing the fruit for a while but failing to recognize it. This particular devil fruit was absent from any catalog she had encountered. A devil fruit. This design is unlike any I have seen before. Curiously, Qin Yun approached Maya, smacking his lips in delight. Goodness, this truly is a devil fruit. My dear Nami, Your fortune is unparalleled. Where on earth did you discover this? Right here. Nami elegantly pointed with her slender fingers. It turned out that beneath the stone pedestal where the seven-star sword was placed, there was a concealed door, which she had managed to uncover, revealing the devil fruit. Qin Yun was torn between confusion and elation. It seemed Nami had not stumbled upon such a bounty among pirates before. Ever since she had joined him, her luck had skyrocketed. As if he had opened up all the meridians within her, with the slippery fruit and the vulture fruit, plus this new devil fruit. That made 3, didn't it? Nami, your keen eye is truly impressive. This hidden door is so discreet, yet you managed to find it. Robin marveled, caressing the secret door, sensing a damp, gritty texture within, speculating, could it be that you used your cloud powers to permeate and discover it? Perhaps that's how the door was opened as well. Exactly. No wonder you're Robin-chan. You guessed my method right away. Nami beamed with pride, having seamlessly developed various abilities from the cloud fruit Qin Yun had given her, making her adept at numerous applications. That I created a small amount of mist, letting it expand and search for any gaps or anomalies. There's not just one hidden door on this side. There's another on the opposite side as well. Vivi had long been waiting on the other side, activating her sand powers to dissolve the other concealed door. In the next moment, yet another devil fruit was revealed, with Nami as her mentor in fruit development. Vivi's sand abilities progressed rapidly. Just as Nami commanded the mist, Vivi could manipulate the sand to infiltrate and search through everything. The devil fruit in Vivi's hands was green, seemingly linked to the previously found white one. It bore patterns akin to Reiju's curled eyebrows, sprouting 6 white leaves at the top, with green heart-shaped leaves at the end. Vivi approached Nami, her eyes sparkling with delight, gazing at Qin Yun as she exclaimed, "Oni-chan, look!" Qin Yun understood her intent immediately, stepping forward to embrace both Nami and Vivi, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful! You two are my lucky stars." Maya, who had been in his arms, felt a bit out of place as the 3 girls squealed in surprise, creating a somewhat cramped scene. Thankfully, their figures were all graceful enough to allow Qin Yun to embrace all 3 after a tender moment. Nami and Vivi playfully handed the 2 devil fruits to Qin Yun. "Quick, see what kind of fruits these are?" Qin Yun nodded, releasing the 3 girls before seizing the white devil fruit from Nami's hand. A few breaths later, he attempted to activate its newfound powers. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a magnificent, enormous white serpent. After pondering for a while, he realized there were no extraordinary abilities associated with it, and he shook his head in disappointment. "It seems this is a snake fruit, isn't that rather weak?" Nami and Vivi expressed their disappointment, though given that it was a free find, they were not overly disheartened. "Not at all. I can sense that this fruit does indeed enhance one's physical attributes quite well." Qin Yun infused the serpent's power into the prepared fruits, placing them in his storage room alongside his treasured devil fruits. He then seized the green devil fruit from Vivi's hand. Moments later, he morphed into a grand, handsome green serpent. Indeed, these 2 devil fruits bear such a resemblance, they must be connected in some way. At the very least, they are both snake fruits, one white and one green. What a pity. If only they were both Logia or mythical Zoan types. Nami sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Logia, mythical Zoan, those are exceedingly rare. They're not easily found. Qin Yun shook his head, considering that these 2 snake fruits were still quite decent. Perhaps, one day in the future, they might prove useful. A half-human, half-snake form. Cough, cough. This snake-human transformation had its charm. Moreover, the forms of these 2 devil fruits were not as grotesque as Boa Hancock and Boa Marigold's powers. They were more suited for Qin Yun's divine consorts, enhancing enjoyment and special purposes. After sealing the green serpent fruit's power back into the fruit and storing it away, they took a brief respite. Awaiting the conclusion of Robin's archaeological endeavors, with no new discoveries to be made, Qin Yun led the 4 women onto a flying carpet. Departing the cave, they arrived at Maya's priestess abode, where Qin Yun intended to collect Maya's priestess garments and belongings. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, yet the onlookers dared not enter. Qin Yun stepped outside, and the faithful followers, eager to behold their divine figure, chorused, "We pay homage to the divine," nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Yun noted the flattering expressions in their eyes, as if they had some report to convey. Sure enough, a somewhat casually dressed burly man hurried before the crowd, his demeanor surprisingly obsequious for one of his stature. "Esteemed divine, please hold for a moment. We shall soon present some women as gifts, who can accompany Lady Maya in serving your body and spirit." "Oh, such delightful tidings. though the indigenous people, who had never crossed paths with him in the pirate world, had no effect on his strength, they could certainly join his angelic maidens to serve him and his divine consorts. The angelic maidens were required to possess a certain level of beauty to join, and once accepted, they could never leave, destined to serve the divine day and night. However, it seemed that only Maya among the townsfolk of Asuka possessed the beauty befitting a divine consort. The other female residents appeared to be rather ordinary. To uncover the truth, Qin Yun nodded in response, his thoughts probing the hearts of those present, seeking the information he desired. The esteemed divine has consented. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The divine lacked for gold and silver treasures, but only the offering of beautiful maidens could win his favor. Where are Rick and the others? The news has already spread to the village. If they fail, the divine's wrath may be upon them. May it not implicate me. I never imagined today would bring such fortune. First, the divine's appearance, and now a group of foreign women. What blessings might the divine bestow? Foreign women. Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback, only to soon witness the rapid encroachment of observation hockey enveloping Asuka Island. Beside the island's largest harbor, the inhabitants brandished an array of weapons, standing defiantly against 3 slave-catching ships that loomed ominously over the sea. The two factions exchanged fervent taunts, while the slave ships ruthlessly bombarded the residents. Yet their cannon fire fell short, crashing harmlessly against the shores of the island. Within the harbor, a lavishly adorned vessel hastily navigated towards the inner river, where numerous exquisitely dressed women cowered in the cabin. Trembling in fear, a robust woman, clad as a guard and wielding a long spear, stood vigilantly on the deck, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. The islanders, on either side, made no move to intervene, instead watching with faint smiles as the women continued their retreat deeper into Asuka Island. Fully aware that more elite warriors lay in ambush further within, your so-called gift wouldn't happen to be the women aboard that vessel heading inland, would it? Qin Yun casually inquired as he withdrew his observation hockey. Truly, it is the Lord of the Gods. Your omniscience and omnipotence inspire our reverence, akin to the endless tides of the ocean. Qin Yun cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback by the realization that this seemingly unassuming lad was, in fact, a master of flattery, which explained his audacity to approach him. Stand down. I shall receive your gift. Yes, Lord of the Gods. Subsequently, Qin Yun entered to issue a brief command to Nami and the others before transforming into a flicker of lightning. Appearing above the vessel, he refrained from hastily boarding to inspect, instead directing his gaze towards the 3 slave ships outside the harbor. From this vantage point, it was clear that a jester-like pirate flag flew atop the slave ships. Doflamingo, as the Sky Island draws near to the New World, Doflamingo has yet to reach out to him. Does he believe he can manipulate him at will, or does he simply regard him a mere bounty of 300 million, with disdain? It matters not. The outcome shall remain unchanged. Qin Yun raised his hand, and the electric field rapidly expanded, enveloping the 3 slave ships, confirming that there were no devil fruits or women aboard. He swung his arm, and blinding lightning erupted from his limb, capturing the attention of all present. Divine judgment. In the next instant, a mesmerizing pillar of lightning materialized, racing towards the 3 slave ships in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the colossal lightning column simultaneously pierced through the 3 slave ships at an uncanny angle, reducing them to mere wreckage, consumed by roaring flames. It must be the Lord of the Gods. Surely, it is the Lord of the Gods who has intervened. This cataclysmic force, akin to an apocalyptic disaster, immediately led the residents of Asuka Island to think of their deity, ignoring their fervent cheers. Qin Yun smirked slightly, his form flickering into existence at the bow of the opulent vessel below. The robust female guard braced herself as if facing a formidable foe, without waiting for his command. The other female guards rushed to her side. Qin Yun's authoritative gaze swept over them, and his indifferent voice, amplified by the current of electricity, resonated clearly within the cabin. Come forth. Your pursuers have met their demise. Who are you, sir? The plump woman began to speak, but before she could finish, she collapsed with a thunderous thud, her considerable bulk crashing onto the deck, rendering her unconscious. Captain, the guards instinctively gasped, visibly shaken. I am not consulting with anyone present. Since you have entered another's territory, you need only comply with my orders. The pressure Qin Yun exerted was unbearable, and finally, one of the guards could no longer resist the urge to open the cabin door. The creaking door swung open, revealing the dancers who timidly filed out. Qin Yun raised his eyes, appraising each woman's appearance. Not bad, not bad. Most of them are quite remarkable. If nothing else, their figures alone could be deemed beautiful. and their faces were equally striking. Wait a moment, their attire resembles that of singers and dancers. Could they be from a performance troupe? In the next instant, a voluptuous woman with slender limbs and purple hair caught his attention. Adorned with a headpiece embedded with rubies, she looked somewhat familiar. Realizing that all had emerged, Qin Yun inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the most renowned performance troupe from the kingdom of Gnosis." Oh, as Qin Yun had surmised. They were indeed a troupe of singers and dancers. He chuckled softly, teasingly stating, "Charming ladies, please introduce yourselves one by one." Upon hearing this, the women realized they had unwittingly walked into the jaws of a tiger. Yet, in moments of fear, people often make choices that ensure their survival. Thus, they dared not resist, exchanging timid glances before beginning their introductions in the usual numbered order. Qin Yun listened intently, nodding in response from time to time. Until it was the turn of the woman who seemed familiar to him. My name is Parcia. I've lived in the performance troupe since childhood." "Oh, so it is she," he suddenly recalled, astonished by his good fortune. Parcia was the exotic dancer auctioned at the auction house when Luffy confronted the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. During the auction, the host had introduced Parcia as an unparalleled beauty with a miraculous figure. Now that he beheld her, it was indeed true. Parcia's form was remarkably voluptuous and stunningly beautiful. Initially, he had anticipated that to acquire Parcia, he would need to closely monitor her appearance in the vicinity of Skypiea archipelago before Luffy's arrival, to have any chance of capturing her before the slave-catching crew did. Even then, there was no guarantee, as no one knew where or when Parcia would be captured. Had he encountered her at the auction after her capture, she would likely have already endured unspeakable torment at the hands of the slavers. Now, it seemed that luck had granted him this opportunity. Parcia, the dancer auctioned at Skypiea archipelago, hailed as an unparalleled beauty with a miraculous figure. Undoubtedly capable of providing Qin Yun with considerable joy, time swiftly passed, and soon all the women had introduced themselves. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. They had come to him willingly, and he certainly would not turn them away. From this moment forth, you are no longer subjects of the kingdom of Gnosis. You have assumed new identities as residents of the divine kingdom. You will undergo a test and selection process, and those fortunate enough to pass will be welcomed into my angelic performance troupe, exempt from the struggles of livelihood, serving solely for my pleasure. Those who do not pass need not be disheartened. Arrangements will be made for them to teach the art of song and dance to the innocent children of the angels." Though his words were calm, the weighty implications determined the future destinies of these singers and dancers. The guards dared not utter a word, fearing they would attract attention and meet a gruesome fate. And as for their mission to escort the performance troupe, surviving would be a stroke of luck. The dancers and singers trembled in trepidation. They were merely weak women skilled in song and dance, utterly incapable of resisting the fate imposed upon them by Qin Yun. Moreover, they had taken on the roles of dancers and singers merely to earn a living. If what he said were true, then upon passing, would they no longer have to endure the threats to their lives upon these tumultuous seas? "Parcia, for the time being, you shall serve as their overseer. Should you pass the test and selection, you may ascend to become my divine consort, orchestrating the performances of the troupe." Parcia was taken aback, never having anticipated that she would be chosen by him. She considered herself merely an inconspicuous member of the group. Could it be her unique figure that attracted his attention? Noticing the complex expressions of those around her, she hastily replied, "Yes, my lord." Qin Yun nodded. Obedience was commendable. If only everyone would behave so submissively before him. He swept his observation hockey to ensure nothing was overlooked before employing his float powers to liberate Asuka Island from the sea's constraints. Rumbling. The mountain connecting Asuka Island to the ocean trembled violently. Qin Yun's violent infusion of float powers altered the geographical structure. Rocks and soil cascaded down, crashing into the sea and sending up tremendous splashes. The land that had been concealed beneath the waves was now revealed, further expanding the living area of Asuka Island. Surely, the Lord of the Gods has begun to wield divine power on the shores of Asuka Island. The residents hurriedly abandoned their belongings, racing towards the heart of the island, fearful of being left behind and losing their chance to ascend to the celestial realm. Alongside the vessel occupied by the songstresses and dancers, the warriors of Asuka Island erupted in jubilant cheers, extolling the divine power of their deities. With Qin Yun aboard stabilizing the ship, the performers remained unperturbed by the turmoil engulfing Asuka Island. However, a slender guard, realizing the gravity of the situation beside the fainted captain, sensed an ominous turn. Noticing that Qin Yun seemed to have overlooked any plans for their safety, She trembled as she carefully chose her words and implored. "My lord, do you have any arrangements for us guards?" Qin Yun paused, suddenly aware that he had indeed forgotten them. His primary focus was on Peja and the performers, rendering their presence somewhat negligible. "You all." Upon hearing his voice, the guards held their breath, terrified of missing a single word that could determine their fate. "Fulfill your respective roles and join my celestial guard." A collective sigh of relief escaped the guards. The celestial guard sounded like a sanctuary, and as long as they were not subjected to torment or death, they would willingly serve. Suddenly, Qin Yun's communication device buzzed. He answered promptly. "Oni-chan. Maya is ready to return to the Sky Island." The harmonious voices of Nami and Vivi resonated. Qin Yun, influenced by their enthusiasm, chuckled softly in response. "All right." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he soared towards Maya's dwelling, propelled by the vessel amidst the astonished cries of the songstresses and dancers. Witnessing such divine power, they recognized the wisdom of their earlier decision. After briefly explaining the situation to Nami and her companions, he invited them aboard. Nami playfully patted his shoulder, chiding, "Oni-chan, if you wanted to see us sing and dance, you should have said so. We haven't had much chance to showcase our talents yet. Not to worry, I have already grasped your unique talents. If you wish to perform for me, we can arrange a time. Whoever excels in their performance will receive my personal guidance," Qin Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Nami's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, while Vivi, draped over Qin Yun, chuckled mischievously.